Chapter 1. A Goddess Invitation? I decline. Lu Jin, are you certain you wish to establish your own fleet? I am certain. In the expansive classroom, numerous youthful faces were present, their gazes fixed upon Lu Jin. In this contemporary society, interstellar travel had become the norm. The boundless cosmos represented endless opportunities for every young individual. Yet, despite interstellar travel being commonplace today, the cost of even the most rudimentary starship remained a burden beyond the reach of ordinary families. Consequently, most graduates ultimately chose to join a fleet and become crew members, exploring the vast, uncharted seas of the universe alongside their respective fleets. However, the circumstances surrounding Lu Jin were well known to his classmates. His academic performance was exemplary, having earned several grade degrees during his studies. With his capabilities, he would undoubtedly become a sought-after crew member upon graduation, coveted by all fleets. Yet today, Lu Jin declared that he would not join any fleet. Instead, he intended to form his own. Lu Jin, did you not sleep well last night? Are you still dreaming? Currently, the cheapest Hyena-class battleship on the Blue Star ship market costs at least 10 million credit points. Given your current circumstances, not only is purchasing a starship implausible, even acquiring a mere spacecraft seems far-fetched. Lu Jin, although your grades are indeed impressive, we all know your situation. This jest may amuse your friends, but do not deceive yourself. Faced with their sardonic remarks, Lu Jin chose not to elaborate further. Perhaps, even if he voiced his intentions, they would dismiss him as jesting. In any case, Lu Jin had been reborn. Upon awakening this morning, a multitude of memories that did not belong to him surged into his mind, memories from a future that was not meant for his current self. He had glimpsed the future. In that future, he had joined a fleet as the first officer, commanding the fleet in numerous battles across the cosmos. He had directed his fleet amidst swarms of enemies, engaging in fierce combat. He had deftly outmaneuvered demonic fleets time and again. Yet, when the assimilation war erupted, Lu Jin came to realize his own insignificance. Countless swarms of alien vessels effortlessly devoured entire stars. The whispers of demons drove countless cosmic races into madness. Even Lu Jin could not survive the cataclysmic battlefield that engulfed the universe. After his demise, Lu Jin, bearing the memories of the future, returned to the present, back to the moment when he was to make a choice that would alter the course of his life. Lu Jin, at that moment, a figure emerged outside the classroom, radiant as a blazing fire. A single call redirected everyone's attention from Lu Jin to the girl, who radiated warmth like flames. It's Shin Mo, our Blue Star Academy's foremost goddess. What brings her to our class? It's obvious she's here to recruit Lu Jin. Did you not know? Just the day before yesterday, Shin Mo acquired a Fire Phoenix-class battleship and is currently seeking crew members. Truly the daughter of a planetary lord. I wonder if I could secure a place aboard her ship. I would gladly scrub the decks for the chance. The crowd buzzed with excitement, unfazed by Shin Mo's actions. Blue Star Academy, as the premier institution within the solar system, boasted an abundance of prodigious talents. The offspring of lords and magnates were plentiful. Besides Shin Mo's recently formed fire fleet, at least 2 other students on the verge of graduation were also in the process of establishing their own fleets. Shin Mo, undeterred by the gaze of her peers, strode confidently toward Lu Jin, her steps aflame with purpose. She approached him directly, placing her hands on his shoulders as if fearing he might slip away. Lu Jin, join my fleet. If you agree to join, I will appoint you as my first officer. Moreover, I shall offer you a salary of 1 million credit points annually. In the event of combat, I will provide additional bonuses based on the circumstances. What say you? Shin Mo's eyes sparkled with determination as she fixated on Lu Jin. She was confident. According to her investigation, no other fleet captains from the new generation had yet approached Lu Jin for recruitment. She was undoubtedly the first to extend an invitation. Furthermore, she was aware that Lu Jin had previously received an offer from the Solar Alliance, which proposed a salary of 500,000 credit points. Her offer doubled that amount, leading her to believe that her chances of successfully recruiting Lu Jin were 99.99. Unless Lu Jin intended to form his own fleet, no other offer could rival her generous terms. Gazing at the familiar yet strange Qin Mo, Lu Jin's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of reassurance gracing his expression. Does that mean you accept? Seeing Lu Jin smile, Qin Mo assumed he was acquiescing to her proposal. Yet the next moment, Lu Jin spoke with firm resolve, uttering 3 decisive words. I decline. In his previous life, Lu Jin had indeed joined Qin Mo's fleet. He understood that if he made the same choice again, his fate would not differ significantly from that of his former life. Thus, he opted for that 0.01 chance. I wish to establish my own fleet. Therefore, I cannot join anyone else's fleet. Establish a fleet of his own? Qin Mo was initially taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. Lu Jin's refusal stemmed not from a desire to join another fleet, but from his ambition to create one of his own. Wait, he intends to establish his own fleet? How could that be possible? She had investigated Lu Jin's family background. He was a war orphan, having lost his parents in a conflict. Although he received a substantial compensation, the amount was barely sufficient to purchase a spacecraft. A Starship? Where would he acquire the funds? Observing Qin Mo's expression, Lu Jin could almost read her thoughts without needing to guess. Indeed, he currently possessed insufficient funds not only to buy a Starship, but even a mere spacecraft seemed unlikely. Yet, Lu Jin was acutely aware of one crucial fact. Within Blue Star's largest ship reclamation facility, a Starship awaited his activation. This ship was the only unclaimed Origin warship in all of Blue Star, and indeed the entire solar system. Origin warships differed from ordinary vessels that could self-upgrade by assimilating various materials. Each Origin warship was a unique entity, their origins shrouded in mystery even to experts in ship research. Should he acquire this Origin warship, Lu Jin would have the opportunity to establish a fleet that belonged solely to him. Chapter 2. Strive for Greatness, Transforming Scrap Metal into Warships. Well, I did not anticipate that you would embark on the endeavor to assemble your own fleet. Given this, it seems somewhat improper for me to continue to recruit you. Nonetheless, should you reconsider, do not hesitate to seek me out. Whether Lu Jin's formation of a fleet is merely a pretext, Qin Mo Wu is acutely aware that persisting in her pursuit is likely to yield adverse effects. Thus, Qin Mo Wu extended her palm, and a holographic projection emerged from the microchip at her fingertip. Lu Jin chose not to utter another word. After exchanging contact information, Qin Mo Wu departed from Lu Jin's classroom. Brother Lu, are you serious? An annual salary of $1 million, the position of first mate, and an invitation from the goddess herself. How can you possibly resist this? Are you truly out of your mind? It was evident that the academic prodigy had been rendered foolish. Unless he won the interstellar lottery, his background would hardly afford him the means to acquire Starship. The collective disbelief regarding Lu Jin's refusal of Qin Mo Wu's offer was palpable. The conditions she proffered were undoubtedly generous. Yet, in the face of such ample provisions, Lu Jin remained steadfast in his intention to establish his own fleet. Without further ado, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and exited the classroom, heading towards the school's exit. The graduation season was upon them, and the Blue Star Academy would no longer conduct classes. Most students, still lingering on campus, were seeking to form small groups to prepare for interstellar voyages. Having set his sights on a goal, Lu Jin had no intention of lingering unnecessarily within the confines of the academy. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Jin decisively boarded a vehicle bound for the largest ship recycling facility in Blue Star. Upon arriving at the entrance of the recycling facility, Lu Jin was immediately greeted by the piercing sounds of metal being shredded. The cacophony echoed in his ears, prompting him to quicken his pace. He was determined to locate the Origin warship before it was reduced to a pile of worthless scrap metal. Upon entering the facility, his gaze fell upon numerous damaged and rust-covered abandoned ships, both spacecraft and starships alike. Amidst these colossal vessels, workers at the recycling plant diligently dismantled parts from the starships, resembling industrious ants wielding their tools. Suddenly, a massive sheet of metal crashed to the ground, the resonating sound causing Lu Jin to instinctively cover his ears. "Hey kid, this is no place for someone like you." A worker clad in tattered overalls, wielding a chainsaw and puffing on a half-burnt cigarette, emerged from the wreckage of the starship. Upon noticing Lu Jin in his Blue Star Academy uniform, a smile spread across the worker's face. "Oh, a student from Blue Star Academy. What brings you here?" There's nothing but scrap metal to see. Scrap metal was precisely what Lu Jin sought. His eyes scanned the various Starship carcasses, though he lamented that while he was aware the origin warship was located within the recycling facility, its exact whereabouts remained elusive. Thus, Lu Jin resorted to a clever fabrication. I merely wish to observe what starships are like. Observe starships? You could just head to the Starship market for that. What's there to see in a recycling facility full of scrap? The worker chuckled at Lu Jin's reasoning. However, recalling his own days as a student at Blue Star Academy, he pondered for a moment before placing an extra safety helmet on Lu Jin's head. Be cautious. Observing is fine. Just don't get too close to those abandoned starships. The recycling facility was filled with forsaken starships, typically devoid of supervision. Thus, with the safety helmet in place, Lu Jin was free to roam the expansive facility in search of the origin warship he desired. Time passed unmeasured until he eventually stood before one of the abandoned starships. Compared to the others, this vessel appeared relatively intact. After ensuring that no one was around, Lu Jin slipped through the damaged airlock and ventured inside the abandoned starship. Navigating with ease, Lu Jin finally arrived at the core area of the starship. The bridge. If it were indeed the origin warship, it would possess a distinctive feature unlike any other starship: the origin core. The origin core was the heart of the origin warship and the critical component that differentiated it from ordinary vessels. Only ships equipped with the origin core could continuously evolve and upgrade by consuming materials. At last, Lu Jin discovered a device in the center of the bridge. He activated the built-in microcomputer and accessed the bridge's data center. After some manipulation, he successfully obtained the switch permissions for the origin core device. With a hum, the origin warship revealed its greatest secret to him: a crimson canister, the heart of the origin warship. At that moment, the origin core was devoid of any material supply. Without resources and energy, even a warship with extraordinary capabilities would be rendered powerless. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Jin carefully returned the origin core to its original position, but he then restored the discarded materials that had accumulated atop the origin core to their former state. Once everything was concealed, Lu Jin exited the abandoned starship and sought out the worker who had given him the safety helmet. I would like to speak with your boss. I wish to purchase an abandoned starship. Ah! A wave of astonishment washed over the recycling workers. Having toiled at the facility for years, it was their first encounter with such a request. Who would spend money on a heap of scrap metal? What would they do with it? Build a model? A few workers contemplated dissuading Lu Jin, but seeing his resolute determination, they could only summon the recycling plant's owner. Someone wants to buy an abandoned starship? And they're a student. The owner had never before heard of such a request. Did this mean he intended to refurbish the starship? However, these vessels were classified as starships because their repair costs far exceeded their intrinsic value. Unless the starship held some special significance for the buyer, it seemed implausible. Yet a student placing value on a scrap starship. After much deliberation, the owner approached the facility, his brow furrowing deeper upon seeing Lu Jin. You're the one wishing to buy the abandoned starship? Kid, no matter how you spin it, an abandoned starship is still a starship, and its price is not trivial if you wish to take this starship away. The price is a flat 500,000 credit points. Deal. Chapter 3. A starship? Is this not just scrap metal? What? Deal. The recycling plant owner initially thought he must have misheard that in this era. Was there truly someone willing to spend 500,000 credit points on a pile of scrap metal? However, he quickly realized the absurdity of the situation. A golden opportunity had presented itself, and he would not let it slip through his fingers. The owner promptly drafted a transaction contract. Lu Jin glanced over it briefly before signing his name. With the contract in effect, 500,000 credit points were instantly transferred to the recycling plant owner's account. Gazing at the newfound wealth in his account, the owner could hardly contain his joy. He had never anticipated that this pile of scrap metal could fetch such a high price. Meanwhile, Lu Jin looked at the dilapidated starship, his heart swelling with elation that he had managed to acquire an origin warship for a mere 500,000 credit points. In his previous life, uttering such a claim would have led others to dismiss him as a braggart. After all, each origin warship was virtually priceless, with a price tag that could hardly cover a decent spacecraft, let alone an origin warship. Yet, Lu Jin had accomplished the seemingly impossible. Soon after, Lu Jin hired a transport ship to transfer the nearly derelict starship from the recycling facility to the repair dock. At the Blue Star repair dock, numerous starships were moored, with many graduates from various academies seeking to hire ship engineers for maintenance and inspections of their vessels. Suddenly, a shadow, loomed over them, prompting everyone to look skyward. What they beheld was a decrepit starship, teetering on the brink of collapse. Goodness, what on earth has this starship endured to end up in such a state? Seriously, does it even warrant repairs at this point? The cost of fixing it might exceed that of purchasing a brand new starship. Whose beloved ship is this? After all this damage, they still want to repair it. Now, that devotion. In an instant, the crowd's attention was drawn to a particular dock where the battered starship was moored. Even the ship engineers, seasoned veterans of the repair industry, broke out in cold sweat upon witnessing the state of the vessel. They had seen countless war-damaged starships throughout their careers, but this level of devastation was unprecedented. Many engineers gathered around, eager to discover which eccentric captain owned this ship. How could it have been brought here for repairs in such a condition? At that moment, Lu Jin appeared before their eyes. He glanced at the gathering of ship engineers and inquired directly, "I need 10 laborers. Are there any volunteers? The dock workers? What purpose do they serve at this moment?" Shouldn't a naval engineer be assessing the battle damage? However, given the state of this vessel, there seems little need for an assessment. Meanwhile, a group of recent graduates, upon witnessing Lu Jin's appearance, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. "Lu Jin, is this dilapidated craft truly Lu Jin's starship? What on earth? Are you referring to the Lu Jin from the Blue Star Academy? Indeed, he's the one who rejected Qin Mo, determined to form his own fleet. What madness is this? This fellow has actually procured a starship. You dare to call this scrap a starship? If it can even fly, I'll eat my hat." News spread rapidly for within this repair dock. Aside from the resident ship engineers, the largest crowd consisted of these freshly graduated students eager to embark on interstellar voyages. Soon, the word circulated throughout the entire dock. That moment, Qin Mo happened to be at the repair port, conducting final checks on her starship. "Captain, Lu Jin has truly acquired a starship." One of her crew members relayed the news to Qin Mo. Upon hearing this, her eyes sparkled with surprise and delight. Lu Jin has really managed to obtain a starship. This fellow truly possesses some ability. "Shall I leave the finishing touches to you. I must go see what Lu Jin's starship is like." Without waiting for the crew member to finish, Qin Mo swiftly assigned her task and summoned a hoverboard, vanishing in an instant. The crew member stood there, stunned. "Wait, I haven't finished speaking yet, Captain." Unfortunately, Qin Mo could no longer hear his calls. Meanwhile, many onlookers had gathered around Lu Jin's vessel. Observing the battered starship behind Lu Jin, they openly mocked him without restraint. "A starship? Can this thing even be called a starship? Has Lu Jin come to entertain us? Lu Jin, you have truly lost your mind. Instead of joining a proper fleet, you insist on forming your OWNIS this your fleet starship. Even interstellar pirates would scorn this vessel." Faced with their ridicule, Lu Jin remained indifferent. He took out his communicator to check on the status of the ore he had ordered, which should be arriving soon. Just then, Qin Mo arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the starship behind Lu Jin, she was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed her brow. Striding over to Lu Jin, she grasped his collar, her frustration evident. "Lu Jin, is this your starship? What distinguishes this from a heap of scrap metal? Is this dilapidated starship your reason for rejecting me? You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I shall forcibly take you away to prevent you from squandering your talent here." Qin Mo was genuinely furious. Lu Jin's talent could undoubtedly shine in the starry seas. Yet he was risking it all on this wreck of a starship. What does this signify? She found it incomprehensible and would not allow Lu Jin to waste his future in such a manner. Observing Qin Mo's agitation, Lu Jin couldn't help but smirk slightly. Even in this rebirth, she remains the same good-hearted person. Grasping her arm, he earnestly replied, "This starship is far more complex than it appears." Just then, a transport team entered the fray, led by a burly man who held up a delivery slip and surveyed the crowd. "Excuse me, is there AMR.LU here? Your order of 1 ton of high energy ore has arrived. Could you please sign for it?" Chapter 4. Witness the Miracle. The 7th Origin Warship. IAM.LU Jin pried Qin Mo's hand away and walked directly towards the burly man. After signing for the high energy ore, the transport crew immediately set to work. Utilizing various transport equipment, they delivered the 1 ton of high energy ore to the bridge in under 10 minutes. Qin Mo followed Lu Jin to the starship's bridge. Observing the disheveled, junkyard-like bridge, her frustration intensified. She was eager to see how Lu Jin would explain this. Lu Jin opened one of the boxes containing the high energy ore and picked up a piece. High energy ore is a mineral rich in energy, sourced from the depths of planets. It is primarily used as fuel for starships, and for the Origin warship, is the most cost-effective material. Activate the Origin core. Lu Jin manipulated the data panel mid-air. Suddenly, the previously dim bridge illuminated with a soft glow. The unexpected change left Qin Mo astonished. This wreck can actually move? Wreck. It is not merely a wreck. This Origin warship has simply fallen into a dormant state due to energy depletion. Now, Lu Jin intends to awaken this slumbering beast. Buzz, the Origin core materialized before Lu Jin and Qin Mo, emitting a red glow akin to an ominous, gaping maw, sending a shiver down Qin Mo's spine. What sort of device is this? A normal bridge should not possess such eerie apparatus. Lu Jin raised his hand and tossed the high energy ore into the Origin core. An astonishing phenomenon unfolded as the ore was instantly disintegrated by an unseen force. In the blink of an eye, the fist-sized ore vanished in a thin AI. Lu Jin, what on earth is this? At this moment, even the boldest of individuals like Qin Mo felt a chill run down her spine. This ship, consuming something? Could it be that this starship is alive? Lu Jin remained silent, pouring an entire box of high energy ore into the Origin core. Ding, material supply detected. Ding, dormant mode disengaged, switching to normal mode. Ding, 95 hull damage detected, initiating self-repair. The once desolate bridge erupted with mechanical sounds. The battered screens flickered to life. The long-dormant engine roared to life. In that instant, the starship stirred, resembling a beast awakening from slumber. The onlookers outside also sensed the transformation occurring before their eyes. Is that the sound of the engine starting? What is happening? Are you saying the starship can still move? No way. That's impossible. It's actually moving. Before the astonished crowd, the starship, which had seemed lifeless at the dock, began to levitate gradually. Anti-gravity system restoring. Warp engine restoring. Detecting missing hatches, reconstructing. As the high energy ore continued to pour into the Origin core, the entire Origin warship sprang back to life. The battered screens emitted a faint glow, and the cracks appeared to heal under the soft light. Debris scattered across the floor floated back into position, as if guided by an invisible force. In less than half a stick of incense, the dilapidated bridge transformed completely. This moment, Qin Mo felt as if she were dreaming. Am I dreaming? You are not dreaming. This is the miracle of Prometheus. As the last box of high energy ore was consumed by the Origin core, the entire Prometheus-class battleship regained its former luster. The exterior hull underwent a dramatic transformation. The new hull enveloped the entire ship like a rejuvenated body, replacing the decayed rust and fragments. The damaged sections emitted a soft glow, and the breaches in the hull were gradually covered with new materials, akin to 3D printing. Witnessing the miraculous transformation of the ship, the previously mocking crowd wore expressions of utter astonishment. My goodness, is this the starship repairing itself? A miracle. This is truly a miracle. This starship is self-repairing. A self-repairing starship. Indeed, this vessel is the legendary Origin warship. The Origin warship? Is this for real? The astonishing metamorphosis unfolded before all eyes. The once shattered, nearly abandoned starship completed its transformation in under an hour. Many ship engineers immediately recognized the true identity of this vessel. The Origin warship, the legendary Origin warship. Currently, there are only 6 known Origin warships in the entire solar system, and these are primarily held by the Solar Alliance. Now, the 7th Origin warship has appeared here. As the ship continued to self-repair, Lu Jin, standing at the center of the bridge, turned to Qin Mo. Are you satisfied with this explanation? At that moment, Qin Mo was rendered speechless, her mind in a daze. After what felt like an eternity, she finally looked at Lu Jin. So, this dilapidated starship, is actually an Origin warship. As the daughter of the planetary lord, Qin Mo had heard of the legendary Origin warship, a unique treasure of the starry SEAT. This moment, a wave of joy surged within her. It turned out that Lu Jin's intention to form a fleet was not merely talk. This Origin warship was more than sufficient to serve as his capital for ascendance. Indeed, he truly lived up to his reputation. Everyone else had underestimated him, including myself. Congratulations, from this day forth, you shall be a captain. Qin Mo extended her hand. Her fervent gaze fixed on Lu Jin was a look of acknowledgement. Lu Jin smiled and clasped her hand. When it came to Qin Mo, Lu Jin knew no one could understand her better than he did. Had he not encountered the future, he would have undoubtedly accepted her invitation. Now that you possess a starship, it is time to recruit additional crew members. Interstellar navigation is not a task one can accomplish alone. That I know a few reputable headhunting firms. Would you like me to introduce them? Crew members? The moment the topic arose, a figure flashed through Lu Jin's mind. At this juncture, that person should still be at the lunar starport. With this thought, Lu Jin smiled faintly. Indeed, but I already have a suitable candidate in mind. Chapter 5. Liftoff. Welcome to the lunar port. Have you found a suitable candidate already? Upon hearing this, Qin Mo chose not to press further. With the origin warship at hand, she understood that Lu Jin had long been prepared for this moment. Her assistance might even complicate his plans. Once Qin Mo had departed, Lu Jin once again stood upon the bridge. He waved his right hand through the air, and in an instant, multiple system panels appeared before his eyes. Lu Jin swiftly scanned the various panels, and within moments, he had grasped the entirety of the starship's information. Although the Prometheus was an invaluable origin warship, in Lu Jin's eyes, its configuration barely reached that of a small battleship. The origin warship required a constant supply of rare materials to grow. Thus, Lu Jin's first destination for interstellar travel was of utmost importance. For 3 days, the Prometheus docked at the Blue Star repair port. And during this time, visitors flocked in droves, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary origin warship. It was not until the third morning that Lu Jin finally heard the ship's system prompt. Ding. Self-repair of the vessel has been completed. Current Starship hull integrity has reached 100. No Starship armor detected. Armor value is 0. No Starship shields detected. Shield value is 0. Lu Jin gazed at the system panel before him, feeling little surprise at the situation. After all, the current Prometheus was merely a small battleship. The external armor and shield core could only be equipped once the Starship reached the level of a medium battleship. Checking the energy core status. Detecting energy core status. Current energy reserve is at 45. 45% energy reserve. That Lu Jin stroked his chin, considering this reserve adequate for the Starship to reach its first interstellar destination as per his plans. After conducting the final checks, it was time to ascend. Please set your destination. Lunar starport. Every starship or spacecraft departing from the solar system must register at the lunar starport. Without registration, a starship might not even pass the Pluto outpost. Therefore, for Lu Jin to officially set sail, he must first proceed to the lunar starport for registration. Moreover, based on his past memories, there was a powerful and overlooked crew member at the lunar starport. If he could invite this person aboard, his personal safety during the upcoming interstellar journey would significantly increase. At this moment, the Starship finally completed its final inspections. Inspection complete. Everything is normal. Ready for takeoff. Sending takeoff request to Blue Star Aviation Center. Takeoff permission received. Engines starting. The dim engines began to emit a faint glow, which gradually intensified under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Heat waves concentrated at the Starship's rear, and a protective barrier rose around it. Starship at Dock N333 is preparing for takeoff. All non-essential personnel in the vicinity must quickly vacate the area. Upon hearing the announcement, everyone swiftly retreated from the takeoff zone. That it was known that if one failed to leave the area after the barrier activated, the resulting heat waves upon takeoff could easily reduce a person to mere pulp. Furthermore, the repair port would assume no responsibility for such incidents. The origin warship was about to take flight, heading to the lunar starport. What a pity. This was the first time witnessing the fabled origin warship. Yet I cannot bore to take a look. The origin warship is said to possess self-repair capabilities. It does not require our engineers. Under the gaze of many, the Starship's engines expelled tremendous heat waves. With immense thrust and the assistance of anti-gravity engines, the Prometheus began its ascent, ultimately disappearing into the horizon. Its destination was the bustling lunar starport, which dwarfed the Blue Starport in scale. The grand and magnificent lunar starport had been transformed into a port city over a century ago, with countless starships arriving daily from all corners of the galaxy. Lu Jin activated autopilot, setting the destination to lunar starport. The moment he took off, the lunar starport had already received the information. As the Prometheus approached the lunar orbit, a welcome message was transmitted to the bridge. Welcome to the lunar starport. Your docking berth is now open. Please follow the guidance to your designated port for docking. Thank you once again for choosing the lunar starport. The imposing form of the Prometheus descended into the port. As the hatch opened, Lu Jin stepped down from the starship. Looking around, he noticed the entire lunar starport was enveloped in a transparent sphere, an ecological barrier developed by the Solar Alliance. Within the ecological barrier, humans could move freely without spacesuits, as the oxygen levels and gravity on the moon had been adjusted to accommodate human activity. Thus, Lu Jin did not don his portable spacesuit and walked directly out of the starship. Esteemed Captain, welcome to the lunar starport. Do you require services such as ship repairs, crew recruitment, or tourism navigation? For just 1,000 credit points, you can have an all-knowing lunar guide. As soon as he disembarked, a woman approached him. Normally, Lu Jin would likely ignore such sales pitches from lunar guides. However, today was different. He had two primary objectives at the lunar starport: registration and finding a person. Lu Jin turned to the lunar guide and inquired directly. I'm looking for someone. Looking for someone? You've come to the right person. I'm a native of the moon, having roamed the lunar starport for many years. I could find even a fly for you. The person I seek goes by the name Yu Tiansong. Upon hearing this name, the lunar guide's expression visibly shifted. Observing this, Lu Jin was certain the guide knew the whereabouts of Yu Tiansong. Yu Tiansong? Captain, are you referring to that madman Yu Tiansong? Indeed. Do you know where he is? Captain, you may not be aware, but Yu Tiansong is quite eccentric and elusive. If you know his whereabouts, so you don't know. No, what I mean is that IT will cost more. Chapter 6. Additional payment. The 5-star veteran Yu Tiansong. Here, take these 2,000 credit points. With that, Lu Jin waved his hand, and his account immediately decreased by 2,000 credit points. The lunar guide's face lit up with enthusiasm upon seeing the additional funds in her account. Boss, you're generous. I'll take you to find Yu Tiansong right away. Following the guide, Lu Jin made his way to the heart of the lunar starport. Here, crowds from all walks of life gathered, including several distinctly unusual alien species. The guide led Lu Jin directly to the talent market of the lunar starport. The current influx of people at the market was 10 times the usual volume. After all, aside from a few privileged heirs capable of forming their own fleets, most graduates relied on their own efforts to seek acceptance into a crew. Boss, we have arrived. Coming to a halt. Lu Jin surveyed his surroundings. Almost every resting area against the walls was occupied by a group of burly men clad in simple tank tops. These rugged individuals were collectively known as temporary laborers. They possessed no skills, only raw strength. Thus, they were relegated to the most rudimentary tasks of transportation. Should fortune smile upon them, and they were selected by the fleet, they could shed the mantle of temporary laborers and proudly embrace the role of a true worker. Observing the scattered temporary laborers around him, Lu Jin couldn't help but inquire, "Is Yu Tiansong here?" Upon uttering these words, Lu Jin keenly noticed several temporary workers casting furtive glances in his direction. Oh, among these laborers, there are indeed some skilled individuals. Before long, a hoarse voice emanated from a makeshift tent constructed from tattered fabrics. Who the hell is looking for me? Don't they know it's nap time? As the voice drew nearer, a disheveled middle-aged man with bloodshot eyes and a haggard appearance came into Lu Jin's view. Seeing this man, Lu Jin's lips curled into a slight smile, as the figure before him increasingly aligned with the image in his memory. Lu Jin was certain that this was the person he had been seeking. Yu Tiansong reluctantly lifted his eyelids and directed a disdainful gaze at Lu Jin. What do you want, kid? Speak up if you have something to say. With that, Yu Tiansong impatiently scratched his ear. Observing this, the lunar tour guide discreetly distanced himself from Lu Jin. His previous assertion that Yu Tiansong was a madman was no mere jest. This individual had a notoriously volatile temperament, and a disagreement could easily escalate into violence. It is well known that the temporary laborers possess strength far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, why Yu Tiansong's reputation in this realm was built solely on his fists. At times, he was even known to lash out at those who employed him. That it can be said that unless absolutely necessary, few would willingly hire Yu Tiansong for transportation tasks. Yet, despite his infamous reputation, he somehow managed to survive in the talent market, and even the market's overseers were reluctant to provoke this living embodiment of wrath. Why Yu Tiansong? Would you consider accepting my employment and joining my crew? The moment these words left Lu Jin's lips, all the temporary laborers were taken aback. Join the crew? This young man was inviting Yu Tiansong to become a member of his crew, rather than merely offering temporary work. Even Yu Tiansong, standing opposite Lu Jin, was momentarily stunned. However, upon regaining his composure, Yu Tiansong burst into laughter. Kid, I suggest you do some digging before hiring me. My name carries weight in this talent market. Of course, the nature of that reputation differed from others. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Yu Qiansong turned to leave. Yet, gazing at his retreating figure, Lu Jin felt increasingly confident that he had not made a mistake. A temporary laborer, that was merely Yu Qiansong's current guise. Before donning the title of temporary laborer, he had held another position, that of a 5-star war general in the Solar Alliance. It is crucial to understand that a 5-star general, regardless of their fleet command skills, possesses individual combat prowess capable of facing 100 foes at once. The title of 5-star general signifies not just a rank, but a standard of humanity's pinnacle of martial might. Therefore, Lu Jin was resolute in not letting this opportunity slip away. What I say is no jest. Upon hearing this, Yu Qiansong abruptly halted his steps. He turned around to find Lu Jin's expression calm and devoid of any jesting demeanor. Which piqued Yu Qiansong's interest. He approached Lu Jin, a formidable aura emanating from him, intermingled with a trace of sinister energy extracted from a sea of corpses and blood. For an ordinary person, facing such a Yu Qiansong would surely instill fear. Yet, in his past life, Lu Jin had encountered challenges that were no less daunting than Yu Qiansong's presence. In that moment, Yu Qiansong realized that despite Lu Jin's youthful appearance, the aura surrounding him remained as steadfast as a rock. Intriguing, a flicker of curiosity ignited within Yu Qiansong regarding this enigmatic young man, and he stroked his chin, adopting a teasing tone. So, what compensation do you offer for hiring this temporary laborer? I am just a recent graduate, so I don't have any money. No money. The surrounding temporary laborers widened their eyes in disbelief. Was this young man intending to have Yu Qiansong work for free? Yu Qiansong clenched his fists, feeling as though he had been made a fool of. An intense, unnameable fury surged within him. What if I'm a student? Even if you're an animal, you can't expect to work for free. Yu Qiansong raised his fists, knuckles cracking ominously. The other temporary laborers quickly grasped the situation. This young man was about to get beaten up. That why Yu Qiansong cared not for the status of his opponent. Whether they were an octogenarian or a 3-year-old, if he was displeased, he would not hesitate to strike. But just then, Lu Jin spoke again. Though I lack funds, I possess a method to cure your affliction. You re the one who is afflicted. Yu Qiansong swung a punch at Lu Jin. Although he used less than a tenth of his strength, the impact would still be considerable given Yu Qiansong's power. However, Lu Jin's gaze was sharp, and Yu Qiansong's fist appeared as slow in his eyes, but he stepped back, easily evading the attack using the combat experience he had amassed in his memories. Seeing his assault dodged only fueled Yu Qiansong's anger. And he launched another punch. As Lu Jin dodged, he began to reason with Yu Qiansong. You often feel as if someone is whispering in your ear? Or perhaps you experience nightmares every time you sleep? At times, do you find yourself unable to control your emotions, becoming exceedingly irritable? These symptoms are not merely the aftermath of battle trauma. Chapter 7. Successful Recruitment. A fleet of 2. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Qiansong's fist froze in front of Lu Jin. During Lu Jin's discourse, Yu Qiansong had thrown 3 punches, all of which Lu Jin had deftly evaded, although Yu Qiansong had not exerted himself. His punches were not easily dodged by ordinary individuals. The crux of the matter was that all the symptoms Lu Jin had described perfectly aligned with Yu Qiansong's own. For years, Yu Qiansong's mental state had deteriorated. He frequently experienced auditory hallucinations. Nightmares plagued his sleep, and during severe episodes, he even suffered from sleepwalking. Initially, Yu Qiansong believed these were the consequences of enduring countless battles and killings in the Starry Seas, leading to mental trauma. Yet, as the symptoms intensified, he began to doubt. Perhaps this was not a mere mental affliction. Perhaps he had attracted the attention of something sinister. Yu Qiansong retracted his fists, suppressing the fury boiling within him. Why should I believe you? Over the years, countless individuals have claimed they could cure me. You young whippersnapper, what makes you think you can heal me? At this point, Yu Qiansong remained unconvinced by Lu Jin. This information could easily be uncovered with a little investigation. Thus, despite Lu Jin accurately articulating his symptoms, Yu Qiansong could not lower his guard. You may choose not to believe me, but I can assure you, you have only 1 year left to live. Why Yu Qiansong's symptoms stem from his inadvertent contact with a relic of a demon. Most cosmic beings, upon encountering anything associated with demons, become targets for their influence. Demons continuously seduce and corrupt these beings, ultimately transforming them into breeding ground for their kind. In 1 year, Yu Tiansong would be utterly transformed into a vessel for demonic birth, becoming the source of calamities for the solar system, dragging it into the abyss of war. However, Lu Jin had encountered Yu Tiansong ahead of time, granting him countless means to sever the connection between the demon and Yu Tiansong. This would not only quash the impending demonic disaster in its infancy, but also provide Lu Jin with a formidable and reliable member for his crew. 1 year, Yu Tiansong's heart sank that he was acutely aware that his symptoms were worsening and his physical condition was deteriorating. However, he had never anticipated that he had only a year left. Believe me, you can gradually return to your peak. Perhaps even surpass it. If you give up, you will merely fade away in this talent market. So, why not choose to believe me? What else do you have to lose? As these words echoed, Yu Tiansong clenched his fists, memories flooding back. Indeed, what did he have left to lose? Honor, status, wealth, he had nothing now. Perhaps, if he took a gamble, there might still be hope. With this thought, Yu Tiansong turned around, his weary and murky gaze settling on Lu Jin. You have successfully persuaded me. I will join. Yu Tiansong made his choice, opting to temporarily trust Lu Jin and become a member of his crew. The surrounding temporary laborers, along with the lunar tour guide who had accompanied Lu Jin, stared in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Lu Jin had genuinely recruited Yu Tiansong under his banner. Yet what baffled them most was why Lu Jin chose the notoriously infamous Yu Tiansong when there were many talented individuals available. Before they could process this, Yu Tiansong had already gathered his sparse belongings and followed Lu Jin out of the talent market. Their next destination was, of course, the Lunar Hall, responsible for registering fleet information. Only by obtaining a pass could Lu Jin easily depart the solar system. This very moment, the Lunar Hall resembled a bustling market, teeming with personnel for various fleets. After obtaining his queue number, Lu Jin promptly settled into a massage chair in the waiting area. Observing Lu Jin's action, Yu Tiansong unceremoniously took a seat beside him. After a brief period of silence, Yu Tiansong, eager to learn more about his newly appointed young captain, initiated a conversation. Hey kid, which academy did you graduate from? Call me Captain. Captain, Yu Tiansong felt a surge of irritation, but managed to suppress it after a moment's reflection. Ever since learning from Lu Jin that he had only a year left to live, he had become acutely aware that every outburst consumed a portion of his remaining lifespan. Once composed, Yu Tiansong continued, Captain, which academy did you attend? Blue Star Academy. A high achiever. But speaking of which, how is the crew composition of our fleet? It's simple. I'm the captain and you're the first officer. That can't be right. Yu Tiansong was taken aback by Lu Jin's reply. Just the two of them? Was this some kind of joke? Do you not understand that a starship requires at least 100 crew members to operate efficiently during interstellar travel? I understand. Then why haven't you recruited more crew members? Insufficient funds. In that instant, Yu Tiansong nearly choked on his indignation. He began to suspect that it was not he who was unwell, but rather the captain before him. Just then, an announcement echoed through the hall. Attention, holder of number 490. Please proceed immediately to counter 6 to complete your business. 490. That SUS. Lu Jin stood up first and headed towards counter 6, with Yu Tiansong reluctantly following in his wake. At counter 6, a stunning young woman gestured for Lu Jin to place his palm on the information scanner. As Lu Jin did so, his personal data was displayed for the staff to see. Lu Jin graduated from Blue Star Academy. Fleet name, Spark Fleet. Number of crew, 2. The staff member was momentarily stunned. She had encountered fleets with hundreds or even thousands of members, but this was her first encounter with a fleet comprising only 2 individuals. Sir, don't you think your crew is a bit too sparse? No, I believe it's just right. Lu Jin's response. The staff member's lips twitched slightly. Behind Lu Jin, Yu Tiansong couldn't help but facepalm. He was certain that his captain was indeed unhinged. It seemed he should take the opportunity to slip back to the talent market. He had been desperate enough to trust a fool. Just then, the staff's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at the ship-grade information. Origin battleship? Lu Jin. You are the one they speak of in whispers. Chapter 8. Targeted. An origin battleship? Yu Tiansong, standing behind Lu Jin, was momentarily dazed, questioning his own hearing. However, Lu Jin's response jolted him back to reality. If there were no other owners of an origin battleship named Lu Jin, then it had to be him. The staff's admiration for Lu Jin grew upon realizing why he deemed a 2-member crew sufficient. The origin battleship possessed an exceptionally advanced intelligence system. enabling it to operate even with a solitary pilot. Your pass has been printed. After confirming Lu Jin's identity, the pass quickly landed in his hands. Yet a multitude of questions flooded Yu Tiansong's mind. How had Lu Jin acquired an origin battleship? What capabilities did it possess? Where was the fleet headed after leaving the solar system? Before he could voice any of his inquiries, Lu Jin was abruptly confronted by a group of individuals blocking his path. 5 robust men, equipped with numerous mechanical enhancements, stood like a wall before Lu Jin. Behind them approached a young man clad in luxurious attire, his demeanor haughty. "Finally, I've been waiting for you, Lu Jin. Is there something you need?" Lu Jin recognized the man before him. He was Meng Lifeng, an heir of the Blue Star Academy and a prominent figure among the new generation of fleet commanders. In Lu Jin's recollection, Meng Lifeng epitomized the archetypal wealthy heir, believing that any problem solvable with money was trivial. Now, he had brought 5 imposing figures to block Lu Jin's way. Making his intentions clear to Lu Jin, "I'll offer you 100 million credit points for your origin battleship." Just as expected, Meng Lifeng's target was the origin battleship in Lu Jin's possession. A coveted treasure of the cosmos, a legendary starship sought after by all. Lu Jin understood that being targeted was an inevitable outcome. The other 6 owners of origin battleships in the solar system were all esteemed figures within the Solar Alliance. Compared to seizing the ship from them, Lu Jin was a far more convenient target. Yet, in response to Meng Lifeng's almost predatory approach, Lu Jin displayed no signs of fear. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Meng Lifeng. "Meng Lifeng, how about a wager? If you win, I will grant you the origin battleship as a prize. That if you lose, you owe me 100 million credit points. What do you say?" At the mention of a wager, Meng Lifeng's eyes lit up. He relished the thrill of gambling, savoring the rush of winning or losing. Naturally, he readily agreed to Lu Jin's proposition. "All right, how shall we wager?" Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Lu Jin's lips. Like the Meng Lifeng of his past memories, he was indeed a compulsive gambler. Unfortunately, once one indulges in such vices, the price must eventually be paid. Those men must be your recruited crew, right? Indeed. Then let us have your crew battle mine in a duel. A duel? Meng Lifeng glanced at his crew. Towering at 2 meters tall, heavily muscled, and equipped with various enhancements. Each of them was a battle-hardened mercenary. In contrast, he assessed Yu Tiansong, who, by all appearances, was merely an ordinary person. Weighing the odds, Meng Lifeng decisively agreed. "Certainly, just make sure you don't regret it after losing." "Perfect. There's a public arena just outside the Lunar Hall. Prepare to transfer your origin battleship to me." The public arena, designated for combat in a fixed area, was established due to the chaotic and bustling atmosphere of the lunar starport, where conflicts were inevitable to maintain order. The Solar Alliance had set up several public arenas where agreements could be signed to resolve disputes through violence, which would be recognized by the Alliance. Over the years, this facility had significantly reduced the frequency of conflicts at the lunar port. Now, after signing the wager agreement, Lu Jin and Meng Lifeng's crews stood upon the public arena. "Your management is rather ruthless. I just started my first day, and you throw me into such a situation," Yu Tiansong complained as they stood at one corner of the arena. Lu Jin, however, chose to ignore Yu Tiansong's grievance. "A few minutes should suffice. This, Yu Tiansong chuckled. This young man, certainly at confidence, wagering his origin battleship so freely. If he were in Yu Tiansong's position, he would not possess such audacity. Coming back to his senses, Yu Tiansong turned to face the mechanical mercenaries. 1 minute is enough. With that, he stepped into the center of the arena. The mechanical mercenary approached, his gaze condescending, as if looking upon a lamb destined for slaughter. "I'll make you regret standing here." "Yes, that's so." Before the match even commenced, a palpable tension filled the arena. The commotion drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. Goodness, another fight is about to break out. The genius who invented the public arena must be a mastermind. Let us hurry over before we miss the front row. Wait a minute. Isn't that Yu Tiansong up there? Yu Tiansong? It's him again. A few individuals in the crowd recognized Yu Tiansong, aware that his reputation in the lunar starport was anything but obscure. Moreover, he was a frequent participant in the public arena. That opponent looks tough. Those mechanical enhancements must cost a fortune. Now, this is interesting. Watching Yu Tiansong beat people up every day gets dull. The reputation of Yu Tiansong is rather lackluster. Should he be beaten today? It would undoubtedly make headlines. At this moment, a mechanical voice echoed from the center of the arena. Please, both contestants take your positions. The duel is about to commence. Chapter 9. One punch to victory. Life to earn, life to spend. As the countdown appeared on the public arena, the mechanical mercenary opposite Yu Qiansong entered battle mode. He raised his right hand, entirely composed of metal. The mechanical mercenary clenched his fist, and a plume of scalding steam erupted from his robotic arm. I shall send you on your way with this hand I take pride in. Ding. The countdown concluded, and the mercenary's fist sliced through the air, targeting Yu Qiansong directly. Yet in the next instant, Yu Qiansong effortlessly sidestepped the assault. With nimble footwork, he darted behind the mechanical mercenary in the blink of an eye. Bang! With a single punch, Yu Qiansong struck the mercenary in the waist. Oh, it seems you have yet to be turned into tea. That moment. The mercenary's expression contorted in agony, his features nearly twisting into a grimace. He swung a fist backward in desperation, but Yu Qiansong dodged with ease once more. Swiftly, Yu Qiansong landed a punch squarely on the mercenary's face. Bang! The mechanical mercenary staggered back, crimson blood gushing from his nostrils. Below, Meng Lifeng's expression soured immediately. Damn, you incompetent fool. Can you not even defeat a mere human? A mere human? The mercenary cursed inwardly. The man before him was anything but ordinary. His combat experience, bodily control, and strength far surpassed his own. In Yu Qiansong's presence, the mercenary felt as if he had returned to his first encounter with an adversary. Weak and helpless. Who are you exactly? Bang! In response, Yu Qiansong delivered a merciless kick to the mercenary's vital area. Despite being outfitted with numerous mechanical augmentations, most of his body remained flesh and blood. Why Yu Qiansong's decisive strike felled the mechanical mercenary to the ground, blood flowing relentlessly from his mouth and nose. The outcome was clear. The audience was left in stunned silence. They had never anticipated that Yu Qiansong would dispatch the mechanical mercenary so effortlessly. What just happened? Has the battle already concluded? This is too swift. Could it be staged? What does it matter to you whether it is real or fake? Was Yu Qiansong always this formidable? Is this truly him? At that moment, Meng Lifeng's gaze fixated on Yu Qiansong. His eyes cold and filled with malice. 100 million credit points was a substantial amount for him, and all of it was due to this seemingly unremarkable individual. Who are you, really? With your skills, you could not possibly remain unknown in this lunar starport. Before Yu Qiansong could respond to Meng Lifeng's inquiry, a young man emerged from the crowd. A badge gleaming in the sunlight adorned his chest, signifying his identity. Sun Alliance, 3-star warrior. Master, are you preparing to return to the fray? Master. The crowd erupted in a stir. This young 3-star warrior from the Sun Alliance referred to Yu Qiansong as his master. Yu Qiansong, unimpressed, casually rubbed his ear and replied impatiently, I am no longer your master. Stop calling me that. Once a master, forever a father. Without you, master, there would be no Jiang Linfei today. Enough. You've maintained this attitude for all these years. Witnessing Yu Qiansong's dismissive treatment of a 3-star warrior from the Sun Alliance, even a fool could surmise that Yu Qiansong's connection to the Sun Alliance was anything but ordinary at that moment. Yu Qiansong jumped off the arena and approached Lu Jin directly. Captain, are you satisfied with the outcome? Generally, had you landed your first punch on his face, this battle could have concluded at least 10 seconds earlier. Consider the elderly. My physical condition is not what it once was. Lu Jin chuckled and then walked straight to Meng Lifeng. He extended his hand, demanding the 100 million credit points he had rightfully won. Meng Lifeng, glancing at the fallen mechanical mercenary in the arena, wore an exceptionally grim expression. However, he did not choose to renege. Having signed the betting agreement, he had to accept the consequences of his defeat. Most crucially, a 3-star warrior from the Sun Alliance was present. It was evident that Yu Qiansong shared a close relationship with the Sun Alliance, and, at this moment, he was intricately linked to Lu Jin. If he continued to target Lu Jin, it would only jeopardize his own position. Here you go. Acknowledging the gravity of his situation, Meng Lifeng tossed a credit card to Lu Jin. Upon receiving the card, Lu Jin swiftly transferred the entire 100 million credit points into his account. His previously empty balance was instantly replenished. Now, my funds for interstellar travel are considerably more robust. Upon hearing this, Meng Lifeng's expression darkened further. He glared at Lu Jin, finally uttering, You may have the means, but you must also have the life to spend it. That is not a concern. My greatest talent lies in spending money. Watching Meng Lifeng's retreating figure, Lu Jin understood that he would not let this matter rest. Regardless of his greed for the Origin warship or his hatred for Lu Jin, neither would allow him to easily relinquish his desire for revenge. At this moment, Jiang Linfei approached Lu Jin. He had long heard of Lu Jin's exploits. Acquiring an Origin warship for 500,000 credit points was a feat worthy of being inscribed in the annals of Blue Star history. Three-star warrior of the Sun Alliance, Jiang Linfei. I am grateful to you for bringing my master out of his humble abode. If your fleet encounters any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. In the past, Jiang Linfei had invited Yu Qiansong to rejoin the Sun Alliance on numerous occasions. However, Yu Qiansong was acutely aware of his physical condition and had repeatedly declined the offers to return. Yet, neither the Sun Alliance nor Jiang Linfei could have anticipated that Lu Jin would find a way to invite Yu Qiansong to join his crew. Perhaps this young man possessed an extraordinary allure. Whether it was the Origin warship or recruiting Yu Qiansong, these two accomplishments alone were sufficient to demonstrate his exceptional nature. Jiang Linfei's goodwill, in a sense, also represented a friendly overture from the Sun Alliance towards Lu Jin. Captain, where shall we head next? As Jiang Linfei departed, Yu Qiansong turned his attention back to Lu Jin, who was smiling at the 100 million credit points in his account. With newfound funds, it was only natural to indulge in some market shopping. Chapter 10. Insectoid Armor. Millennia-old spirit race weapons. One must admit, the acquisition of 100 million credit points was entirely unforeseen within Lu Jin's plans. Initially, he intended to register the fleet information after recruiting Yu Qiansong and depart the lunar port swiftly for their next destination. Yet, Meng Lifeng had unexpectedly presented him with an opportunity. A windfall like this was not to be squandered. Arriving at the largest trading market in the lunar starport, Lu Jin had a clear objective, first heading to the energy store. Among the materials consumed for interstellar travel, energy was undoubtedly the most significant expenditure. The high energy ore Lu Jin had purchased at Blue Starport was one form of energy material. However, with newfound capital, he aimed to procure even more efficient energy resources. Boss, I'll take 10 tons of energy crystals. Absolutely. Yu Qiansong, who had been following closely behind Lu Jin, could not help but inquire upon hearing the purchase. Is 10 tons of energy crystal sufficient? If these 10 tons were to be placed on a small vessel, they would indeed last a considerable time. However, they were not piloting a mere ship, but rather a colossal starship. The energy consumption of Starship was no trifling matter. 10 tons of energy crystals will suffice. Good steel must be used on the blade. I have other essential materials to acquire with this funding. Other essential materials? Food and water? No. With only 2 crew members, they likely wouldn't require much. Armaments and ammunition? That is plausible, as interstellar travel inevitably involves various skirmishes. If they run out of ammunition at a crucial moment, they would become sitting ducks. As Yu Qiansong pondered, Lu Jin arrived at a store. The dilapidated sign, darkened shop, and assorted unidentified items scattered about like refuse caught his attention. Observing the state of this shop, Yu Qiansong couldn't help but twitch his lips. After years in the lunar starport, it was his first encounter with such a rundown establishment. This shop was located in a remote area, with scarcely any foot traffic nearby. Yet Lu Jin had pinpointed it with precision. Yu Qiansong was certain that Lu Jin was intentionally seeking out this very place. Upon entering the shop, Lu Jin's gaze scanned the assortment of unidentified objects strewn across the floor. Indeed, Lu Jin lifted a pitch-black, mysterious object from the ground. A considerable amount of dust cascaded from the surface of an unidentified object, prompting even the typically careless Yu Qiansong to furrow his brow. Yet before he could voice his inquiry, Lu Jin directly reached out, wiping away the dust from the metallic-like surface of the object. As the dust dissipated, Yu Qiansong was astonished to discover that this enigmatic item was far more complex than he had initially envisioned. Its obsidian exterior gleamed with a ceramic-like smoothness, and when lightly tapped, it emitted a sound reminiscent of metal. Most intriguingly, despite having been carelessly discarded on the ground, the surface bore no scratches or dents whatsoever. Why Yu Qiansong stepped closer to further examine the object, and memories long buried began to resurface in his mind. Could he discern what it was? Perhaps this was a test for Yu Qiansong, or perhaps it was to aid him in recalling his forgotten memories. Lu Jin refrained from revealing the true identity of the object immediately. After a meticulous inspection, Yu Qiansong was taken aback to find that the back of the object was covered in biological veins. Biological material, The texture resembled the ceramic steel used in human starships, albeit ceramic steel is a novel synthetic material. Suddenly, it dawned upon Yu Tiansong. Indeed, this object was the shell of the insectoid species. The insectoid shell. This revelation explained everything. Yet why would an insectoid shell appear in such an unremarkable shop? Before Yu Tiansong could grasp the situation, Lu Jin had already placed the insect shell back on the ground and turned his attention to another item, a colossal cannon. Etched onto the base of the cannon were a series of incomprehensible symbols. Astonishingly, there was also a laser penetrator cannon from the enigmatic spirit race. No sooner had he spoken than an elderly man emerged from the shadows. His expression was grave as he approached Lu Jin. "Young man, how do you know this is a weapon of the spirit race? Isn't it written right here?" Lu Jin pointed to the series of symbols on the base. The spirit race has always been shrouded in mystery, with scant information available about them. However, in his past life, Lu Jin had engaged with the fleet of the spirit race and had seized a wealth of information regarding them. It was precisely this knowledge that enabled him to identify the weapon. "You actually recognize the script of the spirit race that I have run this shop for many years, and you're the first to identify its origins. According to my rules, as long as you can elucidate the origins of these items, you may take them with you. So, that was the rule." In the recesses of his past memories, Lu Jin had been aware that this shop housed various rare materials. Yet he also knew that the proprietor had an eccentric disposition. Most individuals emerged from a shop empty-handed. It was no wonder they left with nothing. Without a substantial knowledge base, one could hardly discern the origins of these items. Yu Tiansong was even more astounded. He never anticipated that this seemingly dilapidated shop contained such rarities. The insectoid shell and the spirit race cannon were items that even the Solar Alliance possessed in limited quantities. After all, while insectoids were common, they were not to be trifled with, and capturing an insectoid shell would invariably exact an unimaginable cost for the spirit race. Their elusive nature and formidable strength rendered them even more formidable. Even the current Solar Alliance would not dare to claim easy victory against a spirit race force. This insectoid shell was acquired from the armored insect species, and this spirit race cannon must have been retrieved from some ruins. Though it is a weapon of the spirit race, it was manufactured millennia ago. The elder listened intently to Lu Jin's responses, his eyes growing ever brighter. He even pulled out a notebook to record everything Lu Jin shared. Meanwhile, Yu Tiansong was left in a state of astonishment. Lu Jin appeared to be no more than 20 years old, yet his knowledge surpassed even that of Yu Tiansong, a former 5-star general of the Solar Alliance. Before long, Lu Jin had packed a significant quantity of materials. The shop was left noticeably emptier after his thorough search. The remaining materials were of no interest to Lu Jin, and he saw no need to purchase them. He had no desire to frivolously spend all his recently acquired credits at once. That moment, the shopkeeper approached him directly. "Young man, today you have truly opened my eyes. Here is my contact information. Should I come across any valuable items in the future, I will reach out to you. The same rule applies. As long as you can explain the origins of the items, you may take them." The shopkeeper approached proactively. Having spent years hoping to uncover the origins of his collectibles, he never imagined that after so long, Lu Jin would clear out his shop in one fell swoop. Lu Jin hesitated not a moment, promptly exchanging contact information with the shopkeeper. After all, the shopkeeper's ability to gather such rare items, which even the Solar Alliance struggled to acquire, indicated that his connections were anything but ordinary. In the future, Lu Jin might require a plethora of unknown materials, and having multiple contacts would undoubtedly be advantageous. Subsequently, the shopkeeper arranged for several engineering transport vehicles. With these vehicles, Lu Jin could effortlessly transport all the acquired materials to his starship. Upon returning to the vicinity of the docking area, Yu Tiansong instantly recognized Lu Jin's vessel, as it was already surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Meanwhile, the guards at the lunar port were strenuously maintaining order amidst the chaos. This was the rumored Origin warship, which appeared no different from ordinary starships. This Origin warship was merely a pile of scrap iron 3 days ago. Its transformation speaks volumes about its remarkable nature. Indeed, do you comprehend the value of an Origin warship? It is a legendary vessel capable of infinite growth. Ladies and gentlemen, this warship is privately owned. Please do not crowd too closely. Just as the crowd gathered to gawk, the door of the Prometheus burst open with a resounding clang. This sudden turn of events silenced the throng. Then, from the back of the crowd, Lu Jin's voice rang out. "Could everyone please make way?" All eyes turned to Lu Jin, and they quickly realized that this young man was indeed the owner of the Origin warship, the one who had unearthed it for the price of 500,000 credits. In an instant, individuals in the crowd began offering exorbitant sums in hopes of acquiring the Prometheus. Young man, I'll offer you 1 billion credits for the transfer of this starship. 1 billion credits? Are you trying to insult me? I'll offer 100 billion credits. You dare to measure the value of an Origin warship in mere currency. I'll trade you 2 Glory-class battleships. The agitated crowd buzzed with excitement, each vying to obtain ownership of the Origin warship from Lu Jin. Yet before Lu Jin could respond, a familiar voice echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone, stand back. Jiang Lin appeared behind Lu Jin, flanked by several fully armed soldiers of the Solar Alliance. Upon witnessing this display, the previously fervent crowd immediately calmed down. It was well known that the Lunar Port Guards and the Solar Alliance soldiers were not of the same caliber. Moreover, Jiang Lin was a 3-star general of the Solar Alliance. The crowd swiftly parted, and Lu Jin glanced at Yu Tiansong, who shrugged in response, indicating that he had no part in this. I didn't notify him. I came on my own accord to lend a hand. Jiang Lin commanded his soldiers to create a wide path through the throng. The soldiers of the Solar Alliance were all heavily armed. So even if anyone wished to join the fray, they would think twice. Thank you. This is all I can do for you. Once you leave the solar system, you'll have to rely on yourself. Jiang Lin understood that the Origin warship was a hot potato in Lu Jin's hands, with countless eyes watching him. Within the solar system, protected by the Solar Alliance, no one would dare to act. However, once Lu Jin departed the solar system and lost the Alliance's protection, that would be the true test. The engineering transport vehicles, laden with a wealth of materials, entered the command bridge area. Lu Jin summoned the control panel of the Origin warship in midair, and after a series of operations, the Origin core emerged. Yu Tiansong watched intently as Lu Jin prepared to insert the insectoid shell. The moment the shell came into contact with the Origin core, it was instantly disassembled. Countless streams of light flowed into the core. Ding! Successfully detected new material. Steel armored insect shell. Ding! Material absorption complete. Analyzing material structure. Ding! Analysis complete. Ship repair speed increased by 1. Ding! Ship upgrade progress increased by 0.01. The increase in repair speed was indeed a commendable attribute. Lu Jin continued to feed various materials into the core, also placing the spirit race weapon he had acquired from the shop directly into the Origin core. Ding! Detected ship component. Spirit race laser penetrator cannon. Ding! Material absorption complete. Component structure analysis complete. Ding! Constructing new weapon. Insect penetrator missile. Ding! Upgrade progress increased to 0.05. After reviewing the ship upgrade report, Lu Jin's eyes lit up. A completely new weapon had indeed been developed, and the progress was remarkable. It appeared that his speculated strategy was indeed correct. Rapid upgrades could only be effectively achieved by consuming other ships. He invested all the gathered materials, and although the exterior of the Prometheus showed no visible changes, the internal attributes and weapon systems underwent a tremendous transformation. After docking at the lunar starport for a day, Lu Jin opened the detailed panel of the Prometheus and discovered that it had transformed entirely. Ship name, Prometheus. Ship type, small battleship. Upgrade progress, 1.05. Hull integrity, 100. Armor value, 0. Shield value, 0. Energy reserves, 100. Core configuration, first generation Origin core. Equipped weapons, spirit race laser cannon. Alien armor-piercing missiles, general equipment, biological, ceramidal armor. With 2 additional weapon systems and energy reserves at a perfect 100, Lu Jin was thoroughly satisfied. After conducting a thorough inspection and finding no discrepancies, he decisively activated the control panel, preparing for takeoff. The next destination was the Pluto outpost. Vessel G-1456 is about to take off. Please clear the launch area. In full view of the crowd, the imposing Prometheus activated its engines and swiftly departed from the lunar starport, heading directly towards the location of the Pluto outpost. Chapter 12. Pirate Secrets. Breaking out of the solar system. Arriving at the destination, the Pluto outpost, Lu Jin finally beheld this planet, renowned as the Solar Fortress. 5 space fortresses hovered in orbit around Pluto, each equipped with colossal cannons capable of easily penetrating ship armor. But on the surface of Pluto, countless detection devices constantly monitored all activities occurring in the solar frontier. As Lu Jin's ship approached the Pluto outpost, it immediately received a signal from the station. This is the Pluto outpost established by the Solar Alliance. Unfamiliar vessels, please present your ship information without hesitation. Lu Jin submitted the pass he had obtained from the lunar starport. Simultaneously, he reduced the ship's speed to a minimum. Rushing into Pluto's orbit recklessly, even with a starfighter, could result in being shredded by the terrifying firepower of the 5 space fortresses. Before long, Lu Jin received another signal from the Pluto outpost. However, this time the voice was softer and calmer. Pass verification successful. Wishing you a smooth journey through the starry seas. At that moment, the fully armed space fortresses retracted their menacing defenses. The surrounding starships in the solar frontier made way for Lu Jin's vessel, allowing the Prometheus to pass through unhindered. As Pluto's outpost gradually fell behind, Lu Jin took a deep breath. Despite having participated in numerous battles in his previous life, he still felt a twinge of anxiety at this moment. From now on, he would become a fledgling eagle leaving the nest, facing the endless starry sea alone. Just then, a familiar voice came through the public channel. "Hello, Lu Jin, can you hear me? Is that Qin Mo's voice?" Lu Jin was somewhat surprised. He had docked at Blue Starport for 3 days and lingered at the Lunar Starport for another day. He thought Qin Mo had already left the solar system with other new generation fleets. To his astonishment, he received communication from her just as he exited the solar system. Connecting to the public channel, Qin Mo's beautiful visage reappeared before Lu Jin. "Lu Jin, it's really you. Please be careful. A group of interstellar pirates has recently arrived at the solar system's borders. We're planning to band together to expand our ranks and break out of the solar system. Would you like to join us, interstellar pirates?" Lu Jin pondered, aware that numerous pirates roamed the regions surrounding the solar system. After all, new fleets departed from the solar system periodically, and to the pirates, these fleets were akin to plump lambs awaiting slaughter. Most critically, these pirates were exceptionally cunning. Despite the Solar Alliance's numerous attempts to eradicate them, they persisted like weeds, impossible to fully eliminate. Consequently, weaker fleets often opted to travel in groups. However, given the strength of Qin Mo's fleet, ordinary pirates should pose no threat to her. This meant that these pirates were likely no ordinary adversaries. Just as he contemplated this, Qin Mo began earnestly advising Lu Jin. "Although you possess an origin battleship, the pirates you face are not typical. According to the information I received, one faction among these interstellar pirates hails from the endless star sea. If you recklessly venture beyond the solar frontier, these pirates will surely target you." Understanding the origins of this group of pirates, Lu Jin quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. The endless star sea was a realm rife with both peril and opportunity, a dreamlike expanse where all voyagers, regardless of their origin or race, ultimately converged. The vast resources and countless treasures of the endless star sea had birthed numerous heroes and formidable figures. Even the pirates dwelling within it possessed considerable strength. Perhaps this was precisely why commanders of new generation fleets like Qin Mo were exercising such caution. Nearby, Yu Qiansong, overhearing their conversation, leaned back in his seat. "Pirate from the endless star sea, I don't believe a pirate faction from there would choose to raid the outer regions of the solar system. It's clear that this group of pirates is likely targeting you." "Interesting," Lu Jin mused, continuing to inquire about this group of pirates. The Crocodile Gang, comprised of 1,000 crocodilian pirates, command a single ship, an authentic medium battleship. "Lu Jin, I'll send you a coordinate. Meet us at this location. If we band together to break through the solar frontier, even those pirates will think twice before attacking our fleet." Faced with Qin Mo's invitation, Lu Jin made his choice clear. "No, I have no intention of joining." He firmly declined Qin Mo's goodwill to owe him. These interstellar pirates posed no danger. Rather, he needed a wealth of materials and components to upgrade his origin battleship. He had no qualms about allowing the ships of these pirates to become raw materials for his upgrades. After severing the communication signal, Lu Jin activated the Starship control panel and, under Yu Tiansong's watchful gaze, decisively chose to proceed at full speed. This action raised an eyebrow from Yu Tiansong. "Are you planning to confront the Crocodile Gang head-on? What is there to fear? They're not the 7 pirate kings." Upon hearing this, Yu Tiansong shook his head in disbelief. "The 7 pirate kings? Lu Jin, you're rather audacious. Each of the 7 pirate kings from the endless star sea could stand toe-to-toe with the Solar Alliance. To suggest they only cause you minor concern." However, after spending 2 days with Lu Jin, he had grown accustomed to his audacious proclamations. Just then, the radar suddenly detected the presence of a medium battleship. Its dark green hull resembled a massive crocodile lying in wait. Inside the ship, the crocodilian pirate Frank fixated intently on Lu Jin's origin battleship. The human truly did not deceive me. I have indeed encountered an origin battleship. Crew, focus! Capturing this origin battleship will provide us with the foundation to establish ourselves in the endless star sea. Pay attention and resolve this battle quickly. We must not allow those from the Solar Alliance to react. Frank's face was alight with glee. Initially, he had received word that a readily obtainable origin battleship was located in the solar system, and he had thought it was a cruel jest. Who could have imagined that the 6 origin battleships in the solar system were either in the hands of planetary lords or the Solar Alliance? Which origin battleship could be so easily taken? Yet he never anticipated that the vessel before him was an authentic origin battleship with no formidable backing. Such temptation was difficult to resist, even for the 7 pirate kings of the endless star sea. Chapter 13. Closing the door to kill. Pirates to be easily overcome. The crocodilian pirate ship accelerated rapidly. In an instant, it reached its maximum speed, at such velocity. Even if Lu Jin swiftly turned to retreat, he would be unable to escape. However, Lu Jin harbored no intention of retreating. Activating the ship's speed panel, he pushed the vessel to its utmost limit. The engines roared to life, and the ship's rear erupted with brilliant light. In the next moment, the Prometheus surged forward like a sword, charging directly towards the pirate vessel. Oh, instead of fleeing, you're coming towards me? Frank, the crocodile man, let out a hearty laugh, as if he found the audacity of his opponent laughable. According to the intelligence he had gathered, the individual piloting the origin warship was merely a fresh graduate, a mere youth devoid of any significant background. To make matters worse, the crew of the entire Starship comprised a pitiful 2 members. This origin warship was currently nothing more than a small battleship. In every conceivable aspect, his adversary was inferior to him. Thus, facing such a tempting target, Frank found it hard to conceive a reason for refusal. However, the next moment, with a resounding boom, the entire pirate starship began to shake violently. What was happening? Frank quickly regained his composure and began to assess the condition of his ship. To his astonishment, the recent attack had caused the starship's shield to plummet by a staggering 20. What on earth? Boom! Another deafening explosion rocked the ship. In the vast expanse of space, Lu Jin sat at the bridge, gazing at the pirate starship within arm's reach, and with a wave of his hand, activated the weapon systems. The ethereal race's laser cannon powered up. In an instant, a fierce and terrifying energy coalesced at the barrel. A laser shot forth like an arrow, striking directly against the pirate starship's shields. The laser detonated, and the fierce flames erupted like a massive stone dropped into a lake, sending ripples across the shield's surface. After 2 rounds of bombardment, Lu Jin's gaze fell upon the pirate starship's shields. Judging by the brightness of the shields, he easily deduced that the 2 rounds of fire had diminished over half of the enemy's shield strength. The pirate starship, on the other hand, had clearly not yet recovered from Lu Jin's assault, or perhaps they intended to capture Lu Jin's origin warship at minimal cost. Regardless of the scenario, Lu Jin now held the upper hand. He promptly adjusted the ship's heading and the cannon's direction, preparing for a 3rd round of bombardment. Just then, numerous space fighters erupted from the flanks of the pirate starship. Each fighter was manned by a group of fully armed crocodile pirate warriors. Charging towards Lu Jin's starship like a swarm of locusts, Lu Jin squinted slightly, paying no heed to the approaching fighters, and pressed the attack button. In an instant, the ethereal race's laser cannon fired again. Several beams struck the pirate starship's shields. Boom! With sparks flying, one of the lasers hit the bow of the pirate vessel. It appeared that the enemy's shield system had been breached by Lu Jin. Soon after, he heard a series of warnings echoing from within the ship. Warning: serious damage detected in compartment 2. Initiate self-repair. Warning: serious damage detected in compartment 5. Initiate self-repair. Crimson lights flooded the entire bridge. It was evident that this so-called damage was the result of the space fighters breaching the ship's hull. The crocodile pirates within those fighters had likely succeeded in boarding the starship. You, my friend, have some skill. Leave the rabble in the cabin to me, but don't falter on your end. Yu Qian-song, seated at the bridge, could no longer contain himself. He stood up and strode toward the hatch. Hearing Yu Qian-song's words, Lu Jin merely smiled faintly, then redirected his attention to the control panel. With the enemy's shield system compromised, Lu Jin no longer needed to deploy the ethereal race's laser cannon. On one hand, the cannon required cooling to prevent system overload. On the other, with the enemy's armor system destroyed, Lu Jin had better options. Launch the alien insect penetrator missiles. He pressed the launch button. The missile silos on both sides of the starship opened, and hundreds of missiles hurtled towards the pirate starship. Boomed at a series of fiery explosions engulfed the entire pirate vessel. Meanwhile, Frank, the crocodile man, was now sweating profusely. Disbelief etched across his face. Boss, our armor value is continuing to plummet. What kind of weapon is this? 3 rounds of bombardment have shattered our shields. T this rate. Our armor 1T withstand another round of missiles. What type of missile is this that I've never seen before? The alien insect penetrator missiles exploded against the pirate ship's armor, transforming into drill-like projectiles that relentlessly tore into the hull. Meanwhile, Chimo also became aware of the battle between Lu Jin and the crocodile gang. Someone is engaging the crocodile gang. Engaging? Is it the fleet from the Pluto outpost? If it were the Pluto outpost fleet, the crocodile gang wouldn't dare to engage them. It seems Lu Jin's fleet is in a confrontation with the crocodile gang. What? Lu Jin's fleet? Is he insane? Does he think he can take on the crocodile gang? Within the public channel, many of the new generation fleet captains were bewildered. How could Lu Jin presume to challenge an interstellar pirate from the endless star sea? Is he not afraid for his life? This Lu Jin truly does not understand the gravity of the situation, believing that possessing an origin warship makes him invincible. The speaker was none other than Meng Lifeng, who had once been outsmarted by Lu Jin. However, now, a smirk of schadenfreude adorned his face. Meanwhile, the Solar Alliance War general stationed at the Pluto outpost, upon hearing this news, also wore grave expressions. Absurd. The crocodile gang is not something a rookie fleet like his can contend with. What? Yu Qiansong is on board too. Immediately dispatch a fleet to the combat zone for support. I cannot accept that an origin warship and a 5-star war general could fall to a band of interstellar pirates. Both the New Generation Alliance and the Pluto outpost unanimously believe that Lu Jin could not triumph over the crocodile gang. Even the most inept of pirates who had survived the endless star sea possessed formidable combat prowess. How could Lu Jin possibly defeat them? Chapter 14. 5 minutes to conclusion. Inspecting the battlefield. Boom. Another wave of missiles descended. Frank, the crocodile man, could no longer afford to be careless. He swiftly activated all the interception cannons aboard the pirate starship. Damn, why is the firepower of such a small battleship so terrifying? Is this the power of an origin warship? I must possess it. Frank gazed at the precarious state of his shield system. His expression grim. He had not anticipated that a mere small battleship could wield such fearsome firepower. He had underestimated his opponent. But now, even if he recognized his folly, it was too late. The interception cannons managed to destroy some missiles in advance. Yet a portion still struck the pirate starship. In an instant, flames erupted. The armor of the pirate vessel began to crumble. Observing this scene, Lu Jin smiled faintly. From this point onward, every attack he made would inflict damage upon the pirate starship. The ethereal race's laser cannon activated. The alien insect penetrator missiles were launched. All fire rained down upon the hull of the pirate starship like a torrential downpour. Yet the enemy did not choose to remain idle. Even fiercer cannon fire relentlessly opened new breaches in the hull of the Prometheus. But soon, Frank realized, each time he inflicted damage upon the Prometheus, within a minute, those breaches would begin to heal. The entire starship seemed to possess a life of its own. Any injury inflicted by the pirate vessel would heal remarkably quickly. This revelation filled Frank with despair. How could he possibly win against a ship that could self-repair? Damn it, what about those boarding parties? Why is there no news at all? At this moment, Frank recalled that he had initially dispatched a group of crocodile pirates aboard space fighters to swiftly and efficiently seize control of the origin warship with minimal losses. Yet now, his ship was at its breaking point, and the enemy's vessel remained eerily silent. Surely, so many crocodile pirates cannot fail to subdue just 2 individuals. Faced with their leader's inquiry, the crocodile pirates remained silent, none daring to answer directly. They had long lost all contact with the boarding party. The only plausible explanation for their silence was that all the crocodile pirates they had sent out had been slaughtered by the enemy. The bridge doors of the Prometheus swung open. A strong stench of blood wafted into Lu Jin's nostrils as he glanced back at the entrance. Yu Qiansong, drenched in blood and visibly fatigued, approached. He cast a series of weapons onto the floor and then plopped down into his seat. It appeared he had dealt with all the pirates. However, Lu Jin observed Yu Qiansong closely. Although he was covered in blood, He bore no signs of injury. Is this the strength of a five-star war general from the Solar Alliance? It seems my choice was indeed the right one. The pirates in the cabin have been eliminated. How long will it take for you to finish on your end? In response to Yu Qiansong's inquiry, Lu Jin chose not to answer. Instead, his fingers hovered over the ship's attack system. He pressed the attack button. A new wave of assaults surged towards the pirate starship. However, this time, the pirate starship had neither shields nor armor. Faced with the assault of the Prometheus, they could only desperately defend with the ship's hull. Boom! A laser beam struck accurately at the bridge. The entire pirate starship was instantly incapacitated, reduced to a heap of floating scrap in the starry void that Yu Qiansong glanced at the time. Merely an hour had passed since the battle commenced. In just 1 hour, a medium-sized battleship had been effortlessly neutralized. It was uncertain whether to marvel at the formidable power of the Origin battleship or to be astonished by Lu Jin's formidable ship-handling skills. Even if Yu Qiansong himself had taken charge, he could not guarantee a swift resolution to the conflict within such a brief time frame. That moment, a signal from the public channel broke through. Lu Jin, how are you holding up? You must hang in there. I've brought reinforcements. The station at Pluto has also dispatched support. You must endure. Reinforcements? Yu Qiansong found this somewhat laughable. What use would they be arriving now? To clean up the battlefield? You needn't come. The crocodile gang has been entirely dealt with. What? Upon hearing Yu Qiansong's voice, Qin Mo paused, momentarily taken aback. Lu Jin has already dealt with those interstellar pirates? He has vanquished the crocodile gang? How is that possible? Aren't they interstellar pirates from the endless star sea? How could they be defeated so easily by Lu Jin? Lu Jin did not engage in further conversation with Qin Mo. His attention was wholly focused on the wreckage of the medium-sized battleship left behind by the crocodile gang. For the Prometheus, this wreck was an excellent source of evolutionary materials. Lu Jin maneuvered the starship closer to the pirate vessel. As they approached, several engineering arms extended from the ship's interior. They began dismantling the pirate starship before them, transporting the disassembled parts into the ship's internal warehouse. Beep, dismantling ship components. Beep, dismantling complete. Ship upgrade progress increased to 1:15. As Lu Jin observed the ship upgrade progress steadily rising, he could scarcely contain his elation. Indeed, to expedite the rapid upgrade of the Origin battleship, defeating and consuming other starships was the quickest and most effective method. Just then, Lu Jin noticed a multitude of ships appearing on the radar. It was clear that these vessels belonged to the new generation fleet led by Qin Mo, along with the reinforcements dispatched from the Pluto station. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they collectively questioned their own perceptions and their expectations. Lu Jin had been utterly defenseless against the onslaught of the crocodile gang. However, it now seemed that the roles of hunter and prey were rather reversed. The engineering arms of the Prometheus resembled fangs, relentlessly tearing into the pirate starship of the crocodile gang. The entire vessel had been significantly gnawed away, indicating that the battle had concluded long before their arrival. Lu Jin, may we come aboard your ship for a visit? At this point, both Qin Mo and the commanding officer from the Pluto station were incredulous. They desired to board and confirm that the Lu Jin present aboard was indeed the real one. Lu Jin readily acquiesced, opening the docking bay doors. Qin Mo led a multitude of new generation captains onto Lu Jin's starship. Even the commanders from the Pluto station boarded the Prometheus as the hatch opened. A wave of pungent bloodlust enveloped them. Before their eyes lay numerous corpses of crocodile pirates, sprawled across various compartments. With even severed space fighters visible in the corridors, the sight of such carnage within the starship compelled them to collectively gasp in shock. Upon reaching the bridge area, they beheld a blood-soaked Yu Qiansong and Lu Jin commanding the engineering arms from the control panel. Chapter 15. If you've come, do not depart. Incredibly, they had not anticipated that. After enduring such a brutal battle, neither Yu Qiansong nor Lu Jin bore any visible signs of injury or fatigue. Shuewen, have you been reassigned to the Pluto station? Yu Qiansong's gaze fell upon the warrior from the Pluto station. The moment the warrior heard his name accurately called out by Yu Qiansong, he immediately straightened his posture and saluted. Reporting my gratitude for the instructor's prior guidance, which has led to my present self. All right. You're just like that fellow, Jiang Linfei. Yu Qiansong waved his hand dismissively, then turned his attention to Qin Mo and her group. They now recognized that the Yu Qiansong before them was once a renowned 5-star general of the Solar Alliance. With a formidable reputation, coupled with his current appearance, drenched in the blood of crocodile pirates, he emanated an even more sinister air. Under Yu Qiansong's scrutinizing gaze, the inexperienced new generation captains found their breaths quickening. Observing their reactions, Yu Qiansong couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Indeed, it was Lu Jin who was the most extraordinary among them. While these young captains recoiled in fear at the sight of blood, even the notorious 7 kings of pirates from the endless star sea failed to intimidate Lu Jin. Since you are all here, why not assist us in cleaning up the bodies of these crocodile pirates in the ship's compartments? It would serve as valuable training for you. After all, the corpses and blood you will encounter in the future will be no less than what you see today. What? The new generation captains exchanged incredulous glances upon hearing this. Cleaning up the battlefield, they had been coddled to such an extent that they scarcely had to lift a finger for their own basic needs. Now, Lu Jin's crew member was asking them to clean the battlefield? Before they could voice their objections, Commander Shui, one from the Pluto station, immediately volunteered that I guarantee we will complete the task. With that, Shui began leading his soldiers to clear the battlefield. Among the new generation captains, Qin Mo stepped forward, taking the initiative to engage with the corpses and blood on the ground. Just as Yu Qiansong had stated, they would encounter far more corpses and blood in the future. Despite the overwhelming stench of blood and the horrific sight of the dead, Qin Mo suppressed her internal resistance, striving to acclimate herself to this brutal battlefield. As Qin Mo took the lead, the others, whether willingly or not, participated in the cleanup effort. Damn it, why must we help him clean the battlefield? Had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have come. Lu Jin couldn't hire more crew members. Among the gathered personnel, Meng Lifeng was also present. He gazed at the corpses of the crocodile pirates, his expression darkening. What a bunch of useless fools. Meng Lifeng had initially believed that the interstellar pirates from the endless star sea would possess some skill. He thought dealing with Lu Jin would be a piece of cake. Yet, unexpectedly, these pirates not only failed to eliminate Lu Jin, but instead became his stepping stones, just as Meng Lifeng was deep in thought. A sudden noise erupted from the adjacent hatch. The abrupt sound startled everyone. All eyes turned toward the hatch from which the noise emanated, watching as its surface began to dissolve like scales, ultimately replaced by a new material. What is happening? Beep. Ship upgrade progress reached 10. Reconstructing the origin hangar. Beep. All ship materials fully analyzed. Redesigning drone blueprint for the Fong drone. The origin hangar. Lu Jin gazed at the hangar icon that appeared on the ship's panel. His curiosity piqued. It was his first time encountering this icon. Could it be that this new feature was unlocked upon reaching 10 upgrade progress? Upon accessing the Origin Hangar functionality panel, Lu Jin's eyes brightened. Was this the formidable essence of the Origin battleship? This newly unlocked Origin Hangar was, astonishingly, an automated assembly factory for flying machines that while inputting materials. The Origin Hangar could conduct a series of processing and assembly operations based on the blueprint stored within its system. The Fong drone, which Lu Jin had just unlocked, was the powerful drone the hangar could currently manufacture. However, upon a quick survey, Lu Jin discovered that, although the Origin hangar could autonomously produce Fong drones, it could only accommodate a total of 100 drones at present. This issue would likely only be resolved once Lu Jin upgraded the Prometheus to a medium-sized battleship. Closing the hangar functionality panel, Lu Jin felt elated. Despite possessing abundant memories from his previous life, the information regarding Origin battleships was scant. He only knew that every Origin battleship he encountered possessed immense strategic value. Now, as he alone commanded an Origin battleship, he comprehended its might. Self-repair, self-upgrade, self-supply, self-manufacturing. This was the essence of the Origin battleship. Meanwhile, others began to notice that the Origin battleship they occupied was undergoing a transformation of some sort. Regrettably, as mere visitors, they lacked the necessary permissions. After thoroughly cleaning the starship, they could only retrace their steps. Once all the starships departed, Yu Qiansong resumed his seat on the bridge. All traces of blood had been washed away, and he donned a fresh set of clothing. You let them leave so easily? With a moment contemplation, it becomes evident that the pirates of the Crocodile Gang are present here because someone has leaked the information regarding Lu Jin's possession of an Origin battleship. When considering the recent conflict involving Lu Jin, it is highly probable that this assault by the Crocodile Gang is orchestrated by Meng Lifeng. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin leaned back in his chair and let out a soft chuckle. How could that be? Do you really think I summoned them to clean up the battlefield? I've already installed a signal locator on Meng Lifeng. However, now is not the opportune moment to strike. In Lu Jin's memory, after departing the solar system, Meng Lifeng swiftly seized an opportunity that allowed him to secure a foothold in the vast sea of stars. Thus, Lu Jin intends to acquire not only Meng Lifeng, but also the opportunity he obtained before completely resolving his issues with him. The fact that it enabled Meng Lifeng to establish himself in the endless star sea indicates that this opportunity is far from ordinary. Chapter 16. Pursuit. The civilizational ruins of a desolate planet. Having resolved the deal with him thoroughly, Lu Jin is determined to extract the last vestiges of value from his FO. As time passes, the new generation of fleets soon departs the solar system. The fall of the Crocodile Gang instills fear among the interstellar pirates surrounding the solar system. Lu Jin quickly discovers that Meng Lifeng's signal source has arrived in an exceedingly remote star system. This system lies off the route to the endless sea of stars, leading Lu Jin to conclude that the opportunity Meng Lifeng seeks resides within this secluded realm. Coordinates locked, preparing to activate the jump engine. Confirming the destination, Lu Jin decisively engages the jump. The speed of the Prometheus steadily escalates, soon reaching jump velocity. Whoosh! The colossal body of the Starship abruptly vanishes into the starlit expanse after a period of transition. Lu Jin finally arrives at the target star system. The core of this system, a lifeless white dwarf, symbolizes the current state of the realm. Utilizing the locator signal, Lu Jin swiftly focuses on a gray, desolate planet. He pilots the Starship closer to this gray orb, and upon entering its orbit, he begins to decelerate. As the Starship traverses the atmosphere, the true visage of the gray planet gradually comes into view. The surface of the planet is strewn with a series of dilapidated ruins, a testament to its prior civilization. Yet, it remains unclear whether this civilization migrated or was entirely obliterated. Utian expresses his lament over such circumstances, while Lu Jin remains impassive, devoid of any emotional turmoil that in the vast universe. Civilizations are born and perish with every fleeting moment. Stellar cataclysms, internal strife within races, and wars of invasion. Each reason can swiftly lead to the disintegration of a civilization. In his past life, Lu Jin has witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations. During the assimilation wars, billions of planets were annihilated daily. Thus, upon witnessing the ruins of this planet civilization, Lu Jin's resolve strengthens. He must grow more powerful enough to sway the outcome of a cosmic war. At that moment, a signal from Starship abruptly appears on the radar. After verification, Lu Jin confirms that this vessel belongs to Meng Lifeng, the Tamakusa-class battleship. Although classified as a small battleship, the Tamakusa class is considered one of the most luxurious among its kind. However, encountering Lu Jin now marks the end of its service life. Locking on, fire, before the crew aboard the enemy vessel can react. Lu Jin's cannons and missiles rain down upon Meng Lifeng's ship. In an instant, chaos erupts. The crew under Meng Lifeng's command cannot fathom how, in such a remote location, they're being pursued. Boom! A laser strikes the bridge directly. Almost simultaneously, a piercing missile impacts the engine compartment of the Tamakusa-class battleship. Now, the enemy vessel is akin to a lamb led to slaughter, wholly at the mercy of the Prometheus's onslaught. Remarkably, Lu Jin accomplishes the complete obliteration of Meng Lifeng's Tamakusa-class battleship in less than half an hour. Once he ascertains that the enemy has no means of retaliation, Lu Jin also descends to the planet's surface. The hangar doors open, and the Fanya drones swiftly emerge from within the ship. Following Lu Jin's orders, a portion of the Fanya drones begins dismantling the entire starship, while others disperse to search for any survivors and explore the surrounding terrain. As the Tamakusa-class battleship is systematically deconstructed, Lu Jin and Utian emerge fully armed from the ship. They survey the area in search of any remaining survivors, ready to interrogate anyone they find. What nonsense! Do you think anyone could have survived such relentless bombardment? At least Meng Lifeng is still alive. Lu Jin holds a signal radar in his hand, which shows that the locator on Meng Lifeng is still functioning normally. Observing the signal point on the radar, Utian expresses his surprise. Meng Lifeng is still alive. Could it be that Lu Jin knows this, which is why he so recklessly attacked this starship? At that moment, Utian peripheral vision catches a glimpse of a figure. Reacting swiftly, he draws his energy pistol before the assailant can launch a surprise attack. Whoosh! A single energy bullet accurately strikes the assailant's wrist. The assailant lets out a cry of pain and drops their weapon. Yu Qian-song rushes forward, swiftly pulling the would-be attacker from their hiding place. Lu Jin approaches to investigate and recognizes the assailant as a familiar face, a mechanical mercenary who had been following Meng Lifeng at the lunar port. Upon recognizing Lu Jin, the mercenary's expression darkens. It's evident that Lu Jin is here seeking revenge on Meng Lifeng, but the mercenary cannot fathom how Lu Jin pinpointed their coordinates with such precision. Tell me, what is Meng Lifeng doing on this planet? If you answer incorrectly, do not blame me for not giving you a chance. The cold muzzle of the gun is pressed against the mercenary's forehead. Lu Jin's finger poised on the trigger, ready to pull at any moment. Realizing Lu Jin's unwavering calm, the mechanical mercenary understands that should Lu Jin decide to pull the trigger, he would do so without hesitation. Therefore, he dares not withhold any information and hurriedly divulges everything he knows. I only know that there's a civilizational ruin on this planet. Our captain, no, that Meng Lifeng fellow, is here to search for a treasure within the ruins. A treasure? Logically, the chance of finding artifacts in such a civilizational ruin is nearly zeroed out. However, one cannot entirely rule out the possibility of overlooked items. Moreover, given its remote location on the fringes of the Star Sea, there may indeed be undiscovered treasures. Thank you for the information. After acquiring sufficient intelligence from the mercenary, Lu Jin gestures for Yu Qian-song to release him. The mechanical mercenary, incredulous, wonders if he has truly been spared. Watching the mercenary's retreating figure, Yu Qian-song casts a puzzled glance at Lu Jin, noting that this behavior is uncharacteristic of him. Indeed, in the next moment, Lu Jin raises his energy pistol and delivers a fatal shot to the mercenary. Stowing away his energy pistol, Lu Jin's gaze shifts toward a nearby hill. I will ascend to scout the surrounding area. You check for any other survivors. Receiving this command, Yu Qian-song shakes his head. Realizing he still does not fully understand his captain, Lu Jin ascends, quickly reaching a height from which he can survey the entire terrain below. Chapter 17. The Apocalypse Civilization. New Energy Apocalypse Crystals. Before him lies a relatively well-preserved and vast city ruin. The buildings and streets remain partially intact, hinting at the city's former grandeur. At the center of this massive urban ruin, a magnificent, incomplete structure captures Lu Jin's attention. Activating the signal tracking radar, Lu Jin glances at the location of the signal source. It is within the unknown building at the heart of the city. It appears that this enigmatic structure is where the treasures of the civilization reside. Lu Jin retracts the signal tracking radar and strides directly toward the city ruins. As he steps into the remnants of the city, several Fangya drones swiftly rush from behind him, quickly dispersing. Scanning the city ruins, detecting life signs, searching for energy signals. It must be said that with the Fangya drones, obtaining information has become considerably easier for Lu Jin. Soon, he acquires basic information regarding the city ruins. Just then, an alert from the Fangya drones catches his attention. Ding, detecting intense energy signal response. An energy signal response? Could it be that this city ruin has not completely collapsed? Just as Lu Jin contemplates this, the Fangya drones issue a warning. Ding, detecting a strong energy signal response approaching. Boom! In the next moment, a high-rise ruin is suddenly shattered, and a colossal figure, 2 meters tall, charges directly at Lu Jin. Reacting swiftly, he dives into the nearest cover among the wreckage. The surrounding Fangya drones swiftly regroup. Compared to ordinary drones, the Fang drone is equipped with a Gatling gun and specially designed Fang missiles, endowing it with combat capabilities that far exceed those of standard combat drones. As the Fang drones assembled, Lu Jin swiftly took control of them through a miniature computer from his concealed position. Through the drone's perspective, Lu Jin discerned the true form of a colossal figure before him. It was a creature exuding a metallic sheen, resembling a hound. The metallic hound reacted with remarkable speed, its gaze fixating on the Fang drone. In the next moment, the creature agilely maneuvered through the ruins of towering buildings like a monkey. Recognizing its intent, Lu Jin commanded the Fang drone to retreat while unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets from the Gatling gun upon a metallic hound. Flames erupted in a dazzling display as countless bullets struck the creature, momentarily hindering its movements. Upon reaching a higher vantage point, the Fang drone had already established a safe distance. Just as Lu Jin prepared to analyze the identity of the metallic hound in detail, he witnessed a startling transformation. The hound morphed into a humanoid robot. Now in its human form, the metallic hound leaped with astonishing swiftness, its claws slicing through the air to obliterate one of the Fang drones. Transformation, a dual-form mechanical being. At that moment, Lu Jin's mind raced to a particular civilization, the Apocalypse civilization, one of the most formidable mechanical life forms from the ancient cosmic era. The rise of the Apocalypse civilization was attributed to their mastery of a unique energy substance known as Apocalypse crystal. Among various documented accounts, the energy density of Apocalypse crystal ranks within the top 10 of all energy materials. Regrettably, with the disappearance of the Apocalypse civilization, this energy source vanished from the annals of stellar history. Lu Jin regarded the being before him with keen interest. Could the Apocalypse civilization still exist? As he pondered, the metallic hound launched another offensive. This time, Lu Jin chose not to show mercy. He activated the Fong missiles. In an instant, countless missiles pierced through the air like arrows, striking the metallic hound. A resounding explosion engulfed the creature in flames. When Lu Jin emerged from his cover amidst the rubble, he beheld a scattered array of metal fragments. Picking up a piece, he marveled at the intricately crafted circuitry and an unknown black liquid within, further confirming his belief that this metallic hound was indeed a member of the Apocalypse civilization. He could hardly believe that any contemporary civilization could engineer such advanced mechanical life forms. What a fortuitous discovery! Lu Jin's gaze traversed the city ruins, ultimately resting on an enigmatic structure at the center. A Fong drone landed nearby, and its robotic arm extended to collect the remains of the metallic hound. Once the remains were gathered, the drone made its way back toward the ship. Meanwhile, Lu Jin continued to approach the unknown building. Along the way, he frequently encountered the corpses of Apocalypse beings, surrounded by numerous signs of battle and the bodies of crew members clad in uniform. Soldiers under Meng Lifeng's command that a mere glance was all it took for Lu Jin to step past these remains. At last, he arrived at the foot of the mysterious edifice. Observing the towering structure before him, Lu Jin gestured, and a Fong drone surged into the interior. Through the drone's lens, he witnessed a scene far more harrowing than the scattered remains outside. With a thunderous boom, Lu Jin's attention was drawn to a more imposing figure. Encased in heavy metal, the Apocalypse being resembled a knight in full armor. Invader, the armored knight bellowed, swinging a massive sword that sent debris flying. In an instant, dozens of fully armed combatants were hurled aside. Yet, Meng Lifeng's silhouette appeared in the drone's view. He bore a rocket launcher on his shoulder and, aiming at the Apocalypse Knight, decisively pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A rocket shot toward the armored being. Reacting swiftly, the knight split his sword, revealing a black barrel within. Boom! The internal gun discharged, causing the rocket to explode mid-air. Clearly, Meng Lifeng would not have fired unless the rocket was anything but ordinary. With a deafening roar, the rocket transformed into a billowing cloud of fire, engulfing the knight and the surrounding area. The ensuing shockwave made the entire building tremble. Chapter 18. The Secret of Civilizational Annihilation. The void insectoid. Damn, these metallic beasts seem endless. As the flames subsided, only shattered corpses remained on the ground. Meng Lifeng merely glanced around, urging his crew to press on without allowing them a moment's respite. The hired crew, feeling the weight of Meng Lifeng's demands, dared not voice their discontent. They had anticipated facing mere star pirates under the command of a new generation captain like Meng Lifeng. Little did they know that upon leaving the solar system, Meng Lifeng would head straight for this desolate planet, which harbored such formidable mechanical life forms. Their numbers had already dwindled by over half since their arrival, leaving them uncertain of their safe exit from this place. Meanwhile, Lu Jin, positioned at the periphery, observed everything unfolding within the interior through the Fong drone's perspective. The closer he approached the core, the greater the number of Apocalypse beings he encountered. Unlike those in the city ruins, the beings within the structure exhibited superior combat prowess, adorned with various weapons bearing the insignia of the Apocalypse civilization. This further validated Lu Jin's suspicions. The intact building before him must house something of utmost significance from the Apocalypse civilization. Based on information from his previous life, Lu Jin knew that the two most crucial items of the Apocalypse civilization were the formula for Apocalypse crystal and the cosmic treasure capable of creating Apocalypse beings, known as the Apocalypse seed. Either of these would be invaluable to Lu Jin. With this thought in mind, he advanced toward the building's core. As he delved deeper, he encountered an increasing number of remains of Apocalypse beings. Some lay in beast-like poses, howling at the sky, while others stood upright, swords in hand, their expressions solemn. The remains displayed a variety of postures and facial expressions, yet all shared one commonality: They emitted no energy fluctuations. Observing the thousands of remains around him, Lu Jin felt a twinge of melancholy. If these apocalypse beings were to revive, they would constitute an immense force, regrettably, just as a human heart ceases to beat, resulting in death. The apocalypse beings, too, perish upon losing their energy supply. Before their demise, they erase all memories, preventing their bodies from falling into enemy hands. Consequently, even if reactivated, these beings would lack their original souls, reduced to mere infants of the apocalypse civilization. Ding, weak energy fluctuation detected. Just as Lu Jin prepared to depart, the Fong drone detected an exceedingly faint energy fluctuation. Is there still a surviving apocalypse being? Lu Jin examined the intensity of the energy fluctuation, noting its extreme weakness, nearly imperceptible. This indicated that the being was on the brink of death. Following the signal coordinates provided by the Fong drone, Lu Jin swiftly located the ailing apocalypse being. There he found its massive mechanical form slumped against a wall, half of its body missing, with black, viscous blood oozing from exposed conduits. Lu Jin maneuvered a Fong drone closer. But even as it approached, the apocalypse being exhibited no reaction. This moment, a spark of realization ignited in Lu Jin's mind. Such an opportunity was truly rare. Most mechanical beings would erase their data and memories before death to prevent enemies from extracting information from their remains. However, the being before him was in a semi-conscious state. This meant that if Lu Jin were fortunate enough, he might extract its stored memories before it fully succumbed. Perhaps he could unravel the mystery behind the disappearance of the apocalypse civilization, or gain insights into the synthesis of apocalypse crystal. Regardless of which memory he could access, it would be an immensely valuable treasure for Lu Jin. Faced with this potential trove of memories, Lu Jin could not afford to delay. He immediately maneuvered the Fong drone, using its internally configured mechanical arm to sever the skull of the apocalypse bio. Upon locating the hardware section storing the memories, Lu Jin promptly produced a data cable and connected it to the microcomputer, breaching the internal firewall of the apocalypse bio to extract the stored memories. A torrent of data surged into the microcomputer. Lu Jin's eyes sparkled with intensity, downloading historical data of apocalypse bio, extracting information on the apocalypse crystals, analyzing biological data of apocalypse bio. At that moment, a term he was all too familiar with appeared on the microcomputer screen: the void insectoid. Could the downfall of the apocalypse civilization possibly be connected to the void insectoid? How could that be? Wasn't the void insectoid supposed to emerge en masse only during the assimilation war a year later? Just as Lu Jin pondered this, a warning alert suddenly popped up on the microcomputer screen. Warning, biological signal lost. Upon seeing this alert, Lu Jin decisively disconnected the data cable. The apocalypse bio had finally met its true demise. Regrettably, Lu Jin had not completely grasped all the information regarding the apocalypse civilization. However, he was a content individual. The unexpected acquisition of such extensive intelligence was already a commendable outcome, at the very least. He now understood what treasures resided within this structure. The treasure safeguarded within this edifice was none other than the origin of the apocalypse civilization. The apocalypse seed, like the origin warship, the origins of the apocalypse seed were shrouded in mystery. Yet, one thing was certain. Both the apocalypse seed and the origin warship were cosmic treasures. It was rumored that the apocalypse seed autonomously absorbed surrounding energy, and once a certain threshold was reached, it could give rise to a substance known as the seed source. The seed source could bestow a soul upon mechanical life, rendering it distinct from other mechanical beings. This was indeed the genesis of the apocalypse civilization. During its zenith, the apocalypse civilization possessed a total of 100 apocalypse seeds. However, at some point, the void insectoid invaded, devouring 99 of the apocalypse seeds and draining the planet of its potential. Lu Jin was not surprised by this outcome. Rather, he admired the apocalypse civilization even more for retaining one apocalypse seed in the face of the void insectoid invasion. Calculating the time in his mind, he surmised that Meng Lifeng should have arrived at the seed storage area by now. With this in mind, it was time to reap the rewards. Chapter 19. The Mantis Catches the Cicada. The Ultimate Victor. Meanwhile, in the core area where the apocalypse seeds were stored, Meng Lifeng gasped for breath, wiping the sweat from his brow. His gaze swept over the numerous crew members behind him, noting the countless casualties they had suffered, with even their equipment in tatters. Surrounding these crew members were several colossal apocalypse bios, resembling fortresses, lying in various postures upon the ground. It was finally over. From the wild apocalypse bio, standing merely around 2 meters in height, to the fully armored apocalypse knight within the structure, towering at around 3 meters, to the core area of the seed, where even 5-meter tall, heavily armed apocalypse bios emerged. Meng Lifeng's crew had dwindled to less than a tenth of their original number by the time they reached this point. Yet, when Meng Lifeng beheld the apocalypse seed, resembling a crystalline treasure that emitted a gentle radiance, his eyes gleamed with avarice. The apocalypse seed was finally mine. With each step closer, Meng Lifeng's mind began to envision the scenarios of utilizing the apocalypse seed. As long as he possessed enough energy, he could continuously charge the apocalypse seed, thereby generating a multitude of seed sources. With a substantial number of seed sources at his disposal, he could create an apocalypse legion solely loyal to him. He had already witnessed the combat prowess of these apocalypse bios, and thus, Meng Lifeng harbored absolute confidence in his envisioned apocalypse legion. Just then, a crew member's voice rang out behind him, "Be careful." The next moment, a shadow loomed overhead. Meng Lifeng looked up, only to find a Fong drone hovering above him. Before he could react, 2 Gatling guns extended from the underside of the drone. This is bad. In an instant, flames erupted, a torrent of bullets rained down upon Meng Lifeng. The crew members, witnessing this scene, widened their eyes in horror. Damn it! What is this drone? It's a model I've never seen before. Could it be a defense mechanism of this structure? How are we supposed to fight against it? At this point, every crew member was utterly exhausted. Even the ammunition in their weapons had been depleted during the relentless battles. It could be said that they had reached the end of their strength. It was precisely seizing this opportunity that allowed Lu Jin to utilize the Fong drone to inflict such devastating damage. After all, while the firepower of the Fong drone was certainly more formidable than that of ordinary drones, Meng Lifeng, as a wealthy second-generation heir, also equipped his crew members with top-notch weaponry. Otherwise, they would not have been able to reach this point amidst the overwhelming encirclement of the apocalypse bios. Just as Lu Jin had anticipated, after a barrage from the Fong drone, Meng Lifeng's figure gradually emerged from the smoke that he crouched on the ground, surrounded by an energy shield that deflected all attacks from the Fong drone. Meng Lifeng's gaze was icy as he scanned the crew members, ultimately landing on Lu Jin. What are you doing here? It dawned on Meng Lifeng that he had been tracked. Otherwise, there was no way a regular person's course could lead them to this planet. The only possibility was that Lu Jin had followed him here. Realizing this, Meng Lifeng immediately began to search himself. Soon, he discovered the signal transmitter that Lu Jin had placed on him. This transmitter was not particularly discreet. It could be easily found with a quick search. Yet, Meng Lifeng had never anticipated that someone would tamper with him. With a snap, Meng Lifeng crushed the transmitter. His gaze turned frigid, darting back and forth between Lu Jin and himself. Although he had numerous crew members and sophisticated equipment on his side, after enduring various battles, his crew was already at their limit. The ammunition for their advanced equipment had likely been nearly exhausted. Meanwhile, Lu Jin possessed a plethora of powerful drones. Most crucially, Meng Lifeng could not identify the models of these drones and was unaware of their specific capabilities. No matter how he looked at it, his chances of victory were slim. Damn it. It was so close. I was just a step away from acquiring an invincible legion. At this moment, Meng Lifeng's animosity towards Lu Jin reached unprecedented heights. However, he understood that he could not allow this hatred to manifest on his face. Lu Jin, you've tracked me all the way to this desolate planet. What is your purpose? Is it for money? If so, I can offer you a handsome sum of credit points. You must know that I am the heir of the Shinnong Medical Group. Killing me would bring you no benefit. Now, Meng Lifeng could only rely on words to buy time. As he spoke, he continuously sent signals to his ship. As long as he could hold on until his ship arrived, he would still have a glimmer of hope for a comeback. Just then, a video communication signal from his ship suddenly popped up before Meng Lifeng. Looking at the video communication signal, an ominous premonition surged within him. He answered the call, and before him appeared the all-too-familiar face of Yu Tiansong. With a mocking expression, Yu Tiansong arrogantly dug at his ear. Stop sending signals to your ship. It's probably already turned into a pile of scrap metal. And no matter how many signals you send, they won't receive them. With that, Yu Tiansong abruptly ended the video call. Upon hearing this news, Meng Lifeng felt as if his strength had been drained. His ship was gone. How was he to leave this place? Ultimately, his gaze fell upon Lu Jin. Kill him, The only way to escape now was to eliminate Lu Jin and seize his ship. With this thought, Meng Lifeng's eyes turned red. Listen to my command. Before he could finish a sentence, Lu Jin decisively activated the Fong drone. In an instant, a torrential downpour of bullets rained down upon Meng Lifeng and his crew. The already exhausted crew members fell like wheat under the assault of the bullets. As Meng Lifeng watched the bullets incessantly strike the energy shield, he realized its durability was rapidly diminishing. Anguish filled his eyes. Damn it! It was so close. His gaze fell upon the apocalypse seed. Meng Lifeng reached out, attempting to grasp the apocalypse seed. Yet he perhaps forgot that the entire apocalypse seed was already brimming with energy. The only result of recklessly touching a high-energy object was one. Chapter 20. The Yellow Sparrow in the Back. The giant devourer. Ding experiencing severe energy impact. In an instant, Meng Lifeng's energy shield shattered. The apocalypse seed erupted like a burning star, releasing a torrent of intense energy. Pain radiated from his fingertips as Meng Lifeng realized that his palm had turned pitch black. The energy released by the apocalypse seed had directly incinerated his right hand into charred remains. Before Meng Lifeng could emit a scream, countless bullets pierced through his body. Without the protective capability of shield, he was ultimately just a mortal being. Witnessing Meng Lifeng's fall, Lu Jin stepped forward and seized his energy pistol. Bang! Lu Jin decisively fired another shot into his head. After the deed was done, Lu Jin's gaze shifted to the apocalyptic spark before him. However, in stark contrast to the reckless Meng Lifeng, Lu Jin exhibited a much greater caution. He chose not to approach recklessly, but instead summoned a Fong drone. The Fong drone extended two metallic mechanical arms, each terminating in a metallic box. As the box approached the apocalyptic spark, it suddenly began to reshape and expand. In the blink of an eye, the metallic box transformed into a cage that enveloped the apocalyptic spark. Subsequently, the metallic box began to contract and reshape once more. When it had completely encased the apocalyptic spark, Lu Jin held the box in the palm of his hand. That moment, the apocalyptic spark was entirely isolated. It could no longer absorb energy from the outside world, nor could it release energy outward. Truly, one object subdued another. Lu Jin gazed at the metallic box in his hand. The material used was no ordinary metal. This special metal was harvested from those apocalyptic beings he had encountered. The apocalyptic spark created these beings, and the bodies of the apocalyptic beings were the perfect material to contain the apocalyptic spark. This led Lu Jin to once again marvel at the wonders of the universe. With the apocalyptic spark secured, Lu Jin even collected all the remnants of the apocalyptic beings, for the materials and structures of these beings would provide ample research opportunities. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Ultimately, I shall be the victor. As Lu Jin stepped out of the building, the ground beneath him began to tremble. Sensing something amiss, Lu Jin immediately turned his gaze back toward the building. What could be happening? Was there some mechanism inside that had yet to be triggered? Just as Lu Jin hesitated, the tremors intensified, and the entire city ruins began to crumble under the vibrations. Seeing this, Lu Jin abandoned his contemplation of the earthquake's cause and hurriedly made his way toward the ship. The moment he boarded, he couldn't help but glance back that a massive fissure had suddenly opened in the ruins of the city, swallowing the building that housed the apocalyptic spark. After devouring half of the city ruins, the fissure showed no signs of stopping. It seemed to possess a consciousness, rapidly advancing toward Lu Jin's position. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Lu Jin dashed back into the ship's bridge. This was absolutely abnormal. The earthquake's destruction had spread throughout the entire city ruins. Such a terrifying and sudden quake could not simply be attributed to natural disasters. If this planet had always harbored such catastrophic seismic activity, the city ruins could not possibly remain so intact. Thus, Lu Jin surmised that something must have triggered it, likely connected to his removal of the apocalyptic spark. Upon entering the bridge, Lu Jin's eyes immediately fell upon Yu Tiansong, who stood before the ship's data panel with a grave expression. Hearing the commotion behind him, Yu Tiansong quickly turned to face Lu Jin. Upon seeing him unscathed, Yu Tiansong let out a sigh of relief. I thought you might not return. Just 10 minutes prior, the geological data of the planet had become exceedingly anomalous. The geological activity reached an extraordinarily irregular frequency. Most critically, the ship's radar detected a biological heat source located 10,000 meters underground, A biological heat source. Was there life at such depths beneath the planet? An image flashed in Lu Jin's mind. The void insectoid. Could it be that the void insectoid that once devastated this planet had not yet departed? Regardless, Lu Jin knew that he must swiftly leave the planet's surface. He activated the ship's engines, and the Prometheus roared to life. At that moment, the radar indicated that a colossal entity was rapidly approaching their vessel. The ship soared into the sky. Just as they breached the atmosphere, Lu Jin and Yu Qinsong witnessed a massive maw erupting from the ground. Following that, dark scales emerged upon the planet's surface. Its serpentine form instantly ravaged the gray world below. Even after the ship had completely escaped the planet, they could still see the silhouette of the immense creature. What manner of beast was this? Even the seasoned Yu Qinsong was taken aback by the sheer size of this monster. In its presence, a planet appeared as mere child's play, as Lu Jin regarded the creature on the surface. His eyes narrowed, and he spoke the true identity of a monster. The Great Devourer. The Great Devourer. Insectoids. Yu Qinsong cast a glance at the terrifyingly large creature. This was entirely different from the insectoids he had encountered. How could this be? The largest insectoid I have faced was no bigger than a spaceship. This great devourer's diameter likely exceeds that of this planet. The insectoids I have met were nothing so fearsome. In response to Yu Qinsong's confusion, Lu Jin navigated the ship while explaining, insectoids are categorized into two types. One is the void insectoid, and the other is the ordinary insectoid. Most of the insectoids roaming the universe today are ordinary ones. True void insectoids will not appear in the public eye for another year. Compared to ordinary insectoids, the void insectoids possess greater variety and destructive power. Take, for example, the Great Devourer before us, although it is in its juvenile state. Its length already surpasses that of a planet's diameter. Once it matures, it could effortlessly consume an entire planet. This is the terrifying nature of the void insectoids. Sometimes, I wonder if the ordinary insectoids are merely baits set by the void insectoids to conceal their true power. At that moment, the Great Devourer on the planet's surface seemed to have noticed the Prometheus. Its actions abruptly halted, and its gaze fell upon the ship. Chapter 21. Ultimate Overload. This shot pierces the stars. In Yu Qinsong's astonished gaze, the Great Devourer opened its gaping maw. Rows of razor-sharp teeth, reminiscent of a meat grinder, charged directly toward the Prometheus. Upon witnessing this, Lu Jin remained composed and resolutely activated the engines. Full speed ahead. The engines roared as all energy was funneled into the Starship's body. The vessel accelerated with utmost speed, distancing itself from the Great Devourer. Yet the creature seemed to bear an ancient grudge against Lu Jin, relentlessly pursuing them as it broke free from the planet's surface. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Lu Jin immediately thought of the apocalyptic spark he had just obtained. Could it be that this was the reason for the creature's relentless pursuit? So far, this was the only plausible explanation. The building's purpose was not only to guard the apocalyptic spark, but likely also to shield energy fluctuations. Once he extracted the apocalyptic spark from the structure, the energy it emitted would have alerted the dormant Great Devourer beneath the surface. Thus, it awakened and launched an attack. What should we do next? Even the battle-hardened Yu Qinsong was momentarily flustered as he faced the approaching gaping maw. The Starship, despite its massive size, appeared minuscule compared to the Great Devourer, the creature. The entire vessel was no more significant than a snack. Meanwhile, Lu Jin calmly maneuvered the ship, striving to maintain distance from the Great Devourer. He then rose from the control panel. Why Yu Qinsong? You take over the ship's controls from here. Me. At such a critical moment, Lu Jin was entrusting the control of the ship to him. Before Yu Qinsong could react, Lu Jin had already left the bridge. Staring at the increasingly close Great Devourer, Yu Qinsong's eyes widened as he hastily took over the ship's control systems, watching the enormous silhouette on the radar drawing near. Beads of sweat began to form on Yu Qinsong's forehead. Damn it, how do we escape from such a monstrous creature? Where has Lu Jin run off at a time like this? After leaving the bridge, Lu Jin made his way to the 6th engineering compartment, where the Spirit Clan's laser cannon was located. Gazing at the Spirit Clan's laser cannon before him, Lu Jin withdrew a multi-functional wrench from his waist. Though he was unsure how Ming Li Feng had managed to evade the pursuing Great Devourer in his past life, Lu Jin had no time to follow in his footsteps. He retrieved the apocalyptic spark he had just acquired and opened the ammunition chamber of the Spirit Clan's laser cannon. A glint of madness in his eyes cut the power supply. install the apocalyptic spark, connect the circuits, and adjust the energy extraction efficiency. Under Lu Jin's relentless modifications, the internal structure of the Spirit Clan's laser cannon underwent a dramatic transformation. Ordinary weaponry would feel utterly futile against the Great Devourer, akin to mere tickling. Only a planet-destroying weapon could pose a genuine threat. Therefore, Lu Jin had modified the Spirit Clan's laser cannon to unleash all the energy contained within the apocalyptic spark in one powerful blast. The energy accumulated within the apocalyptic spark was sufficient to reach planet-destroying levels. However, Lu Jin was acutely aware of the consequences. They would have only one chance. Moreover, at the moment of firing, their ship would suffer immense damage. For any ordinary vessel, this would be a mutually destructive strategy. However, the ship under Lu Jin's feet was no ordinary vessel. It was an origin battleship capable of self-repair. Returning to the bridge, Yu Tiansong, who was controlling the ship, was drenched in sweat. To create distance between the starship and the devouring insect, Yu Tiansong had employed nearly all of his experience. Yet, even so, it merely delayed the inevitable. Lu Jin, where have you been? At such a critical moment of life and death, the Captain Lu Jin had inexplicably vanished, which infuriated Yu Tiansong. However, when confronted by Yu Tiansong's inquiry, Lu Jin simply instructed him to step aside and took control of the ship's systems once more. Starting up turret number 6. On the deck, the modified Spirit Race laser cannon gradually aimed at the devouring insect behind the ship. Lu Jin did not launch an attack immediately. The opportunity was singular. He had to seize it. Target locked. Charging commenced. Ding, turret number 6 is charging. Seeing the operation interface indicate that the Spirit Race laser cannon was charging, Yu Tiansong was filled with confusion. Previously, he had already attacked the devouring insect. Yet, whether it was the Spirit Race laser cannon or the alien armor-piercing missiles, the assaults on the devouring insect seemed as ineffective as mere tickling. Now, Lu Jin was initiating the charging system for the Spirit Race laser cannon. Was this not a futile effort? But soon, Yu Tiansong realized that the Spirit Race laser cannon was not as simplistic as he had imagined. Ding, charging progress reached 200. Ding, charging progress reached 500. Warning, charging overload reached 800. Warning, charging overload reached 1,000. A crimson warning flashed before Lu Jin. Yet, he seemed oblivious, continuing with the charging. The entire starship began to tremble, as if a primordial force within was on the verge of eruption. This terrifying power made Yu Tiansong's heart race. What had Lu Jin done? Why was the ship harboring such formidable energy? At that moment, Lu Jin spoke again that if you do not wish to be thrown out shortly, you should quickly return to your seat. Upon hearing this, Yu Tiansong dared not ask further questions. Even if he did not trust Lu Jin, sensing the overwhelming energy fluctuations, he should recognize that something monumental was about to occur. Warning, energy at critical overload. Please release immediately. The instant this warning appeared, Lu Jin's gaze fell upon the radar. The devouring insect seemed to sense the threat emanating from the starship's turret, and its speed began to slow. But by then, it was already too late for it to flee. Fire! Lu Jin elegantly pressed the launch button. In an instant, a dazzling beam pierced through the devouring insect's body like a spear. The beam did not cease upon penetrating its form. It continued onward until it struck the surface of the planet Apocalypse. Immediately, a burst of flames erupted on the surface of Apocalypse. The flames expanded rapidly, soon engulfing half of the planet's area. A massive shockwave sweeping across the planet's surface. The devouring insect's body was left with a gaping wound. The once mighty devouring insect writhed in agony under this fatal blow. In a short while, its movements ceased, transforming into a colossal corpse amidst the starry sky. Chapter 22. The Hunting Dragon Tribe. Exquisite dragon scales. Time passed, and Lu Jin felt a sensation touching his cheek. Instinctively, he swatted away the unfamiliar hand. That moment, Lu Jin felt a wave of dizziness. He only recalled the intense recoil that had surged through the entire starship at the moment of firing. He was uncertain whether the devouring insect had been vanquished. Oh, this human is still alive? Shirya, one must not be disrespectful to a warrior. It is truly hard to believe that such a diminutive human could slay a void insect race. Such a warrior is indeed admirable. Hearing the voices nearby, Lu Jin furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. As his vision gradually cleared, he was greeted by the sight of a dragon with snow-white scales. Surrounding this white dragon were two other dragons. one of which was even more robust, adorned with coarse brown scales. Upon noticing Lu Jin's awakening, the three dragons focused their gazes on him. He has awakened. What shall we do next? Why not provide him with some supplies and depart? He likely cannot comprehend our language. This may be the safest course of action, just as the three dragons contemplated placing the supplies. Lu Jin's foggy mind began to clear. He instantly recognized that the three dragons before him were the renowned hunting dragon tribe, known as the Sea Hunters. It was said that these dragons traversed the starry sea, possessing various miraculous abilities, including space tearing. Among the myriad races of the starry sea, they were undoubtedly a formidable lineage. However, due to their overwhelming strength, their attitude towards other races was often one of disdain. Only those warriors of exceptional prowess could gain their recognition. Thank you. Lu Jin expressed his gratitude in the dragon tongue before the hunting dragons. Upon hearing Lu Jin speak their language, the three dragons were taken aback. This human could speak their race's tongue. It was unexpected that this warrior possessed knowledge of dragon speech. Shirya, if you could learn from this warrior, you would not be so weak. Lu Jin's gaze fell upon the white hunting dragon. A closer look revealed that this dragon was smaller and bore smoother scales compared to the other two. The hunting dragons valued strength above all. Without sufficient power, one could not attain status within the tribe. Clearly, this white dragon was a prime example of that. That moment. The largest of the hunting dragons fixed its gaze on Lu Jin. Warrior, as a human, you have slain a void insect. I hold you in high regard. However, I have a small request. May I purchase the corpse of this void insect? The corpse of the devouring insect? It is dead? Lu Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet he soon recalled that even if he had not slain the devouring insect himself, it would inevitably encounter the hunting dragon tribe and ultimately become their sustenance. Perhaps this was the very reason Meng Li Feng had managed to escape in his past life. That, of course, no problem. The corpse of the devouring insect held little significance for Lu Jin. However, if he could exchange it for the goodwill of the hunting dragon tribe, it would be an exceedingly worthwhile transaction. Upon receiving Lu Jin's consent, the leading hunting dragon rose to its feet. With a swift flap of its wings, it soared towards the ceiling. Upon contact with the ceiling, the hunting dragon's form passed through the ship. Space-time traversal. Was this the power of the hunting dragons? Once back in the starry void, the hunting dragons swiftly expanded in size, soon surpassing even the Starship. This was the true form of the hunting dragon. The previous eyes was merely a transformation for ease of entering the Starship. The ever-changing, altering bodily structure was indeed the hunting dragon's forte. After the three hunting dragons departed, Lu Jin stood from his seat. He first approached Yu Tiansong, who lay unconscious, and shook him awake. Upon regaining consciousness, Yu Tiansong rubbed his head in confusion. Am I still alive? Yu Tiansong appeared bewildered. After confirming that Yu Tiansong was unharmed, Lu Jin returned to his seat. He accessed the ship's panel and began to assess the damage sustained by the vessel. After a thorough inspection, Lu Jin was astonished to discover that the ship had sustained a damage level of 40. Ding, detecting severe damage to the ship, initiating self-repair. Ding, estimated complete repair time, 23 hours. Observing the repair time required, Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was an Origin battleship capable of self-repair. Had it been an ordinary ship, such a level of damage would have rendered it utterly incapacitated. After confirming that the Origin battleship could continue functioning, Lu Jin left the bridge and made his way directly to the 6th Engineering Bay. Unlike the bridge, which remained intact, the 6th Engineering Bay had suffered catastrophic damage. The blackened Spirit Race laser cannon's muzzle had completely vanished, leaving only a half-destroyed turret. The walls of the 6th Engineering Bay had also been obliterated. Through the gaping hole, Lu Jin could see the hunting dragon tribe feasting on the devouring insect before them. The enormous body of the devouring insect was more than enough to satisfy the hunting needs of the hunting dragons. Lu Jin merely glanced at the scene before retrieving his familiar multi-functional wrench. That he opened the energy supply core of the turret and found the Apocalypse Ember lying quietly within. Lu Jin opened the metal box to check the condition of the Apocalypse Ember. It appeared dim and lifeless, resembling a nearly extinguished lamp. Upon opening the metal box, Lu Jin could distinctly feel the surrounding energy being voraciously absorbed by the Apocalypse Ember. Realizing this, Lu Jin quickly sealed the Apocalypse Ember again. Now was not the time for it to absorb energy. The Origin battleship's self-repair also demanded a substantial energy supply. If all energy were absorbed by the Genesis Fire Seed, What would the Origin warship rely on for self-repair? Just as Lu Jin retracted the Genesis fire seed, the familiar white hunter star dragon approached in his direction. Moments later, her petite form landed before him, bringing with her a box. "Warrior, these are the items my father instructed me to deliver to you." As she spoke, she opened the box. Instantly, a multitude of palm-sized scales, shimmering like gems, appeared before Lu Jin's eyes. Chapter 23. Temporary crew member Sharia. Upgrade options. It was indeed the scales of the Star Dragon. As the name implies, Star Dragon scales are shed during the growth of the Hunter Star Dragon. These scales are among the most precious biological materials in the starry seas. It is known that Hunter Star Dragons spend their lives hunting various prey imbued with immense energy. Only through this can they sustain their formidable forms. Naturally, the dragon scales they possess are brimming with boundless energy. Lu Jin picked up one scale, its surface rough yet exceedingly hard. Upon closer inspection, he could discern the flow of energy within in the marketplace of the solar system. A single Star Dragon scale is valued at no less than 1,000,000 credit points. Now, the box before Lu Jin was filled with scales of various hues. This was more than sufficient. Lu Jin was acutely aware that had he not slain the Devourer and gained the favor of the Hunter Star Dragon clan, the proud Hunter Star Dragon would likely have had no desire to even communicate with him. As Sharia saw Lu Jin accept the Star Dragon scales, she moved closer to him. "Warrior, I have a small request." Given the presence of this Hunter Star Dragon before him, Lu Jin was reluctant to refuse. After he consented, Sharia transformed into her human form and stood before him. This sight, an ominous premonition washed over Lu Jin. "Warrior, could you hire me as your crew member? I am far too weak within my clan, and I wish to accompany you to gain experience." To have a powerful Hunter Star Dragon wish to become his crew member, Lu Jin found this utterly absurd. "What does your father say?" He hesitated to hire Sharia, for he knew he could not easily command the Hunter Star Dragon before him. Just then, the robust Hunter Star Dragon descended onto Lu Jin's starship once more. "I wholeheartedly agree." With that, the Hunter Star Dragon glanced at Sharia, who visibly became more timid in the presence of her father. The Hunter Star Dragon snorted in response to Sharia's demeanor and handed Lu Jin a coordinate crystal. "Warrior, I understand this request poses some difficulty for you. However, it is evident that Sharia can no longer keep pace with our clan. As her father and a leader of our clan, I must make a decision. This coordinate crystal will allow me to sense your location, that if one day you find this child unbearable, use this crystal to notify me." The Hunter Star Dragon placed the crystal into Lu Jin's hand. While Sharia remained silent, it was only when the Hunter Star Dragon prepared to leave that Sharia stepped forward and spoke. "Father, I will not disappoint you." The Hunter Star Dragon cast a deep glance at Sharia before unfurling its wings and departing the starship. Returning to the clan, Lu Jin gazed at the white-haired girl before him, the transformed Sharia, and was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. He never anticipated acquiring a Hunter Star Dragon as his crew member. Whether this was fortuitous or unfortunate remained to be seen. After the Hunter Star Dragon consumed the Devourer, they opened a spatial passage and swiftly exited the star system. Thus, Sharia, a member of the Hunter Star Dragon clan, truly remained aboard Lu Jin's ship. The day passed, and the repairs of the starship neared completion. Lu Jin poured all the materials he had acquired into the Origin core, including the remnants of the Genesis creature obtained from the Genesis star and the recently acquired Star Dragon scales. As he watched the materials gradually decompose within the Origin core, the instant he added the Star Dragon scales, the ship's upgrade progress surged dramatically. Ding, rare biological material detected, analyzing material structure. Ding, ship upgrade progress reached 20. Ding, selectable upgrade routes detected. Please choose the next upgrade path. Selectable upgrade routes? Lu Jin was slightly astonished at this prompt. The ship's upgrade actually allowed for chosen pathways. He had assumed that simply feeding materials into the Origin warship would suffice for it to upgrade autonomously. However, upon examining the two upgrade options, Lu Jin was even more awed by the capabilities of the Origin warship. Both routes were enticing enough to stir his heart. Upgrade Route 1. Unlock Origin Energy Core. Unlock recipe for Genesis Dragon Crystal. The Genesis Dragon Crystal, possessing a greater energy density than the Genesis Fragment Crystal, is even more valuable. Crucially, this energy substance can only be produced by Lu Jin's Origin warship. Such exclusivity renders the Genesis Dragon Crystal immensely precious. It is foreseeable that if Lu Jin chooses this upgrade path, he will acquire a continuous source of wealth. Yet, he did not choose this route immediately. Upgrade Route 2. Unlock Origin Mech Research Center. Unlock recipe for Dragonflame Mech Infantry. The Dragonflame Mech Infantry, a formidable unmanned infantry armor. Not only can it serve as armor for crew members, but even without a crew to control it, its combat system can autonomously engage enemies. Fiercely. One route offers an endless supply of precious resources, while the other enhances Lu Jin's fleet's ground combat efficiency. After careful consideration, Lu Jin opted for Upgrade Route 2, though the Genesis Dragon Crystal is appealing. Its limitations are considerable. His origin warship is currently only of small battleship scale. How much Genesis Dragon Crystal could it possibly produce? Moreover, the planet he intends to visit next is an undeveloped resource planet. Thus, weighing the pros and cons, he selected the second upgrade path. Ding. Reconstructing Origin Mech Research Center. Ding. Dragonflame Mech Infantry recipe has been entered into the ship's database. Following Lu Jin's decision, the interior of the Prometheus underwent transformation. Once more. One compartment began to seal off as its interior changed, soon becoming a mech research center. Observing the dwindling materials in the warehouse, Lu Jin felt it was time to proceed to the next destination. Upgrading the ship requires a vast amount of materials. Self-repair of the vessel also demands substantial resources and energy. Furthermore, Lu Jin needed to earn considerable funds for interstellar travel, which equally hinges on a wealth of energy materials. Chapter 24. The Extreme Cold, Frost Crystal. Yet, Lu Jin had already devised a strategy for such challenges. The next planet he aimed to visit was one that remained largely undeveloped. Although locating an undeveloped resource planet in the outer reaches of the Starry Sea is no small feat, he recalled that within a system known as the Extreme Cold System, there exists a planet perpetually enveloped in ice and snow. This planet harbors a unique mineral known as Frost Spirit Crystal. Not only can Frost Spirit Crystal be utilized as an energy source, but its luster and toughness also render it valuable in the realms of jewelry and forging. Of course, all of this would only emerge after it is discovered by the gem families of the brilliant galaxy 6 months hence. For now, it lies in desolation, with its civilization likely still mired in primitive tribalism. This moment presents a golden opportunity for Lu Jin to reap substantial rewards. With this thought, Lu Jin activated the control panel and unfolded the star map. After setting the coordinates for the Extreme Cold System, he pushed the engines to their maximum speed. Once the vessel reached its peak velocity, Lu Jin decisively initiated the jump. The starship's form abruptly vanished. Days later, as the starship reappeared, it found itself in an unfamiliar star system. The star of this system was still in its infancy. Its feeble glow symbolized that the civilization within this system was gradually coming into being. Standing by the corridor window, Lu Jin gazed at the vast expanse of the Starry Sea, his sights finally resting on a planet radiating an icy blue glow. This was his target planet, the Snowfield planet, later renowned as the Ice Blue Gem. Bang! At that moment, Lu Jin heard a muffled sound. After such disturbances over the past few days, he had grown accustomed to them. In the training room, Sharia looked at the fallen Utian Song with a glimmer of vengeful pleasure in her eyes. Meanwhile, Utian Song, having risen from the ground, could not help but gasp in disbelief. Did you truly only exert 1% of your strength? Of course. Otherwise, with your physical prowess, you would have been reduced to pulp. Why do I feel as though you're exacting revenge on me? How could that be? During the combat skills training, you merely knocked me down 9 times. Indeed, Yu Qiansong could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. That girl opposite him was clearly holding a grudge for his actions during the combat skills training session. In that training, Yu Qiansong had adjusted Sharia's strength attributes to match his own, believing that only in this way could he effectively enhance her combat abilities. Sharia possessed the innate combat prowess of the Dragon Hunt clan. What she lacked were experience and skills. This was precisely why Lu Jin entrusted her training to Yu Tiansong, for no one was more suited to guide Sharia than he. Just as Sharia was about to launch another attack, the door of the training room swung open, revealing Lu Jin standing at the threshold. Upon seeing Lu Jin, Yu Tiansong immediately reacted, denying Sharia the chance for revenge, and walked straight up to Lu Jin. Have we arrived at our destination? Indeed. Throughout their journey, Yu Qiansong had inquired frequently about their next destination. But Lu Jin had only revealed that they were headed to a resource-rich planet, one that had yet to be discovered and developed by any faction. They needed to extract sufficient resources from this planet to sell in the brilliant galaxy, thereby securing funds for interstellar travel. Yu Tiansong was evidently dissatisfied with this response in the vast expanse of the starry sea. Finding a resource planet was not particularly difficult. However, in the outskirts of the Star Sea, planets abundant in resources had long been claimed by various factions. Faced with an area that was 90 developed, how could Lu Jin possibly find an undeveloped resource planet? Now, as their ship descended into this frigid expanse, the moment the hatch opened, a relentless blizzard rushed in. Even clad in protective gear, the harsh environment of this planet was palpable. Observing this, Yu Qinsong could not help but scoff that it's certain that this planet is indeed an undeveloped resource planet. Given its frigid temperatures, before Yu Qinsong's words could settle, a group of figures emerged from the snowstorm. Initially indistinct against the blizzard, they became clearer as they approached, a band of dwarves clad in beasts' pelts, dragging carts laden with goods toward a destination. They were harnessing long-haired creatures akin to yaks, using wooden sleds to transport their cargo, which consisted of numerous special oars resembling ice blocks. The unique patterns flowing within these oars distinguished them from ordinary ice. "We are indeed fortunate," Lu Jin remarked, striding toward the caravan. Upon noticing their approach, the dwarves immediately grew wary, brandishing their weapons. Though their so-called weapons were merely rudimentary stone hammers and axes. In response, Lu Jin produced pre-prepared alloy materials and tossed them to the dwarves. After some examination, the dwarves quickly recognized that these alloys were far superior to their current materials. Consequently, one dwarf approached and offered the ores from their cart to Lu Jin, evidently wishing to exchange them for the alloy in his possession. However, Lu Jin decisively opted to raise the stakes, insisting that a substantial quantity of ores was required for even a single piece of alloy. After some negotiation, the dwarves agreed to trade their ores for Lu Jin's alloy. As for them, these ores could be continually harvested. Yet the alloy Lu Jin possessed was a rare find. Soon, the once bustling caravan transformed into a sled brimming with alloys. The jubilant dwarves swiftly pulled the sled back to their settlement, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This was the unique resource of this planet. Frost spirit crystals. Frost spirit crystals? Yu Tiansong stepped forward, extracting one from the array of ores, activating the detection function on his mini-computer. He meticulously scanned the frost spirit crystal, detecting ore. Upon seeing the data results, Yu Tiansong's eyes widened in astonishment. This was indeed a high-energy density ore. Such a high-energy density. The resilience of this ore is commendable. I cannot believe such unique materials exist in the outskirts of the Star Sea. After Yu Tiansong's thorough evaluation, it became evident that the so-called frost spirit crystals were indeed first-rate ores among numerous minerals. And Lu Jin could effortlessly exchange these valuable ores for merely inexpensive alloy materials from the dwarves. At that moment, Yu Tiansong finally understood why Lu Jin had stockpiled such a vast quantity of inexpensive alloys in the warehouse. Initially, he had lamented the space occupied by these cheap alloys, fearing they would be challenging to dispose of later. Yet he never anticipated that these supposedly worthless alloys would achieve a remarkable transformation in value on this wealth-laden planet. Lu Jin, you are truly a genius. Yu Tiansong envisioned the immense fortune they would amass by converting all the cheap alloys in the warehouse into the precious frost spirit crystals, only to sell them to the Star Sea Commerce Guild. The wealth gained would be astronomical. Meanwhile, Sharia also recognized the value of the frost spirit crystals, as the energy they contained tempted her immensely. After all, any energy-rich substance was a delicacy for the Dragon Hunt clan. This was why Sharia had sensed the energy within those ores from the outset. Lu Jin smiled faintly, releasing all the Fong drones with a wave of his hand, centered around the starship. He deployed the drones to search for all nearby dwarf settlements. As the local natives, the dwarves knew more about the mining locations of frost spirit crystals than anyone else. Rather than seeking them out himself, it was far more efficient to trade with the dwarves, exchanging cheap alloys for their frost spirit crystals. Soon, Lu Jin discovered one such tribe. Sharia, come with me to the dwarf tribe. Yu Tiansong, you stay on the starship. After allocating tasks, Sharia transformed into her original dragon form, swiftly grasping Lu Jin as they sped toward the nearest dwarf settlement. Before long, Lu Jin arrived at the entrance of the dwarf tribe. His sudden appearance immediately raised the guard's suspicions, but Lu Jin quickly leveraged the allure of the cheap alloys to initiate trade. For these dwarves, the frost spirit crystals paled in comparison to the utility of Lu Jin's inexpensive alloys. They replaced the stones on their axes with the newly acquired cheap alloys, as if such a swap would enhance their weapons' lethality. Lu Jin showed no concern for how the dwarves utilized the alloys. After completing the transaction, he commanded the Fong drones to collect the frost spirit crystals and return them to the Starship's warehouse. Subsequently, under Sharia's guidance, he pressed on to the next dwarf settlement. Upon reaching this new gathering point, Lu Jin immediately sensed something was amiss. The dwarves there appeared listless, and as he approached, they displayed expressions of sheer dread. Noticing this, Lu Jin attempted to engage them in trade. But regardless of how he concealed his intentions, the dwarves seemed to have been struck by some great fear, avoiding any interaction with him. This situation was not unexpected for Lu Jin. For these dwarves, encountering various crises was all too common, that he did not delve into the nature of their troubles, for he had come to this planet to scour for frost spirit crystals, not to play the savior. The language barrier rendered any desire to assist moot, so upon determining that this settlement held no trading value, Lu Jin turned to seek out the next dwarf community, fortunately at the second settlement. He successfully acquired a substantial quantity of frost spirit crystals. By the end of the day, Lu Jin and Sharia had collectively scavenged a considerable haul of frost spirit crystals. Meanwhile, Yu Qiansong, stationed aboard the Starship, watched as the crates of frost spirit crystals continued to accumulate in the warehouse, his eyes gleaming brighter with each passing moment to him. These ores had transcended their identity as mere frost spirit crystals. They represented a cascade of credit points. In just a single day, the Fong drones had returned with nearly 10 tons of frost spirit crystals. If these 10 tons were sold in the market, their value would be incalculable. Upon returning to the Starship, Lu Jin took a hot shower in his room. In this snow-covered star system, even with the protection of his gear, a day of running about left him feeling somewhat stiff. At such moments, he couldn't help but envy Sharia as a dragon hunt. Her constitution was remarkably robust. This chill was nothing to her. More crucially, she possessed a powerful spiritual energy that she could convert into heat, maintaining her body temperature at a comfortable level. Once he had gathered the necessary materials for interstellar travel, Lu Jin's first intention was to acquire a potent spiritual energy seed. The formidable clans of the endless star sea were known to wield control over spiritual energy with ease. In the boundless sea of stars, humanity cannot be considered a formidable race. To harness the power of spiritual energy, one must rely on external objects, spiritual artifacts, or spiritual seeds. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lu Jin felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. In preparation for the impending assimilation war, he knew he must exert himself further. Thus, the night slipped away until the next day. The sound of the alarm clock jolted Lu Jin from his slumber. Checking the time, he realized it was already 7 o'clock in the morning by Blue Star's time. Stretching his limbs, he began to loosen up. Just as he was about to freshen up, a vigorous knock echoed from his door. At such an early hour, the urgency in the sound suggested distress. Upon opening the door, he was met with the anxious face of Yu Qiansong. Something's wrong. Our Fangtooth drone has been stolen. The sudden news did not throw Lu Jin into disarray. He urged Yu Qiansong to remain calm and promptly access the control panel of the Fangtooth drone. As expected, the panel indicated that 5 Fangtooth drones had indeed lost contact. Their last known coordinates all pointed to a nearby dwarf settlement. Could these dwarves have audaciously destroyed his drones? Yet, Lu Jin quickly dismissed this possibility. Given the technological level of these dwarves, it was implausible for them to simultaneously incapacitate 5 Fangtooth drones. Moreover, during their previous dealings, Lu Jin had not exerted any coercive behavior towards them. Logically, they had no motive to attack his drones. Reflecting on his encounters with several dwarf tribes, Lu Jin boldly speculated that a third-party force likely existed on this planet. To validate his hypothesis, he hastened to the coordinates where the drones had lost contact. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a field strewn with metallic wreckage. Lu Jin unearthed the debris buried in the snow, and, after a thorough examination, confirmed that a portion of the wreckage belonged to the Fangtooth drones. However, his gaze fell upon another pile of remnants. What were these fragments? The materials and design bore no resemblance to those of the Fangtooth drones. Ultimately, his attention shifted towards the nearby dwarf settlement. Perhaps he could glean some insights from these dwarves. Just as he approached the dwarf settlement, the sharp crack of a gunshot heightened Lu Jin's vigilance. Gunfire? By the sound, it appeared to be an A5 model heavy assault rifle. But how could such a weapon be present on a planet with such a primitive civilization? Lu Jin pressed on. soon detecting a strong scent of blood. Upon reaching the entrance of the dwarf settlement, he saw all the dwarves gathered in the central square, surrounded by several armed space pirates, who were aiming their weapons at the crowd. "How dare you sell ore to others, you wretched folk? Do you really think that by acquiring some cheap alloys, you have the means to resist us? No wonder the ore we received yesterday was so scarce. Since many of the miners from pit number 9 perished yesterday, we can use these dwarves to make up the numbers." Before the pirate could finish his sentence, a bullet whizzed through the air. Before one of the space pirates could react, his head was instantly penetrated by the projectile. The sudden attack caught the remaining pirates off guard. But the next moment, Sharia appeared before them almost instantaneously. With clenched fists, she unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous shockwave, she created a breach in the settlement's wall. The pirate who was struck directly, along with his gear, was reduced to a pool of blood. 2 space pirates were swiftly dealt with, leaving the others pale with fear. They wore new alloy armor capable of withstanding several tons of force, yet a single punch from Sharia had obliterated them, leaving no fragments behind. What terrifying power! "Wait, we surrender." One of the pirates, lacking courage, immediately chose to capitulate. He spoke in the galactic common tongue, seemingly anxious for Lu Jin to hear him. Seeing their comrade surrender so quickly, the others followed suit, placing their weapons on the ground as a sign of surrender. Observing this, Lu Jin instructed Sharia to confiscate their equipment. The stripped-down space pirates revealed their true forms, various races, including orcs, plant beings, and even a stone creature. During the subsequent interrogation for intelligence, Lu Jin encountered no resistance. These pirates divulged everything that it turned out that several months prior, this planet had been seized by the space pirates. They had established mines and enslaved numerous dwarves as miners, extracting the frost spirit crystals buried beneath the surface. The pirates used the proceeds from selling these crystals to acquire formidable equipment. So they were a band of space pirates. Realizing that the pirates held no further valuable intelligence, Lu Jin decisively opened fire, eliminating them all. "What shall we do next? What shall we do, given that these space pirates dared to rob me?" They must have been prepared for my retaliation. Lu Jin promptly sent a coordinate to Yu Tiansong, stationed aboard the ship. This location marked one of the pirates' mining sites. Upon receiving the coordinates, Yu Tiansong immediately understood Lu Jin's intent. He activated the Origin Mecha Research Center without hesitation. The ship's side hatch opened, and a 2-meter-tall unmanned combat mech descended into the snow. Its heavy frames sank into the thick snow, yet the mech seemed unfazed. After adjusting, a jet of flame erupted from its back, propelling the mech rapidly towards the designated coordinates. Following the first mech, the second and third mechs quickly followed suit. These unmanned combat mechs were the newly produced Dragon Flame Combat Infantry. Compared to the Fontooth drones, the Dragon Flame Combat Infantry possessed superior combat capabilities and formidable ground fighting prowess. This time, Lu Jin intended to deploy these infantry to eradicate the space pirates. Soon, Lu Jin arrived at Mine No, one of the earliest established mines. Its extraction operations were well established, indicating a substantial number of dwarf miners were likely present, standing at the edge of the mine. Lu Jin observed numerous dwarves clad in tattered clothing, transporting frost spirit crystals from the depths. The extracted crystals were stacked by the dwarves working outside the mine, in such a frigid and high-stress environment. It was not uncommon for miners to collapse. Witnessing one dwarf succumb to exhaustion, an indifferent space pirate waved his hand, dismissively pointing to other dwarves approached, and upon seeing the corpse, they apathetically loaded it onto a transport cart. Ultimately, the body was discarded into a massive pit, which already contained numerous other dwarves who had perished from exhaustion or cold. Seeing this scene, Lu Jin's expression remained impassive. Such mines were as numerous as the stars scattered across the cosmos. The deceased miner slaves were countless. This was the law of the universe. Only the rules of the strong held true. Boom! At that moment, accompanied by a muffled thud, several Dragon Flame combat infantry landed behind Lu Jin. Number 65 arrived at the coordinates. Please provide further instructions. One by one, all the Dragon Flame combat infantry stood resolutely behind Lu Jin. Yu Tiansong, seeing that all the infantry were in position, transferred command authority to Lu Jin. Without hesitation, Lu Jin seized command. Before the space pirates at the mine's bottom could react, a Dragon Flame combat infantry descended from the sky. Bang! The impact of its landing sent dust swirling. The sudden appearance of the mechs startled the space pirates. One pirate, quick to react, raised his weapon and aimed at the dragon flame combat infantry before him. Yet, the mech closed the distance with astonishing speed, seizing the pirate's firearm before he could respond. The pirate's eyes widened as he struggled to reclaim his weapon, but in the mech's grip, it felt as immovable as an iron rod. Damn it! Before he could finish, another dragon flame combat infantry landed beside him. It raised its right hand, the dark cannon barrel aimed directly at the pirate. Boom! A shell exploded, obliterating the fully armed pirate into mere fragments. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of more space pirates, who began to converge. But the dragon flame combat infantry continued to descend into the mine, raising their arms and unleashing a torrent of incendiary shells upon the gathering pirates. But a fierce explosion engulfed the area in searing flames. In less than 5 minutes, the entire mine was shrouded in a sea of fire. The purge is complete. All targets have been annihilated. Looking down at the mine, which had transformed into a desolate wasteland, Lu Jin waved his hand, and the Fanya drones swiftly entered the mine, extracting all the frost spirit crystals that had been mined. The quantity of these crystals surpassed even what he had collected the previous day. This revelation sparked thoughts in Lu Jin's mind about the reserves in other mines, that if he could scour all the pirate mines, he might just complete his target ahead of schedule. With this in mind, Lu Jin decisively chose to head to mine number 2. The distance between mine number 1 and mine number 2 was not far, and the commotion at mine number 1 had certainly drawn the attention of the many pirates in mine No. 2. The sounds of explosions ceased. What had transpired at mine number 1? If you're curious, go check it out. I'm losing my mind. Clearly, something disastrous has occurred at mine number 1. Meanwhile, the pirate leader inside mine No. 2 wore a grave expression. After a thorough check, he realized that he could not contact anyone from mine number 1. This was not good news. After much contemplation, the pirate leader decided to gather his crew. Something must have happened at mine number 1, and it could very well be their turn next. However, before he could step out to alert the other pirates, a loud crash echoed as the dragon flame mecha infantry descended from the sky. An enemy attack. The pirates swiftly reacted, aiming their weapons at the central dragon flame mecha infantry. They pulled the triggers. In an instant, a barrage of bullets rained down upon the dragon flame mecha infantry. Yet, the dragon flame mecha stood firm. The bullets from all directions were repelled by an invisible force. Target confirmed. Annihilation mode activated. Boom! A red energy shield enveloped the dragon flame mecha. In the next moment, this shield expanded outward like a shockwave. Caught off guard, the nearby pirates were sent flying. Several grenades rained down from above, and amidst flames and explosions, more dragon flame mecha infantry arrived one after another. This battle continued without a hint of suspense. The speed at which this fight concluded was even swifter than that at mine number 1 that we struck gold. The warehouse of mine number 1 is nearly filled with frost spirit crystals. If we raid a few more mines, we can fill the entire ship. Captain Lu Jin, have you considered acquiring additional cargo ships? Yu Tiansong, in the voice channel, did not hide his elation, even during the Solar Alliance. He had never witnessed such an abundance of energy, or, even if there were some, they were meant for the Solar Alliance's war efforts, and had nothing to do with him. At this moment, Yu Tiansong eagerly urged Lu Jin to continue purging those interstellar pirates. He had never dealt with such wealthy pirates before. This was a stark contrast to the impoverished pirates wandering through the starry seas. Lu Jin reassured Yu Tiansong not to rush. Those mines weren't going anywhere. Next, he instructed the Fanya drones to transport the resources from the 2 mines back to the ship. Yu Tiansong understood that one must savor their meal bite by bite. Thus, he ceased his chatter and focused on controlling the swarm of Fanya drones, ensuring the frost spirit crystals from both mines were transported back to the ship. At that moment, a fierce wind howled, and a massive shadow loomed over the entire mine. Lu Jin looked up, astonished to see 10 medium-sized cargo ships appearing in the sky, a convoy of transport ships. Gazing at the fleet emerging above, Lu Jin furrowed his brow. These transport vessels were not part of the pirate fleet. Their hulls bore a conspicuous emblem of a powerful faction, and this faction was one Lu Jin knew all too well, the emblem of the Black Opal family, one of the illustrious families of the brilliant galaxy. Why would the Black Opal family's cargo ships appear here? Furthermore, judging by their stance, it seemed they were headed straight for this mine. Could it be that the so-called trading partners of these pirates were the Black Opal family? If that were the case, things were about to get interesting. The brilliant galaxy as one of the financial star systems on the periphery of the starry seas, is governed by numerous gem families that merchants by nature. These families place immense importance on their reputation. If it were to become known that the Black Opal family was clandestinely trading with interstellar pirates, the damage to their reputation would be far from trivial, especially with the splendid gala on the horizon. The cargo ships landed with a thunderous roar, stirring up a great tempest that swept icy snow toward Lu Jin. Following this, the cargo doors opened. Several heavily armored Black Opal guards emerged from the cargo ships. The last to appear was a tall, strikingly beautiful woman. She descended from the cargo ship, her haughty gaze sweeping across the desolation of the mine. Chapter 28. A toast refused is a drink forced. Thunderous giant sword. However, the expression on the woman's face quickly soured that moment. The bottom of the mine was in utter disarray. Numerous dragon flame mecha infantry continued to eradicate the remnants of the interstellar pirates. Amidst the chaos, the dwarf miners quickly scrambled out of the mine, fleeing into the distance. Most critically, in the warehouse at the bottom of the mine, Fangya drones were continuously collecting the frost spirit crystals. Upon witnessing this, the woman seized a firearm from one of her bodyguards. Her gaze fierce, she aimed directly at a Fangya drone. "Leave that for me." She pulled the trigger, and a violent energy coalesced within the chamber. Bang! An energy bullet shot forth like an arrow, heading straight for the airborne Fangya drone. Just as the bullet was about to hit the drone, a grenade suddenly appeared in its trajectory. The two projectiles collided, resulting in a dazzling explosion in midair. The Fangya drone continued to carry away the frost spirit crystals. The woman from the Black Opal family's expression darkened further. Her gaze fell upon the dragon flame mecha infantry at the bottom of the mine. After careful observation, her brow furrowed. She could not discern the model of the mecha. Where had this unknown model of mecha come from? Ultimately, the woman's gaze settled on Lu Jin and Sharia. For aside from the slain pirates and the hurriedly fleeing dwarf miners, the only ones resembling the controllers were these two. "Who are you?" "I advise you to heed my words. The ore here is not for you to touch. If you return all the ore now, I can let this slide. Otherwise, you will be opposing the gem family." Upon hearing this, Lu Jin couldn't help but chuckle softly. Opposing the gem family? Since when did the Black Opal family represent all the gem families? According to the intelligence Lu Jin possessed, the various gem families of the brilliant galaxy were far from united. They merely maintained a facade of civility while engaging in covert struggles for years. How could a mere Black Opal family claim to represent the entire gem family? I'm not aware of when the Black Opal family became the sovereign of the gem families. Moreover, this planet is not marked as your Black Opal family's territory. Or should I say, are those interstellar pirates down there actually part of your Black Opal family? Lu Jin's words rendered the woman speechless. First, the planet beneath their feet was an undeveloped one, and everything on it belonged to the public domain. When did it become the private territory of the Black Opal family? Secondly, Lu Jin had procured the ore from the interstellar pirates through his own efforts. Now the Black Opal family thought they could simply take it back with a few words. Lu Jin would not entertain such nonsense. Faced with Lu Jin's unyielding stance, the woman from the Black Opal family narrowed her eyes. A strong glint of murderous intent flickering within. A toast refused is a drink forced. However, even if you surrender the ore, I had no intention of allowing you to leave this planet from the very beginning. As soon as the words left her mouth, dozens of soldiers clad in heavy power armor emerged from the cargo hold of the ship. They leaped down from the vessel with a thud. The heavy power armor struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the Black Opal soldiers, armed with Gatling guns, aimed at the dragon flame mecha infantry that were still eliminating the remnants of the interstellar pirates at the bottom of the mine. Fire! A series of flashes erupted at the bottom of the mine. A torrential downpour of bullets instantaneously enveloped the entire mine. Yet the dragon flame mecha infantry were not defenseless the moment they were attacked. They immediately activated their energy shields. Countless bullets struck the energy barrier, creating rippling waves. As the energy shield reached its critical point, the dragon flame mecha infantry initiated an energy detonation. In an instant, a massive shockwave erupted, dispersing outward. The Black Opal soldiers struck by the shockwave were forced to stagger back. Witnessing this scene, the woman observing from the ship frowned. It was worth noting that the heavy power armor worn by the Black Opal soldiers had a staggering cost of over 1 million credit points for just one set. Such a high price tag attested to the strength of the armor. In terms of both firepower and defense, it was already at the pinnacle of standards. Yet, facing these unknown models of mecha, the Black Opal Family S warriors were surprisingly at a disadvantage. What a remarkable individual this is! At the depths of the mine, the warriors of the Black Opal clan, upon discovering that their Gatling guns were ineffectual against the Dragon Flame mecha infantry before them, promptly stowed their firearms. In the next moment, they drew forth massive metallic swords from their backs. A low hum resonated as the surface of the colossal sword was enveloped in a terrifyingly high-voltage energy. The entire sword erupted with an intense and violent wave of energy. The leader of the Black Opal warriors stepped forward, the heavy power armor thundering against the ground. In an instant, he closed the distance to one of the Dragon Flame mecha infantry. The Thunder Greatsword came crashing down. In that moment, sparks flew as the furious currents struck the energy barrier of the Dragon Flame mecha infantry. Before the soldier could react, the energy shield was swiftly breached. Unable to withstand the onslaught, the Thunder Greatsword struck the Dragon Flame mecha infantry, and countless currents coursed through its body, leading to an immediate shutdown due to energy overload. Observing this, the other Black Opal warriors surged forward, utilizing their Thunder Greatswords to assault the Dragon Flame mecha infantry. As the Black Opal warriors regained the upper hand, a woman observing from the cargo ship finally sighed in relief. "Captain, shall I intervene?" Sharia immediately offered her assistance upon seeing the Dragon Flame mecha infantry at a disadvantage. However, Lu Jin waved her off, deciding against letting Sharia enter the fray. After all, as the Hunt Star Dragon, Sharia was an exceptionally powerful trump card in Lu Jin's hand. Until the Black Opal clan revealed their true capabilities, there was no need for her to act prematurely. "Leave the rest to me." Lu Jin activated the control panel, and the operational interfaces of all the Dragon Flame mecha infantry manifested before his eyes. In the next moment, to Sharia's astonishment, Lu Jin directly initiated manual control mode. The Dragon Flame mecha infantry within the mine paused for a moment, then collectively turned their gaze toward the heavy-armored Black Opal warriors. Automatic command mode has been disabled. Initiating manual oversight mode. Chapter 29. The game ends. The Blood Clan of Black Opal. With the sound echoing, one of the Dragon Flame mecha infantry sprang into action. Compared to before, its movements were now markedly more agile. Faced with the Thunder Greatsword attacks of the Black Opal warriors, a red light flashed in its eyes. After nimbly dodging a strike, it defiantly raised both hands. Dragon Flame artillery! Boom! 2 shells struck the Black Opal warriors directly. However, as the flames dissipated, the Black Opal warriors, clad in heavy power armor, sustained no damage whatsoever. Yet in the next moment, several more shells from the Dragon Flame artillery came crashing in. Rumble, that a series of explosions and bursts of fire ensued. Amidst the flames, the Black Opal warriors cleaved through the fire, slowly advancing toward the Dragon Flame mecha infantry. It appears these scrap metal tactics are all they possess. These attacks cannot even harm our heavy power armor. Let us not waste time. Let us end this farce quickly. The Black Opal warriors, faced with these ineffectual attacks, regarded the Dragon Flame mecha infantry with utter disdain. Just then, one of the Black Opal warriors stepped forward. Cracked, a jarring sound emanated from within the heavy power armor. Hearing this sound, the warrior instinctively began to search for its source. To his astonishment, he noticed a crack had appeared on the surface of his Armaments armor. A crack? How is this possible? Lu Jin, observing this development, wore a satisfied smile. From the very first glance, he recognized that the heavy power armor worn by his opponents was forged from black steel. While this material boasted formidable defensive capabilities, it exhibited a dangerously fragile resistance to sudden environmental changes. This critical weakness had long been overlooked by its wearers, only to be fully revealed during the assimilation war a year later. Now, Lu Jin unleashed the Dragon Flame artillery upon these heavy power armors. The temperature on their surfaces had already soared to extraordinary levels, while they were situated in an environment of extreme cold. Below freezing, the juxtaposition of heat and cold, flames and ice, mercilessly battered the heavy power armor, pushing it to its breaking point. Before the opponents could react, Lu Jin commanded the Dragon Flame mecha infantry to launch a coordinated assault. Without any extraneous movements, the Dragon Flame mecha infantry charged forward, delivering a powerful punch straight at the Black Opal warrior before them. The Black Opal warrior reflexively raised his arm to block. However, when the Dragon Flame Mecha Infantry's fist collided with the black steel heavy power armor, cracks began to spiderweb across its surface. Bang! Another heavy punch shattered the armor entirely. The Black Opal Warriors, witnessing the spectacle, widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom what they were seeing. The heavy power armor was destroyed. How can this be? The woman observing from the ship could no longer remain seated. The expensive heavy power armor was shattered with a single punch. What on earth had transpired? Just a moment ago, the Black Opal Warriors had held absolute dominance, and now their equipment lay in ruins. The Black Opal Warriors, stripped of their armor, became as helpless as lambs awaiting slaughter against the Dragon Flame Mecha Infantry. There was no need for Lu Jin to manually control them, even in automatic mode. The Dragon Flame Mecha Infantry could eliminate the remaining Black Opal Warriors with ease. Upon witnessing this, the woman on the ship could sit no longer. Quick! Launch the ship! At this moment, even the dullest of minds would comprehend that their adversaries were anything but ordinary. They were merely a cargo ship, and she had dispatched the Black Opal Warriors responsible for securing the cargo. Yet the outcome was glaringly evident. If she remained here, she would surely perish. Just then, Lu Jin, observing the cargo ship attempting to ascend, turned to Sharia beside him. Now, it's your turn to act. Understood, Captain. Sharia, who could no longer contain her yearning for battle, leaped into action without hesitation, transforming mid-air into her Hunt Star dragon form. Her size rapidly expanded until she resembled a starship. Before the cargo ship could fully take off, Sharia struck down upon it from above. The immense force shattered the cargo ship's engine. Without propulsion, the cargo ship plummeted like a meteor, crashing violently to the ground. Lu Jin's gaze shifted to the Black Opal Warriors, and suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Confirm his observation. Lu Jin leaped into the mine. When he approached one of the Black Opal soldiers, his eyes narrowed, and his expression grew grave. Before him stood a Black Opal soldier, devoid of color in his skin. Most crucially, there were two already darkened blood holes in his neck. Upon opening their mouths, sharp fangs were clearly visible. These Black Opal soldiers hailed from various races, yet they all bore the same distinguishing features. Lu Jin was all too familiar with these traits. For in the memories of his past life, many crew members of the Fire Phoenix fleet, his own fleet, had exhibited such symptoms. The cause of these symptoms could only be one. They had been transformed into blood thralls by the true progenitors of the Blood Clan. During the Assimilation War, aside from the Void Insectoids and the Subspace Demons, the Blood Clan was also an exceedingly troublesome force. Having encountered the Void Insectoids first, and now the Blood Clan, it seemed my connection with these monstrosities runs deep. Lu Jin cast a glance at the corpses of the Black Opal Warriors. Then his gaze fell upon the fallen cargo ship. Exiting the mine and approaching the wrecked vessel, he noted that despite the crash, the damage was not overly severe. The previously arrogant woman now crawled out of the cargo ship in a disheveled state. Yet before she could feel grateful for her narrow escape, Lu Jin's figure appeared before her. Lu Jin stepped upon her, exhibiting no pity whatsoever. Sharia, still maintaining her Hunt Star dragon form, had shrunk considerably. Her gaze fell upon Lu Jin, surprised, as she could now distinctly sense an overwhelming aura of malice emanating from him. Lu Jin kicked the Black Opal woman away. After careful examination, he indeed discovered a concealed mark on her neck. It seems the Blood Clan has infiltrated the Black Opal clan rather thoroughly. However, you are truly pitiful, not even qualified to become a blood thrall. Chapter 30. The Blood Clan's kin. The head of the Black Opal clan, bang! Lu Jin decisively eliminated the woman before him. The Blood Clan. The true progenitor held an exalted status. Below the progenitor were the Blood Clan kin, for only they could transform individuals into blood thralls. Once transformed, one could only be enslaved by the Blood Clan, with no autonomy remaining, compared to being consumed by the Void Insectoids or seduced into corruption by the Subspace Demons. This loss of agency was the most excruciating fate. Initially, Lu Jin had intended to extract some information from this woman, but to his disappointment, she was not even worthy of being considered a blood thrall, existing instead as mere fodder for the Blood Clan. Lu Jin, however, did not relent. His gaze shifted towards other cargo ships. It was evident that the Hey Obo family was clandestinely collaborating with interstellar pirates to extract Frost Spirit crystals, harboring ulterior motives that could potentially destabilize the entire Brilliance galaxy. From Lu Jin's memories of his previous life, he recalled that shortly after the commencement of the Assimilation War, the Brilliance galaxy had become the domain of the Blood Clan. This financial hub continuously supplied fresh blood to several races involved in the war. The Blood Clan branch occupying the Brilliance Galaxy was likely the very faction of the He Obo family. This realization further solidified Lu Jin's resolve. He must prevent the He Obo family from overturning the Brilliance Galaxy. If he could obliterate the Blood Clan concealed within the galaxy, he would alleviate considerable pressure when the assimilation war erupted. With this in mind, Lu Jin promptly notified Yu Tiansong, stationed aboard the ship. Yu Tiansong, I command you to launch the ship immediately. Next, you and Shalia must join forces to annihilate all those cargo ships that have just landed on the surface. Remember, leave no vessel unscathed. Upon receiving the order, Yu Tiansong wasted no time that he activated the ship's engines, and the Prometheus ascended into the sky. Upon reaching a certain altitude, Yu Tiansong commenced bombardment on the coordinates provided by Lu Jin. Laser beams rained down from above. Simultaneously, deafening explosions echoed from other mining sites. Armed with an Origin warship and a hunting star dragon, Lu Jin faced a mere fleet of 10 cargo ships. All lightly armed, and effortlessly ensured they remained stranded on this frigid planet. Before long, all the cargo ship captains were presented before Lu Jin. These captains belonged to various races, and upon scanning the group, Lu Jin noted the absence of any Blood Clan markers. Their skin bore normal hues, devoid of the ghoulish blood holes around their necks, and even their mouths lacked the iconic fangs of the Blood Clan. At this moment, Shalia and Yu Tiansong joined Lu Jin's side. Yu Tiansong, having learned of the Blood Clan's existence from Shalia, expressed his astonishment. I never imagined that the legends of vampires were true. I thought they were mere fairy tales concocted by the Blue Star inhabitants to frighten children. To this, Lu Jin merely smiled faintly. Many historical legends from Blue Star indeed have roots in reality. After all, legendary beings do not simply emerge from thin air. They must have some basis of origin. The source of vampires, then, lies within these exceptionally adept Blood Clan members who excel at concealing their true nature. They appeared perfectly normal, given their seemingly mundane appearance. Lu Jin's suspicion was confirmed. Among these captains, one must be a Blood Clan dependent. At this level of dependency, they could obscure their Blood Clan traits. Revealing them would naturally be quite straightforward, inflict harm upon them, and the Blood Clan dependent would trigger their self-healing abilities. Although this ability ensures their survival, prolonged use would rapidly deplete their internal energy. The Blood Clan replenishes energy by consuming the blood of other beings. This thirst for blood would inevitably compel them to reveal their true forms. Indeed, after Lu Jin fired several shots at them, 3 Blood Clan dependents could no longer suppress their craving for blood and displayed their true forms. The remaining captains were evidently mere distractions. They had summoned Point 3 dependents, observing the 3 Blood Clan dependents before him. Lu Jin was taken aback. He had initially expected just 1 dependent among the captains. Yet he was astounded to find that a mere transport fleet contained 3 Blood Clan dependents. This indicated the He Obo family's significant investment in this planet. The 3 Blood Clan dependents now resembled beasts, glaring ferociously at Lu Jin's neck. Who are you? How do you know our identity? In response to their inquiries, Lu Jin summoned a Dragon Flame mech infantry with a mere wave of his hand. Before they could react, he hurled one of the Blood Clan dependents out. The prepared Dragon Flame mech infantry mercilessly fired a Dragon Flame howitzer shell. Boom! Accompanied by a brilliant explosion, the Blood Clan dependent was reduced to ash. Such devastation ensured that, even with their ancestral-level self-healing abilities, survival was impossible. Lu Jin's thunderous methods intimidated the remaining 2 Blood Clan dependents. Now, I require but one of you to provide information. 1. Does that mean the other must perish? Glancing at the fate of their fallen comrade, the remaining 2 dependents dared not conceal anything. Wait, I will willingly confess. We are members of the He Obo family. We were coerced into this. We do not wish to appear as these monsters. All of this was forced upon us by the head of the He Obo family. Before they could finish, the 2 Blood Clan dependents' expressions morphed into sheer terror. It was as if they suffered some unseen assault, their eyes bulging as if drowning, clawing at the air around them. Moments later, they fell silent, their bodies gradually disintegrating into wisps of ash, like burnt remnants consumed by the wind and snow. Witnessing this, Lu Jin immediately understood. The 2 Blood Clan dependents had mentioned the true ancestor of the Blood Clan. Thus, the ancestor, sensing betrayal, eradicated them. This revelation also informed Lu Jin that the head of the He Obo family was indeed that true ancestor. The entire He Obo family had likely been transformed into a genuine blood clan collective. Lu Jin was not surprised by this development. Chapter 31. Unlocking the Main Canon. The Invitation of the Brilliance Galaxy. They are dead. Observing the two beings disintegrating into ash before him, even the seasoned Yu Qiansong and Shalia exhibited a flicker of astonishment. Lu Jin, well-versed in the ways of the Blood Clan, took it upon himself to elucidate the situation to them. The Blood Clan operates under a strict hierarchy, where even dependents are mere pawns easily discarded by the true ancestor. Once a dependent references the true ancestor, they are immediately detected. The outcome is invariably their annihilation by the true ancestor. For the Blood Clan, true power resides solely with the true ancestor, should the true ancestor be slain. All dependents and blood servants beneath them would also perish. Therefore, while not the most formidable race among those embroiled in the assimilation war, the Blood Clan is undoubtedly the most troublesome. The true ancestor will not reveal their identity unless absolutely necessary. Upon absorbing the series of revelations, Yu Qiansong inquired of Lu Jin, "So, shall we proceed to the Brilliance Galaxy?" As one of the foremost financial centers in the outer regions of the Star Sea, many interstellar travelers include the Brilliance Galaxy in their routes. The Brilliance Galaxy boasts not only grand starports for ship maintenance, but also markets frequently showcasing rare treasures from the endless Star Sea. Moreover, the Brilliance Galaxy is set to host the Centennial Brilliance Festival soon, where gem families will unveil numerous rare treasures seldom seen. From every perspective, they had no justification to decline the journey. Yet now, having stumbled upon the secrets of the He Obo family, would venturing to the Brilliance Galaxy not be akin to entering a tiger's den? Yu Qiansong's concerns were not unfounded. Nevertheless, Lu Jin merely smiled faintly, responding with calm assurance, "Of course we shall go. The gem families of the Brilliance Galaxy are not limited to just the He Obo family. The Brilliance Galaxy holds essential significance for me and the impending assimilation war a year hence. Although the war has yet to commence, my confrontation with the Blood Clan has already begun that I do not believe that the He Obo family will let this matter rest easily. Furthermore, even if they choose to overlook this incident, I shall not relent. Should I let this go today, my chances of survival in a year would plummet to near zero, faced with a host of monsters capable of toppling the universe. I must seize every opportunity to diminish their living strength." Contemplating this, Lu Jin's gaze fell upon the fallen cargo ships. He hoped that these vessels, once consumed by the Origin warship, would grant him significant advancement in his upgrades. Returning to the Starship, Lu Jin directly commanded the Fong drone to begin dismantling the cargo ships belonging to the He Obo family. The ship's components, along with the frost spirit crystals, were funneled into the Starship. Lu Jin generously invested the wreckage and the newly acquired frost spirit crystals into the Origin core. With a plethora of materials being consumed, Lu Jin could clearly observe the ship's upgrade progress soaring like a rocket. Analyzing new materials. Ship upgrade progress reached 25. Dismantling ship components. Ship upgrade progress reached 31. Upon reaching 31, the ship's upgrade pace began to decelerate. Lu Jin understood well that the key to ship upgrades lay in the rarity and diversity of the materials consumed. While devouring a large quantity of ship materials in a short time could enhance the upgrade progress significantly, it would be far less efficient than consuming rare materials. Initially, Lu Jin utilized less than a box of Star Dragon scales to enhance the ship's upgrade progress by 10. Now, however, he estimates that after the complete consumption of these cargo ships, coupled with some frost spirit crystals, the ship's upgrade progress can barely reach 40. As Lu Jin had foreseen, the upgrade progress slowed significantly after surpassing 35. Once all cargo ships were completely devoured by the Origin warship, the ship's upgrade progress stagnated at 3.8. Lu Jin invested the frost spirit crystals he acquired into the Origin core, finally breaking through the upgrade threshold. Ding! Detected selectable upgrade routes. Please choose the ship's upgrade progress. Upon opening the ship's upgrade panel, Lu Jin first encountered two upgrade routes. Upgrade Route 1. Unlock Dimensional Space Warehouse. Significantly increase the ship's storage capacity. Upgrade Route 2. Unlock Origin Main Cannon Room. Unlock the Main Cannon Stellar Elegy. Unlocking the Main Cannon. Upon seeing Upgrade Route 2, Lu Jin did not hesitate for a moment. He decisively chose the second upgrade route. Although significantly increasing the storage capacity would greatly enhance the ship's endurance, The Prometheus, as the flagship, must possess formidable combat strength, AS, for the storage capacity. He could opt to add a few cargo ships to the fleet in the future to improve it. After selecting the upgrade route, the entire Starship began its autonomous upgrade. This upgrade was unlike the previous ones. The ship's exterior underwent an extraordinary transformation. In the core position of the Starship, a menacing giant cannon emerged. This giant cannon was none other than the main cannon stellar elegy that Lu Jin had just unlocked. Compared to other artillery, the charge time for stellar elegy was exceedingly lengthy. A mere minimum energy discharge of 10 required a 1-hour charge to meet the minimum launch requirement. While examining the detailed data of stellar elegy, Lu Jin discovered that to achieve the maximum energy level, utilizing the current ship's energy output efficiency, it would take at least 72 hours. Upon seeing this data, Lu Jin felt a surge of joy. The greater the energy required by the main cannon, the more powerful its release would be. Such an extended charge time also indicated the immense might of stellar elegy. After retracting the data panel for stellar elegy, the hatch opened, and Yu Qinsong stepped onto the bridge. All the frost spirit crystals had been collected, and the cargo ships of the Black Opal family had been entirely reclaimed. Shall we head to the brilliant galaxy next? Of course. Lu Jin waved his hand to open the ship's control panel. Input coordinates. Brilliant galaxy. With the grand event approaching, there was no reason for them not to participate. As Lu Jin pressed the start button, the ship's engine roared back to life. Yu Tiansong and Shelia quickly returned to their positions. Once everything was ready, the Prometheus, laden with frost spirit crystals, soared into the sky. Their next destination was the territory of the Blood Clan, the Black Opal family, the financial center on the outskirts of the Star Sea, the venue for the brilliant gala. Chapter 32, 1 ton, 100 million credit points. The Emerald family, at this moment, the youthful star radiated dazzling brilliance. 7 planets, each with distinct shapes and colors, orbited around the star. Among these planets, ships resembling trains occasionally traverse between the stars. Welcome to the brilliant galaxy, a financial center of the Star Sea developed by the Gem families. If you require docking, ship repairs, or other services, please dock at the port of planet Gem number 6. If you're here for tourism, shopping, or exploring cultural sites, please proceed to planet Gem number 1. The Centennial Brilliant Gala was imminent. Many interstellar travelers flocked to this economically vibrant galaxy, following the guidance signs of the planet's port. Lu Jin docked the Prometheus at the designated berth. As the hatch opened, Lu Jin and his companions disembarked. Much like the Moon Starport, before Lu Jin could fully step off the ship, numerous advertising promoters had already gathered around. Boss, during the Brilliant Gala, all in-store purchases are at a 20% discount. Boss, would you like to learn about our shop? Boss, how about the latest energy minerals? Their efficiency is twice that of traditional energy. Faced with these buzzing merchants, akin to flies, Lu Jin chose not to shoo them away immediately. Instead, he revealed a frost spirit crystal in his palm. The uniquely adorned frost spirit crystal instantly captivated the attention of the merchants. They crowded closer, some even bringing detection devices. Soon, a chorus of gasps echoed through the crowd. The energy density has reached the level of a primary energy mineral. The appearance of this ore is also impressive. It could fetch a good price as an ornament. Ordinary, according to my observations, this ore's toughness has also achieved the level of secondary material. Boss, without further ado, how much stock do you have? I'll take it all. The merchants present were seasoned players in the brilliant galaxy. Thus, the moment Lu Jin produced the frost spirit crystal, they immediately grasped his intent. After a round of appraisal, they quickly established a price for the frost spirit crystals. Boss, we're all straightforward people. Although your mineral is of good quality, it needs processing to fetch a higher price. Since we've met, I'm willing to offer 50 million credit points per ton for your organ. 50 million credit points per ton? Third brother, are you trying to deceive the boss? Which primary energy mineral on the market sells for 50 million credit points per ton? I'll offer 60 million credit points per ton. I'll take as much as you have. Upon witnessing this, the other merchants began to bid. The price quickly escalated to 80 million credit points per ton. Meanwhile, Yu Qiansong, upon hearing the merchants' offers, couldn't help but feel ecstatic. It is worth noting that there were hundreds of tons of frost spirit crystals stored in the ship's hold, some of which were of exceptionally high quality. If all these frost spirit crystals were sold at the current price, they would yield at least several billion credit points. This amount was nearly equivalent to the annual military expenditure of the Solar Alliance. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out among the merchants. 1 billion credit points per ton. I represent the Black Opal family and wish to purchase all the minerals the captain possesses. The Black Opal family. In an instant, silence fell over the crowd. The price of 1 billion credit points per ton was beyond what they could afford. More importantly, the other party had revealed their identity as a representative of the Black Opal family. As one of the gem families in the brilliant galaxy, even the most audacious among them would hesitate to confront the Black Opal family. The representative of the Black Opal family approached Lu Jin. His gaze fixed on the frost spirit crystals in Lu Jin's hand. I offer 1 billion credit points per ton for these minerals. This price is fair and commensurate with the value of these ores. What do you think? The other party was confident, believing that without any competitors, such a price was undoubtedly reasonable. Lu Jin had no reason to refuse. However, facing the representative of the Black Opal family, Lu Jin scoffed coldly and replied without hesitation. The Black Opal family should not lack this small amount of, or that I will not engage in any transactions with the Black Opal family. What? As these words escaped his lips, the merchants were taken aback, wondering if they had misheard. This young captain actually rejected the Black Opal family, and he stated that he would not engage in any dealings with them. Had he lost his mind? This was the brilliant galaxy, the territory of the gem families. Openly refused the Black Opal family. Did he not fear retribution in light of Lu Jin's blatant refusal? The representative was visibly taken aback as well that he had always conducted business under the banner of the Black Opal family, ensuring profits without fail. Yet for the first time, he felt he had shot himself in the foot. Just then, another voice chimed in from the crowd that, if you want to sell to the Black Opal family, would you sell to us the Emerald family? From the crowd, a sweet-faced girl with a hint of youthful innocence excitedly raised her hand. All eyes turned toward her. The girl struggled to push her way to the front of the crowd, looking at Lu Jin with hopeful eyes, as if her clear, innocent gaze was pleading, "Sell to me. Sell to me." Lu Jin was somewhat surprised by the sudden appearance of the Emerald family girl. He had initially thought encountering a representative of the Black Opal family was already astonishing, but he hadn't anticipated someone from the Emerald family as well. However, the girl's demeanor did not resemble that of a typical member of a gem family. Noticing Lu Jin's hesitance, the girl seemed to make a firm decision. "If you don't believe me, I can pay a deposit first." As soon as she finished speaking, the girl opened her account details. With a wave of her hand, Lu Jin's account balance suddenly changed. Upon checking, Lu Jin discovered that his account had gained an additional 10 billion credit points, the 10 billion credit point deposit. Even Yu Tianchong was taken aback. The deposit seemed rather excessive. She hadn't even inquired about the inventory of ores before directly transferring 10 billion credit points. Where did this affluent young lady come from? Meanwhile, Lu Jin glanced at his account balance and let out a wry smile. Transaction complete. Onlookers were left dumbfounded. Was this what they referred to as sincerity being the ultimate weapon? Chapter 33. A windfall from the heavens? A commercial legend. How splendid. The girl from the Emerald family couldn't help but cheer upon securing the deal. However, the individual claiming to represent the Black Opal family wore a grim expression. Even so, he refrained from voicing any objections. Though the Black Opal family and the Emerald family did not share a cordial relationship, that was merely a matter of high-level grievances, with the glimmering gala approaching. The gem families had established a series of rules. Causing a ruckus now would surely lead to repercussions from the family hierarchy, making it impossible for him to don the family insignia again. "My name is Ming Tsueishi, and I am delighted to finalize this transaction with you," she said. "Lu Jin, it is equally a pleasure to collaborate with the Emerald family," he replied. After exchanging formalities, Lu Jin led Ming Tsueishi to the ship's cargo hold. Upon witnessing the stock of frost spirit crystals, Ming Tsueishi's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment. So much. Initially, she and others believed that high-quality ores like frost spirit crystals would be scarce. However, seeing Lu Jin's inventory, she felt as though she had struck gold. If other merchants were aware of Lu Jin's ample supply, they would certainly not relinquish their frost spirit crystals so easily. "That I didn't expect you to have such an abundant stock. I thought such precious ores would be rare," she exclaimed. "Indeed, you are quite fortunate, my friend," she added, eyeing the towering piles of frost spirit crystals. If these ores were processed and sold, the Emerald family would undoubtedly reap substantial profits. What intrigued Ming Tsueishi even more was the source of Lu Jin's vast supply. The planets in the outer star sea had been nearly exhausted, while there were still some uncharted territories. Most were desolate and unworthy of development. The frost spirit crystals had never surfaced in any major markets, indicating they must originate from the boundless star sea or a specialty from an undeveloped planet. If it were the latter, their value would far exceed the current market price. However, Ming Tsueishi was acutely aware that Lu Jin would not easily divulge the source of these ores. There are many such ores, but they require someone to mine them. That if you're interested, you may bid for the planetary coordinates I possess. Purchase the planetary coordinates. Ming Tsueishi immediately doubted her ears that a planet containing valuable ore, and Lu Jin intended to hand it over. Elders often warned that fortune does not simply fall from the sky, yet this situation seemed no different from a windfall. For a moment, Ming Tsueishi was at a loss for words. What price are you considering? That depends on you, Lu Jin replied, tossing the question back to Ming Tsueishi. She understood the coordinates' worth, but hesitated and ultimately refrained from naming a price that I need to think it over. May I have a way to contact you? I will reach out to you as soon as possible. Ming Tsueishi's expression was earnest. As a member of the Emerald family, she understood the significance of this transaction. Lu Jin provided her with his contact information. In truth, Lu Jin was indifferent to who his trading partner was, as long as it was not the Black Opal family. Any other gem family would suffice. However, having a member of the Emerald family who was in opposition to the Black Opal family present itself was undoubtedly the best choice. That he simply needed to sell the planetary coordinates, and assistance against the Black Opal family would naturally follow. Once the Black Opal family's plans collapsed, the bloodline within would inevitably surface, and that would be the moment for action, as transport vehicles continued to enter the ship, hauling away load after load of frost spirit crystals. The surrounding crowd began to stir. Wow, how many vehicles have come and gone? Are they still not finished moving those ores? I heard the Emerald family is offering 1 billion credit points per ton for these ores. Is that true? If someone else had said this, I might have doubted it, but this is the Emerald family we're talking about. This ship appears to be merely a small battleship, yet carries such a treasure trove of ores. What a fortune. The news of this event began to spread. Though trade occurred continuously at the starport, such a massive transaction involving a gem family was indeed unprecedented. After all, not every merchant's goods could attract the attention of gem families. Yet at the center of this event, Lu Jin had already departed from the Starship and boarded the planetary train heading to Gem Planet number 1. The train sped along its predetermined route, even faster than ordinary spacecraft. Soon, the train arrived at its destination. Lu Jin, accompanied by Yu Tianchong and Sharia, stepped out of the station. The gentle sunlight cascaded down, illuminating towering buildings that resembled a forest in this golden land. Races from across the star sea congregated here. Strolling down the street, Lu Jin encountered shop at nearly every turn, with an astonishing array of unique goods that dazzled the EY and O2 shops offered the same items, showcasing a level of prosperity that even the lunar starport could not compare with. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Jin found himself at a tavern, gazing at the sign above the establishment, which boldly proclaimed Starlit Tavern in the universal language of the Star Sea. He noticed that Yu Tianchong had already spotted the tavern. For someone like Yu Tianchong, who enjoyed indulging in a drink now and then, this tavern held considerable allure. Since we have this rare opportunity to relax, why not enjoy a few drinks? Faced with Yu Tianchong's suggestion, Lu Jin chose not to decline. Upon entering the tavern, he settled himself at the bar. Behind the bar stood an alien bartender with several tentacles, who inquired what Lu Jin wished to order. A glass of dreamy starry night. Upon hearing this, the bartender's eyes gleamed with surprise. Why Yu Tianchong was equally astonished, for dreamy starry night was a concoction only seasoned drinkers favored. To think that the usually serious Lu Jin had an appreciation for alcohol. The bartender immediately began mixing the drink, while Lu Jin turned to Sharia, as a member of the Hunter Star Dragon race. Sharia was clearly too young to drink. Thus, Lu Jin ordered her a soft drink. As for Yu Tianchong, he was accustomed to enjoying a drink during his leisure time, so Lu Jin needn't worry about him. Chapter 34. The Trail of Pirates. Preparations for family members. Within the tavern, even Lu Jin found a moment of tranquility. Time was of the essence. The outbreak of the assimilation war loomed closer. Lu Jin was constantly contemplating how to enhance his strength. Only by doing so could he alter the outcome of the future. As he gazed into his glass, myriad thoughts swirled in his mind. His current mission was to eradicate the bloodline within the Black Opal family entirely. Bang! Suddenly, the tavern's door was forcefully kicked open, drawing everyone's attention that a burly, menacing alien entered, followed by several equally intimidating figures, resembling a swarm of locusts as they marched into the tavern. One of the aliens approached a table already occupied by patrons. Yet he appeared oblivious to their presence and simply sat down. The seated individuals, recognizing the trouble, vacated their seats in resignation. Once they departed, the newcomers took over the table. The tavern owner promptly approached them, asking, "Esteemed guests, what can I get for you?" "Serve us every drink you have," commanded the leader of the aliens with a sweeping gesture. Hearing the clumsy use of the universal language, Lu Jin could deduce their identity: space pirates. With the glimmering gala on the horizon, it was astonishing that space pirates would venture here. Lu Jin had little faith that they genuinely intended to participate in the gala. He made a mental note of the situation while continuing to savor his drink. The issue of space pirates was one that the gem families ought to address. Today, after finally securing some leisure time, as long as they did not disturb him, he had no qualms about letting them be. Just as Lu Jin lifted his glass to take a sip, a voice rang out from the entrance, tinged with surprise. "Lu Jin? Huh, is that really Lu Jin?" To his astonishment, he encountered familiar faces in this place. "Who would have thought we'd run into our academic prodigy, Lu?" Both Yu Tianchong and Sharia turned toward the door at the sound of the voice. Judging by their tone, these individuals were acquaintances of Lu Jin, piquing their curiosity about his circle of friends. The first to approach was none other than Qin Mo, the person Lu Jin was most familiar with, the new generation of Blue Star. After a period of interstellar travel, they ultimately established a transit station in the brilliant galaxy. After all, with the grand gathering approaching, there was no reason to abstain from such an event. Lu Jin sighed before turning to face Qin Mo. Encountering a familiar face in a foreign land, Qin Mo was naturally overjoyed. She eagerly approached Lu Jin, unable to contain her excitement as she wished to share her experiences from the journey. Meanwhile, the few individuals left behind by Qin Mo wore expressions of discontent. It was well known that she rarely spoke when with them, and now, encountering Lu Jin seemed to have unleashed a torrent of words, transforming her demeanor entirely. "Qin Mo, we did not come to the tavern merely for idle chatter. Indeed, we are here on a task from our family. This opportunity was hard-won by Brother Sheng, so you must think carefully." A voice interjected from the crowd that a young man with an impeccably polished appearance emerged, striding confidently to Qin Mo's side, although his gaze was fixed on Lu Jin. "That I have heard of the illustrious Lu University scholar during my time at the Blue Star Academy. I wonder how your fleet has fared. If you possess sufficient strength, I might be able to offer you a chance to connect with the Gem family. After all, I am currently a preparatory member of the Black Opal family. Completing their tasks will grant me full membership." Upon hearing this, Lu Jin finally directed his attention to the speaker, recognizing him after a careful appraisal. Sheng Yunjiang, the second-generation heir of the renowned Shiha Lian Engineering Company from Blue Star. He was indeed among the more distinguished captains of the new generation. However, in Lu Jin's presence, his boasts were utterly trivial. Before Lu Jin could respond, Yu Qinsong chimed in first. "One would think you had become a core member of the family. A preparatory member, not even a full member, and you truly believe you can represent the entire Gem family. How ludicrous." As Yu Qinsong's words cut through the air, Sheng Yunjiang's countenance darkened, just as he opened his mouth to retort. A squad of soldiers appeared at the tavern entrance, clad in the finest armor and wielding formidable thunder spears. Most notably, the insignia of the Emerald family emblazoned on their armor was unmistakable. The patrons, previously engaged in their revelry, halted in their tracks at the sight. The brutish alien races present grew visibly anxious. As Lu Jin had noted, their identities as interstellar pirates had placed them in perilous circumstances. How could they not panic? Yet, the most anxious of all was the tavern owner, who had not anticipated the arrival of Emerald family guards at his establishment, and their demeanor suggested they were not there merely for drinks. Once the guards had settled, two striking figures entered the tavern. One of them was familiar to Lu Jin. It was Ming Tsueishi, with whom he had previously conducted business. Beside her stood a taller, more mature figure, their features strikingly similar, indicating she was likely Ming Tsueishi's sister or another family member. Lu Jin could easily surmise their purpose for being there. "Sister, it's him," Ming Tsueishi exclaimed, pointing directly at Lu Jin. Sheng Yunjiang, standing next to Lu Jin, immediately distanced himself. The guard was searching for Lu Jin, to think that he had offended the Emerald family upon his arrival in the brilliant galaxy. Qin Mo, initially believing that Lu Jin had indeed crossed the Emerald family, refrained from retreating as Sheng Yunjiang and the others had. Instead, she pondered how to extricate Lu Jin from this impending crisis. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cui Yusin. This is my sister, whom you have encountered before. Based on my sister's information, I am quite intrigued by the planetary coordinates you possess, Cui Yusin stated with poise. As her name resonated among the crowd, they realized the significance of the numerous guards accompanying her. Each family executive represented a segment of the Gem family's power, and it was customary to bring bodyguards when venturing into the chaotic world outside. However, what astonished them was that Cui Yusin had approached Lu Jin to purchase a planetary coordinate. What sort of coordinate could attract the attention of a high-ranking member of the Emerald family? I am well aware of the value of this planetary coordinate. It is not something that can simply be quantified in credit points. However, should you choose to sell it to our Emerald family, you will earn our friendship, Cui Yusin continued, her demeanor calm and authoritative, in stark contrast to Ming Tsueishi beside her. Lu Jin, in response to Cui Yusin, raised his glass and drained its contents before tossing a compass containing the planetary coordinates directly to her. Cui Yusin caught it, her expression betraying a hint of surprise. Lu Jin had relinquished such a valuable coordinate without hesitation. This planetary coordinate holds no value for me. However, it may differ for you. Its price is yours to determine, Lu Jin declared, confidently placing the matter in the hands of the Emerald family. For him, merely having other gem families aware of the planet's existence was sufficient. Any offer from the Emerald family would be considered an unexpected boon. Seeing Lu Jin's generosity, Cui Yusin pondered briefly before producing a card. The card, resembling a gemstone, shimmered under the light, with a distinctive emblem of the Emerald family prominently displayed at its center. Sheng Yunjiang, witnessing the card, gasped involuntarily. The Emerald Gem card? How does he possess such a card? The other new generation members for Blue Star, puzzled by Sheng Yunjiang's reaction, began to inquire about the card's significance. Before Sheng Yunjiang could respond, Cui Yusin interjected, possessing this Emerald Gem card grants you a 50% discount on expenditures within the industries of the Gem family. Additionally, it signifies that you are our most esteemed guest, allowing you to request assistance from Emerald family members. Furthermore, it contains 100 million credit points, a modest sum, yet reflective of our Emerald family's goodwill. Cui Yusin placed the Emerald Gem card before Lu Jin, who accepted it without reservation. It was undeniable that the card's value far exceeded the mere monetary amount it held. The sincerity of the Emerald family was palpable to Lu Jin. After securing the Emerald Gem card, Cui Yusin addressed the surrounding patrons. I apologize for the interruption. Today, all your expenditures will be covered by the Emerald family. With that, she turned to leave, much to the delight of the tavern owner and patrons. After all, Cui Yusin had announced that the Emerald family would be footing the bill, and to act overly polite would squander this rare opportunity. Soon, the tavern reclaimed its previous jovial atmosphere, while Qinmo gazed at Lu Jin in admiration. Even after Cui Yusin's explanation, she grasped the significance of the Emerald Gem card that Lu Jin now possessed. This card held far greater utility than Sheng Yunjiang's so-called preparatory membership. Lu Jin, how did you manage this? The value of the Emerald Gem card cannot simply be measured in monetary terms. The Gem family's enterprises are extensive, even holding a position in the endless star sea. With this card, you will save a considerable amount in the future. Lu Jin toyed with the Emerald Gem card, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was well aware of its worth, but at that moment, he was more concerned about when the Emerald family would uncover the clandestine activities of the Black Opal family. Presumably, Cui Yusin was already eager to dispatch exploration vessels to the frigid planet. Once the Emerald family's vessels arrived, the secrets of the Black Opal family would be laid bare, potentially negating the need for Lu Jin to intervene. Meanwhile, Sheng Yunjiang seethed with envy as he beheld the Emerald Gem card in Lu Jin's possession. He had toiled incessantly for the Black Opal family, only to barely secure his status as a preparatory member. Yet Lu Jin, for what reason, had obtained the Emerald Gem card with a disdainful scoff. Sheng Yunjiang turned and departed. The new generation members who had previously surrounded him hesitated momentarily, ultimately resulting in fewer than half choosing to follow his lead. Others swiftly changed their stance, beginning to flatter Lu Jin. Yet, Lu Jin's thoughts were far from them. Sharia approached Lu Jin and whispered, "Captain, ever since we arrived, those individuals have been observing you. Among them, there's a psionic. Should I intervene and eliminate them?" A psionic? Following Sharia's gaze, Lu Jin's eyes fell upon the group of alien races. They met Lu Jin's gaze without a hint of evasion. In fact, One of the aliens made a threatening gesture towards Lu Jin, exuding arrogance. Hey, that guy's looking over here? Huh. So what if he is? I distinctly heard he has 100 billion credits in his account. Should we pull off a heist before the Radiant Gala? Behave yourselves. We are here on a mission that, if you mess this up, don't blame me for turning against you. Don't be ridiculous, a mere human without any psionic ability. It would be a piece of cake to handle him. Greed glimmered in the eyes of these interstellar pirates as they considered Lu Jin the easy target. Hearing their discussion, the leader of the alien group hesitated. I could see that moment. A notification popped up on his microcomputer. Upon reading the details, the alien's eyes lit up. Lads, we are fortunate. The employer has issued a task, and the target is that human. Chapter 36. Underhanded competition. A crushing defeat. Fortuitous. One of the aliens whistled cheerily. Just as Lu Jin had surmised, these aliens were all hired by the Black Opal family, a band of interstellar pirates. Although the true purpose of their hiring remained unknown, the Black Opal family had learned of Lu Jin's sale of planetary coordinates to the Emerald family. The higher-ups of the Black Opal family swiftly decided to eliminate Lu Jin before he could pose a greater threat. Lu Jin's existence had already begun to jeopardize the Black Opal family. They could not afford to let him continue unchecked. Thus, several interstellar pirates rose from their seats. The moment they did, all eyes in the vicinity turned towards them. The patrons swallowed nervously, clearly wishing to avoid any confrontation with these fierce individuals. The pirates approached the bar, directly heading towards Lu Jin's position, flanking him on both sides and occupying all the surrounding space. To this point, even the dimmest of minds would understand that these intimidating figures were targeting Lu Jin. The younger generation from Blue Star scattered in a panic upon witnessing the scene. Just as one wave of trouble subsided, another emerged. Qin Mo stood beside Lu Jin, scrutinizing the surrounding individuals. What do you intend to do? In response to Qin Mo's inquiry, the interstellar pirates merely smiled dismissively, not taking her seriously. One particularly burly pirate even leaned closer, a mocking glint in his eye. What's this? Is the bar reserved for you alone? Ah, you folks are a bit domineering. We merely wish to enjoy some finely crafted cocktails. Why the hostility? As he spoke, one of the pirates made a move towards Qin Mo. However, before he could lay a hand on her, Lu Jin swiftly seized his wrist. The pirate was momentarily taken aback and attempted to break free, only to realize that Lu Jin's grip was far stronger than he had anticipated. Anger flared within him. Let go of me, you brat. Before he could finish, Lu Jin tightened his grip. In an instant, the pirate felt a jolt of electricity surge through his arm. Then, something peculiar occurred. He could no longer feel his arm. What in the world is happening? Meanwhile, the other pirates observed Lu Jin's fingers with newfound curiosity. Interesting, it is rumored that there exists a form of ancient martial arts capable of easily subduing foes. I have roamed the Star Sea for years, encountering many Blue Star humans, yet none have wielded ancient martial arts with such proficiency. You possess some skill. If it weren't for the hefty sum my employer offered, I might have considered recruiting you into my fleet. As he spoke, one of the pirates, whose skin was a deep red adorned with scales, approached Lu Jin. As he drew near, the scales on his body began to ripple like waves. Soon, an exceedingly subtle force began to silently approach Lu Jin. Now, you shall come with me. The pirate's voice turned seductively persuasive. Even Qin Mo felt a momentary disorientation upon hearing that moment. Lu Jin locked eyes with the pirate. Their gazes met. The pirate felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Jin's eyes were remarkably clear, showing no signs of being swayed. How could this be? I am a psionic. Dealing with this ordinary human should be like striking down an ant. Just then, his gaze shifted to Lu Jin's back, where he met Sheria's eyes. Without hesitation, she unleashed her psionic energy. The terrifying aura enveloped the pirate like a tidal wave, leaving him wide-eyed in disbelief. How is this possible? Another psionic. How could such a powerful psionic exist beside this human? The strength of her psionic abilities dwarfed his own. No, my psionic power is as insignificant compared to hers as the full moon is to the faint glow of a firefly. In an instant, the pirate felt a suffocating pressure, as though an invisible force had seized his throat. His companions noticed his distress and began to sense something was amiss. Boss, what's wrong? Damn it, we've run into tough opposition. It must be that brat's doing. Seeing their leader's agonized expression, the pirates disregarded their caution and charged at Lu Jin. Yet before their fists could land, Yu Qinsong appeared before them, ablaze with fury. After finally managing to rest, trouble had found them again. Without a hint of mercy, Yu Qinsong's fist struck like a cannonball, landing squarely on one pirate. The pain radiated from the point of impact, spreading like a spider's web. Why does it hurt so much? Before they could grasp the situation, Yu Qinsong's assault continued, landing a punch on the vulnerable part of another pirate's face. He followed up with a series of strikes to their weaknesses. Every living being possesses vulnerabilities. No creature exists without them. Yu Qinsong excelled at identifying and exploiting these weaknesses. Before long, the pirates who had sought trouble lay sprawled on the ground. Particularly, the pirate who had previously attempted to use psionics on Lu Jin was now barely clinging to life, tormented by Sharia's unleashed energy. The commotion soon attracted the attention of the Gem family's patrolling guards. 2 guards rushed into the tavern, spotting the fallen pirates before their gaze landed on Lu Jin and his companions. However, before they could speak, Lu Jin produced the Emerald Gem card. Upon seeing the card, the guard's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Esteemed guest, we apologize for disturbing your respite. We will investigate these troublemakers, hoping it does not tarnish your good mood today." Seeing their earnest attitude, Lu Jin glanced at the Emerald Gem card in his hand. This item proves to be quite useful. Chapter 37. Preparations for Battle. An invitation from the Emerald family. After leaving the tavern, Lu Jin headed straight to the largest trading market in the Radiant Star system. The Black Opal family had begun to notice Lu Jin's presence, even plotting how to make him disappear quietly from the Radiant Star system. Naturally, Lu Jin could not remain idle. It was time for him to procure supplies to counter the impending retaliatory strikes from the Black Opal family. Upon arriving at the trading market, a website popped up on Lu Jin's microcomputer. This site cataloged all the goods available in the market. Opening the product list revealed a torrent of thousands of different items. A regular person would need at least a day to peruse this extensive list. However, during his time resting at the tavern, Lu Jin had already compiled a list of necessary supplies in his mind. Now, all Lu Jin needed to do was search for and purchase the items on his list. Ding, congratulations on successfully ordering 50 tons of trimetal alloy. Ding, congratulations on successfully ordering 20 tons of liquid alloy. Ding, congratulations on successfully ordering 50 tons of high-energy ore. As Lu Jin continued to click, his balance rapidly diminished. Sitting beside Lu Jin, Yu Qinsong watched as Lu Jin indulged in an extravagant shopping spree. His eyelids involuntarily lifting in surprise. In no wonder Lu Jin previously remarked that 100 billion credit points were mere trifles. At this rate of expenditure, they truly seemed insignificant. After a frenzy of purchasing, Lu Jin finally ceased his manic gestures. Observing this, Yu Qinsong let out a sigh of relief, as he had feared Lu Jin would fill the entire ship with materials before he would stop. However, just then, the electric light train they were aboard announced their arrival. Ding, you have arrived at the designated location, the Brilliant Treasure Pavilion. The name alone sent a shiver down Yu Qinsong's spine. Upon the train doors opening, Lu Jin stepped out, striding directly towards the so-called Brilliant Treasure Pavilion. As they entered the shop, Yu Qinsong soon understood why it was named the Brilliant Treasure Pavilion. The merchandise was extraordinarily expensive. Customized ship main cannon, base price 10 million credit points, with 10 years of free warranty. Star Sea Rare Beast Tentacle, priced at 50 million credit points, no refunds once sold. Civilization Relic Coordinates, available for 100 million credit points. Honesty in business, only 1 copy. Emperor-class large battleship, priced at 1 billion credit points, with a no-reason refund within a year, from the most basic biological materials to large-scale weapon customizations. This so-called Brilliant Treasure Pavilion had it all. Yet despite the vast array of items, their prices were beyond the reach of the average individual. As soon as Lu Jin entered the store, a human salesperson approached him. "Hello. Welcome to the Brilliant Treasure Pavilion." It was evident that this human employee had been specially recruited to better serve the customers. Lu Jin surveyed the store's inventory, then turned to the human attendant. "I wish to purchase a material known as secret silver." Secret silver. Upon learning of Lu Jin's request, the attendant opened her mini-computer to search. Soon, she turned to Lu Jin with an apologetic expression. "I am sorry, but secret silver is currently out of stock in the Brilliant Star system." Out of stock. Hearing this response, Lu Jin appeared to have anticipated such an outcome. After all, secret silver was the bane of the Blood Clan. Weapons forged from secret silver could inflict tremendous harm on them. Unfortunately, During this era, the various races in the universe were still unaware of Secret Silver's counteracting effects against the Blood Clan. Consequently, Secret Silver frequently appeared on the inventory list of materials being liquidated. Its absence now further indicated that the Black Opal family was secretly moving behind the scenes, since there is no Secret Silver. Do you have ordinary silver and the holy water of blessings from the Holy City in stock? Indeed, we have those. Both items were exceedingly common materials. Moreover, the Blood Clan of the Black Opal family might not realize that ordinary silver, or combined with the unique holy water from the Holy City, could forge materials even more effective against them. Holy silver. The counteractive effects of this synthetic material exceeded that of Secret Silver by over tenfold. Lu Jin decisively purchased the entire stock of ordinary silver, ore, and holy water from the brilliant treasure pavilion. Once all the materials were procured, he promptly returned to the ship. For several consecutive days, Lu Jin isolated himself within the ship. While Yu Qinsong and Zoelia enjoyed an extended holiday, for with their combat prowess. Even if the Black Opal family sent individuals to target them, they would likely not succeed easily. Meanwhile, as Lu Jin secluded himself, the date of the brilliant gala drew ever closer. Until one morning. Fatigued and still half asleep, Lu Jin was alerted by the ship's system. Ding! An outsider has been detected at the hatch. Would you like to open the hatch? Upon hearing the voice, Lu Jin stretched lazily and rubbed his still sleepy eyes. Opening the ship's surveillance screen, he saw Qin Mo already standing at the hatch. What could she possibly want at such an early hour? Without further thought, Lu Jin made his way to the hatch. Upon opening it, the first thing Qin Mo noticed was Lu Jin's disheveled appearance, complete with a multifunctional wrench at his waist. Stunned by his current state, she pondered what Lu Jin had been doing aboard the ship to appear so unkempt. Yet, after a brief moment of surprise, she quickly recalled the purpose of her visit. Lu Jin, you haven't forgotten that today is the day of the gem auction, have you? The gem auction? Lu Jin thought for a moment, and suddenly details about the auction resurfaced in his mind. Realizing he had indeed forgotten, Qin Mo understood that she needed to remind him. Before the brilliant gala commenced, the gem family would scour the Star Sea for rare treasures to host a grand auction as the prelude to the event. Today marked the first day of the gem auction, and Qin Mo had come to ensure Lu Jin did not miss it. I happen to have 2 tickets for the auction. Before she could finish, Ming Suishi's figure once again appeared in Lu Jin's view. Her intent for visiting was self-evident that Lu Jin, my sister has asked me to invite you to this gem auction, if you would be so kind. Could you accompany me to the event? Chapter 38. Invisible Smoke and the Star Sea Elves. Lu Jin had no reason to decline the invitation from the Emerald family. Moreover, he was curious to see how far the Emerald family had investigated. May I bring my friends along? In response to this inquiry, Ming Suishi graciously assured him, the Emerald family has a spacious private room. Even if you bring a dozen friends, it will be more than sufficient. With this assurance, Lu Jin nodded and asked Qin Mo and Ming Suishi to wait a moment. After all, he had been engaged in a series of engineering modifications aboard the ship lately. At that moment, he was reeking of rust and an overpowering scent of machine oil. He certainly did not wish to attend the gem auction in such a state. After freshening up, Lu Jin meticulously prepared himself. By the time he was ready, Yu Qinsong and Zelia had also completed their preparations and were waiting at the hatch for Lu Jin. Thus, Lu Jin, along with Qin Mo, Yu Qinsong, and Zoelia, followed Ming Suishi to the gem auction venue. As a prelude to the brilliant gala, the scale of the gem auction was impressive. A venue as grand as a castle appeared before them. The gem auction was divided into 2 sections, the inner and outer areas. The auction took place in the inner area, accessible only to those possessing tickets issued by the gem family. For those without tickets, there was no need to worry, as the gem family had arranged a commercial district in the outer area. Numerous shops displayed their treasures, ensuring that even those who did not enter the auction could find coveted items. While meandering through the commercial district, Lu Jin and his companions enjoyed the privilege of being escorted by the Emerald family's electric light train. Traversing the bustling outer area through the family's private passage, directly into the building of the gem auction. In stark contrast to the lively outer area, the inner area presented an entirely different scene. Those receiving invitations from the gem family were typically prominent figures within the Star Sea. Various alien races of diverse colors wandered throughout the inner area, engaging in transactions and negotiations. Lu Jin and his companions proceeded directly to the entrance of the best viewing private room. Upon opening the door, They were greeted by an expansive space. The room's decor was understated yet could not conceal the wealth and power of the gem family. The host, Cui Yusin, had already been awaiting their arrival. Her gaze swept across the group before she spoke. Once everyone was seated, Lu Jin, we have dispatched personnel to explore the planet you marked. We discovered local indigenous civilizations, as well as the advanced energy you sold us. However, we also uncovered some unexpected findings. These revelations are likely the true reason behind your decision to sell us the coordinates of this planet, are they not? As a senior leader of the Emerald family, Cui Yusin understood the implications of the discoveries on that planet. However, would she choose to feign ignorance? Certainly not. The Gem family was not united. On the contrary, the Black Opal family had been attempting to absorb the Emerald family over the years. The discoveries made on that frigid planet could undoubtedly serve as a pivotal factor in overturning the Black Opal family. After all, monopolizing such assets, if discovered, would invite scrutiny from the other gem families. Moreover, the value of this planet far exceeded their expectations. They were unaware of how many frost spirit crystals the Black Opal family had mined from this planet. Furthermore, they remained oblivious to where the funds from the sale of these frost spirit crystals had flowed. Such actions had already disrupted the balance of the entire gem family. Thus, the Emerald family decisively informed the other gem families of this matter. The Black Opal family had likely fallen into a whirlpool from which it could not extricate itself. Certainly, these matters pertain solely to the internal affairs of the gem families. Should other gem families possess sufficient ruthlessness to eliminate the Black Opal family through their means, Lu Jin would indeed relish the ensuing tranquility. At that moment, a resonant voice emanated from the broadcasting system throughout the hall. Welcome, esteemed guests, to this event sponsored by the gem families. The items for auction will be sent to your personal terminals in a list format. The auction will span 3 days, allowing you to orderly arrange the items you wish to sell. Without further ado, please direct your attention to the center of the venue. The gem auction is now officially underway. As the auction commenced, all eyes converge upon the center of the hall. Cui Yusin also indicated to Lu Jin that he should pay closer attention to the gem auction. After all, as a precursor to the splendid event, the gem families had invested considerable effort into this auction. Listening to Cui Yusin's introduction, Lu Jin's thoughts turned to the gem auction itself. According to his recollections, this auction would indeed feature numerous valuable items. However, given their desirability, the prices would undoubtedly be substantial. Soon, the first auction item was presented, which elicited a slight reaction from Yu Tiansong and Qin Mo. Standing on the auction stage were 2 exquisite sisters. Slaves? The expressions of Yu Tiansong and Qin Mo soured. Although the institution of slavery persists in many civilizations, their backgrounds from the Blue Star civilization left them with a deep-seated aversion to such practices. Noticing their dismay, Cui Yusin promptly clarified, "Do not misunderstand. These 2 have willingly sold their freedom to become slaves." "What? Willingly? How can anyone voluntarily sell themselves into slavery?" Cui Yusin elaborated that these sisters belong to the Sea Star Elves, a race that teeters on the brink of extinction. Although they possessed formidable psychic combat abilities, their reproductive capabilities were severely flawed. Consequently, their population had shown no signs of increase over the centuries. And the presence of the Sea Star Elves had nearly vanished from the cosmos. I am uncertain of their motives for selling their freedom, but their choice indicates a certain resolve. If they are sold to a benevolent master, it could serve as a means of survival. Chapter 39. A fortune spent. Unwavering loyalty. After finishing his explanation, Cui Yusin's gaze fell upon the silent Lu Jin. From the moment the sisters appeared, Lu Jin had been contemplatively focused on them. Observing this, Cui Yusin inquired, "Mr. Lu Jin, do you have any interest in these Sea Star Elves? After all, a slave who actively sells themselves guarantees a certain level of loyalty." Upon hearing this, Yu Qiansong and Qin Mo turned their attention to Lu Jin. In Qin Mo's eyes, if Lu Jin were to purchase the sisters, he would undoubtedly treat them well. Yet, she was acutely aware that as a rare race, the Sea Star Elves' value at the auction would surpass that of common treasures. Thus, she refrained from urging Lu Jin to secure their purchase at that moment. Lu Jin raised his hand and pressed the bidding button. "That I do indeed have some interest in the Sea Star Elves." In Lu Jin's memory, although the Assimilation War had led to the downfall of numerous planetary civilizations, it had also witnessed the rise of many brilliant war heroes. Among them were a pair of twin generals who shone magnificently during the war. And they were of the Sea Star Elf race. Now, seeing these sisters again, Lu Jin's mind conjured images of those famed twin generals. If these two sea star elves were to grow into the legendary generals of the future, he had no reason not to acquire them. Moreover, the sea star elves were inherently formidable. Had it not been for their genetic flaws that hindered reproduction, they would have undoubtedly emerged as one of the most powerful races in the cosmos. In his recollections, Lu Jin knew of a method to remedy their genetic deficiencies that, if successful, he could potentially cultivate a valuable source of combatants. Weighing all these factors, Lu Jin decisively engaged in the bidding. The price for the Sea Star Elves soared to an astonishing 20 million credit points. Yet this was merely the beginning, as the bids continued to escalate. Suddenly, the auction price leaped to 100 million credit points. The abrupt surge silenced the hall for several moments. How could someone jump from 20 million to 100 million so abruptly? Nevertheless, the price did not remain stagnant for long. Soon, it climbed again. 110 million credit points, 120 million credit points. In the next instant, the digits on the screen surged to 200 million credit points. This unexpected turn of events left the audience in utter shock. Cui Yusin, observing from the private room, turned his gaze to Lu Jin, teasingly remarking, "Mr. Lu Jin, it appears you are quite determined to acquire these sea star elves." In response to Cui Yusin's jest, Lu Jin merely smiled, raising his hand to place a bid of 300 million credit points. While others viewed the sisters as merely rare sea star elves, to Lu Jin, they represented future, general-level powerhouses. Following the outbreak of the Assimilation War, psychic warriors of general caliber could not simply be purchased with money in a matter of moments. Fueled by Lu Jin's extravagant bidding, he successfully acquired the Sea Star Elf sisters for a mere 600 million credit points. After deducting the amount from his account, the sisters were ushered into Lu Jin's private room. Once inside, the elder of the two Sea Star Elves scanned the surroundings before fixing her gaze upon Sharia. The innate dragon might radiating from Sharia instilled a sense of pressure within her. After a moment's pause, her attention shifted to Lu Jin. "We, the Sea Star Elf clan, Silver Moon, shall henceforth be at your service. We, the Sea Star Elf clan, Yulan, shall henceforth be at your service." The two Sea Star Elves understood that they had lost everything, including their freedom. Yet they bore no regrets, for this sum of money was crucial for the survival of their entire race. If sacrificing themselves could ensure the continuation of their clan, it was a deal they deemed exceedingly worthwhile. Lu Jin's gaze swept over the two Sea Star Elves, and upon learning their names, he became even more convinced that they were destined to become the renowned twin generals of the future. However, at that moment, Lu Jin made a shocking move that left everyone astounded. He activated his personal terminal and, in full view of the assembly, deactivated the biological control chips implanted in Silver Moon and Yulan. As the effects of the control chips faded, shock washed over the faces of Silver Moon and Yulan, while expressions of astonishment crept onto the faces of Cui Yusin and the others. "Yuda, what are you doing?" The elder sister, Silver Moon, was the first to react, her expression one of confusion as she looked at Lu Jin. She could not fathom why he would pay a high price to purchase them only to deactivate their control chips. Addressing the bewildered audience, Lu Jin turned to Silver Moon and Yulan. "Unwavering loyalty cannot be ensured by a mere chip. Therefore, I have deactivated your control chips, that I hope that moving forward, you will accept my employment as Sea Star Elves and serve as crew members under my command." "Employment? Become crew members?" Silver Moon and Yulan furrowed their brows at Lu Jin's seemingly superfluous gesture. "You need not resort to such measures to ensure our loyalty. From the moment we chose to sell ourselves, we prepared for everything. At that moment, Lu Jin transmitted a pre-prepared document to Silver Moon's personal terminal. She gazed at the employment contract displayed on the screen. Disbelief washed over her. This man was serious, yet when she read the terms, her eyes widened in astonishment. This contract for real. Absolutely genuine. If you find it hard to believe, you are free to leave, as you are no longer bound. Before he could finish, Silver Moon dropped to one knee, fervently bowing before Lu Jin. That moment, her gaze towards him was akin to grasping onto the last lifeline of hope. Chapter 40, Genetic Restoration. A marvelous art. If this is true, then whatever you ask of me, I shall have no complaints. Gazing into the resolute eyes of her elder sister, Yulan found herself puzzled. What could possibly be the terms of the employment contract that would provoke such an uncharacteristic display from her sister? With a curious glint in her eyes, she opened the employment agreement transmitted to her by Lu Jin. The initial clauses were rather mundane, stipulating that during her employment, she was to ensure the safety of Lu Jin and his possessions. Additionally, Lu Jin would provide a salary in accordance with standard crew member compensation. However, as she read on, Yulan stumbled upon an extraordinary clause. Lu Jin was obligated to assist the Starship elves in rectifying their genetic deficiencies to enable normal reproduction. Upon reading this final stipulation, Yulan's eyes widened in disbelief. Repairing genetic defects? How could that be possible? It was well known that the Starship elves, as a race endowed with formidable spiritual energy, possessed the capability to engage in extraordinary combat in the depths of outer space. Yet, despite their celestial prowess, they remained unable to resolve their reproductive genetic flaws. Perhaps this was the curse of eternal life bestowed upon them by the cosmic will during their creation. Yet, Lu Jin claimed he could mend the fragmented genes of the Starship elves. Such a notion was beyond her comprehension. After all, in her eyes, Lu Jin was merely an affluent human from Blue Star. In response to Yulan's skepticism, Lu Jin displayed no hint of anger. He was not deceiving Silver Moon and Yulan. Indeed, there is currently no method to rectify the genetic deficiencies of the Starship elves. However, that did not preclude the possibility of such a solution emerging in the future from his past life memories. It was precisely Silver Moon and Yulan who had publicly unveiled the remedy for the genetic ailments of the Starship elves. Lu Jin merely intended to bring this knowledge from the future into the present. Furthermore, this remedy was only applicable to the Starship elves. Although Silver Moon and Yulan had developed this method in their previous lives, their race had long since vanished from the cosmos due to the outbreak of the assimilation wars. Now, Lu Jin was merely placing their findings in the rightful context. If you do not believe me, I can rectify the genetic deficiencies within both of you right now. Right now? The mere utterance of this phrase left not only Silver Moon and Yulan astonished, but even the seasoned Quioxin felt a wave of embarrassment. Genetic repair technology, and for the genes of the Starship elves, the complexity of a spiritual being's genetics far exceeded that of ordinary organisms. Even the illustrious Gem family, after years of overseeing the resplendent star system, had never ventured into the realm of genetics. For Lu Jin to boldly proclaim he could mend the genetic flaws of the Starship elves was, in Quioxin's eyes, an act of audacity. Upon hearing this declaration, Silver Moon's eyes shimmered with newfound hope. Is that true? Before she could finish her thought, Lu Jin's gaze fixed upon Sharia. Sharia, do you recall what I taught you not long ago? At this, Sharia's mind immediately conjured memories of her recent training with Lu Jin. Although he was not a spiritual practitioner, his extensive experience from his past life made his training of Sharia remarkably effortless. Now, compared to when she first joined the fleet, Sharia had refined her spiritual energy to an exquisite degree. The foundational requirement for the genetic repair procedure of the Starship elves was precisely this meticulous control of spiritual energy. The moment Lu Jin announced he would demonstrate the genetic repair surgery live, Quioxin's attention was irresistibly drawn in. Silver Moon rose decisively and approached Lu Jin without hesitation. She had long prepared for the sacrifice for her kin. Now that Lu Jin claimed to possess the ability to alter their race's genetic flaws, she felt compelled to try, even if the odds were 1,000,000,000 to 1. Following Lu Jin's instructions, Sharia, Lu Jin, and Silver Moon formed a circle. Soon after, the spiritual energies of Sharia and Silver Moon began to extend and ultimately converged within Lu Jin. For a moment, Lu Jin furrowed his brow. The spiritual energy was somewhat taxing on his corporeal form. Yet he was the only one who could preside over this operation. Sharia's energy was now the scalpel in his hands. Quioxin promptly instructed others to seal off the entire room. And no matter what transpired, they must not allow anyone to disturb Lu Jin. The room felt as though it had been isolated from the bustling auction outside, with only the sound of rhythmic breathing filling the air. Time passed, and beads of sweat began to form on Sharia's forehead. The difficulty of this procedure was far greater than she had anticipated. Yet the most arduous burden lay with Lu Jin, who was currently contending with two distinctly different spiritual energies within him. After an indeterminate period, Lu Jin abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath as if emerging from the depths of water. Indeed, this operation was akin to a torturous ordeal for him. Fortunately, the genetic repair procedure had been remarkably successful. This was all thanks to the future Silver Moon and Yulan, who had disseminated the details of the genetic repair technique throughout the Star Sea. Akin to distributing flyers, so that even the wandering Starship elves would learn of it was precisely for this reason that Lu Jin was able to achieve such success today. with her genetic flaws repaired. Silvermoon gazed at Lu Jin in disbelief, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Realizing the peculiar sensations in her body, she hastily covered her face, striving to regain her composure. "Sister, how do you feel?" Yulan, as the younger sister, rushed to inquire. Silvermoon sensed the changes within her. Her gaze toward Lu Jin began to shift. "I can feel a kind of restlessness within me. This sensation is something I have never experienced before. The genetic defects have been repaired. Previously, the Starship elves possessed no desires, and thus their genes did not generate substances conducive to reproduction. But now, that feeling has vanished. I feel as though I have regained my emotions. I'm more alive than ever." Kwaiuxin couldn't help but applaud, astonished to witness such remarkable skill in action. This experience further solidified her conviction that forging a bond with Lu Jin was undoubtedly the wisest decision she could have made. No longer burdened by genetic flaws, Silvermoon approached Lu Jin, her gaze intense as she solemnly declared, "Such a tremendous favor, I could never repay it even with my life. From this moment forth, you are my everything. I shall fight for you without hesitation." In that instant, Lu Jin not only garnered Silvermoon's loyalty, but also earned the trust of the entire Starship elves. For Lu Jin, if he could harness the entirety of the Starship elves, he would possess an invincible army of spiritual practitioners. Even a legion of merely 100 could sway the tides of war. At this moment, Yulan recognized her earlier misjudgment. She had never anticipated that Lu Jin, a human, could truly perform such miracles. Regrettably, Lu Jin was already utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Kwaiuxin observed Lu Jin as though he were an unopened treasure chest, pondering what secrets this human for Blue Star might still hold. Just as she contemplated further engagement with Lu Jin, a notification abruptly appeared on her personal terminal. Upon reading the message, her expression shifted noticeably, a fleeting frown crossing her features. Rising, Kwaiuxin apologized to Lu Jin. "I apologize, Mr. Lu Jin. There has been a minor incident with my family that I have transferred ownership of this room to you. During the gem auction, you may utilize this room at your discretion, that if any issues arise, feel free to contact me through my personal terminal." After delivering these remarks, Kwaiuxin hurriedly exited Lu Jin. Watching as Kwaiuxin escorted her entire family away, settled back into his seat. His gaze turned to Silvermoon, and he solemnly informed her, "Given my current physical condition, it is impossible to rectify the genetic deficiencies of the entire Starship elves. However, I assure you that once I acquire the appropriate spiritual genetic seeds and become a spiritual practitioner, I will rectify the genetic flaws of the entire Starship elves." Having witnessed Lu Jin's true capabilities, both Silvermoon and Yulan unhesitatingly chose to trust him. After all, only Lu Jin possessed the means to mend genetic defects. They had no choice but to place their faith in him. Reclining on the plush sofa, Lu Jin felt the weariness within him gradually dissipate. After Kwaiuxin's departure, she did not return until the auction concluded. Observing this, Lu Jin paid little heed. Following the auction's end, he returned to the ship to rest. Awakening from his slumber, it was already midday the following day. Before Lu Jin could rise from his bed, Silvermoon's voice echoed from the doorway. "Captain, it is already noon. Will you be attending today's gem auction?" Glancing at the time, Lu Jin was taken aback to discover he had slept for so long. Rising from his bed, he opened the door to find Silvermoon waiting outside, holding a steaming breakfast that perfectly suited his taste for Blue Star cuisine. "Just let me freshen up. Oh, you need my assistance?" "That's not necessary." Noticing Silvermoon attempting to enter his room, Lu Jin hurriedly closed the door behind him. After a refreshing wash, Lu Jin arrived at the ship's lounge, which he had equipped with a bar and various entertainment facilities to provide crew members with leisure activities during their downtime. However, just as Lu Jin was about to savor his breakfast, an urgent message popped up on his personal terminal. "Breaking news. The head of the Blue Cone family has been murdered in the dead of night. The Blue Cone family has convened an emergency gem council, vowing to spare no effort in finding the murderer. With the grand event approaching, how will the gem families respond to such a horrific incident?" Upon reading this news, Lu Jin's breakfast lost all its flavor. He scanned through the plethora of news articles, his brow furrowed. The Black Opal family had struck, and they had directly killed the head of the Blue Cone family? No, that couldn't be right. The Black Opal family was currently under scrutiny from the other gem families. How could they possibly commit such a crime right under their noses? Did they have accomplices? At this thought, Lu Jin's mind flickered back to the interstellar pirates he had encountered in the tavern. Psionics. Interstellar pirates. If that were true, everything would make sense. The Black Opal family had hired a gang of interstellar pirates to carry out the assassination. And these pirates were capable of silently eliminating a family head, indicating that they were no ordinary thugs. It seemed the Gem families had suffered a crushing defeat this time. Not only had they failed to harm the Black Opal family, but they had also suffered a severe blow to one of their own. The Blue Cone family, now without a head, was likely struggling to survive, let alone join forces with other families against the Black Opal family. At that moment, another message appeared on Lu Jin's personal terminal. Chui Yusin, I am now at the entrance of your ship. I need your assistance. Chui Yusin's message. Upon seeing this, Lu Jin immediately checked the ship's surveillance. Indeed, Chui Yusin and her sister Ming Tsuishi stood at the ship's entrance. When Lu Jin allowed them to enter the cabin, he noticed that they had come without any bodyguards. In such a perilous situation, their courage to seek him out was commendable. What brings you here? Lu Jin bypassed any pleasantries and directly inquired about Chui Yusin's purpose. Compared to the previous day, Chui Yusin's face was clouded with worry. She stepped forward, pushing Ming Tsuishi towards Lu Jin, and earnestly stated, You must have seen the news. The head of the Blue Cone family has been murdered. According to our preliminary investigation, the perpetrator is likely a psionic. Furthermore, our family's hired second-tier psionics were unable to detect any traces of the assailants' actions. Therefore, their psionic level is probably at Tier 3 or even higher. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow, not overly surprised. Among psionics, individuals are ranked from Tier 1 to 9 based on their strength. A Tier 9 psionic could dominate an entire planet alone, while Tier 3 psionic might not be considered formidable in the vast expanse of the Starry Sea. They would be deemed powerful in this outer region. If it truly was a Tier 3 psionic, it was entirely reasonable that the Gem families could not identify the murderer. Even I feel that the safety of the Emerald family is becoming compromised. Thus, I would like to request that you take care of my sister for a while. I do not wish for her to return to the Emerald family until I have resolved this matter. Chapter 42. Assassination. The Blackstone Pirate Gang. Sister. Ming Tsuishi looked at her sister with concern, shocked to learn that Chui Yusin had brought her here for such a serious reason. Chui Yusin, gazing at Ming Tsuishi, steeled her resolve that I end this Gem family. Driven solely by self-interest, her sister was her only concern. As she stroked Ming Tsuishi's hair, she turned to Lu Jin. Once this is over, I will reward you handsomely. Therefore, you must protect my sister. Faced with Chui Yusin's repeated pleas, Lu Jin's focus shifted to a high-ranking member of the Emerald family. She was undoubtedly a target for those lurking in the shadows. Compared to Ming Tsuishi, Chui Yusin's safety was far more pressing. You should worry about yourself first, Lu Jin remarked. Hearing this, Chui Yusin shook her head. She could no longer remain aloof. It was time for her to return to lead the family. Just as Chui Yusin opened the cabin door, Lu Jin's gaze seemed to pierce through the distance, landing on the top of a distant skyscraper. There, a sniper, already prepared, aimed a high-precision kinetic sniper rifle in Chui Yusin's direction. Confirming the target's identity, a high-ranking member of the Emerald family, Chui Yusin, barely had the words left his mouth when his communication device crackled with a voice. Confirm the target's bounty. Do not miss. The sniper smirked disdainfully that in the absence of any guards, assassinating Chui Yusin would be a trivial task. However, as he adjusted his scope to take aim, he suddenly caught sight of Lu Jin's figure. Lu Jin's piercing gaze sent a chill down the sniper's spine. What is happening? Has he discovered me? Impossible. My position is well concealed, and my sniper rifle is equipped with optical camouflage. There is no way I could be detected. Perhaps it's just a coincidence. With that thought, the sniper steadied himself, bringing his crosshairs to Chui Yusin. Aim! Pull the trigger! Bang! Accompanied by a barely audible sound, the bullet shot forth with lightning speed towards Chui Yusin. Yet at that moment, the figure of Inu appeared before Chui Yusin. Before the sniper's bullet could reach her, Inu unleashed her psionic energy, creating a protective psionic field around Chui Yusin. The bullet was intercepted. As Chui Yusin stared wide-eyed at the thwarted bullet, she realized that someone had indeed been lying in wait for her. This operation had been so covert that even her sister was unaware of the threat. Inu was equally astonished, as she had not sensed the sniper's murderous intent. But as Chui Yusin was about to leave the ship, Lu Jin had felt something amiss, an instinct honed by battlefield experience. It was this very intuition that saved Chui Yusin's life. Seeing his assassination attempt fail, the sniper atop the building was drenched in sweat. He had missed. Damn it. He cursed silently, having no intention of continuing. With the psionics surrounding Chui Yusin, any further attempt would yield the same result. Thus, his most pressing task was to escape quickly. However, as he gathered his belongings, he turned to find Sharia waiting for him. Already poised to strike, before the sniper could react, Sharia seized him, her dragon wings unfurling as she soared toward Lu Jin's location. With a thud, the sniper was unceremoniously dropped at Lu Jin's feet. Gazing at the two starry sea spirits beside Lu Jin and the menacing Sharia looming behind him, the sniper realized that, despite his formidable skills, escaping today would be nearly impossible. Resigned, he turned his gaze to Lu Jin. I never thought that I, Shi Jin, who has assassinated countless targets, would meet my end here, that if you seek information from me, I advise you to save your breath. Just go ahead. When I picked up the sniper rifle, I had already anticipated this day. Faced with the defiant sniper, the others exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. Yet upon hearing the sniper's name, Lu Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. The name sounded familiar, from his previous life. He recalled some information regarding Shi Jin. Are you from the Blackstone pirate gang? Upon hearing this, the sniper's expression changed dramatically. Lu Jin's certainty only grew stronger. He gestured for the others to remove the mask from the sniper's face. Once his disguise was stripped away, Lu Jin recognized his race. A Gismanian, a highly perceptive alien species. It was said that adult Gismanians could observe the movements of insects hundreds of meters away with their naked eyes. Due to this physical advantage, renowned snipers in the Star Sea were likely to be Gismanians. Shi Jin, as a Gismanian, had transitioned from mercenary to interstellar pirate for some reason, and his exceptional sniper skills had led him to be recruited by the Blackstone pirate gang. In his past life, Lu Jin had had numerous encounters with the Blackstone pirate gang, and there was one instance where he had narrowly escaped being assassinated by this very Gismanian named Shi Jin. Now, they met once more. While Lu Jin recognized Shi Jin, the latter did not know him. I can't believe the Black Opal family has employed someone from the Blackstone pirate gang. Upon learning the identity of the sniper, Chui Yusin's complexion turned pale, utterly incredulous at this revelation. The Blackstone pirate group was no ordinary band of marauders. Within the vast expanse of the Starry Ocean, there existed 7 undeniable pirate kings, collectively known as the 7 Pirate Lords, and the Blackstone pirate group was one of them. There was no need for excessive concern, as the Blackstone pirate group also commanded numerous fleet branches. Given the financial resources of the Gem family, they were unlikely to summon the entirety of the Blackstone pirate group. Lu Jin quickly assessed the current situation. The funds acquired by the Hobo family on the frigid planet had likely found their way into the coffers of the Blackstone pirate group. It was precisely for this reason that they encountered the minions of the Blackstone pirates here. However, the most pressing question remained: how much had the Hobo family paid to the Blackstone pirate group? How many fleets had the Blackstone pirate group dispatched to the brilliant star system? Chapter 43. Urgent Lockdown. A blood mist envelopes. I cannot remain here any longer. As Chui Yusin gazed at the sniper on the ground, a sense of unease began to stir within her. Having already faced an attack from the Blackstone pirate group, or the other members of her family, she needed to return immediately. Noticing Chui Yusin's intention to depart, Lu Jin placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. I will accompany you back. Lu Jin understood that, given the current circumstances, Chui Yusin would most likely encounter peril on her journey home. Only with Lu Jin's protection could she return safely to her family stronghold. Inyu, Shalia, you too come with me. Yulan, Yu Qiansong, you shall guard the ship and await my orders. After assigning roles and tasks, Lu Jin's group departed from the starport, boarding the planetary train bound for Gem Star No. 1 as the train began its journey, Gem Star number 1 gradually approached their line of sight. Just then, Inyu noticed something amiss. Captain, look! Following Inyu's pointed direction towards Gem Star number 1, they beheld a thin membrane enveloping the planet's surface, rapidly encasing it. Chui Yusin's eyes widened in disbelief. A planetary defense system. As the stronghold of the Gem family, Gem Star number 1 had been equipped with a formidable planetary defense system from its inception. Should the brilliant star system face an external invasion, and the Gem family be unable to resist, this defense system could be activated. The system would first deploy an all-encompassing barrier, shielding the entire planet within. This barrier possessed defensive capabilities even against annihilation-class weaponry. However, once the barrier was activated, the entire planet would fall into a state of lockdown. Thus, to open this planetary defense barrier, the approval of more than 3 heads of the Gem family was required. Now that the planetary defense system had inexplicably activated, Not only were those attending the brilliant gala on Gemstar number 1 caught off guard, but even Shui Yusin struggled to comprehend the situation. It seemed evident that the Hobo family and the Blackstone pirate group were poised to strike. Lu Jin rose and strode into the train's cockpit. The train's operator had clearly noticed the changes occurring on Gemstar No. 1. Just as he prepared to halt the train, Lu Jin decisively drew an energy pistol and pressed it against the operator's head. Do not stop. Accelerate to maximum speed, as Shui Yusin had surmised. Once Gemstar number 1 was locked down, even Annihilation-class weapons would be rendered ineffective. Thus, this was their sole opportunity to penetrate the planet's interior. With the pistol aimed at his head, the operator's face turned ashen, and he dared not delay, swiftly increasing the train's speed to its maximum. Just as the train barreled into the interior of the planet, the barrier closed, severing the tracks. The entire route on which the train traveled began to collapse. And seeing the tracks plummeting behind them, Shalia grasped Shui Yusin tightly. If the train lost power and fell from such heights, she could still use her dragon wings to aid Shui Yusin's escape. Meanwhile, Yin, concerned for Lu Jin, rushed into the cockpit. "Captain, this place is no longer safe." Gazing at the rapidly approaching ground, Lu Jin instead holstered his energy pistol. His gaze settled on the operator, who was intently focused on his task. Calmly, he instructed, "Yin, follow my lead. Prepare for landing." Boom! The planetary train surged forward at maximum speed, crashing directly into the station. The violent impact sent the train hurtling into the tracks, akin to a bullet. As the dust settled, Yin and Shalia, both adept in psychic abilities, used their powers to clear the debris from the train. Remarkably, the train maintained its integrity despite the severe impact, largely thanks to Yin mitigating the force during the descent. As they opened the train's doors, Lu Jin and his companions emerged from the wreckage of the station. They looked skyward to witness the train's tracks crumbling like ice and snow. An increasing number of trains lost power, plummeting like meteors at such heights and with such force. Anyone aboard those trains was doomed. Yet, Lu Jin could spare no thought for rescuing others, for the entirety of Gemstar number 1 had descended into a chaotic inferno. In the streets, an alien creature rose from the ground, its claws and fangs now manifesting that it lunged at another alien, resembling a beast in its ferocity. At that moment, a guard bearing the insignia of the Emerald family appeared on the street. The guard wore a mask akin to a gas mask and wielded a stun gun. Upon seeing the deranged alien charging towards him, the guard unhesitatingly fired his stun gun. The electricity coursed through the alien's body, rendering it unconscious. These aliens had come to attend the brilliant gala, and among them might be esteemed families. The Perishir would undoubtedly place immense pressure on the Gem family. Hence, the guards were equipped with stun guns designed to incapacitate without causing fatal harm. At this juncture, the guards spotted Lu Jin and his companions. Upon seeing Shui Yusin, the guard's demeanor shifted to one of heightened excitement. He hurried towards them, producing several gas masks from his backpack. "Lady Shui Yusin, we finally found you. Quickly, put on these gas masks. Otherwise, you too will succumb to this strange gas and become one of those frenzied monsters." Receiving the gas masks, Lu Jin and the others swiftly donned them. As they did, the Emerald family guard began to explain. This morning, following the assassination of the Blue Cone family head, the head of the Hobo family also went missing. Initially, we of the Emerald family intended to pursue the Hobo family. But shortly thereafter, this bizarre mist appeared, transforming all who inhaled it into savage beasts that indiscriminately attacked those nearby. We had considered mobilizing forces from other planets to suppress it. However, as you can see, the planetary defense system inexplicably activated. Gemstar number 1 has truly become an isolated island within the brilliant star system. Shui Yusin knew without a shadow of a doubt that the Hobo family was behind this. Chapter 44, Blood Pendant. The Siege of the Emerald Family Stronghold. Damn it. If only we had armed ourselves against the Hobo family from the start. Upon learning of the dire situation on Gemstar No. 1 and its connection to the Hobo family, Shui Yusin felt a surge of regret. Had they acted decisively against the Hobo family upon sensing their unusual behavior, perhaps they could have averted this cascade of unforeseen events. Yet, beside her, Lu Jin found this sentiment laughable. If only we had known back then. Even if the Gem family had recognized the Hobo family's ambitions, the outcome would likely not have been much different. Rapidly resolving a Gem family tainted by the Blood Clan was no simple task. What surprised Lu Jin was the hobo family's audacity. He had expected them to struggle for a time before revealing their true intentions. However, to his astonishment, the hobo family had acted decisively before the gem family could even react. One could hardly deny that the hobo family was far more resolute than other gem families. Lady Cui Yusin, please follow me to the shelter. The streets are teeming with these crazed individuals, and we're doing our utmost to locate survivors. Given the circumstances, they had no other choice. Just then, figures emerged from the distance, shrouded in blood mist. These figures moved through the frenzied crowd, seemingly unnoticed by the rampaging aliens, who did not attack even as they drew near. Only when the figures entered their line of sight did Lu Jin realize they bore the emblem of the Blackstone pirate group. Upon recognizing the insignia, the Emerald family guard swiftly reacted. Lady Cui Yusin, be cautious. These pirates are not ordinary marauders. The pirates of the Blackstone pirate group, upon seeing Lu Jin and his companions, activated their personal terminals. Swiftly, they discovered an image of Cui Yusin on their personal terminals. Upon confirming her identity, the interstellar pirates erupted into excited laughter. Fortune truly favored them, for they had stumbled upon a high-ranking member of the Emerald family. Capturing this esteemed individual would undoubtedly yield a substantial bounty. With this thought, the Blackstone pirates disregarded the group accompanying Cui Yusin. However, such arrogance came at a grave cost, as Inu swiftly dispatched them with a single strike. A chilling light flashed among the Blackstone pirates, and Inu appeared behind them like a specter. She slowly sheathed her blade, and in an instant, the head of one pirate rolled to the ground. The remaining pirate, left alone, quickly grasped the dire situation. These individuals were not to be trifled with. Yet, it was too late for him to realize this. Lu Jin approached the solitary Blackstone pirate and picked up the fallen terminal. With a slight hack, Lu Jin accessed its contents, which prominently featured a bounty system. Upon entering this system, he noted that various high-ranking members of the Gem family and associated factions were marked with prices. What was this? It was a bounty software provided by the Black Opal family. By eliminating those listed, one could claim the reward. Faced with the current predicament, the Blackstone pirate dared not conceal any information. After all, he was merely the most junior member of the Blackstone crew. Lacking the pride of someone like Shi Jin, he readily divulged the intelligence Lu Jin sought. Why would these frenzied individuals refrain from attacking you? Because we bear blood pendants issued by the Black Opal family. As long as one possesses this pendant, they will not be assaulted. At this point, Cui Yusin noticed the blood pendants on the Blackstone pirates. After obtaining one, she tested it and found that as she approached the frenzied extraterrestrials with the pendant, they recoiled in fear, swiftly retreating. Witnessing this, Lu Jin found the pirates' claims credible. After extracting the desired information, he glanced at the Blackstone pirate. Brother, I became a pirate out of necessity. Spare me this time, and I shall mend my ways. Mend your ways? Lu Jin chuckled softly as he removed the pirate's helmet. Once the helmet was off, the pirate instinctively covered his mouth and nose, fully aware that inhaling the air laden with blood mist would transform him into a mindless, frenzied creature like those on the streets. Yet, Lu Jin hurled the helmet far away. The pirate attempted to retrieve it, forgetting that Lu Jin had already taken his blood pendant. In an instant, the frenzied extraterrestrials descended upon him. Observing this, Lu Jin distributed the blood pendants among his companions. Just enough for each person, and with the presence of gas masks, they would face fewer troubles on their journey to the family stronghold. Under Cui Yusin's guidance, Lu Jin and his group swiftly approached the Emerald family's residence. As they neared their destination, the density of the blood mist intensified. Moreover, they frequently spotted Blackstone pirates advancing toward the Emerald family stronghold. The rumble echoed as dozens of tanks clad in black steel armor thundered toward the Emerald family stronghold. Surrounding the tanks, Blackstone pirates began to engage in idle conversation. This Emerald stronghold is indeed challenging to breach. No kidding. You don't believe this is the residence of the Gem family? Of course. It's tough. Stop your complaints. We caught them off guard this time that I heard the captain plans to send those madmen from the city center our way. With them as cannon fodder, we might have a real chance. Watching the convoy of tanks fade into the distance, Lu Jin's group, concealed in the shadows, gradually revealed themselves. Lu Jin turned to Cui Yusin, noting from the pirates' descriptions that the Emerald family stronghold was now completely surrounded. Entering through the front seemed impossible. If we can't go in through the front, we shall take the secret passage. As a high-ranking member of the Emerald family, Cui Yusin was well aware of the hidden pathways within the stronghold. These routes were known only to the family elite, granting Lu Jin a vital opportunity to infiltrate the Emerald family's residence. Chapter 45. A Dilemma. I have the antidote, just as Cui Yusin had suggested. This secret passage indeed existed. They first entered the underground purification pipeline system of the city, navigating the maze-like network of pipes. Eventually, they arrived at the passage's exit, which was sealed by a genetic lock. Cui Yusin placed her palm upon it, and upon detecting her genetic signature, the lock swiftly opened. Exiting the passage, they found themselves in a low-key yet luxurious chamber, which appeared to be a conference room. At that moment, the room was empty, and as Lu Jin and his companion stepped out, they encountered a member of the Emerald family. Lady Cui Yusin? Upon seeing her, the family member displayed surprise. Clearly, he was astonished by the sudden appearance of Cui Yusin and Lu Jin's group. However, Cui Yusin had no time for pleasantries. Who is commanding you? It is Lord Hartley. Hartley, upon hearing this name, Cui Yusin furrowed her brow but soon relaxed. Although she and Hartley usually had a contentious relationship, she had to admit that if he were leading the defense, the family stronghold would be quite secure. Take us to see him. Cui Yusin was eager to rapidly ascertain what had transpired on Gem Planet No. 1, and Hartley, who was overseeing the defense of the stronghold, would undoubtedly possess crucial details. Led by the family member, Lu Jin and his companions soon met Hartley, the wartime commander of the Emerald family. Hartley was clad in power armor resembling the deep green hue of emeralds. His helmet rested beside him, and his piercing gaze surveyed the holographic map of the stronghold. Surrounding him were numerous squad commanders, some displaying worry, while others wore expressions of anger. Damn it, I've never fought such a frustrating battle in my life. Those frenzied civilians are incredibly difficult to deal with as long as they linger around Stronghold. We cannot strike easily. If it weren't for the fact that they are esteemed families attending the brilliant festival, I would have happily blown them all to smithereens. Our immediate priority is to mitigate the effects of the blood mist. Otherwise, we can only passively endure the onslaught. It's infuriating. I never thought I'd find myself under the thumb of pirates. On the bright side, at least these pirates are not your ordinary interstellar marauders. They belong to the pirate legion under the 7 pirate kings. Just then, Hartley's gaze fell upon Cui Yusin. The other commanders also took note of her return. Hartley eyed Cui Yusin with slight surprise. After all, given the chaotic situation on Gem Planet No. 1, it was remarkable that she had ventured out without her guards or protection. Merely avoiding transformation into one of the frenzied beings was already a stroke of luck. Stepping forward, Cui Yusin approached Hartley to inquire about the happenings on Gem Planet No. 1, that Hartley did not withhold any information. He recounted everything he knew. Shortly after Cui Yusin departed the family stronghold, an outbreak of unknown blood mist occurred across Gem Planet No. 1. The Gem family, upon realizing the maddening effects of the blood mist, promptly sealed off the stronghold and entered a state of readiness. Utilizing their communication devices, the various branches of the Gem family began mobilizing defensive forces within the city. However, as the blood mist spread and planetary defense systems activated, communication lines were gradually severed. The current situation was that the Blackstone pirates outside sought to breach their stronghold, while they hesitated to deploy heavy weaponry due to the frenzied civilians. Before Hartley could finish, one of the commanders interjected. So now we can only cower like turtles under siege. The Family S commanders were undoubtedly frustrated. Possessing powerful weaponry, yet unable to use it, they could only huddle behind the protective walls of the stronghold. Clinging to survival. Such a predicament was intolerable. Hartley cast a deep glance at Cui Yusin before continuing. Our preliminary investigations suggest that these events are closely tied to the Black Opal family. The Blue Cone family sent out a distress signal to other gem families before the blood mist outbreak. Unfortunately, after sending the distress signal, the Blue Cone family lost contact, and the blood mist subsequently erupted. Upon grasping the sequence of events, Cui Yusin's brow furrowed once more as she turned to Lu Jin or Lu Jin. Do you have a way to resolve this blood mist? After witnessing Lu Jin's astonishing gene repair technology, Cui Yusin had developed an unwavering trust in him. Faced with such a daunting and enigmatic blood mist, she could not help but place her hopes upon Lu Jin. Upon hearing Cui Yusin's inquiry directed at Lu Jin, Hartley glanced at him. Upon realizing that Lu Jin was merely a powerless human from Blue Star, his disdain was unmistakable. In contrast to Hartley, the other commanders from the Emerald clan were even more dismissive. It is noteworthy that they had yet to discern the very composition of this blood mist. To think that a mere human from Blue Star could resolve the troubles of the Blood Mist? What a jest! Chui Yusin, I fear your judgment is clouded. What can this Blue Star human possibly accomplish? This bizarre blood mist has eluded even our Emerald Clan researchers in determining its components. What could he possibly do? If you ask me, it would be more prudent to subdue these deranged individuals and shift the blame onto the Black Opal Clan afterward. Just then, Lu Jin's voice resonated in their ears. Yes, the simple word captured the attention of all. Lu Jin then retrieved a vial of unknown liquid from his backpack. Under the scrutiny of many eyes, he began to elucidate the primary components of the liquid he held. The primary constituent of the blood mist is a type of blood stimulant. The components can induce a state of frenzy in the blood, leading to madness. The antidote in my possession, strictly speaking, is a sedative specifically targeting the components of the blood mist. Just allowing the frenzied individuals to inhale, it will restore them to their original state. However, if they inhale the blood mist again after the antidote is administered, they will once again descend into madness. Thus, it is imperative to eliminate the source of the blood mist to resolve this issue entirely. Upon hearing Lu Jin's explanation, Hartley and the others furrowed their brows, their expressions laced with skepticism. Yet, unlike Hartley and his companions, Chui Yusin received the antidote with an even more admiring gaze directed at Lu Jin. With this, we have sufficient means. Chapter 46. Emerald Special Warfare Armor. The counteroffensive begins with the antidote formula in hand. They could produce it en masse in a laboratory within their base. This way, they could restore the frenzied citizens to normalcy and launch a counteroffensive against the Blackstone pirates. However, at this moment, Hartley, the overall commander, began to harbor doubts about Lu Jin. This blood mist has only recently appeared. How do you know its composition and the antidote formula? In an instant, all eyes converged on Lu Jin. In this moment, they even contemplated whether Lu Jin was a spy sent by the Black Opal Clan. Yet, Lu Jin remained unflustered, possessing ample evidence to prove his innocence. Furthermore, the blood mist was undoubtedly a signature tactic of the Blood Clan. In his previous life, Lu Jin had faced countless assaults from blood mist, and the blood mist from his past memories was far more potent than the current variant. Its effects extended beyond mere madness, leading to the growth of fangs and claws. Those who consumed the blood mist excessively would gradually be transformed into true blood thralls. Lu Jin had long anticipated the Blood Clan's tactics, which is why he had preemptively developed the antidote. Yet, it now appeared that his antidote was far more advanced than the current iterations of the blood mist. I cannot trust this individual. He may very well be an undercover agent sent by the Black Opal Clan. I also harbor doubts. It is exceedingly suspicious for him to provide us with an antidote at such a critical juncture. I suggest we detain him for the time being. Almost all the high-ranking members of the Emerald Clan expressed skepticism regarding Lu Jin's sudden appearance. Even nearby, the guards of the Emerald Clan were inching closer. Faced with the high-ranking members of the Emerald Clan's attitude, Lu Jin chuckled lightly, shedding his facade of congeniality. With the Black Opal Clan, they cannot command me. If I bore hostility towards you, believe me, at this very moment, you would all be dismembered the instant I stepped through that door. Before he could finish speaking, Sharia and Inu, standing behind Lu Jin, unleashed their full spiritual energy pressure. The violent surge of spiritual energy swept through the entire room like a tempest. All commanders felt the oppressive force weighing down upon them. In that instant, they understood. Lu Jin's words bore no trace of falsehood. With just the two formidable spiritual beings behind him, he could indeed annihilate them all in an instant. Hartley knelt before Lu Jin, his posture embodying a complete reversal of attitude, gasping for breath. Were it not for the protective power armor he wore, he might have already collapsed at Lu Jin's feet. This gentleman has humbled us, the Emerald Clan, that I offer you my sincere apologies. The other commanders were rendered speechless, unable to catch their breath. Lu Jin waved his hand, and Sharia and Inu retracted their spiritual energy pressure. In that moment, it was as if all present were drowning, gasping for air. What a terrifying display of spiritual energy. Just as Lu Jin had stated, he could have eliminated everyone present the moment he entered. After all, though they held high positions within the Emerald Clan, they lacked the means to contend with spiritual beings. Only another, more potent spiritual being could overpower one. That if you still doubt this, you may procure a frenzied individual for experimentation. With that final remark, Lu Jin strode out of the room. At this juncture, remaining any longer would only hinder the Emerald Clan's endeavors. Upon exiting the room, Lu Jin gazed up at the sky, observing the planetary defense system that enveloped the entire planet. And a sigh of resignation escaped his lips. Despite all his meticulous calculations, he had failed to account for the existence of the planetary defense system. Now, the only resources at his disposal were the items within his backpack and the presence of Sharia and Inu by his side. The mass production of the antidote would require time. Taking advantage of this lull, Lu Jin ventured to the periphery of the family base. The defensive structures of the entire family base were divided into 2 layers. The outermost layer comprised a joint shield system formed by energy barriers. The immense energy barrier enveloped the entire family base. Should the shield system be breached, they would have to contend with the second layer of protection. A barricade constructed of high-strength metal. The resilience of this barricade was such that it would withstand relentless bombardment from artillery without sustaining any damage. Beyond these 2 layers of protection lay a frenzied crowd and the Blackstone pirates, who relentlessly bombarded them with various tanks. At this moment, these Blackstone pirates remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Under their bombardment, the outer shield system began to exhibit signs of fatigue. The members of the Emerald clan responsible for defense grew increasingly anxious upon witnessing the dimming shield. Damn! These Blackstone pirates, emboldened by their hostages, regard us with disdain. How can a prestigious gemstone clan be subjected to such humiliation? If worse comes to worst, we should charge out and fight them to the bitter end. Among the crowd, some passionate clan members were eager to rush out and confront the Blackstone pirates. Yet, amidst this tumult, a voice suddenly resonated through the Emerald clan base. All members of the Emerald clan, please be advised to enter a state of level 1 alert. As the announcement echoed, the ground began to tremble. Following this, Lu Jin witnessed the profound strength of the Emerald clan as a gemstone family. A fully armed tactical squad emerged into view. Clad in verdant special warfare power armor, the model and type of which even the well-informed Lu Jin could not identify. The special warfare armor stood 3 meters tall, equipped with dual thunderblades on their backs. In terms of range capabilities, the power armor's shoulders were outfitted with 4 mini heavy Gatling guns. The sides of the arms were reinforced with a quintuple alloy material developed exclusively by the Emerald clan, boasting defensive capabilities that could withstand naval firepower. Boom! 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 The armored squad moved like mobile tanks. The family gate swung open with a resounding crash. The shield system subsequently deactivated. Unimpeded, the frenzied individuals surged into the family base like a swarm of bees. Upon witnessing this, the defending clan members gripped their weapons tightly. Prepared to confront the oncoming assault of the frenzied individuals, the distant Blackstone pirates, upon seeing this, wore expressions of delight. Ha ha ha, we have breached their shield system. Wait, why have their gates opened as well? Are the Emerald clan surrendering? How could that be? A sense of foreboding crept upon them. Just as they had predicted, as the frenzied individuals approached the family base, a group of researchers wielding sprayers appeared behind the tactical squad. Chapter 47. Clear the way if you wish to live. The head of the Emerald clan. As the sprayers released the antidotes stored within their chambers, a dense mist enveloped the frenzied crowd. After inhaling the antidote, the frenzied individuals gradually began to regain their senses. The madness in their eyes dissipated, replaced by profound confusion. Where is this place? Wasn't I at a gemstone auction? Why am I here? Isn't this the base of the Emerald clan? What has transpired? The crowd was filled with bewilderment, yet the Emerald clan had no time to offer explanations. The Emerald armed squad, akin to a formidable war machine, strode forth from the family stronghold. A resounding voice emanated from the power armor's sound system, proclaiming the impending armed suppression by the Emerald family. Those who wish to live, step aside. Upon hearing these words, all eyes were drawn to the armed squad. The moment the fully equipped squad was visible, the recently awakened individuals instinctively parted to clear a path. The squad successfully maneuvered through the encirclement formed by the crowd. Now, the Blackstone pirates, upon sighting the Emerald family's armed squad, lost their earlier composure. Damn it, the blood mist has worn off. Has the Emerald family already developed an antidote? They hastily reported the situation to their captain. Before the words could fade, the squad members lined up, launching a barrage of missiles from their arms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The missiles targeted the Blackstone pirates' armored convoy and were immediately unleashed, igniting a series of fiery explosions. Caught off guard, the Blackstone pirates were utterly defenseless against the squad's assault. Yet, even after this initial bombardment, the Emerald family's armed squad did not cease their onslaught. with the many heavy Gatling guns on their shoulders whirring to life. Bullets rained down upon the Blackstone pirates like a torrential storm. The squad advanced relentlessly, suppressing fire all the while. Despite the squad comprising merely dozens of individuals, their firepower was sufficient to keep the 1,000-strong Blackstone pirates from raising their heads. The Emerald Family's squad moved through the ranks of the Blackstone pirates like wolves among sheep, crushing all within their sight. Witnessing this, Lu Jin affirmed the strength of the Gem family. As a pivotal financial hub, the Glittering Galaxy earned enough credit points each year to allow the Gem family to establish a formidable armed force. Observing the specially designed combat power armor of the Emerald family, he realized that the Gem family's depth was far more intricate than it initially appeared. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted at the heart of the battlefield. A massive armored war vehicle rose up, transforming into a towering 5-meter-tall, heavy combat mech. The Blackstone pirate within the cockpit bore a sinister expression as he glared at the Emerald family's squad. Boom! The mech swung a powerful fist. The struck family member immediately activated the full capabilities of their power armor. The collision sent shockwaves rippling through the vicinity. The other squad members, witnessing this, swiftly drew their Thunderblade weapons with a decisive slash. A terrifying current surged through the entire mech. The Blackstone pirate inside the cockpit convulsed violently. Yet despite this, he persisted in operating the controls. The colossal mech retaliated with a fierce strike, sending nearby squad members flying. Seeing this, everyone's hearts raced. The Blackstone pirates had concealed a combat mech. While the power armor was formidable, it was still mere armor. Compared to the mechanical might of the mech, it was somewhat lacking. At that moment, Lu Jin's gaze fell upon Sharia. Sharia, assist them. Without hesitation, Sharia leaped into action, transforming mid-air into the form of the hunting star dragon. As she soared above the heavy mech, her dragon claws seized the cockpit with ferocity. With a powerful flap of her wings, the mech was lifted off the ground. Upon reaching a sufficient altitude, Sharia released her grip, and a ball of flames erupted from her mouth, plummeting onto the giant mech. Boom! The flames enveloped the mech entirely. The mech crashed to the ground. As the flames dissipated, the Blackstone pirate within the cockpit lay unconscious. The surrounding armed squad members wasted no time. The Thunderblade plunged into the cockpit, ending the pirate's life before he could fully regain consciousness. With their last card eliminated, the Blackstone pirates lost all courage to continue fighting. They began to scatter like lost dogs. Chui Yusin sighed in relief. The rescued survivors were welcomed into the Emerald family stronghold. Hartley approached Lu Jin, his attitude having undergone a dramatic transformation. Now, Hartley regarded Lu Jin with nothing but reverence and immense gratitude. If it weren't for your antidote, we would have been trapped for much longer, Mr. Lu Jin. Thanks to your intervention, the Emerald family can now resolve this crisis. We have conveyed your antidote formula to the other gem families. I believe they will be equally grateful for your contribution. Additionally, our family head, Ms. Philina, wishes to meet you. The head of the Emerald family? Lu Jin felt a flicker of curiosity, for he had not encountered the family head since his arrival, in such a critical moment for the family. Shouldn't he, the leader, have stepped forward first? Shaking off his thoughts, Lu Jin followed Hartley to the central estate of the Emerald family, the residence of the family head, Ms. Philina. Upon entering the estate, Lu Jin was met with a potent medicinal aroma. Looking around, it seemed less like a residence and more akin to a medical facility. When Lu Jin saw the family head, he was utterly astonished. The frail woman lying on the bed, connected to numerous drips, was none other than Ms. Philina, the head of the Emerald family. What on earth was happening? The woman before him, in such a frail state, was the leader of the Emerald family? Suddenly, a line of text appeared on the large screen before her bed. I apologize for allowing an outsider to see me in this state. Mr. Jin, I am deeply grateful for your contributions to the Emerald family. I am also extremely thankful for your protection over my daughters. Chapter 48. The Family Proxy, Mithril Equipment, Daughters, seeing Lu Jin's confusion. The screen displayed another line of text. My daughters, Chui Yusin and Ming Tsueishi, I believe you've already met them. Upon reading this, Lu Jin finally understood. Chui Yusin and Ming Tsueishi were indeed the daughters of the head of the Emerald family. Ms. Philina. Hartley continued to explain to Lu Jin, the enmity between the Emerald family and the Black Opal family stems from an incident years ago when Ms. Philina suffered severe injuries due to an accident involving the Black Opal family. Unfortunately, the Emerald family has not been able to gather evidence against them. as the head of the Emerald family. Ms. Philina's contributions were immeasurable. She led the family from its humble beginnings to its current stature. Even now, she continued to exert her last vestiges of strength to oversee matters. This evoked a profound respect within Lu Jin. In such circumstances, Ms. Philina could have chosen to rest, yet she opted to persist for the sake of the Emerald family. Lu Jin, since the moment you entered the glittering galaxy, I have been monitoring your actions. The Origin warship, the hunting star dragon, the star sea sprite. There are so many secrets within you that even I do not know the extent of your capabilities. I have never encountered a blue star human who can wield so many miracles. Therefore, I have even greater faith that you can create wonders once more. The current Black Opal family is no longer the same as before. So I implore you to save what remains of the gem families. As Lu Jin read the text, his eyes narrowed slightly. He had not anticipated that from the moment he stepped into the glittering galaxy. He had been under the watchful eye of the head of the Emerald family. However, he felt no aversion, for his goals aligned with the Emerald family's to eradicate the Black Opal family completely. With both sides now laid bare, collaboration was far more feasible. Upon exiting the estate, Lu Jin found Cui Yusin and the others waiting anxiously outside. Cui Yusin was particularly tense, eager to know what her mother had discussed with Lu Jin. Before she could utter a word, Lu Jin produced a badge. The moment they laid eyes on the emblem, shock rippled through the group. The family head badge? Why is the family head badge, which belongs to the head of the gem family, now in Lu Jin's possession? Hartley stood beside Lu Jin, explaining by the family head's decree, from now on, Mr. Lu Jin will serve as the proxy for the Emerald family. His actions and words shall reflect the will of the family head. What? The family members were astounded. Even Cui Yusin was perplexed. Why would her mother choose Lu Jin as the proxy? As a high-ranking member of the family and her own daughter, was she not worthy? Just as Cui Yusin grappled with her confusion, Lu Jin stepped forward. Your mother instructed me to convey a message to you. First and foremost, she is a mother. Only then is she the head of the Emerald family. Indeed, even as the most revered head of the Emerald family, Ms. Philina has always been a mother first. She does not wish for Cui Yusin to be embroiled in this conflict, for she understands that once this chaos concludes, the gem family will either vanish or be severely crippled. Regardless of the outcome, it is certain that Sui Uxn will inevitably be embroiled in a colossal crisis. Thus, Philina chose to appoint Lu Jin as the family's representative. There was no one more suitable for the role. At that moment, a family member rushed in with urgency. Lord Hartley, we have received communication signals from the Taffy and Tsang families. They have successfully developed the antidote based on our formula and have broken through the blockade of the Blackstone pirates. Furthermore, the Taffy and Tsang families have agreed to our alliance invitation. Excellent, Hartley exclaimed, his eyes brightening upon hearing this news. They had now established contact with two other gem families, who had chosen to ally with the Emerald family. Their next objective was straightforward, to eliminate the Black Opal family and drive out all the Blackstone pirates. Mr. Lu Jin, what shall we do next? Hartley's gaze fell upon Lu Jin. The rapid success of their joint efforts was largely due to Lu Jin's influence. And with his new role as representative, Hartley wholeheartedly supported him. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jin stroked his chin and handed a formula to Hartley. Does your family possess any mithril materials? Mithril? Hartley pondered for a moment before summoning the logistics personnel. After receiving the inventory information, he immediately reported back to Lu Jin. Mr. Lu Jin, we have 20 tons of mithril in storage point. 20 tons of mithril? Lu Jin was taken aback by the quantity. Hartley further explained, since Ms. Philina assumed her position, she upgraded the Emerald family's warehouse system. Periodically, the Emerald family conducts a series of procurements based on the rarity of materials to prevent the enemy from monopolizing metal resources at critical moments, thus placing the Emerald family at a disadvantage. Although mithril is not widely used, the Emerald family has stockpiled a considerable amount. These materials have been accumulating for a long time, and if not for Lu Jin's mention, only the warehouse manager would have remembered them. After hearing Hartley's explanation, Lu Jin couldn't help but feel a renewed respect for Ms. Philina. It was precisely because of her regulations that Lu Jin believed the upcoming battle could conclude with greater ease. Now, I shall issue my first order as the newly appointed representative. Within 24 hours, all of this mithril must be fashioned into equipment. I want to see Emerald family mithril weapons on the battlefield. Mithril weapons? Hartley was perplexed. Given mithril's poor ductility, Wu making equipment from it diminished their combat effectiveness. However, considering Lu Jin was now the family representative, Hartley promptly began issuing orders. The entire Emerald family immediately dragged the long-dormant mithril materials from the warehouse, dusted them off, and sent all the mithril to the military factory at the family base. Similarly, the Taffy and Tsang families received the message from the Emerald family, urging them to fully manufacture mithril equipment, as they would advance to the planetary defense center occupied by the Black Opal family in 24 hours. Chapter 49. The Gem Alliance Army. The price of arrogance. What? Mithril equipment. How can mithril compare to multi-alloy materials? What on earth is the Emerald family thinking? The senior members of the Tsang and Taffy families were utterly bewildered upon receiving the message. Mithril was something they wouldn't even glance at during procurement. Now that they had the antidote formula and could easily eliminate the Black Opal family and the Blackstone Pirates, why not simply attack the Planetary Defense Center? Although the Tsang and Taffy families found the Emerald family's message perplexing, they recognized the risk involved in attempting to seize the Planetary Defense Center with only their two families, especially since the Emerald family provided the antidote formula. They had no choice but to wait for the Emerald family's actions in 24 hours. For the other two families, those 24 hours felt like an eternity. However, for the logistics of the Emerald family, it was a grueling battle. Within that short span of 24 hours, they successfully transformed all the mithril into equipment. At that moment, even the bullets of the family members' firearms were coated with a layer of mithril. All equipment was infused with mithril as per Lu Jin's instructions. Lu Jin, our troops are now fully equipped with mithril, as you directed. Under Hartley's watchful gaze, Lu Jin withdrew a bullet from a kinetic firearm. Indeed, the projectile had been replaced with mithril. Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction and reloaded the bullet into the firearm. Excellent. We can now embark. With Hartley's command, the armed forces of the Emerald family began to mobilize at the forefront. A maglev armored vehicle carrying family armed members set off, followed by several heavy armored trucks transporting Emerald Special Forces powered armor. Trailing the convoy, behind these trucks was a towering heavy cargo engineering vehicle. The sky was soon filled with numerous reconnaissance drones, and Lu Jin sat in a camouflage command center armored vehicle, constantly monitoring the various conditions along their route. Soon, Lu Jin's vision fell upon the teams of the Taffy and Tsang families. Compared to the Emerald family, the forces of the Taffy and Tsang families were far more substantial. In fact, the cargo engineering vehicle of the Taffy family was even loaded with several war God-class bombers. That moment, the heads of the Taffy and Tsang families entered the communication channel of the Gem Alliance Army. Oh, Hartley is here too. Is Hartley the overall commander of this battle? If so, those fellows are in for it. Apologies, esteemed family heads, but I'm not the overall commander of this battle. Hartley then introduced Lu Jin to the two family heads. Upon learning that Lu Jin was now the representative of the Emerald family, both heads fell silent. Clearly, they were not convinced that a blue star human could lead as the overall commander. Hartley had commanded various battles for the Gem families, and even the heads of other families recognized his talents. Now, however, the command had been given to an obscure blue star human. Such an arrangement could hardly instill confidence in the heads of the two families. Sensing their dissatisfaction, Lu Jin offered a calm smile and gracefully remarked, "While the Gem Alliance army comprises 3 families, our objectives are aligned: to eradicate the Black Opal family, annihilate the Blackstone Pirates, and rescue the Blue Cone family. Since our goals are mutual, once we reach the battlefield, feel free to act independently. My command extends solely to the forces of the Emerald family. At this point, even Hartley grasped the implications of Lu Jin's words. The two family heads, who had dismissed Lu Jin, directly asserted their intention to command their troops as they saw fit. After all, in their eyes, Lu Jin's command abilities were inferior to those of their own family members. Once the others exited the communication channel, Hartley couldn't help but inquire, "Mr. Lu Jin, is this truly wise?" Addressing Hartley's concerns, Lu Jin explained, "Although I am the provider of the antidote, I'm still a blue star human with limited experience. Even if the Emerald family acknowledges me, the other two families will not easily accept my authority. In such a scenario, if I were to forcefully command the troops of these two families, it might yield counterproductive results. It is better to allow these families to experience some hardships to temper their arrogance." Experience hardships? Hartley glanced at the scale and configuration of the Gem Alliance army. Could such a formidable configuration truly suffer setbacks? Before Hartley could voice his doubts, an explosion suddenly erupted on the road ahead. Boom! With a resounding blast, a fully staffed armored vehicle was sent soaring into the sky. This armored vehicle belonged to the Taffy family. The head of the Taffy family immediately entered the command channel. And based on the drone footage, he quickly assessed the situation ahead that on their approach to the Planetary Defense Center, thousands of soldiers clad in exoskeleton armor appeared, monstrous in nature. These soldiers bore the insignia of the Blue Cone family. Yet at that moment, they resembled a frenzied horde, attacking the Taffy family soldiers with fangs and claws. Realizing the situation, the head of the Taffy family reacted swiftly. These are the crazed soldiers affected by the blood mist. Quickly, use the antidote to rescue these Blue Cone soldiers. The Black Opal family has been too careless. They likely do not know we have developed the antidote. All soldiers be advised, we are under attack by crazed allies. Please avoid harming our comrades and await the arrival of the antidote team. Just as he finished speaking, the communication channel erupted into chaos. A Taffy family armed member, witnessing the Blue Cone family members charging at him. Initially intended to attack, but quickly switched to a defensive stance upon receiving the message. However, the Blue Cone family member would not let him off. Like a beast, he pounced and tackled him to the ground. Fangs bared, he lunged forward, and the Taffy family member desperately raised his firearm in defense. In the next moment, a frenzied member of the Blue Cone family astonishingly crushed a firearm with its fangs. Witnessing this scene, the armed members of the Taffy family were instantly filled with dread. Something was amiss. The previously deranged crowd did not exhibit such formidable aggression. Suddenly, the crazed member of the Blue Cone family lunged and sank its teeth into the neck of a Taffy family member. Its sharp fangs pierced through the multi-alloy armor, driving straight into flesh beneath. With a scream, the attacked Taffy family member began to thrash violently. The late-arriving antidote squad immediately raised their injectors. The torrent of antidote spray enveloped the two family members. Just as everyone sighed in relief, the two fallen members staggered to their feet. The horror of the antidote squad. Not only did the Blue Cone family member fail to return to normal, but the assaulted Taffy family member also sprouted fangs and claws. Roaring like beasts, the two transformed family members charged into the ranks of the antidote squad like wolves among sheep. A series of terrified screams erupted over the communication channel. Hearing these cries, the heads of the Taffy and Tsang families sensed impending doom. Damn it! The antidotes are completely ineffective. Everyone be cautious. These Blue Cone family members have fully transformed into monsters. What shall we do next? Should we retaliate? These creatures are entirely different from the frenzied citizens. My armor has already been torn apart by them. The armed members of the Taffy and Tsang families were drenched in sweat. Their gear, crafted from alloy capable of rivaling naval materials, proved utterly useless against these creatures' fangs. How could this be happening? The teams of the Taffy and Tsang families were thrown into disarray as the heads of the two families. They immediately sought out Hartley. Upon learning of the dire situation ahead, Hartley was equally stunned. The antidote has failed. How could that be? But soon, he acquired crucial information from the reports. Unlike the frenzied citizens, these family members, despite their fangs and claws, had undergone significant enhancements in physical capabilities. The ability to breach alloy armor defense with mere fangs was beyond what ordinary beings could achieve. Realizing this, Hartley swiftly headed to the command center. Upon his arrival, Mr. Lu Jin appeared as if he had anticipated the situation. The antidote has failed at the front lines. Failed? Lu Jin smiled faintly, revealing that the antidote he had concocted was specifically designed for creatures affected by the blood mist. Now, they were confronting blood servants transformed directly by the bloodline. The transformation methods were different. How could the same antidote possibly work? Lu Jin activated the command center surveillance, revealing that he was fully aware of the ongoing battle. Zooming in on a particular scene, he asked, "Do you notice any differences?" The footage displayed a member of the Blue Cone family attacking an armed member of the Tsang family. Hartley quickly observed the anomalies. The monsters bore blood holes in their necks, which were absent in the frenzied citizens. This indicated that these monsters and the frenzied citizens were entirely distinct cases. Realizing this, Hartley turned to Lu Jin. The members of the Blue Cone family were beyond saving. Indeed, once transformed into bloodkin, there is no hope for restoration. This is the horror of the bloodline. Do you remember the mithril equipment I instructed you to produce? Now is the time to utilize those armaments. Upon hearing this, Hartley's eyes revealed a hint of sorrow. This meant they would have to personally eliminate what remained of the Blue Cone family. But soon, his gaze hardened with resolve that, at the very least, he could not allow any survivors to become such monsters. Bang! An armed member of the Tsang family raised his weapon, targeting an approaching frenzied family member. Yet, as the bullet pierced through its skull, the creature did not fall. Instead, it stood still for a moment before the bullet hole began to heal. The Tsang family member turned pale at this sight. If their firearms could not harm this monster, how could they possibly deal with such creatures? Just then, an armed member of the Emerald family approached him. The Emerald family member aimed and fired at a frenzied family member. As the bullet, imbued with mithril, zipped through the air, it struck the opponent's head. In an instant, the frenzied family member froze, mouth agape, emitting a hoarse and strained roar. The Tsang family member was astonished to see wisps of ash-like substance emanating from the bullet holes in the frenzied creature. Moments later, the frenzied family member collapsed. It died just like that. Despite both receiving a headshot, why was the outcome so drastically different? Before the other family members could react, the Emerald family's powered armor arrived on the front line. The immense noise quickly attracted numerous frenzied family members, who charged at the Emerald-powered armor like zombies. The family members inside the armor gazed coldly, drawing specialized large-caliber shotguns from their waists. May you rest in peace. Boom! Mithril bullets rained down like a tempest. The struck frenzied members fell to the ground, their bodies disintegrating into ash where the mithril made contact, witnessing the formidable effects of the mithril equipment. The other armed members of the Emerald family felt their fear dissipate. Execute the sweeping operation. Hundreds of machine gun armed members formed a line and pulled the triggers. Mithril bullets sparkled like stars, blanketing all the frenzied members at the front. Against the mithril equipment, these frenzied family members stood no chance as the armored vehicles and firepower advanced. The armed members of the Tsang and Taffy families envied the terrifying effectiveness of the Emerald family's equipment. This firepower is astonishing. When did the Emerald family become so formidable? Our bullets have no effect on these monsters. Why are the Emerald family's bullets so effective? At this rate, we might not even get a chance to strike. The Emerald family alone suffices, seeing the might of the mithril equipment. The heads of the two families could no longer contain their curiosity. They approached Lu Jin, eager to inquire how such special equipment was manufactured. Chapter 51. Crushing Foes, the True Bloodkin. In response to the inquiries of the two heads, Lu Jin's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed they had not taken his earlier words to heart. However, Lu Jin understood. Mithril was an inconspicuous material. Under the deliberate acquisition of the Black Opal family, the Taffy and Tsang gemstone families likely had little stock remaining. The equipment we are using is crafted from mithril. While this material may appear unremarkable, it possesses a natural counter to these bloodkin. Mithril equipment. The two heads felt their cheeks flush. They had not anticipated mithril to be so effective against these monsters. Yet even if they regretted it, it was too late. Now, they could only follow the Emerald family. With their current equipment, unless they could obliterate the bloodkin into fragments, their formidable regenerative abilities would make it exceedingly challenging to subdue them. Before long, the Emerald family forces reached the Planetary Defense Center. The colossal tower emerged in Lu Jin's surveillance feed, and drones scanned the area comprehensively. However, before Lu Jin could discern the detailed status of the Planetary Defense Center, the drone feed abruptly vanished. Lu Jin swiftly switched to another drone's perspective. Looking to the sky, he saw numerous members of the Blue Cone family, standing on flying devices and wielding firearms. They launched an assault against the drones attempting to surveil the Planetary Defense Center. Recognizing the urgency, Lu Jin wasted no time. Initiate the full-scale assault. With a command, the Emerald Armed Squad charged into the Planetary Defense Center. Yet just as they entered, a cannon fired from within, unleashing a violent shockwave that sent the entire armed squad reeling. Subsequently, a multitude of battle vehicles emerged from inside the Planetary Defense Center. 5 combat mechs, striding with immense steps, confronted the Gem Alliance forces. The defenders of the Planetary Defense Center comprised a coalition of the Black Opal family, the Blue Cone family, and the Blackstone Pirates. At this juncture, Lu Jin understood that this was the turning point of the war. If they could disable the planetary defense system, the dazzling gemstone fleet could swiftly reinforce Planet Gem 1. Indeed, as long as the adversary can defend the planetary protection system, the blood mist will inevitably engulf the entire planet one day. By that time, the Gem Alliance will face not only their current foes, but also a multitude of frenzied innocent civilians. Therefore, they must conclude this battle swiftly. Attack. A family member at the forefront silently activated the full load system of the Emerald Special Operations Power Armor, drawing forth the Thunderblade from his back. A violent surge of energy pulsated across the armor's surface. Charge! This family member led the charge, plunging directly into the ranks of the Blood Clan coalition, with one sweeping strike of the Thunderblade. A terrifying jolt of electricity coursed through the entirety of the Blood Clan forces. Yet before he could unleash a second blow, a power armor emblazoned with the emblem of the Blue Cone family appeared before him with blinding speed. The formidable shield, crafted from double composite metals, effortlessly absorbed the Thunderblade's assault. As the power core revved up, the Blue Cone power armor thrust forward, propelling the adversary away. Once a distance was established, the Blue Cone power armor raised its other hand, and a heavy hammer came crashing down upon the Emerald family's armor. Sparks erupted in all directions, even within the confines of his power armor. The Emerald family member felt an intense pain radiate throughout his being. Just as the Blue Cone power armor prepared to capitalize on its advantage, a deluge of bullets rained down upon it like a torrential storm, forcing it to stagger back several steps. Members of the Taffy family, armed and ready, charged into the battlefield aboard their firepower tank. Though devoid of mithril equipment, they provided fierce cover for the Emerald family's armed squad to initiate their assault. However, at that moment, a shell struck the firepower tank directly. Boom! Flames erupted as the tank was obliterated into countless fragments. Accompanied by the roar of engines, the Blackstone Pirates' heavy tanks thundered onto the battlefield like rampaging bulls. Boom! 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 Multiple high-explosive shells detonated around the battlefield. As the Blackstone Pirates wreaked havoc with their relentless bombardment, their radar detected a multitude of high-energy reactions. The Tarson family's heavy transport trucks transformed on-site into makeshift launch platforms. From the center of the platform, armed helicopters ascended, launching a barrage of fiery missiles straight into the sky. Once the volley was complete, the missiles returned to replenish their ammunition, before the echoes of their actions had faded. Several engineering transport trucks bearing the insignia of the Black Opal family came into view of the coalition. Before the trucks could come to a halt, their immense cargo burst forth uncontrollably. With a tearing sound, the engineering transport trucks were ripped apart, and a wildly designed war mech stepped onto the battlefield. Family-armed members, power armor, bombardment vehicles, war mechs. Both sides unleashed their full arsenal, overwhelming the chaotic battlefield that even Lu Jin found difficult to comprehend. Fortunately, the Emerald family was bolstered by mithril equipment, a true nemesis for the Blood Clan. With the advantages conferred by the mithril gear, the Gem Alliance swiftly penetrated the heart of the Planetary Protection Center. Lu Jin, we have located the control room of the Planetary Protection Center. Have you found the control room? Upon hearing this news, Lu Jin resolutely rose to his feet. Closing the Planetary Protection Center would be straightforward. They merely needed to destroy the control room. Yet, as the core area of the Planetary Control Center, it was inevitably fortified. After locating the control room, the Gem Alliance troops commenced a series of assaults against it. However, an hour had elapsed, and the defenses of the control room remained unbreached. Gazing at the fortified control room, Hartley could not help but curse under his breath. Damn it! Who designed the Planetary Protection Center to be so impenetrable? Now, even attempting to breach it proved exceedingly difficult. I could see that moment. Lu Jin's voice drifted from behind Hartley. Leave this matter to Sharia. As soon as he finished speaking, Sharia utilized her psychic abilities. Before the eyes of all, she harnessed the power of spatial teleportation to enter the control room. After a considerable wait, the door to the control room swung open. Inside, chaos reigned, with all enemies sprawled upon the floor. Chapter 52. The Arrival of the Gem Fleet. Devouring Evolution. Captain, all enemies have been neutralized. Watching Sharia emerge from the control room with such composure, Hartley and the others felt somewhat superfluous. However, considering Sharia's identity, Hartley sighed and chose not to voice his thoughts. Entering the control room, Lu Jin and Hartley connected to the control system of the Planetary Protection Center. After a series of operations, a warning prompt suddenly appeared on the control panel. Warning: closing the Planetary Protection Center requires 3 family head authorization cards. 3 family head authorization cards. The Tarsan family's authorization card had been lost at the onset of this chaos. However, compared to the fate of the Blue Cone family, the loss of the authorization card was a stroke of luck for the Tarsan family, with the Tarsan family's head authorization card lost. Lu Jin was left with a maximum of 2 cards. Just as Hartley was about to inquire how Lu Jin intended to resolve this issue, Lu Jin connected a portable hard drive to the control panel. Instantly, numerous warning panels flashed on the control panel. Warning, external chaotic data intrusion detected. Warning, the system firewall is under attack from unidentified data. Warning, data system is being rewritten. Under Lu Jin's manipulation, the entire control room descended into chaos. Countless devices began to emit warning notifications, followed by a series of sparks erupting from the equipment. Even Lu Jin could not normally shut down the planetary protection system without the family head authorization card. Yet he had a means to incapacitate the entire planetary protection system. Compared to modifying the program, destroying the entire program was far simpler. Buzz, accompanied by a deafening noise from the equipment, the entire electrical system of the Planetary Protection Center was instantly paralyzed. The family members embroiled in the fray outside heard a tremendous rumble, followed by the planetary barrier in the sky beginning to dissipate. They succeeded. The planetary protection barrier was breached. How did they achieve this? To disable the planetary barrier without the family head authorization cards is nothing short of miraculous. Within the Black Opal family stronghold, the family head gazed at the vanishing planetary barrier above. His eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be? He possessed all 3 authorization cards. How did they manage to lift the planetary barrier? Meanwhile, within the Emerald family stronghold, Cui Yusin rushed to her mother's side upon witnessing the disappearance of the planetary barrier. Mother, Lu Jin has done it. The planetary barrier has been lifted. Upon hearing this news, Lady Philina was overwhelmed with excitement. She had previously queried Lu Jin on how to disable the planetary protection system without authorization cards. Though Lu Jin had not directly answered her, he had now provided a satisfactory response. Contact all the Gem family ships within the brilliant galaxy. It is time for these petty beings to witness the might of our Gem family. Boom! With a dull thud, the first starship to appear above Gem Planet number 1 was a small destroyer emblazoned with the Emerald family insignia. The moment this small destroyer emerged, vessels from other families began to manifest around it. Near the orbit of Gem Planet number 1, a multitude of ships materialized almost instantaneously upon the opening of the planetary barrier. Upon sighting the ships of the Gem family, the survivors on the ground erupted in excitement. Fantastic! The planetary protection barrier has been lifted. We need not worry now. The Gem family's garrison will surely arrive swiftly. We are saved. Finally, we no longer need to remain in this cramped refuge. Once I am out, I must lodge a complaint with the Gem family. This brilliant gala has been nothing short of a disaster. But before the words could fully escape their lips, a cannonball struck the fleet in the sky. The immense firepower of the cannon directly pierced the small destroyer of the Emerald family. Before their astonished eyes, the fleet of the Blackstone pirates also emerged within the brilliant galaxy. A fierce battle was imminent. Dropping from the sky were a series of airdrop pods bearing the insignias of various factions. An increasing number of members from the Gem family, along with even more Blackstone pirates, descended upon the surface of Gem Planet No. Within the Planetary Protection Center, Lu Jin surveyed the airdrop pods raining down from the sky like a torrential downpour. A knowing smile crept across his lips, without allowing those behind him a moment to react. Lu Jin tossed the family head badge to Hartley. My task is complete. From here on, it is your conflict with the Black Opal family. I must return to my fleet now, and command passes to you. Hartley hurriedly caught the family head badge, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet before he could utter anything, Lu Jin had already been lifted by Sharia, heading towards the coordinates where the Prometheus was docked. Now, with the planetary protection barrier lifted, the garrisons of the Gem families from other planets could descend upon the surface to commence a series of support operations. Conversely, the reinforcement from the Black Opal family and the Blackstone pirates would also arrive. The surface of Gem Planet number 1 was about to descend into further chaos. Currently, Lu Jin is but a mere flesh and blood entity. Should he fall prey to the bombardment of naval artillery, even the protection of Sharia and Silver Moon would not suffice to avert a grave crisis. Thus, in order to fully harness his potential, Lu Jin resolutely opted to return to the Prometheus as swiftly as possible. The Prometheus had long awaited in the rear section of Gem 1. Upon Lu Jin's re-entry into the ship, Yu Qiansong and Yulan promptly approached him. Their relief was palpable upon confirming that Lu Jin and his companions were unharmed. Unbeknownst to them, once the planetary defense shield was activated, external communications were severed. During this period, Yu Qiansong and Yulan had envisioned countless worst-case scenarios. Fortunately, Lu Jin had successfully returned to the ship, providing them with a pillar of support. Thank goodness you are safe. What shall we do next? Yu Qiansong suggested a hasty departure from this perilous locale. The number of ships now engaged in this conflict had surpassed 10,000, although the Prometheus was a formidable origin battleship. Being ensnared in the maelstrom of war still posed a risk of destruction. Meanwhile, Lu Jin took his seat and activated the ship's control panel, locking onto the coordinates of the battlefield's epicenter. Now was the prime opportunity. Yu Qiansong suddenly recalled that the optimal way to upgrade an origin battleship was to consume the wreckage of other vessels. Was Lu Jin intending to devour the remnants of other ships in the heart of the battlefield to enhance his own? Chapter 53. Wealth lies in risk. Upgrade of hull materials. Are you mad? The current battlefield of the resplendent star system resembled a true war meat grinder. Small ships entering this fray were akin to mere cannon fodder. Lu Jin actually intended to exploit the self-repairing capabilities of the origin battleship to venture into the heart of the battlefield and consume shipwrecks. Yu Qiansong believed his own combat style during his tenure with the Solar Alliance had been sufficiently reckless. Yet in comparison to Lu Jin, he felt rather conservative at this moment. Yu Qiansong glanced at the others. Sheria, being a hunting star dragon, was indifferent. Even amidst an explosion, her robust physique would ensure her survival. As for Silver Moon and Yulan, their loyalty to Lu Jin was unequivocal. Ultimately, Yu Qiansong sighed, as if in resignation. Following you during this period has undoubtedly been the most exhilarating time of my life. If that is the case, let us seize the opportunity. With that, everyone returned to their respective seats. Lu Jin smiled faintly, not glancing at the others, and promptly pushed the speed to its maximum. The Prometheus turned its bow and activated its engines, racing toward the opposite battlefield of Gem 1. Boom. The battlefield echoed with the relentless roar of cannon fire, intermittently illuminated by the flashes of artillery. The Prometheus swiftly entered the periphery of the battlefield. At that moment, a medium battleship adorned with the colors of the Tsang family veered away from the combat zone, heading directly toward Lu Jin. Hot on its tail, the Blackstone pirates pursued relentlessly. A deluge of missiles rained down upon the medium battleship, engulfing it in flames and leaving numerous breaches in its hull. Seizing the opportunity, a multitude of Blackstone pirate fighters swarmed toward the damaged family ship like flies. Despair washed over the family members as they beheld the number of pirate fighters displayed on their radar. Damn it, the firepower of these Blackstone pirates is overwhelming. Wait, which faction does this unknown ship belong to? Does it matter? Can a small battleship resolve the predicament of our medium battleship? They pondered whether it would be wiser to contact other ships instead of placing their hopes on this small vessel. Just then, a beam of light pierced through the air like a sword. Before the Blackstone pirates could react, it pierced the entire ship. Boom! The struck battleship erupted from within, transforming into a heap of wreckage in an instant. Witnessing this spectacle, the family members were left dumbfounded. This beam of light had emanated from the very small battleship they had previously scorned. What caliber of weapon is this? It obliterated a medium battleship with a single shot. On the bridge, Yu Qiansong was astonished. The weapon Lu Jin had just deployed was none other than the recently unlocked main cannon, the Stellar Dirge. He could hardly fathom the sheer might of the Stellar Dirge. One shot had completely annihilated an entire medium battleship. Though the battleship's shields and armor had been breached, its hull still retained formidable defensive capabilities. Was that attack truly launched from our main cannon? But isn't the charge time for the main cannon supposed to be at least an hour? When Lu Jin descended on a Gem 1, Yu Qiansong had thoroughly explored all the functions of the ship, with the main cannon, the Stellar Dirge, being the most crucial. Though powerful, it required immense energy. In response to Yu Qiansong's inquiry, Lu Jin candidly explained, "Do you recall that I hadn't left the ship for several consecutive days? During that time, I connected the Seed of Apocalypse with the main cannon system. The Seed of Apocalypse possesses vast and intense energy. Ordinary energy output devices cannot withstand its tremendous fluctuations. The main cannon, the Stellar Dirge, serves as a colossal container. To utilize it effectively, substantial energy support is essential. When the Seed of Apocalypse and the Stellar Dirge were combined, each shortcomings became the other's greatest advantages. Now, I merely need to harness the energy from the Seed of Apocalypse to minimize the charge time of the Stellar Dirge." Gazing at the massive wreckage of the medium battleship before him, Lu Jin unreservedly activated the devouring mode. A multitude of Fong-toothed drones were deployed, and the ship's upgrade progress began to surge rapidly. At this juncture, the Tsang family's vessel transmitted a communication signal. Once connected, the holographic images of both ship captains materialized in the center of the bridge. The Tsang family captain, upon seeing Lu Jin's hologram, was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining composure. "Are you, perchance, the famed M.R. Lu Jin? Oh, you know me." Generally, the captains of these fleets were family members stationed on other planets. They should have been unaware of the events transpiring on Gem 1, yet it was clear that this captain recognized Lu Jin and expressed profound respect. "We are fully aware of your heroic deeds in rescuing the Gem family from dire straits. To us, you shall forever be the most esteemed benefactor of the Gem family. May I inquire if you require an escort? I can mobilize nearby family ships to accompany you." An escort? Such a favorable offer. However, Lu Jin politely declined the Gem family's goodwill. With the Prometheus alone, he was more than capable of self-preservation in this battlefield. Summoning additional ships for escort would only be a waste. After Lu Jin's refusal, the other party did not press further. Following an exchange of intelligence, the Tsang family vessel swiftly made its way toward the starport. With the robust logistical support of the Gem family, they could swiftly repair the ships docked to the starport. This vessel was no longer combat-ready. They had to proceed to the starport for repairs before rejoining the battle. Once the Tsang family ship departed, a series of upgrade notifications suddenly appeared before Lu Jin. All ship materials have been completely analyzed. Ship upgrade progress has reached 40. Ship materials are undergoing upgrades. With the emergence of these upgrade notifications, the entire Origin battleship began to undergo a gradual transformation. The previous hull materials were replaced with more robust materials. Within a minute's time, the external appearance of the Starship underwent subtle changes. "Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully acquired new hull materials. Ultra-composite black steel armor." Chapter 54. Growing more courageous in battle. Target acquired. Ultra-composite black steel armor. Lu Jin was astonished that this upgrade directly enhanced the ship's hull materials. It is worth noting that the hull materials are integral to a ship's defensive capabilities. Once a ship's materials are determined, they cannot be changed until decommissioning. With the advent of new materials over time, even the luckiest ships will inevitably face retirement. Yet, the Origin battleship need not worry about such matters. Gazing at the newly materialized vessel, Lu Jin was utterly enamored. The Origin battleship is indeed extraordinary. Boom! At that moment, a dazzling radiance appeared within Lu Jin's field of vision. Not far away in the battlefield, a large ship of the Black Opal family erupted in a spectacular explosion under the assault of other Gem family vessels. Observing the large ship of the Black Opal family, Lu Jin glanced at the nearby medium battleship and suddenly found it lacking in allure. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Jin decisively retracted all Fong-toothed drones. Restarting the engine's propulsion, the Prometheus surged forth like a ravenous wolf, racing toward the large vessel. Upon reaching the area of the large ship, Lu Jin unhesitatingly unleashed all Fong-toothed drones. Under his command, the Fong drone commenced the disassembly and collection of materials from the core sections of the ship. The most crucial area of a vessel is undoubtedly the energy compartment, followed closely by the engine section. Lu Jin also discovered that the Origin battleship's upgrade progress accelerated the most when it consumed materials from these two regions. The battlefield was littered with the wreckage of ships, allowing Lu Jin to focus solely on harvesting the most valuable components. Before long, the upgrade progress of the Origin battleship had reached 50. Ding! Upgrade materials have been fully analyzed. The ship's self-repair speed has permanently increased by 5. The latest enhancement granted an increase in self-repair speed, which delighted Lu Jin, for the most formidable capability of the Origin battleship lay in its self-repairing abilities. An increase in self-repair speed also signified a more robust survival capacity for the Origin battleship. Yet, while Lu Jin reveled in the joy of the ship's self-upgrade, he remained blissfully unaware that his vessel had already attracted attention. The Emerald, Toffee, and Tsang family's fleets had recognized Lu Jin's ship and categorized it as an ally. Typically, upon sighting Lu Jin's vessel, the fleets of these three families would willingly retreat. However, this behavior had also piqued the interest of the opposing Hyubo family. A pallid-faced patriarch of the Hyubo family glared at the screen on the bridge of a large battleship. "Report to the patriarch. We have identified the owner of that small vessel. The owner is Lu Jin, the blue star human who assists the Emerald family. Upon hearing the name Lu Jin, the patriarch's hand clenched tightly. An uncontrollable fury surged within him, nearly manifesting as a tangible force from his eyes. Damn it! This insignificant blue star human has thwarted all my plans. In a strategy, he had anticipated needing approximately another year to accumulate resources. Once he possessed sufficient wealth, he would not be limited to hiring merely one faction of the Blackstone Pirates. He had initially intended to employ the entirety of the Blackstone Pirates to aid him in assimilating the entire Radiant Galaxy a year later. But it was all due to this blue star human named Lu Jin that his plans had been prematurely exposed, leaving him financially deficient, while the Blood Mist project had barely reached the experimental stage before being hastily released. Most critically, this individual possessed a method to counter their bloodline. Such circumstances even led the patriarch of the Hayabu family to suspect that this person was a designated nemesis sent by the cosmic will to punish him. Unable to endure any longer, the patriarch ordered the mobilization of all fleets, designating the blue star human ship as the primary target for attack. Whoever destroys this ship shall be rewarded with elevation to a favored status, or a bounty of 1 billion credit points. The bounty was issued. Whether they were transformed blood thralls or money-driven Blackstone pirates, they all immediately set their sights on the Origin battleship, voraciously consuming the wreckage. The first pirate ship to approach the Prometheus discarded its previous target and turned its attention to the Prometheus, which was devouring the debris of the tea that moment. The family fleet also sensed something amiss. This is bad. Their target is Lu Jin's ship. The Hayabu family must have recognized Lu Jin. What should we do next? Mr. Lu Jin, as the benefactor of our family, must not come to harm. They could hardly comprehend why a small vessel would involve itself in their war. However, before the family ships could strategize a response, Lu Jin had already noticed the approaching pirate vessels. He immediately realized he had been marked. Yet, he displayed no signs of anxiety, having chosen to step onto this battlefield in search of opportunity. He had anticipated such an outcome. The Fong drone continued to dismantle ship materials for integration into the vessel. Meanwhile, the ship's bow cannon was already aimed at the approaching pirate ship, cannon locked. Activating the Apocalypse Fire Seed. Energy charging rapidly. 2.10. Upon reaching the minimum firing threshold, Lu Jin decisively pressed the launch button. Whoosh! A beam shot straight through the pirate ship. Sequential explosions erupted within the pirate vessel. In an instant, the pirate ship was reduced to a heap of wreckage. Yet Lu Jin was not finished. He pivoted the ship and initiated a new bombardment. The Stellar Lament cannon functioned like a sniper rifle on the battlefield, once targeted. The outcome was almost invariably fatal. Witnessing this scene, the Gem family was utterly astonished. Now I understand why Lu Jin dared to venture in a battle with just a small battleship. His ship's main cannon is so formidable. Is this the firepower of a small battleship? Do not hesitate. Mr. Lu Jin requires no protection from us. Indeed. Now let us exploit the Hayabu family's distraction to swiftly locate their flagship. The Gem family's ships began to mobilize expeditiously. After Lu Jin had destroyed several small pirate vessels, he ceased his assault. The power of the stellar cannon had instilled a sense of trepidation in the Hayabu family and the Blackstone pirates. They hesitated, reluctant to advance. But Lu Jin understood that while the Apocalypse Fire Seed was potent, its energy was not limitless. Having already depleted a significant amount of energy, if he continued to bombard, he would soon exhaust all of the Apocalypse Fire Seed's resources. Chapter 55, A Timely Assistance, a shot to determine the fate. After Lu Jin withdrew, the surrounding ships of the Gem family promptly sent him communication requests. Upon accepting the invitation, Lu Jin entered the command channel of the Gem family. Within this channel, various fleets were divided into smaller subchannels. The commanders of numerous fleets directed their ships based on the intelligence within the communication channels. As Lu Jin entered this channel, a multitude of Gem family captains quickly gathered around him. Lu Jin, you are truly incredible. The power of your ship's main cannon is astonishing. Even my medium firepower ship pales in comparison. I have heard that your ship is an Origin battleship. Is that true? Everyone, please do not be overly excited. The reason for inviting Lu Jin into the command channel is to discuss something important. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin's gaze shifted to the holographic projection of the captain. He was curious how his small battleship could assist the entire Gem fleet. The commander of the Gem fleet then outlined his plan. To defeat the entire Hyubo coalition fleet, the key was to locate the flagship of the Hyubo family patriarch. That flagship would undoubtedly be a large ship with formidable defenses. Large ships possess shields and armor, rendering their defensive capabilities immensely robust. Even if they concentrated fire upon locating it, it would be challenging to destroy the large ship in a short time. Furthermore, once their intent to concentrate fire was discovered, the Hyubo patriarch would undoubtedly take precautions. Thus, they thought of Lu Jin. Lu Jin's ship was a small vessel, and the enemy would likely underestimate its power. After witnessing the strength of Lu Jin's main cannon, the Gem family unanimously agreed to have Lu Jin launch a surprise attack on the flagship. As long as they could disable its shields or armor, they could swiftly concentrate fire on the ship's hull. In this way, even if the Hyubo family reacted, they would have no time to respond. So they intend to exploit the disparity between Lu Jin's ship and its firepower to ambush the flagship of the Hyubo patriarch. I accept this plan, but in exchange, I want the rights to distribute the wreckage after the battle. The rights to distribute the wreckage. After a moment of contemplation, the Gem Coalition fleet readily agreed to this request. Although the Gem family would recover the wreckage, they would not refuse Lu Jin's request given his past favors to them. Recognizing that the Gem family had consented, Lu Jin generously stated that they only needed to locate the enemy's flagship. However, you must ensure my protection. Protecting Lu Jin's ship? Of course, that is no problem. Now, Lu Jin's battleship is a sharp blade in our hands. We must not expose it lightly, although Lu Jin has demonstrated some strength. The ships he has destroyed are mere small vessels. He has yet to draw the enemy's attention. Such firepower is undoubtedly a secret weapon within our Gem family. With the protection of the Gem family, Lu Jin could confidently devour the wreckage of the ships. Simultaneously, he allocated a portion of the Fong drones to begin channeling vast amounts of energy materials into the stellar cannon. Meanwhile, the Hyubo family, upon receiving news of their ship's destruction, was enraged. Are you Blackstone pirates truly a faction under the Seven Kings of Pirates? You can't even destroy a small vessel. How utterly useless. Mind your words. We are not your blood thralls. We are pirates, and if it weren't for the ample payment you offered, I would have turned against you long ago. In the face of the Hyubo patriarch's threats, the Blackstone pirates showed him no respect. Their losses had already far exceeded their expectations. This meant that with each ship lost and each comrade sacrificed, they were on a path to devastating losses, faced with the ominous threat from the head of the Black Opal family. The Blackstone pirates were filled with an indignant fury. Observing the Blackstone pirates' unwavering resolve, the Black Opal patriarch dared not provoke them further. After shutting down the communication channel, the patriarch's once pale skin, a hallmark of the vampiric lineage, grew increasingly somber under the weight of recent events. Cursed be the Emerald family. Cursed be the Blue Star humans. Cursed be Lu Jin, once he dealt with the Gem family. His first act would be to transform the solar system into a factory for his blood sustenance. Just then, he noticed a multitude of Gem fleets approaching his position, causing a sense of foreboding to creep in. What was happening? Had his flagship been discovered? With a furrowed brow, he commanded his subordinates to activate the ship's defensive systems. In an instant, shields and armor were set to defensive mode. Seeing the state of the flagship, the Gem fleet, which had been tracking it, quickly realized they were indeed on the flagship's trail. It was evident. A little pressure, and he would reveal his vulnerabilities, all thanks to our signal department. Had they not intercepted the flagship's signals, we might never have discovered him. It was time to launch an attack. Lu Jin, how prepared are you? In response to the inquiries from numerous captains, Lu Jin glanced at the progress bar of the main cannon. Main cannon element of the stars is charged to 40. More time was required. More time. Did Lu Jin's main cannon still need charging? With that thought, the fleet immediately issued orders. All ships altered course. We still needed to adjust our timing. Lu Jin, how much longer will you require? Our time is limited. That moment. All ships were fixated on the flagship of the Black Opal family, anxious that it might possess some unknown escape mechanisms. Meanwhile, Lu Jin remained focused on the charging progress bar, urging the Gem family to remain patient. He understood the significance of the flagship. Thus, he needed to ensure absolute confidence before taking action. Main cannon element of the stars is charged to 45, Captain. It seems the enemy's flagship has sensed our intentions and is attempting to flee through an opening in our encirclement. Damn it! How we startled the snake from the grass. Block his escape. He must not get away. Captain, The efficiency of their engines far exceeds ours. We cannot keep up. Main cannon element of the stars has charged to 48 Lu Jin. If you do not act soon, we will have to commence our assault. Almost there. Almost. The enemy could escape our encirclement at any moment. Once they do, they can activate their jump engines. Chapter 56. The True Main Cannon. The Super Strong 5 Choices. Listening intently to the exchanges over the communication channel, Lu Jin remained still, as if in deep meditation. His gaze was fixed on a main cannon charging panel. Main cannon element of the stars has charged to 49, as the charging reached 50. Lu Jin's eyes sharpened with newfound determination. Before anyone could react, he decisively pressed the launch button. With a brilliant radiance coalescing at the cannon's muzzle, a terrifying energy beam illuminated the entire resplendent galaxy. Like a shooting star, the beam struck just as the flagship of the Black Opal family was on the verge of escaping the encirclement. In that instant, everyone witnessed the shields of the Black Opal flagship flare to life. It hit. Boom. The shield barely held for 3 seconds before shattering. The beam then impacted the ship's armor. Even the flagship's armor, formidable as it was, succumbed in less than 10 seconds, before the astonished eyes of all present. Lu Jin's cannon beam struck the very hull of the flagship. Moments later, a beam erupted from the opposite side of the flagship. Lu Jin's single cannon attack had pierced through the flagship of the Black Opal family. This outcome was inconceivable, not just to the Black Opal family and the Blackstone pirates, but even to the Gem fleet. This was a reinforced flagship, known for its robust defenses, which the Gem fleet had found challenging to breach. Yet Lu Jin had obliterated it with but one shot. A dazzling explosion illuminated the resplendent galaxy as the Black Opal flagship was utterly destroyed. The Gem fleet, now fully aware, unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon the remnants of the Black Opal flagship. Before long, the entire vessel was reduced to a heap of debris. In this chaos, even if the head of the Black Opal family possessed extraordinary abilities, survival was impossible amidst such a concentrated assault. Witnessing the destruction of the Black Opal flagship, the Blackstone pirates promptly chose to retreat. Their benefactor had been reduced to mere ashes. Remaining would be tantamount to courting death. The Blackstone pirate vessels swiftly withdrew, and the Gem fleet opted not to pursue. After all, the Blackstone pirates were mercenaries, serving whoever paid them. Furthermore, the Blackstone pirate group was a vast and formidable fleet, making it unnecessary to continue the chase. If they pushed too hard, they might summon their main fleet, leading to the Gem family's surrender. With the departure of the Blackstone fleet, the remaining ships of the Black Opal family found themselves isolated and vulnerable. Observing this, Lu Jin ceased to focus on the war's trajectory. The outcome was already apparent. His sights were set on the debris of the Black Opal flagship. Lu Jin dispatched numerous Fong drones to scour the battlefield for valuable ship remnants. As the fighting subsided, the upgrade progress of Lu Jin's ship quickly surpassed 80. Beep. Upgrade materials have been fully analyzed. The ship's self-repair speed has permanently increased by 5. Beep. Upgrade materials have been fully analyzed. The ship's energy conversion efficiency has permanently increased by 10. Beep. Upgrade materials have been fully analyzed. The ship's research center manufacturing efficiency has permanently increased by 5. As Lu Jin continued to consume the shipwrecks on the battlefield, his smile broadened with each advancement in the upgrade progress. At this pace, once he had absorbed all the ship remnants, he might very well elevate his ship to the status of a medium-sized vessel. He wondered what extraordinary capabilities would be unlocked upon such an upgrade. Just as he was lost in thought, a surprise awaited him from the ship's system. Detected upgrade paths. Please select your desired ship upgrade route. Oh, the ship was about to unlock new functionalities? Lu Jin focused on the ship upgrade route panel, and upon viewing the data presented, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. 5 upgrade paths. To his surprise, he had 5 options to choose from. Lu Jin promptly opened all available upgrade routes. Upgrade Route 1. Unlock Origin Kinetic Cannon Bay. Unlock the Cannon Void Ripper. The first upgrade route brought Lu Jin immense joy. A brand new kinetic cannon, without a doubt. If he chose this route, his ship's firepower would undergo a dramatic transformation. The synergy between the cannon and the main gun would elevate the ship's firepower to a new echelon. Yet Lu Jin did not allow himself to be swept away by excitement. His gaze shifted to the other upgrade routes. Upgrade Route 2. Unlock Origin Energy Bay, significantly enhance the ship's energy conversion efficiency. Upgrade Route 3. Unlock Origin Material Research Lab. Unlock the recipe for nano-white porcelain steel. Upgrade Route 4. Unlock origin plantation. Unlock the recipe for psionic grass seeds. Nano-white porcelain steel. This was an ultra-rare material that commanded high prices on the market. Currently, only the volcanic dwarf race within the endless star sea could produce such a material. Think the origin warship could unlock such an exclusive resource. In the psionic grass seeds, this plant could temporarily elevate the psionic levels of practitioners, making it highly coveted. If Lu Jin could cultivate it, it would be a tremendous boon. He could even use this resource to forge connections with psionics. Ultimately, Lu Jin's attention fell upon the last upgrade route. Upgrade Route 5. Unlock Origin Space Jump Engine. The ship will gain the ability for spatial phasing. Spatial phasing. This skill was nothing short of miraculous. Once activated, it would enable instantaneous jumps within a galaxy. This was not merely a movement skill. If applied correctly, it could evade fatal damage and even allow for unexpected counterattacks against enemies. Each upgrade path tantalized Lu Jin. The Origin warship truly lived up to its name. Enhancements in firepower, resource production, and survivability. Each aspect would bolster the ship's capabilities. Just as Lu Jin wavered over which upgrade route to choose, a message suddenly popped up on his personal terminal. Glancing at the sender, he recognized it was from Cui Yusin. This piqued Lu Jin's curiosity in the current state of the resplendent galaxy, which was teetering on the brink of reconstruction. The remaining 3 gem families had to address a myriad of post-war issues while soothing the sentiments of the alien races attending the resplendent festival. Under such circumstances, Cui Yusin was reaching out to him. Could it be that she required his assistance once more? However, as Lu Jin opened the message to view its contents in detail, he was met with an urgent command. Run, get away from the resplendent galaxy. Chapter 57. The Heart of Obsidian. The Raider Siren. Run, leave the resplendent galaxy. This brief yet ominous message left Lu Jin momentarily questioning whether Cui Yusin had been hacked. During his prolonged stay in the brilliant star system, Cui Yusin had only sent a few caring messages, and today, why did she suddenly send such an alarming notice? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jin directly inquired about the matter. What has happened? No sooner had he sent the message than Cui Yusin replied immediately. The Blackstone Pirates have learned about your possession of the Origin warship. The leader of the Blackstone Pirates, the current Pirate King of the Seven, the heart of Black Rock, Raider Salen, has left the endless star sea in search of you. What? The Pirate King himself was coming for him. No wonder Cui Yusin urged Lu Jin to flee. Previously, they had only encountered a small fleet of the Blackstone Pirates. The main fleet possessed the terrifying power to annihilate an entire star system. Now that the main fleet of the Blackstone Pirates was after Lu Jin, even the Gem family could not intervene. Thus, Cui Yusin had no choice but to convey this urgent warning in such a manner. However, before Lu Jin could respond to Cui Yusin, the ship's alarm suddenly blared. Warning. The vessel is locked by an unknown electromagnetic wave and is unable to perform jump operations. Warning. Please swiftly disengage from the unknown electromagnetic lock. Otherwise, the ship will be incapable of transitioning. Warning. Ship communications have been severed by an unknown electromagnetic wave. Please promptly exit the electromagnetic range. The ship's anomalies were also observed by Yu Tiansong, who quickly rose from his seat and activated the control panel. Soon, he detected the irregularities. The radar began displaying numerous ship icons. Swish, 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 in the vast expanse of the brilliant star system, one after another. Blackstone pirate ships re-entered the system. Within 5 minutes, over 1,000 vessels had arrived in the brilliant star system. The entire fleet of the Gem family, confronted by an increasingly overwhelming number of pirate ships, dared not make a single move. They understood well that these Blackstone pirates represented one of the pirate kings, Raider Salen, the heart of Black Rock. At that moment, the starry space shimmered like rippling water. A colossal-class dreadnought gradually came into view. The sight of the dreadnought caused the captains of the Gem family to swallow hard. It was known that a dreadnought not only represented formidable power, but also the depth of a faction's heritage. Even the Gem family did not possess a single dreadnought. The enormous body of the dreadnought, combined with the infamous reputation of the Blackstone pirates, cast a shadow over the hearts of the Gem family. Within the Blackstone dreadnought, a gigantic stone giant, towering over 3 meters and covered in a layer of obsidian, sat on the bridge. His gaze was filled with mockery as he observed the immobile fleets of the star system civilizations. His vanity greatly satisfied. Boss, We have arrived at the brilliant star system. The Origin warship is right ahead. Upon hearing the name of the Origin warship, Raider Salen immediately sat up, but a display appeared before him, revealing Lu Jin's Prometheus, a small battleship. This vessel is actually an Origin warship. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would never have guessed. Tell that kid aboard the ship that I am claiming this Origin warship. Raider Salen had ventured from the depths of the endless star sea to the outer regions solely for the Origin warship that Lu Jin possessed. The rarity of Origin warships was exceedingly high. Even in the endless star sea, although the Blackstone pirates boasted a dreadnought, they did not have a single Origin warship. Now that he had encountered one, how could he possibly let Lu Jin escape? Yu Tiansan's expression darkened upon seeing the Blackstone pirates' dreadnought. He turned to Lu Jin, curious about how Lu Jin intended to confront this crisis. Ding. Unknown communication signal. Do you wish to connect? An unknown communication signal? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Jin knew precisely who the source was. Upon connecting, Raider Salen's imposing figure materialized before Lu Jin. Blue Star Kid, you actually dared to connect my communication signal. However, this will save me quite a bit of trouble. Now, immediately hand over the ownership of the ship to me, that if I am pleased, perhaps I might spare you. Spare me. In response to Raider Salen's words, Lu Jin chuckled lightly and raised his gaze defiantly. In full view of everyone, Lu Jin made a highly provocative gesture. You, stone man, wish to claim my ship? Dream on. At this declaration, silence enveloped the room. Inside the bridge of the Blackstone dreadnought, all the Blackstone pirates dared not breathe a word. This kid was insane. Was he not aware of the situation? Raider Salen clenched his fists, his expression growing increasingly fierce as the aura of piracy permeated the entire bridge. Very well, if that is how you wish it. Do not blame me for being rude. Rude? That is precisely what I should be saying. Lu Jin sneered, and before anyone could react, he pressed the firing button for the ship's main cannon. The 50% charged star's limit struck the dreadnought shield before the Blackstone pirates could even react. Boom! The shield shattered, and the ship's armor was compromised by more than half. The staggering power left the Blackstone pirates in shock. What the hell? This small ship's shot nearly destroyed the armor of a dreadnought. Raider Salen, after recovering from his astonishment, was consumed by fury. Damn ants! They dare to attack my flagship. All Blackstone pirates, capture this kid alive. I want to have him skinned alive. However, at that moment, Lu Jin had decisively chosen the ship's upgrade path. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking the Origin Space Jump engine. The ship's ability, Space Flash, has been unlocked. Lu Jin's gaze fell upon Space Flash. As he comprehended all the functionalities of Space Flash, a broad smile spread across his face. Space Flash uses remaining attempts. 10-10. Each charge requires 1 hour. 10 chances for Space Flash. 10 attempts were ample for him to escape the encirclement of the Blackstone pirates. Regrettably, the wreckage of these ships would have to remain behind. Chapter 58. I flash. Then I flash. Pirate bounty order. Coordinates confirmed. Initiating Space Flash. After entering a coordinate, Lu Jin hesitated not for a moment and decisively employed Space Flash to make his escape. After all, the enemies before him were the Blackstone pirates, who possessed a dreadnought alongside a fleet of over 1,000 ships. What Lu Jin could do now was to provoke the Blackstone pirates as much as possible. Diverting their attention solely onto himself, he did not wish to involve the brilliant star system, still in the throes of post-disaster reconstruction. Space Flash initiated. With the surrounding space twisting, the Prometheus vanished from its location in full view. This scene left Raider Salen wide-eyed in disbelief, utterly astonished. What is happening? The opponent has vanished. No, I had already deployed the jamming device to lock down his jump engine. Under such circumstances, he should not be able to perform a space jump. Yet before he could grasp this rationale, Lu Jin's ship materialized outside the encirclement of the Blackstone pirates' fleet. The sudden appearance of the Prometheus left many spectators in shock. What just happened? If I am not mistaken, that battleship moved a distance. A space jump? But if it were a space jump, how could it have moved so little? Logically, the Blackstone pirates should not make such a fundamental mistake. They should have activated the jamming device as soon as the first ship arrived in the Brilliant Star System. Now, it was likely that all ships within the Brilliant Star System could not perform a space jump. How then did he manage to do it? Not only the spectators, but even Raider Salen were astonished. A space jump? It shouldn't be. Such an elusive method of movement reminded Raider Salen of the owner of a certain Origin warship. Damn it! Is this the powerful function of an Origin warship? As the pirate king of the endless star sea, I do not even have a single Origin warship under my command. Now that I finally have one before my eyes, I cannot let it slip away. Chase, I refuse to believe he can escape my grasp. As soon as he spoke, Lu Jin's ship activated space flash once more. After a brief disappearance, it reappeared in even more distant coordinate. At this rate, it would not be long before Lu Jin could escape the range of the jamming device. The Origin warship, so close at hand, could not be allowed to slip away easily. Raider Salen commanded the ships to surround Lu Jin's location, but just then, Space Flash activated again. Damn it, how many times can this ship perform such instantaneous movements, if it can jump an infinite number of times? Will I never catch up to this Origin warship? At that moment, Lu Jin had already exited the range of the Blackstone Pirates jamming devices. The space jump engine has returned to normal. You wish to perform a space jump? Certainly, with a mere glance, Lu Jin discerned the multitude of luminous dots on the radar. Each dot represented a pirate warplane in pursuit. If these pirate aircraft were to catch up, even with extraordinary abilities, escape would be impossible. Just as ants can overwhelm an elephant in numbers, so too could these pirate ships, potentially filled with countless Blackstone pirates. With this thought, Lu Jin resolutely activated the space jump. The ship's speed began to surge, swiftly reaching jump velocity. Space twisted momentarily, and the vessel's form vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the pirate captain, Siren, seethed as he witnessed Lu Jin's complete disappearance within the Radiant Star system. How infuriating to have let him escape. His subordinate Blackstone pirates, observing their leader's grim expression, were momentarily at a loss for words. Just as they were in a daze, Captain Siren's gaze suddenly fell upon one of the Blackstone pirates. Without waiting for a reaction, he raised his hand, and a pulse of energy struck the pirate, reducing him to a pile of ashes. This sudden act of violence rendered the remaining Blackstone pirates paralyzed with fear. What are you still doing? Pursue him. With this command, the Blackstone pirates wasted no time, and the formidable fleet hastily departed the brilliant star system. The gem families within the system breathed a collective sigh of relief upon seeing the pirates leave. Hartley glanced at the concerned Jade Hart beside him and asked anxiously, Mr. Lu Jin has provoked the Blackstone pirates. They will undoubtedly seek retribution, that I know, she replied, but there is nothing we can do at this moment. Indeed, faced with the might of the 7 pirate kings, what could even the gem families accomplish? Now, all they could do for Lu Jin was to pray. As Lu Jin exited the brilliant star system, he continuously activated the space jump engine, channeling all available energy into it. Once the engine cooled down, he would not hesitate to jump again. Lu Jin understood that evading the Blackstone pirates would not be so simple. As one of the 7 premier pirate factions of the Endless Sea, they possessed their own technologies. For now, Lu Jin's only option was to keep jumping to AT that moment. Yu Qiansong's expression shifted as if he had seen something alarming. We are in deep trouble. Lu Jin glanced at the terminal tablet Yu Qiansong handed him, with a headline read, Shocking, Blackstone pirate leader Obsidian Heart, Captain Siren, issues a bounty on the pirate, a reward of 100 million credit points for information leading to the ship and the Blue Star human's whereabouts. After reading the bounty notice, Lu Jin scoffed at a mere 100 million credit points. The Blackstone pirates were quite stingy. They were pirates. Only other pirates or desperate individuals would dare claim such a bounty. There was no need to dwell on it. Lu Jin had no intention of taking the bounty seriously. Seeing Lu Jin remain unfazed, Yu Qiansong inexplicably felt reassured. After all, Lu Jin had repeatedly escaped perilous situations, and Yu Qiansong was gradually acclimating to this chaotic interstellar voyage. Suddenly, Prometheus collided with something that, in an instant, Lu Jin saw the ship's control systems locked down. Unknown device interference detected. Ship's program is under attack. Unknown code assault detected. Ship entering self-protection mode. Chapter 59. Wolves ahead, tigers behind, golden humans. What now? Seeing the ship system falter, Yu Qiansong's previously relaxed nerves tightened once more. Lu Jin's expression turned grave as he examined the system panel. Based on countless experiences from his previous life, he deduced that their ship had been captured. Such an occurrence could only stem from one possibility. They had trespassed into a forbidden zone, one inhabited by a civilization of exceptionally high caliber. Only civilizations of certain level could develop ship-capturing devices, which were far more potent than mere interference devices. Once captured, escape would be exceedingly difficult. As all eyes were upon them, the space before them rippled like the surface of water. The captured Prometheus sank into the rippling space, much like one succumbing to a quagmire. In an instant. The Prometheus vanished from the vastness of the starry sea. Shortly after the ship's disappearance, a fleet of Blackstone pirates arrived in the system, only to find that the tracking signal had vanished. Damn it, it was just a small ship, yet it escaped so quickly. What should we do next? We must continue the pursuit. If the boss finds out we've lost the target, we will surely face dire consequences. Following this discussion, the fleet dispersed and began searching the surrounding systems. However, in an unseen area, a section of space appeared to distort as if malfunctioning. Lu Jin and his companions had completely cast aside the threat of the Blackstone pirates. Before them lay a colossal ship city. Towering structures rose like a game of blocks upon the vessel. From the outside, it bore no resemblance to a warship. It appeared to be a vast, mobile city. Surrounding this ship city, numerous escort vessels swarmed like bees around a hive, guarding the immense ship city. What if is this a ship or a city? Yu Tiansong had never witnessed such a massive vessel. Even the Blackstone pirate group's dreadnought seemed diminutive in comparison. It was hard to fathom the energy required just to operate such a city-like ship. However, before they could admire the grandeur of the ship city, several armored guards on flying devices had already surrounded their ship. Intruders, open your ship's doors. If you resist, we will employ force. Confronted by the aggressive guards, Yu Tiansong quickly turned to Lu Jin. Throughout their journey, they had navigated numerous perilous situations, and Lu Jin had always found a way to resolve them. Surely, he must have a plan for escape now. Thus, Yu Tiansong resolved to remain patient and await Lu Jin's performance. However, before Yu Tiansong could witness Lu Jin's display, the ship's system notification rang out. Ship's doors have been opened. What? Yu Tiansong stared at Lu Jin, for it was Lu Jin who had opened the ship's doors. Was he intending to surrender? Shouldn't he be trying to escape this wretched place? Why did you open the doors? In response to Yu Tiansong's inquiry, Lu Jin pointed toward the ship city outside. Oh, you know where this is? The Imperial Holy City. The fabled Imperial Holy City, a legendary city said to drift throughout the starry sea. It was documented across various planets. Yet no one had ever truly seen its existence. Why Yu Tiansong never expected that this ship city was the legendary Imperial Holy City. And no wonder no one had ever been able to trace its whereabouts. But soon, Yu Tiansong recalled that the tales spoke of a race residing within the Imperial Holy City. Humans who refer to themselves as golden humans. Yu Tiansong pondered whether these golden humans would be friendly. The fully armed guards of the Holy City entered the bridge. They wielded long guns, but the visible circuitry on the weapons indicated they were far more than mere melee weapons. One of the golden humans stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over Lu Jin and his companions. Detected Blue Star Human. Threat level low. Detected Star Sea Elf. Threat level high. Detected Hunting Star Dragon. Threat level extremely high. What? Star Sea Elf and Hunting Star Dragon. In an instant, the Holy City guards raised their long guns, aiming at Silver Moon, Yulan, and Shalia. One of the golden humans stepped forward. Tell us, what is your purpose in approaching the Holy City? Silver Moon glanced at Lu Jin and, seeing him relaxed, quickly eased her own tension. Lu Jin surveyed the numerous Holy City guards before speaking. It appears I have inadvertently intruded upon the sacred city protected by the Divine Emperor. I sincerely apologize for my reckless entry. However, I believe this encounter may also be the Divine Emperor's guidance for me. Soon as these words were spoken, the Holy City guards visibly relaxed. The leading golden human lowered his weapon and approached Lu Jin, removing his helmet. Beneath the helmet was a stern and resolute middle-aged man's face, his gaze sweeping over Lu Jin. Wayward traveler, may the Divine Emperor bless you. Since this is a misunderstanding, I will request the ship's control be released from the tower. Upon hearing this, Yu Tiansong's expression shifted slightly. They could be released just like that. To everyone's surprise, this conflict was resolved with remarkable ease. Yet before Yu Tiansong could catch his breath, Lu Jin spoke directly to the golden humans opposite them. I fear we cannot leave just yet, for aboard our vessel is a poor soul tormented by a demon. May the Emperor above bear witness. He would never allow demons to wreak havoc again. The mere mention of the word demon. The guards of the Holy City swiftly went on high alert. The leading middle-aged man fixed a piercing gaze upon Lu Jin, asking gravely, "Where is the one possessed by a demon?" Instantly, all eyes turned to Yu Tiansong. Caught off guard, he was bound by the guard with a rope made of nanomaterial. Yu Tiansong was momentarily stunned and glanced at Lu Jin, bewildered by the situation. Chapter 60. Healing. Perfectly executed. Do you remember what I told you before? You boarded my ship, and I would help you heal. Well, this is precisely what I'm doing. Heal. Is this truly how one heals? Binding the patient with ropes made of nanomaterial. One might think they were securing a formidable beast. Nevertheless, Lu Jin reassured Yu Tiansong. As his first recruited crew member, he would ensure that no harm befell him. Subsequently, Lu Jin shifted his focus away from Yu Tiansong. His primary mission now was to win the favor of the Holy City Guards. The method for garnering their goodwill was exceedingly simple. To extol the virtues of the Holy Emperor in the minds of the Golden Humans. The Holy Emperor's existence was paramount. Their lives were dedicated to serving him. Consequently, Lu Jin had often employed this strategy in his past life to garner favor. Whenever the topic of the Holy Emperor arose, even the most perilous challenges would be faced head-on by the Golden Humans. This unwavering unity rendered them one of the most formidable races. Soon, under the guidance of the Holy City Guards, they entered the ship city. Lu Jin, I had no idea your faith in the Holy Emperor was so profound. Your insights humble even me. With such conviction, you could easily assume the role of a priest in the Holy City. Have you considered staying here? In a mere span of time, the guards' attitudes toward Lu Jin transformed dramatically. Even through their helmets, the intensity of their gazes upon him was palpable. However, Lu Jin politely declined their invitation, asserting, "Trust me, every action in the Holy City is under the watchful gaze of the Holy Emperor. One day he shall return to the starry seas, and your contributions will be acknowledged by him." Upon hearing these words, the guards felt a surge of respect for Lu Jin. It was astonishing to hear such sentiments from a human outsider. They now regarded him as a brother. As Lu Jin observed the fervent guards, he looked skyward. He understood that the Holy Emperor revered by the Golden Humans was no mere figment of religious imagination. In his previous life, Lu Jin had once thought of the Holy Emperor as a mere construct of the Golden Humans' belief. Yet, when the Assimilation War erupted and millions of demons descended upon the Holy City, an unknown power exploded forth, reducing the demons to ashes in an instant. In the aftermath, the Golden Humans exhibited extraordinary prowess, giving rise to a multitude of formidable warriors. This catapulted them to become one of the strongest resistance forces during the Assimilation War. When other factions inquired about their might, the Golden Humans attributed it all to the Holy Emperor's blessing. This explanation accounted for the sudden surge of power and their meteoric rise. Thus, Lu Jin's words served a dual purpose: to win the favor of the Holy City while also expressing his genuine belief. Perhaps the Holy Emperor was indeed watching over this very city. Under the guidance of the guards, they soon arrived at a structure resembling a cathedral. This is our sanctuary. Within, there are demon-exorcising priests. Rest assured, Brother Lu Jin, since he is your crew member, we shall purge the demon within him. Trust me, brother. Bound and bewildered, Yu Tiansong gazed at the guards in disbelief. Brother? He thought, this familiarity a bit too swift. He had intended to inquire about being unbound given their amicable relations. But before he could finish, one of the guards snapped, "Silence! Demon, your every word and action will lead to your impending torment." In that moment, Yu Tiansong felt a surge of indignation. How had he become a demon? Meanwhile, Lu Jin shook his head. Just as the Golden Humans were fiercely loyal to the Holy Emperor, they harbored an intense aversion to demons. Lu Jin speculated that the Holy Emperor's disappearance was likely tied to the subspace demons. Entering the sanctuary, Lu Jin was immediately captivated by its opulence. The resplendent hall resembled a true work of art. At its center stood a statue of the Holy Emperor, crafted from gold. Clad in heavy armor, the Emperor's visage was obscured, yet the statue exuded an aura of unyielding authority. Surrounding the statue stood several priests in golden robes, fervently praying for the Emperor's protection over his subjects. In a corner of the sanctuary, armored knights stood immobile like statues. Yet, Lu Jin could sense that from the moment they entered, the knights had fixed their gazes upon them, ready to act at the slightest movement. That moment, one of the priests appeared to sense something amiss. He turned to Yu Tiansong, his deep and earnest gaze seeming to pierce through to his very soul. In that instant, Yu Tiansong felt a familiar rage igniting within him, a surge of irritation swelling in his chest. The priest sighed, another mortal ensnared by a demon. But fear not, the demon within you is still weak. Follow me, and after a baptism in holy water, you will be reborn. Other priests were drawn to the unfolding situation. Bound and anxious, Yu Tiansong felt akin to a monkey on display in a zoo. Utterly uncomfortable, Before long, a priest approached with a golden chalice containing seemingly ordinary holy water. Chanting incantations, he splashed the water upon Yu Tinsong. In that moment, Yu Tinsong felt his inner fury ignite like a fire doused with gasoline. Erupting uncontrollably, "Lu Jin, you scoundrel, are you trying to deceive me? First pursued by the Blackstone pirates, and now I find myself in this bizarre place. This holy water is utterly ineffective." Chapter 61. Demon Leader. "Begone, fiends! Ineffective?" Observing the stark contrast between the usual Yu Tinsong and the current state he was in, Lu Jin believed the holy water was indeed potent. After all, this was the holy sanctuary of the emperor. The blessing of holy water here was far superior to any found in the market. Watching Yu Tinsong struggle, Lu Jin urged the priest to use the holy water once more. After a moment's hesitation, the priest complied, retrieving another cup of blessed water. With a splash, Yu Tinsong was drenched anew like a tea that moment. An ominous black smoke began to emanate from him. The knights, sensing the malevolence, unsheathed their weapons, their eyes locked onto Yu Tinsong. The atmosphere in the sanctuary turned tense, charged with anticipation. The priests braced themselves, fixated on Yu Tinsong as the ominous black smoke coalesced into a spectral figure before their eyes. Foolish golden humans. Do you truly believe this feeble attempt will expel me from this vessel? You mistake me for a mere demon. While holy water may restrain demons, it is insufficient for one of my caliber. As he spoke, the entity re-entered Yu Tinsong's body, prompting even the priests to falter. The knights swiftly surrounded them. Realizing that the demon within was no ordinary foe, the effects of the holy water were utterly futile against it. Words are futile. We must eliminate this one, and the demon shall lose its connection and vanish. Indeed, let us slay him to prevent the holy city from succumbing to demonic corruption. With a swift motion, one of the Templar knights unsheathed his long blade from his waist. The alloy-crafted edge glimmered ominously, exuding a chilling aura. As the knight approached Yu Tinsong, Lu Jin stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of everyone. "If you cannot vanquish this demon, might I take a chance at it?" Upon uttering these words, the gazes of the Templar priests, knights, and city guards converged on Lu Jin. They regarded him, a human from Blue Star, who had never encountered exorcism, with skepticism. How could he possibly dispel the formidable demon residing within Yu Tinsong? Clearly, the Templar priests and knights held no faith in Lu Jin's capabilities. That I advise you to step aside, or you may find yourselves slaughtered alongside him. This demon is likely a demon lord, and its power is beyond your comprehension. Once the time is ripe, it will become a nexus between the subspace and the cosmic sea, summoning an endless horde of demons. Even if the demon lord is vanquished, it will merely return to subspace, re-emerging before long. Therefore, I cannot allow this possessed human from Blue Star to survive in the holy city. The longer we delay, the greater the peril to the city. As he spoke, the Templar knight directed his blade toward Lu Jin. It was evident that should Lu Jin refuse to yield, he would indeed strike. Undeterred, Lu Jin stood firm, seemingly oblivious to the weapon aimed at him. But if I not only dispel the demon lord, but also inflict significant damage on its true form in subspace, would you accept this method? Upon hearing this, one of the Templar priests narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lu Jin. It is known that the form of subspace demons appearing in the reality of the cosmic sea is akin to their projection in this world. Even if defeated, it merely inflicts some damage to their true forms in subspace. Once they recuperate and find a suitable nexus, they will return anew. This is why subspace demons cannot be eradicated. However, if one could substantially harm the demon lord's true form in subspace, it would undoubtedly delay its actions against the holy city. Since you can articulate such knowledge, it signifies that you possess some understanding of subspace demons. Very well, I grant you this opportunity, but only for 1 hour. 1 hour? Lu Jin chuckled softly. That is more than sufficient. With the resources of the holy city, performing the exorcism ritual will be a breeze. Initially, Lu Jin had presumed that the demon possessing Yu Tinsong was merely a low-level demon. Now, it appeared he had ensnared a much larger prey. If it could inflict significant damage on the demon lord in subspace, it would represent a monumental opportunity for weakening the impending assimilation war that I require mithril, blessed holy water, black steel alloy, and adamantine metal. Lu Jin listed numerous materials in one breath. With the assistance of the city guards, He swiftly gathered all the necessary components. Subsequently, before the watchful eyes of the assembly, Lu Jin began to amalgamate these materials as if engaging in alchemy. The nearby Templar priests and knights furrowed their brows. Having witnessed countless beings possessed by demons and participated in numerous exorcism rituals, yet they had never encountered an exorcism method as peculiar as Lu Jin's. As time ticked away, Lu Jin, after adding the final ingredient, crafted a demon-repelling staff from the synthesized metal. Every entity in the universe has its natural nemesis, be it another creature or a specific substance. Even the seemingly indomitable demon lord has its own fears. Each demon lord harbors distinct weaknesses. Some may dread weapons forged from mithril, while others might react strongly to rare dragon's blood. Uncertain of the nature of this demon lord, Lu Jin could only fuse all known weak substances together. Grasping the demon-repelling staff, Lu Jin advanced toward Yu Qiansong, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, yet the silhouette of the demon lord loomed behind him once again. Foolish boy, even the Templar priest cannot contend with me. Do you truly believe your exorcism methods will be effective? Whether they are effective or not, we shall see, Lu Jin declared, dousing the staff with the purest blessed holy water from the Templar. At that moment, the demon lord fell inexplicably silent. Before it could react, Lu Jin swung the staff, striking the ethereal form of the demon lord. Instantly, black smoke erupted, and a piercing wail echoed from the demon lord. The result left the surrounding Templar priests in utter disbelief. Could it genuinely be effective? Chapter 62. The Sacred Emperor manifested. Blessing bestowed. Curse it! How did you discover my weakness? Not only the Templar priests, but the demon lord itself was bewildered. Having lurked for years, this was its first manifestation in the reality of the cosmic sea. Why then had this blue star human identified its weakness on the very first attempt? Observing this, Lu Jin's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed fortune favored him. Among the myriad materials constituting the demon-repelling staff, one fortuitously contained the demon lord's weakness. Seizing the moment, Lu Jin swung the staff again, this time cleaving the demon lord in half. The dark demonic essence spilling forth from Yu Qiansong's body. The demon lord resolved to eliminate this blue star, human first. Possessing knowledge of its subspace demon weaknesses, this child could not be allowed to live. Realizing the imminent threat, Lu Jin's allies were momentarily taken aback. The demon lord had decisively chosen to confront Lu Jin rather than evade his staff. Stop him. We cannot allow him to harm brother Lu Jin. It is too late. The cunning demon is charging directly at Lu Jin. Be careful. Move aside. In an instant, the crowd rushed toward Lu Jin. Even the Templar knights and priests recognized the significance, their expressions shifting dramatically in response to the unfolding crisis. At that moment, the statue of the sacred emperor at the center of the Templars suddenly transformed. A brilliant golden light descended upon Lu Jin with blinding speed, enveloped in the golden radiance. The demon lord collided with it. In the next moment, the demon lord's form dissolved like snow upon contact with molten iron. What? This is the power of the sacred emperor. Impossible, he still lives? Before the demon lord could finish its protest, it had vanished into thin air. Consequently, the entire Templar was not only freed from the previous heavy atmosphere, but it now brimmed with a warmth akin to the sun. The Templar knights and priests witnessed the entire event unfold. They glanced at the statue of the sacred emperor and then at the dissipating golden light surrounding Lu Jin, the manifestation of his sacred majesty. I knew it. His sacred majesty has been watching over us, great sacred emperor. We thank you for vanquishing the demon. What a foolish demon to dare unleash havoc in the sacred Templar under the protection of the sacred emperor. Lu Jin, observing the fading demon lord, exhaled in relief upon confirming its complete annihilation. It seemed that his decision to come to the holy city for exorcism was indeed the right one. From the moment he encountered Yu Qiansong and learned of his possession, Lu Jin had devised a strategy. Had he attempted the exorcism with the staff immediately, it was likely that either he or Yu Qiansong would have been overwhelmed by the demon lord. However, now, sheltered by the protection of the sacred emperor within the holy city, he felt a certain degree of assurance. Subsequently, Lu Jin's gaze fell upon the statue of the sacred emperor. The golden light that had enveloped him was evidently the power bestowed by the sacred emperor. It was this force that had shielded Lu Jin from the demon lord assault. Yet if the sacred emperor could intervene, why had he not done so from the outset? Moreover, in Lu Jin's memory, The full revival of the sacred emperor's power was meant to occur during the Assimilation War. Why, then, had he awakened prematurely to bestow his divine grace? A myriad of questions flooded Lu Jin's mind as his gaze met the eyes of the sacred emperor's statue. In that moment, Lu Jin felt as though the statue had come to life, the sacred emperor's gaze piercing through his very soul. Sensing something amiss, Lu Jin quickly averted his eyes. When he looked back, the statue appeared to be merely a statue once more. Was it an illusion? Yet before Lu Jin could ponder further, the statue emitted a faint glow once more. Two streaks of light, akin to shooting stars, erupted from the statue's hands, converging into Lu Jin and Yu Qiansong's bodies. This sudden turn of events astonished everyone anew. As the luminous stream entered Yu Qiansong, he awoke from his unconscious state. Since the appearance of the demon lord, Yu Qiansong had been in a state of oblivion, and now he sensed a warm power transforming his very being. Awakening, his first sight was the fervent faces of the Templar priests. Another miracle. The sacred emperor has indeed granted blessings to both of us. On the same day, the Holy Emperor astonishingly manifested miracles twice. They have gained the Holy Emperor's acknowledgement. It is unexpected that humanity from Blue Star could also receive such recognition. Could it be that His Majesty the Holy Emperor is indicating that Blue Star's inhabitants are his subjects as well? The magnanimous Holy Emperor extends his boundless compassion to every human being. It seems we are now ready to discuss the matter of an alliance with the Solar Alliance. Meanwhile, the parties involved, Lu Jin and Yu Qiansong, appeared utterly bewildered. Blessings? What could that possibly mean? Soon after, the priests of the cathedral approached Lu Jin and Yu Qiansong at that moment. Their expressions were profoundly reverent. Exhibiting utmost seriousness towards Lu Jin, it was as if Lu Jin were the very envoy of the Holy Emperor walking among mortals. Among the priests, an elder stepped forward and bowed slightly to Lu Jin and Yu Qiansong before introducing himself. I am Song Tianxing, the priest of this cathedral, but today's exorcism ceremony has left us in awe. His Majesty the Holy Emperor has manifested miracles twice in a single day and bestowed blessings upon both of you. This signifies that you have received his profound acknowledgement as a priest of the cathedral. I hope you will cooperate with us. Within the treasury of the Holy City lie numerous treasures bestowed by His Majesty the Holy Emperor, accessible only to those who have received blessings. Therefore, should you activate the treasures within the treasury, we shall grant them to you, provided you agree to a minor request. Treasures? Gifts? Such a fortunate occurrence. Yu Qiansong would certainly not refuse, nor would Lu Jin. It was evident that the treasures deemed as such by these priests were indeed extraordinary. Upon seeing their agreement, Priest Song Tianxing took the lead, guiding them forward. Surrounding them, the cathedral warriors and the guardians of the holy city expressed their congratulations upon recognizing Lu Jin and Yu Qiansong as blessed individuals. Chapter 63. Treasures of the Holy Emperor. The Guardian Spirit Energy Armor. I knew that with Lu Jin's level of faith, obtaining blessings was entirely expected. Yet it is surprising that even the one possessed by the Demon Lord could receive blessings. Despite being under demonic influence, he remains untempted and uncorrupted. His fortitude is beyond our comparison. The number of blessed individuals has been rising recently, and one wonders when all the treasures in the treasury will once again see the light of day. Not long after, under the guidance of the cathedral priest, Lu Jin and Yu Qiansong arrived at the treasury of the holy city. A true treasury, a plethora of rare and exotic treasures, lay pristine within. However, Lu Jin merely glanced around and noticed that all the treasures were in an unactivated state. This resulted in an atmosphere of stagnation, despite the vast array of treasures within. This is the treasury of our holy city, where the exquisite treasures bestowed by the Holy Emperor to the golden humans are stored. Only those who have received blessings can activate them. So I ask you to touch these treasures. Should you activate them, I can unilaterally transfer ownership of these treasures to you. Yu Qiansong gasped in disbelief. As a five-star general of the Solar Alliance, he immediately recognized that any single item in this treasury would be worth a fortune. Moreover, there were numerous weapons and equipment he had never even seen before. Lu Jin, however, remained clear-headed and was not easily swayed by the allure of these treasures. He turned to Priest Song Tianxing and inquired, "What is the cost? Such treasures to be given away upon activation." Lu Jin could not believe that these fervent believers of the Holy Emperor would act so generously. After all, these treasures were gifts from the Holy Emperor himself. In response to Lu Jin's question, Priest Song Tianxing smiled faintly and replied, "Do not worry, Lord Lu Jin. The condition is quite simple. In times of crisis for the Holy City, the blessed individuals must return to the Holy City to fight for it. This condition, compared to the value of the treasures, is quite generous, isn't it? In times of crisis, to fight for the Holy City." Yu Qiansong glanced at Lu Jin as he was the captain of their fleet. Whether to accept this condition depended on Lu Jin's decision. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jin decisively agreed. After all, this condition would bind the Holy City and himself together, should a war of assimilation break out in the future. They would inevitably face it alongside the Holy City, and having this condition would facilitate matters for the alliance. Seeing Lu Jin's agreement, Priest Song Tianxing breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Yu Qiansong dashed into the treasury like a child. What splendid treasures! Without hesitation, he rushed toward a suit of armor crafted from an unknown metal. Before entering the treasury, he had already set his sights on this armor. Unlike bulky power armor, this suit conformed perfectly to the human form. Yu Qiansong glanced at Priest Song Tianxing, who generously gestured for him to try it on, that if Yu Qiansong's blessings were insufficient to activate the armor, he would find himself immobilized due to its inactive state. However, the moment he donned the armor, he felt an immediate connection with it. The armor emanated a soft glow, astonishing Silver Moon and the others. They recognized this aura all too well. It was the essence of spiritual energy. This was indeed a suit of spiritual energy armor. After moving around a bit, Yu Qiansong quickly became accustomed to the armor's operation. Upon witnessing Yu Qiansong successfully wear the armor, Priest Song Tianxing became excited. Indeed, Yu, chosen by the Holy Emperor, possessed the qualification to activate this armor. Subsequently, Priest Song Tianxing began to explain the armor to Lu Jin. This armor is officially named the Holy Emperor's Guardian Class Spiritual Energy Armor. In the past, only the guards beside the Holy Emperor were permitted to wear such armor. Not just anyone could don it. Only those recognized by the Holy Emperor could fully unleash its potential. Currently, the Holy City has collected a total of 108 sets of Holy Emperor's Guardian Class Spiritual Energy Armor. Yet, only 9 sets are operational. The armor Yu Qiansong wears is the 10th set that has been activated. I feel a surge of strength coursing through me. Donning the spiritual energy armor, Yu Qiansong had never felt such power within his body. Standing nearby, Silver Moon scanned Yu Qiansong with her spiritual energy and offered an objective assessment. I can sense that the current Vice Captain's combat power is already comparable to a level 3 spiritual energy user. However, this is merely the initial activation. Once he fully adapts to the armor, his power may surpass even mine. Oh. Even Silver Moon finds it difficult to contend. Upon hearing this evaluation, Lu Jin's perception of the spiritual energy armor was once again elevated. The potential of this armor was astonishing. Most importantly, there are still 108 such armors. If they are all activated, Lu Jin could hardly fathom how formidable this force would become. At that moment, Yu Qiansong exited the spiritual energy armor, which then began to shrink and ultimately folded into a medium-sized metal cube. Gazing at the metal cube before him, Yu Qiansong was utterly enamored with the armor as he touched the cube. It transformed, almost as if it had sensed his thoughts, morphing into a wristwatch that landed in his hand. This was truly astounding. Yu Qiansong caressed the spiritual energy armor on his wrist, unable to conceal his delight. Meanwhile, Priest Tian Songyun suggested that Yu Qiansong continue attempting to activate other treasures, as his blessings might unlock even more. Hearing that he could continue selecting, Yu Qiansong wasted no time. He first approached a battle axe embedded in a stone slab, attempting to lift it. However, he soon discovered that no matter how hard he tried, he could not budge the axe, as if it were fused with the slab beneath. Chapter 64. The Strongest Blessing in History. The plunder. It seems the blessing bestowed by the Holy Emperor is insufficient to activate this treasure. Seeing Yu Qiansong struggle with the axe, Priest Song Tianxing shook his head. He was not surprised by the outcome. Despite Yu Qiansong's efforts, the battle axe remained immovable, as though it were an integral part of the stone slab. In that moment, Yu Qiansong even questioned whether the slab was a special mechanism. However, after a thorough examination, he found no clues. After much effort, Yu Qiansong had no choice but to abandon the axe and attempt to activate other treasures. At that moment, a silver spear caught his eye once more. He swiftly approached the silver spear, which, like the previous battle axe, was embedded in a stone pedestal. While Yu Qiansong took a deep breath, grasped the spear's shaft and pulled with force. In the next moment, he stumbled slightly but effortlessly drew forth the silver spear. So easily, Yu Qinsong was astonished at how effortlessly he had extracted the spear, as if it had merely been resting there. At that instant, the spear in his hand began to activate, and countless engravings glimmered like stars in the night sky. He attempted to wield the spear. In an instant, a gale erupted around him. A terrifying aura of spiritual energy surged from within the spear, revealing it to be a spiritual artifact. Both Yin and Yulan looked around in astonishment at the treasures. These seemingly unremarkable items transformed into formidable spiritual artifacts upon activation. The depth of the golden humans was truly formidable. Observing this, Sharia felt a surge of excitement and turned to Lu Jin, asking, "May I give it a try?" Of course, before Lu Jin could respond, the high priest Song Tianxing interjected. If Sharia could activate these treasures without the blessing, it indicated that with sufficient strength, one could forcibly activate them. If that were the case, their methods of activating treasures would become diversified. Sharia stepped forward, focusing on the battle axe that Yu Qinsong had failed to extract. She grasped the axe's handle, and in the next moment, an astonishing pressure of spiritual energy erupted from her. Her hands transformed into dragon claws, unleashing the formidable aura of the celestial hunting dragon's lineage. Yet the battle axe before her remained as unmoving as a rock amidst a tempest. After an indeterminate time, Sharia released her grip and returned to her normal state. She did not attempt again and stepped back behind Lu Jin. These items were imbued with high-level spiritual restrictions. Even my father could not breach such restrictions. Not even Sharia's father? Lu Jin felt astonished. The Holy Emperor's level of spiritual energy was remarkably high. However, he soon came to terms with this, considering that the Holy Emperor had created the golden humans, with achievements comparable to the star gods. This realization brought both joy and helplessness to High Priest Song Tianxing. The Holy Emperor's might even subdued the proud celestial hunting dragon, intensifying his fervent faith in the Holy Emperor. Yet, despite possessing such treasures, they could only rely on the Blessed Ones to utilize them. Currently, there were fewer than 100 blessed individuals in the entire holy city. Meanwhile, Yu Qinsong had thoroughly examined the treasury. Regrettably, only the spiritual armor and the silver spear responded to his summons, activating as his equipment. Now, it turned out why Yu Qinsong glanced at Lu Jin, noting that he had yet to step into the treasury area. Seeing that Yu Qinsong had completed his selection, Lu Jin stepped forward into the treasury to choose his treasures. To be frank, Lu Jin held little interest in the items within this treasury. For him, these weapons and equipment were mere external objects. He had never intended to rely on them to enhance his strength. His goal lay within the boundless star sea, to acquire a yet undiscovered seed of spiritual energy. As long as he could obtain that seed, he was confident of reaching the level of a 6th-tier spiritual practitioner before the outbreak of the Assimilation War. Thus, gazing at the dazzling array of treasures, Lu Jin felt no desire to approach the battle axe, intending to see if he could extract it. However, before he could even touch it, mysterious runes illuminated its surface. The battle axe activated. Lu Jin froze, as he had yet to make contact. This occurrence excited High Priest Song Tianxing. The treasures activated without contact, indicating that the blessing power within Lu Jin was potentially the strongest ever recorded. Then, to everyone's astonishment, an extraordinary event unfolded. Centered around Lu Jin, all the treasures in the treasury responded simultaneously. The once dormant treasury transformed into a resplendent armory. All equipment and weapons activated autonomously. The expression of High Priest Song Tianxing shifted from elation to concern, as he had previously stated that any activated treasures could be taken away. However, Lu Jin's display seemed intent on uprooting the entire treasury of the holy city. Song Tianxing wiped his forehead, erasing non-existent beads of sweat. Just as he prepared to devise a reason to persuade Lu Jin focused on a particular pistol. This pistol was adorned with golden and silver patterns. Upon his touch, it morphed into a rifle. Lu Jin was taken aback. This pistol could transform. With a wave of his intent, the weapon shifted once more into a close combat armament, crafted from memory metal. For Lu Jin, this weapon was quite satisfactory. He decided to keep the transforming pistol and resolutely abandon the other secret treasures. He was fully aware that if all treasures responded to him, and he took them all, the holy city would not easily let him off the hook. What began as a courteous gesture would become akin to plundering their wealth, which no one would tolerate. This transforming pistol is sufficient for me. The other equipment and weapons can be left for the remaining blessed individuals. The moment those words were spoken, the entire treasury fell into a profound silence. High Priest Song Tianqing exhaled in relief. He had not anticipated that the blessing power obtained by Lord Lu Jin was so formidable. Such an occurrence in the treasury was unprecedented even for him. Rest assured, I will report this matter to the Grand Priest. Our holy city will ensure you do not suffer any loss. Although Lu Jin could not take the entire treasury, it was undeniable that his displayed blessing power made him the strongest blessed individual the holy city had ever encountered. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was the Holy Emperor's chosen representative. Chapter 65. Audience with the Grand Priest, preparing for the jump. Thus, in dealing with Lu Jin, High Priest Song Tianqing had elevated his status to the highest level. Upon exiting the treasury, Song Tianqing sincerely invited Lu Jin to remain in the holy city for a while longer. Lu Jin accepted, as he too had contemplated staying in the holy city for some time. The Blackstone pirates would undoubtedly be searching for him, and remaining aboard the holy city's ship for a while would make it difficult for them to track his whereabouts. Under Song Tianqing's arrangements, Lu Jin and his companions were placed in the finest room at the center of the holy city. Upon entering the spacious room, Lu Jin felt a wave of astonishment. It seemed Song Tianqing had indeed made proper arrangements. In such a grand-scale ship city, land prices were far more exorbitant than those on planetary surfaces. Nevertheless, the room Lu Jin was provided was still remarkably spacious, complete with entertainment areas, lounges, studies, and more. Lying on the soft bed, fatigue washed over him. After all, the war in the glittering galaxy had just concluded, and he had barely had time to enjoy it before being pursued by the Blackstone pirates. Yet serendipitously, he had found the holy city and managed to expel the subspace demon from Yutiansong, resolving the matter despite numerous unexpected twists. Now, he simply needed to rest for a while, waiting for the holy city to reach the new star system, at which point he could pilot the ship onward to the boundless star sea. As he lay on the bed, fatigue enveloped him completely. Closing his eyes, intending to rest well, Lu Jin suddenly felt a tremor beneath him. An earthquake? No, he was aboard a ship city. How could there be an earthquake? Upon opening his eyes, he immediately noticed a message popping up on his personal terminal. Attention residents, the moon shadow will initiate a large-scale group jump in 1 golden hour. The jumping process may involve turbulence, which is normal. Residents are advised to take precautions. A jump? This ship city could jump? Lu Jin instantly lost all desire for sleep and stepped out of his room. As he emerged onto the street, he immediately heard numerous residents discussing the situation. Group jump? What's happening? We haven't conducted a jump in nearly a decade. Who knows what the situation is? To find out, we must inquire with the Grand Priest. Enough chatter. Hurry home and gather your belongings. This is quite the rarity. This jump is not only sudden, but also time-constrained. It should be noted that cities like the Holy City, established on ships, consume substantial energy during a jump, and it inevitably affects the residents' lives. Thus, most of the time, the Holy City relied on its inertia to drift through the star sea. However, the sudden notification from the Holy City piqued Lu Jin's interest. For him, the city's jump was nothing short of excellent, as a jump would cover far more distance than mere drifting to this moment. A guardian of the Holy City approached Lu Jin and his companions. This guardian was none other than the one who had previously shared a brotherly bond with Lu Jin, making their encounter significantly more relaxed. "Brother Lu Jin," he exclaimed, "I told you, you unmistakably exude the essence of a loyal supporter of the Divine Emperor. Your affairs have reached the High Priest, who is quite pleased with you and has specifically invited me to escort you to the bridge, the bridge." Lu Jin had not anticipated such a unique meeting location. The bridge of a ship was indeed its core. The High Priest's invitation to discuss matters there indicated that he genuinely regarded Lu Jin as one of his own. Thus, Lu Jin and his companions made their way to the bridge of the Holy City. There, they found Song Tianqing already standing beside the High Priest. Upon seeing the High Priest, Lu Jin felt a slight surprise. The supreme leader of this ship, the High Priest, was a stunning beauty with an alluring figure and flowing black hair. Unlike Song Tianqing, she wore a nanoscale protective suit that accentuated her impressive physique. When she laid eyes on Lu Jin, a flicker of astonishment crossed her gaze. "You must be the blessed one mentioned by Song Tianqing. Captain of the Moon Shadow, High Priest UXN, it is a pleasure to meet you," Lu Jin responded politely. and the high priest, Uexin, wasted no time. You must have received the notification from the Holy City. We are about to initiate a jump. This jump is to an unknown star system where we have detected traces of the Divine Emperor. This will be a grand operation for us. The Golden Humans, as we follow in the footsteps of the Divine Emperor. Given your formidable blessing power, I hope you will join us in this endeavor. Join the operation. Follow in the footsteps of the Divine Emperor. At this point, Lu Jin's brows knitted together. This was entirely outside his plans, and considering the risks associated with the Divine Emperor's activities, he felt hesitant. Noticing Lu Jin's hesitation, High Priest Uexin spoke directly. If you excel in this mission, I can assist you with a matter on behalf of the Moonshadow Holy City. You are currently being pursued by the Blackstone Pirates, correct? If you can aid us, I can ensure the complete eradication of the Blackstone Pirates from this star sea. The weight of her offer was not insignificant. After all, no one understood the potential of the Golden Humans better than Lu Jin. Should anything happen to the Holy City, it might attract the attention of the Divine Emperor himself. This transaction was extraordinarily advantageous. All right, I accept your proposal. At this juncture, any further refusal from Lu Jin would have been foolish. The promise of a holy city was indeed a priceless treasure. Seeing Lu Jin's agreement, High Priest Uexin let out a sigh of relief. She had approached Lu Jin initially because of his powerful blessing ability. And secondly, because the number of blessed individuals in the Moonshadow Holy City was exceedingly rare. This operation had captured the attention of all the holy cities, promising to be a grand chase. As the captain of the Moonshadow and the High Priest, she did not wish to be outshone by the leaders of other holy cities during this mission. Suddenly, the ship began to shudder. The massive engines propelled the vessel into jump speed after about an hour of preparation. Prepare for the jump. Chapter 66. Familiar Memories. This place feels familiar. In an instant, the space within the star sea twisted. The immense form of the Moonshadow gradually emerged, surrounded by escort ships that also revealed their silhouettes. Then, the Moonshadow transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from its current location. The escort ships followed suit, disappearing like meteors. Soon, Lu Jin realized that the Moonshadow had arrived in a completely new star system. A newly ignited star at the center radiated immense heat, and intriguingly, there was only one planet in this system besides the star. Report to the High Priest. The ship has arrived at the designated location. It seemed we were the first holy city to reach this star system. Prior to arriving, Lu Jin had heard about other holy cities from High Priest Uexin. The Golden Humans were not as scarce as Lu Jin had assumed. In fact, their numbers exceeded the combined populations of the entire solar system. However, apart from a few residing in the Holy Star System, most Golden Humans had embarked on journeys aboard the holy cities in pursuit of the Divine Emperor's traces, tirelessly seeking the infinite treasures left behind in the star sea. After countless years of searching, the number of ship cities controlled by the Golden Humans was unknown even to High Priest Uexin. She had lived on the Moonshadow since her earliest memories and could only acquire information about the number of planets in the Holy Star System from the database. This operation was initiated based on intelligence coordinates received from other holy cities, prompting her to arrive here promptly. Even if it turned out to be a wild goose chase, she could not overlook any potential information regarding the Divine Emperor. This was the mission of the Golden Humans. However, it appeared that the Moonshadow was the closest ship to this star system. Apart from the Moonshadow, no other vessels were present in the entire system. Under High Priest Uexin's command, the Moonshadow gradually approached the orbit of the solitary planet. Once the immense body of the Moonshadow entered the planetary orbit, High Priest Uexin promptly organized teams for a series of explorations of the planet's surface. Soon, the ground forces transmitted information regarding the planetary surface. Report to the captain. The first exploration team has arrived on the planet's surface. Based on our preliminary observations, this planet is a desolate desert world. However, our energy detectors indicate that the barren desert landscape is artificially created. The planet's geological energy has reached a state of depletion, likely due to human intervention. Geological energy is the fundamental measure of a planet's vitality. If a planet's geological energy is drained, it becomes a dead world, incapable of producing any material. Draining a planet's geological energy is no easy feat. Even the terrifying void insect race would require substantial forces and time to accomplish such a task. As Lu Jin absorbed the incoming reports, he noted, "Report to the captain. We have discovered remnants of architectural structures on this barren planet." Report to the captain. Our detection devices have found extensive underground spaces. Report to the captain. We have uncovered a wealth of mineral remnants on the planet's surface. Reviewing the reconnaissance intelligence, memories surged in Lu Jin's mind that a newborn sun, a star system with only one planet. In a desolate landscape with numerous underground voids, that moment, an extraordinarily familiar experience resurfaced in Lu Jin's consciousness. It could not be mistaken. This planet before him was the fabled desert relic planet. In his previous life, Lu Jin had led a fleet to explore this very planet, although the relics had been thoroughly plundered by then. Their fleet had found only a scant few resources within the ruins. This memory, though seemingly minor, had become clearer upon reflection. Gazing at the planetary projection map before Uxin, Lu Jin leaned in to scrutinize it closely. Noticing Lu Jin's intense focus, High Priest Uxin could not help but inquire, "Do you have any recollection of this planet?" "Indeed," Lu Jin replied, pointing to a specific coordinate. "There may be an entrance to a relic here that leads to the underground civilization ruins." Upon hearing this, High Priest Uxin was momentarily taken aback. She had merely asked Lu Jin casually, but was astonished that he could actually provide a suggestion. After a moment of contemplation, she promptly directed an exploration team to investigate the coordinates Lu Jin indicated. Before long, the exploration team relayed their findings. "Report to the captain. We have discovered an entrance to the relic. Based on its scale, this civilization's relic is likely to be quite extensive." A series of images then appeared before everyone. A dilapidated yet imposing relic entrance stood before the exploration team, but on the stone bricks of the entrance, a series of runes were inscribed. Upon seeing these characters, Uxin immediately rose to her feet. It cannot be mistaken. This is the ancient script used by the holy Terra. Quickly, summon the scholars proficient in ancient scripts to translate it, having been away from her homeland for so long. High Priest Uxin could only rely on specialized translators to comprehend the ancient script that existed solely in the Holy Terra. Soon, the translators arrived. They examined the text in the images and translated it word by word. Suppress. Calamity. Honor belongs to Legion. The characters at the entrance had been largely eroded by wind and sand. With only these fragmented pieces of information, High Priestess Uxin was utterly incapable of discerning the true purpose of this ancient civilization's relic. As Lu Jin gazed at the characters depicted in the images, he marveled at the realization that these were the ancient scripts of Sacred Terra. Even in his past life, he had never delved deeply into the study of Sacred Terra's ancient writings, for the resources pertaining to them were exceedingly scarce. "High Priestess, if you would permit me, I could guide a team from the Holy City to explore the interior of the relic. After all, I have previously ventured into this site in my past life." Although the relic had been entirely excavated then, he at least possessed knowledge of its fundamental structure, which was far superior to embarking on a blind exploration. Considering that Lu Jin could directly indicate the entrance to the relic, High Priestess Uxin could not help but cast a glance at him. Chapter 67. The Emperor's Guidance. The Golden Gate. "How come you are so familiar with the relics on this planet?" In response to this inquiry, Lu Jin had already prepared a suitable explanation. "When I laid eyes on this planet, a fragment of memory unexpectedly surfaced in my mind. It was this very recollection that guided me to the entrance of the relic. Furthermore, I possess additional fragments of memory related to this site." Sudden memories? At this moment, High Priestess Uxin pondered Lu Jin's identity. The most formidable bestower of blessings. Could this be one of the blessings bestowed by the Sacred Emperor? If so, it would indeed make sense. It was almost certain that this was a relic left behind by the Sacred Emperor, as the ancient script at the entrance provided sufficient proof of this. Thus, High Priestess Uxin looked toward Lu Jin, silently concluding that perhaps this was the Emperor's guidance, and she was fortunate to have accompanied him on this expedition. "Very well, in that case, I shall dispatch an elite team, alongside an exploratory squad, to accompany you into the depths of the relic. Subsequently, we will also send additional teams to provide support and investigation within the relic. May the light of Sacred Terra illuminate your path, and may the guidance of the Sacred Emperor lead you out of confusion." After a fervent and solemn prayer, Lu Jin made his way to the deck area. This time, he did not even need to activate the Prometheus. He could effortlessly descend to the planet's surface aboard the spacecraft equipped by the Holy City, amidst the slight turbulence of the vessel. Lu Jin touched down in the designated area. Upon exiting the spacecraft, he was astonished by the sight before him. The once desolate desert had now been transformed with the establishment of numerous buildings, military camps, research facilities, archaeological zones, and warehouses that ate the entrance of the relic, Personnel from Moonshadow Holy City had swiftly erected a functioning small base. Lu Jin could not help but marvel once more at the incredible potential of the Golden Humans. Just as Lu Jin finished observing the small base, an armed squad approached him, equipped for action. I am from Exploration Team 43, a translator, Li Cheng at your service, my lord. I am the captain of the Holy City Guard Team 56. Yu Xian, at your service, my lord. Lu Jin glanced briefly at the team, noting their complete professional equipment and hardware. Such a unit would be exceedingly easy for him to command. After a brief introduction, Lu Jin led the squad into the interior of the relic. Following the path of the entrance, they descended deeper into the structure. Gradually, the sounds of wind and sand outside diminished, until the only sounds in the enclosed space were the footsteps of the group. After traversing a dark corridor, the passage began to brighten. Lu Jin's gaze swept across the walls of the corridor, where a luminescent moss-like plant thrived. It was this very vegetation that rendered the corridor's visibility bearable. At that moment, one of the explorers approached. Why, Lord Lu Jin, our instruments have detected a vast underground space 500 meters ahead. It seemed they were about to exit the corridor. Upon receiving this news, the group quickened their pace. Soon, Lu Jin spotted a bright point of light, which grew larger as they drew closer. This light transformed into a grand portal. Stepping through, an enormous underground space unfolded before him. A colossal statue of an emperor first emerged in their sight, the emperor's expression solemn, standing resolutely with a sword in hand upon the earth. Flanking him were numerous soldier statues clad in powered armor, some wielding heavy hammers, others brandishing sharp swords, and still others equipped with firearms and flamethrowers among a host of technological weaponry. Gazing upon the array of statues, the exploration team behind Lu Jin was utterly astounded. They retrieved their devices, fervently documenting the situation and dispatching messages to the ground teams, urging them to send reinforcements for further investigation of the statues. However, Lu Jin felt no fervor akin to that of the Golden Humans towards the Sacred Emperor. His gaze fixated on the golden door behind the statue of the Sacred Emperor. This door was ensconced in a psychic energy barrier, akin to the treasures within the vault. A psychic energy user. Silver Moon possessed a heightened sensitivity to such energy. Therefore, upon approaching the golden door, she naturally sensed the psychic energy barrier enveloping it, a psychic energy barrier. In Lu Jin's memories, when he arrived here in his past life, he had not encountered these statues nor this golden portal. The appearance of this relic diverged significantly from his recollections. Observing the golden door before him, Lu Jin wondered if he might be able to activate it. Just as he had done with the treasures, glancing at his hand, an idea sparked within him. He placed his palm upon the golden door. In an instant, the door activated, revealing a multitude of psychic runes that shimmered upon its surface. Then, before the astonished eyes of the gathered crowd, the golden door swung open of its own accord. "Captain, be careful." Faced with this sudden turn of events, Silver Moon and the others quickly positioned themselves before Lu Jin. Even the guards of the Holy City rushed to the golden door, their gazes fixed upon the gradually opening portal. With a resounding thud, the golden door fully opened. Unveiling the interior, It revealed an even more expansive underground space. With countless towering structures rising like trees in a forest, before them lay an immense underground city. As Lu Jin and his companions stepped into this subterranean metropolis, Li Cheng and the team was overwhelmed with excitement. The architectural style here is undoubtedly that of sacred Terra. To think there exists a stronghold of the Golden Humans beneath this barren planet, it is truly astounding. This is an extraordinary discovery. Filled with exhilaration, Li Cheng dashed into the underground city. Observing this, Lu Jin promptly followed suit. They navigated through the buildings, and Lu Jin noted that these structures were only slightly worn in his previous life. When he had arrived, these edifices had nearly collapsed into ruin, with scarcely any intact. The current scene diverged increasingly from his memories, and Lu Jin's heart began to race. Something must have transpired here. Leading to the transformation into the desolate state, he recalled. Chapter 68. Apparitions of the Relic. Traces of the Void Worms. Entering one of the buildings, Lu Jin and the others began their thorough investigation of the underground city. Before long, Lu Jin discovered some clues within a room. Utensils lay scattered on the floor, seemingly cleaved in half by a sharp blade. The smooth surfaces bore numerous scratches from unknown objects against the walls. As Lu Jin explored room after room, he quickly deduced that this city had likely endured an assault from some kind of creature. It was this attack that had rendered the city a ghost town. As for the whereabouts of the city's inhabitants, a particular place loomed in Lu Jin's mind. Behind this underground city lay an even larger subterranean space, but unlike the spacious underground city, that area resembled a labyrinthine ant nest, a dense network of underground passages intertwined to form a vast underground web. Perhaps there he could uncover the answers. Lu Jin rose to his feet, resolved not to waste any more time in this underground city. However, just as he stood, a blood-curdling scream echoed from a short distance away. Upon hearing the scream, Silvermoon quickly returned to Lu Jin's side, drawing her weapon and scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Lu Jin's brow furrowed as he instinctively reached for his waist. The memory pistol he had recently acquired from the Holy City was swiftly grasped in his hand upon sensing danger. Once prepared, Lu Jin and Silvermoon promptly advanced toward the source of the scream. Soon, Lu Jin arrived at the scene of the outcry, in the alley between two towering structures, in a shadowy corner. A guard of the Holy City lay sprawled on the ground. Crimson blood pooled beneath him, forming a small lake. His expression was contorted in terror, as if he had witnessed something horrifying. His equipment lay in tatters, and even his helmet was nowhere to be found. Lu Jin approached the fallen guard cautiously, weapon in hand. Examining the wound, he noted that the guard body was riddled with numerous scratches and several fatal puncture wounds. These scratches bore an uncanny resemblance to those found within the buildings. Alongside these, Lu Jin discovered a pool of viscous fluid beside the corpse. With a wave of his hand, Lu Jin activated the detection program on his personal terminal to analyze the unknown viscous substance before him. Analyzing the composition of the substance. Preliminary results indicate that this liquid is a bodily fluid of some organism, exhibiting significant corrosiveness. Based on the analysis, the probability of it being from the Ado language species is 40, while the probability of it being from the insectoid race stands at 70. Among all the analyses, the likelihood of it being insectoid is the highest and overwhelming 70. However, the acidity of this viscous fluid surpasses that of insectoid saliva by more than double. As the data accumulated, Lu Jin's expression grew increasingly grave. What an unexpected revelation. Before he could finish his thought, Lu Jin swiftly turned and fired at the darkest corners of the building. Bang, bang, bang. A series of shots rang out, and the energy reserves of his memory pistol dwindled rapidly. Even Inu, standing beside him, was utterly bewildered as to what had provoked Lu Jin into this erratic shooting, just as the energy reserves were about to be completely exhausted. One final shot echoed. Bang! A pool of green liquid suddenly oozed from the building's wall. Following this, an eerie creature, resembling an insectoid in its upper body yet possessing complete limbs, came into view. This bizarre being had a sharp spine protruding from its hand and a long, scorpion-like tail extending from its back. Upon revealing its identity, the creature emitted a hoarse and unpleasant roar. Once Inu regained her composure, she raised her blade. Channeling her psychic energy, she lunged forward before the creature could flee. With a swift strike, she cleaved a bloody gash across its back. Yet astonishingly, the creature did not perish. What tenacity it possessed! Gazing at the writhing creature on the ground, Inu felt a chill of dread. She could not believe she had failed to detect the creature sooner. Had it chosen to ambush Lu Jin, she would have been unable to react in time. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. She had grown too complacent in the comfort of the captain's quarters. Before Inu could dwell on her guilt, Lu Jin retrieved a frost spirit crystal from his backpack, placing it near the memory pistol. The weapon devoured the crystal as if it were a living being. After absorbing the frost spirit crystal, the energy reserves of the memory pistol began to replenish swiftly. After casting a glance at the bizarre creature, Lu Jin aimed at its head and fired. Bang, bang, bang. Another flurry of gunfire erupted until the creature lay lifeless, allowing Lu Jin to breathe a sigh of relief. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of nearby exploration team members. What transpired? Why are we hearing gunfire? My heavens, what manner of creature is this? Have all personnel assembled? Why are some missing? Captain, we are unable to contact several team members as they beheld the corpse of the strange creature. A sense of foreboding enveloped the group. There might be more of these bizarre beings lurking nearby, and those missing team members likely suffered a fate similar to that of the slain Sanctum Guardian. Li Cheng, a member of the exploration team, stepped forward bravely to investigate the eerie creature using specialized detection equipment. The creature's bodily fluid exhibited an extremely potent corrosive effect. Moreover, The hardness of its exoskeleton surpassed even the sacred alloy utilized by the sanctum. Most alarmingly, the genetic sequence of this creature contained data from both the insectoid race and the golden humans. What? The detection results continue to pour in, each more astonishing than the last. The resilience of its exoskeleton rivals that of sacred alloys. Genetic sequences containing data from both insectoids and humans. How can this be? As Lu Jin processed these findings, his expression grew increasingly grave. I suddenly feel as though we have unwittingly opened Pandora's box. If such a creature were to be unleashed, it would undoubtedly cause significant upheaval across the Star Sea. We must relay this information to the High Priest without delay. After this round of analysis, Lu Jin inferred that the true identity of the bizarre creature before them was likely that of the upper-tier insectoid, documented in the archives of the Sacred Terra, and a creature that exists solely in records and poses a threat on par with that of the abyssal demons. More terrifying than regular insectoids and capable of continuously consuming prey to select the optimal evolutionary path. The Void Insectoid, Chapter 69. The Swarm Strikes, the Might of the Sanctum. The Void Insectoid. Is this truly the Void Insectoid? I have seen records of the Void Insectoid in the Sanctum's archives, yet its form here diverges from the descriptions therein. In response to the group's inquiries, the knowledgeable Lu Jin elaborated. The Void Insectoid differs from typical insectoids in that it can consume and assimilate the genetic information of other organisms. Based on this genetic data, they continually undergo metamorphosis and evolution, gradually positioning themselves at the apex of the food chain. This characteristic makes the Void Insectoid particularly formidable. Should a Void Insectoid assimilate sufficient genetic information, its power would reach an extraordinarily terrifying level. Standing nearby, Lu Jin silently nodded in agreement with Lu Jin's words. However, what Lu Jin was unaware of was that the Void Insectoid possessed another troublesome trait: rapid reproduction, as well as the consciousness of an insect overlord. A single Void Insectoid, provided it has adequate resources, can independently breed a multitude of offspring. These newly birthed Void Insectoids inherit the genetic traits of their predecessors. Furthermore, all Void Insectoids are interconnected through the insect overlord's consciousness. Like a network, any information transmitted from a single Void Insectoid to the overlord's consciousness is disseminated to all others. Thus, Lu Jin surveyed his surroundings, realizing that perhaps in the shadows, other Void Insectoids were already en route. Having received the signal, just as Lu Jin anticipated, as they relayed the information to the ground forces, Inu suddenly became alert. Her psychic network had detected several unidentified creatures approaching. Captain, something is drawing near. Not only that, but their numbers are increasing. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin quickly heightened his vigilance. As he had surmised, the resources on this planet had nearly been depleted. Now, they had likely become a delectable target in the eyes of the Void Insectoids. Everyone, take heed. Those monsters are approaching. With this warning, the group quickly assembled. The Sanctum Guardians took the initiative to form an outer defense, encircling the exploration team and protecting the vulnerable golden humans at the center. Once their formation was established, Lu Jin immediately directed the troops to close in on the perimeter. Aware of the peril posed by the Void Insectoids, Lu Jin refrained from leading the team deeper into the ruins. No one understood their threat better than he did. However, just as they retreated a short distance, Lu Jin's gaze fell upon one of the buildings. Atop the building, a Void Insectoid emerged, its greedy and cold gaze fixating on Lu Jin and his companions without any attempt at concealment. Hiss! The Void Insectoid let out a chilling roar, as if in excitement or summoning its kin. Suddenly, a shadow lunged towards the team. Before Inu could react, Lu Jin decisively fired, striking the shadow. The creature plummeted to the ground, revealing itself as a Void Insectoid. Yet compared to its brethren, this one exhibited greater muscular development, accounting for its swifter movement. Bang! 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 A barrage of bullets struck the Void Insectoid's vital points with precision. Yet, as more and more Void Insectoids swarmed in, even their combined efforts began to falter. After firing his last round, Lu Jin fumbled in his backpack for another Frost Spirit crystal to load into his memory pistol. But at that moment, the team came to a sudden halt at the entrance. A multitude of Void Insectoids had already blocked their path. Hundreds of them formed a surrounding circle, advancing toward Lu Jin and his companions. Shelley stepped forward, preparing to unleash her psychic powers to eliminate the Void Insectoids. However, Before she could act, a resounding explosion erupted from the entrance. Boom! With a deafening blast, a cannon shell detonated amidst the mass of void insectoids, turning those at the epicenter into mere fragments. Following the explosion, a battle vehicle representing the Moonshadow Sanctum surged into the ruins. At the forefront was Commander Song Tianqing, who had previously shared a rapport with Lu Jin. Seeing Lu Jin unharmed, Song Tianqing exhaled in relief. After all, Lu Jin was the most formidable blessed individual in the history of the Moonshadow Sanctum. Had he fallen to the void insectoids, the entire sanctum would have to seek atonement from the divine emperor. Everyone, heed my command. Eliminate all void insectoids immediately. With Song Tianqing's decree, a multitude of battle vehicles surged into the ruins. However, at that instant, the void insectoids seemed to sense that they were no match for the sanctum forces. Before the vehicles could advance, they began dragging away their fallen comrades and retreating into the depths of the ruins. Witnessing this, Song Tianqing grew even bolder, commanding the vehicles to bombard the area. Boom, boom, boom. As shells continued to rain down upon the subterranean structures, the historically rich underground city began to collapse with a thunderous roar. Gazing at the crumbling ruins, Lu Jin found his memories intertwining. The desolation he had witnessed in his previous life was indeed a consequence of the bombardment by the forces of the Holy City. Soon, the Holy City Army established a temporary command center at the entrance. The High Priest Uxian aboard the Moonshadow ship also received news of the events unfolding within the underground city. The Void Insect Clan, to his astonishment, an unknown number of these creatures lurked beneath the surface of this planet. I shall report this to the other holy cities and ensure it is documented in our archives. You must secure the entrance to this ruin. I will convene a council of judgment with the other holy cities. A council of judgment. It seemed that the emergence of the Void Insect Clan had alerted the holy city to the looming crisis. The Pandora's box had been opened, and their attempts to close it would be futile. Thus, they needed to deliberate whether to continue exploring the ruins or to implement an annihilation plan. Lu Jin sat in the command center, his gaze fixed upon the imposing statue of the Holy Emperor in the distance. Why had the Void Insect Clan appeared here? What was the significance of this architecture? Were there any survivors within? Just as doubts clouded his mind, he felt a sudden heaviness, his vision warped, and he immediately sensed something was amiss. Silver Moon. The nearby Silver Moon reacted instantly, releasing a formidable psychic pressure. The terrifying energy enveloped Lu Jin, swiftly restoring his mental clarity. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was startled to find that, apart from the psychics like Shalia, everyone else had succumbed to slumber. Chapter 70. The Sleepers. In the final moments, Yu Qiansong, upon sensing the anomaly, decisively donned the newly acquired psychic armor. Under its protection, he managed to avoid the fate of falling into a deep sleep. Lu Jin's gaze fell upon a robust figure that had appeared nearby. Upon noticing Lu Jin and the others, the figure did not vanish. Instead, it approached them directly. Silver Moon and Yulan immediately positioned themselves in front of Lu Jin. Shalia, too, sensed the unusual psychic level of the figure, her expression sharpening with intensity. Be cautious. The adversary is formidable. Thud, thud, thud. A series of heavy footfalls, reminiscent of a drumbeat, echoed in Lu Jin's ears as the unknown figure drew near. When it came close, it unexpectedly halted. I could see that moment. Lu Jin discerned the figures formed a warrior clad in power armor, adorned with the emblem of the Holy City on one side and an unfamiliar insignia on the other. Holy City's power armor? No. This armor, though marked with the Holy City's symbol, bore a distinct design and style compared to the usual power armor. Its substantial and robust form lacked the bulk typical of power armor. Instead, it resembled a knight clad in heavy armor, exuding both strength and an imposing presence. The material of the armor differed from that used by the Holy City. Its dark green surface was marred with scratches and cracks, through which flickers reminiscent of flames could be seen. The entire aesthetic of the armor was akin to that of the underworld, steeped in eeriness and death, gazing at the flickering light within the cracks. Lu Jin even questioned whether a true user resided within it. As tensions escalated, the armored figure spoke. Has the breath of His Majesty finally reached you after all these years? Faced with the inquiry from the unknown entity, Lu Jin remained silent, reluctant to respond. Could it be that his blessing had drawn this being to him? In this underground ruin, aside from the Void Insect Clan, there existed other entities, deepening Lu Jin's intrigue about the untouched mysteries of this site. Noticing Lu Jin's silence, the armored figure shifted slightly, emanating a palpable aura of sorrow. My name is the Sleeper. The Blessed One must find us and save us. With that, the power armor morphed and vanished before Lu Jin's eyes like a mirage. Strange, utterly strange, upon the disappearance of the enigmatic armor, those in the camp began to awaken. Damn, how did I fall asleep? Were we just attacked? Is anyone injured? Has any equipment been destroyed? After confirming their safety, confusion spread among them. Lu Jin seized the moment to relay his recent encounter to Li Cheng, the most knowledgeable individual in the Moonshadow Holy City, hoping he could elucidate the strange occurrence. Sleep? Illusion. After deliberation, Li Cheng furrowed his brow. He had never witnessed such bizarre phenomena, an incorporeal power armor. How could that be? Could it be an energy being? Yet how could an energy being survive in the layers of the ravenous void insect clan? After considering the matter further, Li Cheng admitted his inability to confirm Lu Jin's peculiar experience. Perhaps only by returning to the Moonshadow Holy City and consulting the archives could clarity be attained. At that moment, they received another communication from the Moonshadow Holy City. Lu Jin, I have already contacted the captains of the other holy cities. After our discussions, we believe it is imperative to swiftly implement the annihilation plan for this planet. Therefore, prepare to evacuate immediately. Evacuate? Annihilation? Lu Jin's brow furrowed. In the memories of his past life, this planet remained intact, unscathed by the Holy City's wrath. Furthermore, there were no void insect clan sightings within these ruins. What had gone awry? Had his presence triggered a butterfly effect, leading to this outcome? Observing the retreating figures around him, Lu Jin halted. He felt certain that within this ruin lay unexplored territories. If annihilation could truly eradicate the void insect clan, the assimilation war would not have been so arduous. There must be something within this underground ruin capable of countering the void insect clan, and those objects were the weapons left behind by the Holy Emperor to combat them. Resolute, Lu Jin knew he could not simply withdraw. If there existed weapons designed to confront the void insect clan, he had every reason to seize them, for both the present and the future of the assimilation war. Thus, Lu Jin decisively initiated a connection with High Priest Uxian. Must the annihilation plan be executed? Hearing Lu Jin's inquiry, High Priest Uxian responded gravely. The threat posed by the Void Insect clan could jeopardize the balance and safety of the entire Star Sea. Thus, it is crucial to eradicate them in their infancy. This annihilation plan was endorsed by numerous leaders of the holy cities, and even if High Priest Uxian opposed it now, it would be in vain. Upon learning that the annihilation plan was irrevocable, Lu Jin inquired whether it would be executed immediately. No, the annihilation plan requires the cooperation of 5 holy cities. Next, High Priest Uxian must await the arrival of the other 5 holy cities in this star system. The nearest 5 holy cities would require at least 5 hours to reach this system. This meant that if Lu Jin wished to do anything on this planet, he only had the final 5 hours. 5 hours? That is sufficient. In the coming 5 hours, I will lead my team to explore this ruin. What? Upon hearing Lu Jin's intentions, High Priest Uxian was taken aback. Has Lu Jin lost his mind? It was now established that this ruin harbored a significant number of Void Insect clan, that a moment's carelessness could turn even psychics into fodder for the Void Insect clan. Yet Lu Jin not only planned to remain, but intended to venture into the very lair of the Void Insect clan to investigate the entire ruin. Lu Jin, this is far too reckless. Chapter 71. Delving into the nest. The core. I apologize. I merely believe that within this ruin, there must be immense secrets yet to be discovered. Should we allow these secrets to be buried here, I fear I will never find peace. Witnessing Lu Jin's steadfastness, High Priest Uxian sighed deeply after a moment of silence. As the High Priest, she had to consider the bigger picture, often overlooking details that only others could perceive. Perhaps Lu Jin's determination stemmed from his identity as the Blessed One. I will do my utmost to secure you more time. But regardless, you must evacuate this planet within 5 hours. The annihilation plan has been set in motion, and even High Priest Uxian could only delay its execution slightly. Lu Jin understood the urgency of the situation. Time was of the essence. After ending the communication, he turned to Yu Tiansong and the others to inform them of his plan. Yet, in the face of the perilous Void Insect clan and the possibility of never returning, Yu Tiansong spoke first. The experiences we've shared during this time have been far more dangerous and insane than this plan. I, Silver Moon, pledge my unwavering loyalty. Captain, regardless of where you go or the perilous situations you encounter, I shall stand steadfastly by your side. The void insectoid, they are nothing but exquisite sustenance. As a celestial hunter-dragon, I fear not these mere pests. Undoubtedly, not a single crew member under Lu Jin's command chose to retreat. Even Yu Tian-Song, who shares the human form with Lu Jin, has donned his psionic armor. The silver lance dances in his hands, clearly indicating his readiness. Without further ado, as the others began their retreat towards the entrance of the ruins, Lu Jin boldly ventured into the abandoned underground city once more. There was no need to concern himself with the other golden humans. Relying on the memory of the routes, he swiftly headed towards the core area at the back of the underground city. Before long, they traversed through the underground city. To their surprise, they encountered no assaults from the void insectoids during their passage. These creatures seemed to have vanished, no longer appearing within their sight. Of course, it was also possible that the void insectoids, upon witnessing their formidable team, had chosen to conceal themselves in preparation for an ambush. The intelligence of the void insectoids is not to be underestimated. At that moment, an entrance appeared before Lu Jin. Upon entering, a foul stench wafted forth, permeating the air. Lu Jin frowned slightly, but resolutely stepped through the entrance. This passage led to the core area of the underground ruins. There were a total of 10 such entrances throughout the underground city. Each entrance and its internal corridors intertwined, and Lu Jin had previously invested considerable time in exploring the entire passage. However, it was precisely because of this that he could now locate the path to the core area with remarkable speed and precision. Soon, Lu Jin and his companions arrived at a fork in the road. Before them lay a three-way junction. Sharia sniffed the air, her gaze fixating on the leftmost entrance. That I can detect the strongest scent emanating from the leftmost entrance. It likely harbors a multitude of void insectoids. Silver Moon was undeterred, closing her eyes to envelop the rightmost entrance with her psionic energy. In no time, she sensed an anomaly. That I detect psionic fluctuations deep within the right entrance. Psionic fluctuations at this revelation. Yu Tian-Song's brows furrowed. Could it be that the void insectoids have evolved to possess psionic abilities? If that were the case, their journey would be fraught with peril. Lu Jin's gaze swept across the three entrances, and after careful contemplation, he decisively chose the right passage. From his recollection, the middle passage led to an outer area, while the left passage opened into a vast cavern, which, judging by Sharia's information, was likely a gathering point for the void insectoids. As for the right passage, it bore no peculiarities in Lu Jin's memory. In fact, traversing it might lead them to an even more central area. With their destination determined, Lu Jin stepped forward first. As they delved deeper, Silver Moon and the others could sense the intensifying psionic fluctuations. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated through the corridor, causing it to tremble. Lu Jin halted abruptly, eyeing the exit ahead, weapon in hand. Silver Moon remained vigilant at his side, her gaze fixated on the corridor's exit. Just as they approached it, a cacophony of roars from the void insectoids erupted from within the cave. Damn the void insectoids. Filthy creatures, I shall cleave them down with my sword. Do you think you can slay me? In the expansive underground cavern, the power armor Lu Jin had previously encountered reappeared, but now he embodied a war god. Faced with the onslaught of hundreds of void insectoids, each swing of the chainsaw sword in his grasp rent a creature asunder. When one attempted a sneak attack, it barely had time to act before the power armor raised its arm, and the armor-piercing explosive detonated, obliterating its head. As more void insectoids surged forth, Lu Jin discerned that while the power armor was formidable, its movements indicated that its energy was rapidly depleting. Sharia, it is time for you to make your move. With a multitude of void insectoids drawing near, Sharia could no longer contain her inner restlessness. At Lu Jin's command, her eyes sparkled. She transformed in her true form and lunged at the void insectoids before her. Roar! Sharia gathered psionic energy in her mouth, unleashing a breath of dragon fire that decimated the ranks of the void insectoids. Seizing the opportunity, she devoured one of the downed creatures, commencing her grand feast. Meanwhile, the beleaguered power armor paused, momentarily taken aback by the appearance of a celestial hunter-dragon. It quickly noticed Lu Jin, and upon sensing the rich aura of blessings surrounding him, the occupant of the power armor expressed surprise. Such potent blessings! I knew the Divine Emperor had never abandoned us. The Sleeper's Legion, Sergeant Liao Fan, pays his respects to the Blessed One. The Sleeper's Legion. Upon hearing this name, Lu Jin's mind raced back to the translated text at the entrance of the ruins. Chapter 72. The Mighty Legion, Source of the Ember. Suppress. Calamity. Honor belongs to Legion. The calamity they suppressed must refer to the void insectoids here, and the so-called Legion must indeed be the Sleeper's Legion before him. At that moment, Sharia reverted to her humanoid form and returned to Lu Jin's side, contentedly patting her stomach and letting out a satisfied belch. It's been ages since I've eaten so well. Liao Fan glanced at Sharia and then at Lu Jin. In that instant, his admiration for Lu Jin, the Blessed One, was profoundly evident. To command a celestial hunter dragon. This Blessed One was truly unfathomable. The celestial hunter dragons are among the most proud of races in the Sea of Stars, and for one to willingly heed the commands of a mere human was a notion he would have dismissed as fanciful had he learned of it beforehand. Meanwhile, Lu Jin turned to Liao Fan, inquiring about information regarding the Sleeper's Legion. Did any of our brothers approach you previously? I am unaware of this matter, but I can inquire with others. However, the blessings you carry are the strongest I have ever witnessed. Perhaps a brother encountered you while on patrol and communicated with you. To be honest, had you arrived even a moment later, our Sleeper's Legion might have met its demise. Subsequently, Liao Fan shared with Lu Jin that years ago, they had accompanied the Divine Emperor in numerous campaigns, suppressing untold calamities. It was precisely because these calamities were quelled that the order of the entire Sea of Stars could be established. However, upon arriving on this planet, they uncovered an exceedingly severe insect infestation. The Divine Emperor had commanded them to guard this place, declaring that they could not leave until all the void insectoids were eradicated. Originally, according to their plan, they anticipated annihilating all the void insectoids within approximately 100 years. At that time, the Golden Gates would open, allowing them to return to the embrace of the Divine Terra. But unforeseen events transpired. A mutation emerged among the void insectoids. This mutant swiftly ascended to become the Insectoid Emperor, and the void insectoids possessing the consciousness of an emperor were no ordinary creatures. Their 100-year suppression plan was extended to thousands of years. Yet, throughout those millennia, the Sleepers were continually consumed by the void insectoids, leading them to their current predicament. The underground city outside, once a source of recruitment for the Sleepers, was now a dire situation, as Lu Jin had witnessed. The resources of this planet had been drained by both the Sleepers and the void insectoids. If this continues, we will be the first to be utterly depleted. Fortunately, you have arrived. Perhaps you can aid us in breaking this deadlock. As they spoke, Liao Fan led Lu Jin to the gathering place of the Sleeper's Legion. Within this gathering site, numerous Sleepers were present, tirelessly strategizing over various tactical maps displayed at their base. Each squad engaged in discussions about tactics or exchanged intelligence regarding resources. However, the moment Lu Jin stepped into the base, they sensed the blessings radiating from him. In that moment, Lu Jin felt akin to a monk being eyed by a demon. Such powerful blessings. He was a human favored by the Divine Emperor. 1,000 years have passed. How is His Majesty faring? The Great Blessed One, Sergeant Long Quan of the Sleeper's Legion, approached Lu Jin, bowing deeply in respect. Observing the imposing figure of the sergeant, Lu Jin couldn't help but scrutinize him. The sergeant's power armor was not only larger than that of others, but also bore more scars and cracks. It was evident that his ascension to this rank was a testament to his own strength. Liao Fan, you have done well. You may now take your rest. We have a fierce battle ahead. Sergeant Long Quan glanced at Liao Fan, who nodded in acknowledgement, weary from the recent battle. Under the gaze of Lu Jin, the 10-man commander Liao Fan twisted and transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from sight like the slumbering figure seen previously. Witnessing such a miraculous spectacle, Yu Qian-song could not help but inquire, "Is that it? You simply disappear? Are you human or ghost?" Upon hearing this, the Captain Long Quan burst into hearty laughter. The surrounding slumberers seemed to share in the jest, as if they had heard a delightful joke, and joined in the laughter. But Yu Qian-song, bewildered, was soon enlightened by Lu Jin, who swiftly deduced the identities of these slumberers. It was rumored that a device could enhance the spiritual energy within a human body, thereby creating a tangible projection in the realm of reality. Thus, the technology they employed must be this. Their true forms were indeed housed within a device. What lay before us was merely a projection formed through the condensation of their spiritual energy. Captain Long Quan, upon hearing Lu Jin's words, cast an admiring glance in his direction, for all that Lu Jin spoke was true. Their true selves lay dormant within a spiritual energy enhancement device, and what was presented before us was but a projection of their spiritual essence. When His Majesty, the Sacred Emperor, led us through numerous campaigns, this question was frequently posed. Alas, we have remained silent for far too long, and it seems little information about us remains in the outside world. Benefactor, we are in dire need of abundant energy that if you could resolve our energy shortage, we would be able to annihilate the void insect race here. Energy, on other planets, even boiling water using firewood could yield a substantial energy return. Yet, on this planet which had long been drained, energy had become a critical element influencing the balance of battle. At this moment, Yu Qinsong furrowed his brow. There were less than 2 hours remaining until the execution of the annihilation plan. In such a short span, even if we rushed back, it would be too late. The crux of the matter was that even if we returned to inform the holy city of the circumstances here, would they believe us? At this critical juncture, time became the most pressing issue. Meanwhile, Lu Jin stroked his chin and, after contemplating for a moment, decisively devised a series of plans. Zoelia, Yu Qinsong, you two must return to the surface immediately. Relay the information here to the High Priest Uxian, then pilot the Prometheus over. I will assist the Slumberer Legion in combating the void insects. Combating the void insects? While he knew Lu Jin possessed a considerable number of frost spirit crystals, could such a meager supply truly alter the current predicament for the slumberers? As if sensing Yu Tiansong's internal doubts, Lu Jin, under the gaze of all, produced a source of fire from his backpack. The 73rd chapter, Split Paths, the Silent Coffin. A source of fire? Staring dumbfounded at the source of fire in Lu Jin's hand, Yu Tiansong was flabbergasted. How could Lu Jin carry such an item in his backpack? Lu Jin, of course, had his own considerations. Upon sensing the peculiar energy depletion of this planet, he had extracted a certain quantity of sources of fire from the Prometheus, in a world lacking energy. Carrying a form of energetic material was an experience he had accrued through countless adventures in his past life, and now it proved invaluable. From one perspective, a source of fire could be deemed a unique form of energy material. It not only could convert machinery into apocalyptic beings, but also harbored a vast reservoir of energy within. One could say that a single source of fire contained energy equivalent to several tons of energy, or... Now, Captain Long Quan's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy upon witnessing the source of fire. Wonderful. With this, we can at least avoid appearing so passive. Benefactor, I shall take you to our slumber base immediately. As long as we have sufficient energy, the slumberers will possess boundless combat power. With that, Captain Long Quan eagerly prepared to lead Lu Jin to the slumberer base, while Yu Qinsong and Zoelia were tasked with conveying intelligence and mobilizing the Prometheus. Lu Jin would accompany Captain Long Quan to the slumber base to transfer the energy of the source of fire there. As they proceeded, Captain Long Quan navigated through the corridors, opening one metallic door after another, until they finally arrived at the slumber base. Lu Jin, however, was unfamiliar with the precise location of this base. The path leading to it was obscured by rubble in his memory, a place he had yet to explore. Where the Slumberer Legion's base lay hidden. Upon entering, Lu Jin first observed various compartments, each serving a distinct function. Most of these compartments were sealed, housing the spiritual energy amplification devices utilized by the slumberers. As they walked, Lu Jin noted that many functional compartments were shut down, a consequence of energy scarcity. The amplification devices required energy to operate. Thus, in times of energy deprivation, the slumberers could only close off certain compartments, focusing all available energy on the amplification devices. Upon reaching the energy compartment, Lu Jin promptly placed the source of fire he carried into it. The energy converter of the compartment, after years of dormancy, began to whir to life once more. All the energy within the source of fire was extracted, and the entire slumber base, true to its name, was awakening from its slumber. More and more compartments flickered back to life, and Captain Long Quan observed the gradually illuminating chambers as the powered armor began to tremble slightly. The Slumberer Legion could finally unleash their full might against the void insects. Meanwhile, Yu Qinsong and Zelia hastened their departure from the ruins. Upon reaching the surface, they discovered the original base had been dismantled, its components being transported onto a small vessel, while the remaining golden humans began to withdraw gradually. Quick, contact the High Priest. Yet at that moment, Yu Tiansong realized that the high priest communication signal was inexplicably unreachable. What could be the reason for this? At that very moment, aboard the bridge of the Moonshadow, High Priest Yu Xin faced immense pressure. As she stood before several leaders from other holy cities, Why Yu Xin, you are quite audacious to propose delaying the annihilation plan. Do you understand what you are saying? Have you been in the holy city for too long, oblivious to the threat posed by the void insects? If we hesitate even for a moment and release a single void insect, it will soon become an endless plague. I am well aware. Which is why I merely suggest postponing the annihilation plan. Perhaps there are crucial elements on this planet yet to be explored. In her earnest effort to buy time for Lu Jin, High Priest Yu Xin was relentless. However, the other leaders of the holy cities showed her no leniency. They understood the dangers posed by the void insects and could not allow these creatures to persist. Captain Yu Xin, the Sacred Emperor has provided us guidance. Perhaps it is a sign for us to eradicate these insects once and for all. Indeed, we cannot allow the entire crisis of the Star Sea to be disregarded for the sake of a single benefactor. But before these leaders could finish their statements, Li Cheng hurriedly burst into the bridge. Clutching a metallic record board with great fervor, his expression was one of excitement, as if he had stumbled upon something monumental. No, we cannot execute the annihilation plan. I know who the Legion in the underground ruins is. The annihilation plan cannot be carried out. We cannot. Gasping for breath, Li Cheng's revelation caused the leaders to furrow their brows. Why can't we execute the annihilation plan? What is this Legion in the underground ruins? Immediately, High Priest Yu Xin instructed her aides to support Li Cheng and urge him to calm down and articulate his discovery. It is the Slumberer Legion established by the Sacred Emperor. This underground ruin, apart from the void insects, also harbored the Slumberer Legion founded by the Sacred Emperor. It is they who have been battling the void insects all this time. They are the heroes of the golden humans, the subjects of the Sacred Emperor. We cannot simply annihilate them. What? The Slumberer Legion. Upon learning of Li Cheng's discovery, the expressions of the holy city leaders shifted dramatically. This underground ruin harbored a legion established by the Sacred Emperor. I recall that the Slumberer Legion was a contingent formed by the Sacred Emperor for expeditions. This legion disappeared during their campaigns. Little did we know they were here, suppressing the insect plague. Yet, the fact that the slumberers had not managed to quell the insect plague all these years merely underscored the severity of the threat posed by these insects. The mere mention of the slumberers instilled anxiety in all the leaders. At that moment, a holy city guard detected an anomaly on the radar. The radar indicated the presence of a vessel on the desolate planet's surface. A large vessel? Report to the captain. We have detected the trace of a large vessel on the planet's surface. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the screen, amidst the swirling sands of the surface. A colossal and magnificent ship emerged. This grand vessel was none other than the flagship of the Slumberer Legion. The Silent Coffin, Chapter 74. The Awakening Flagship. The Sacred Emperor's Sword. Laughter erupted as the old comrade soared once again into the vastness of the starry sea after so many years. On the bridge, the commander Long Quan chuckled heartily, astonished himself that the ember source possessed by Lu Jin contained such immense energy. This infusion of power not only resurrected the slumbering legion, but also awakened the long-dormant forces within. Lu Jin, too, was taken aback to discover that this so-called base was, in fact, a colossal flagship. In no wonder upon entering, he found the base's hatch reminiscent of a ship's entrance, and its internal layout strikingly similar to that of a vessel. Just then, the radar system of the Silent Coffin began blaring a series of alarms. A red dot appeared on the screen, quickly multiplying until the entire radar interface was flooded, resembling a torrential downpour. It was the void insectoids. These creatures must have detected the energy fluctuations emanating from the Silent Coffin. Glaring at the red dots on the radar, Commander Long Quan snorted disdainfully. Having battled the void insectoids for millennia, none knew these wretched creatures better than them. Turning to Lu Jin, he solemnly proclaimed, "The slumbering legion has fought against these pests due to energy scarcity. But today is different. We have a fresh supply of energy. It is time for these insects to witness the true power of the slumbering legion. Blessed One, bear witness to our resurgence." After lying dormant deep underground for ages, the slumbering legion would once again emerge into the starry expanse. This time, they would reveal to the world why they had become a sword in the hands of the divine emperor. Under Lu Jin's watchful gaze, Commander Longquan transformed into a wisp of emerald light. Vanishing from sight, on the planet's surface, swarms of insects surged forth like an unstoppable tide. The sheer number left High Priestess Yusin and the other leaders of the Holy City feeling a sense of dread. How can there be so many void insectoids underground? The terrifying scale suggested their numbers exceeded hundreds of millions. No wonder this planet was so barren. It had been drained dry by these creatures. We must immediately initiate the extermination plan. We cannot allow these void insectoids to escape this planet. That moment, a multitude of green beams erupted from the bottom of the silent coffin, cascading down like waterfalls onto the surface. Each beam represented a warrior of the slumbering legion. Commander Longquan stood among the ranks, gazing at the black tide of approaching void insectoids. Brothers, it is time to fulfill the task bestowed upon us by His Divine Majesty. Attack! With that command, all the slumbering legion warriors drew forth their ranged weapons. The large-caliber explosive guns could easily pierce the armor of the void insectoids, while the molten guns unleashed torrents of lava, transforming entire areas into searing hellscapes, a heat that even the void insectoids would find unbearable. Meanwhile, at the rear of the formation, a slumberer wielded an energy amplification device resembling a scepter, composed of various electronic components. As the device activated, the entire battlefield was enveloped in the slumberer's psychic energy, taking on a nearly tangible form like dense fog, enveloping the area in their domain. The advancing void insectoids, upon entering this psychic domain, suddenly felt an overwhelming drowsiness. Their movements slowed, and their thoughts became sluggish. Those with weaker resistance fell into a deep slumber, unceremoniously trampled to death by their fellow insectoids charging from behind. Seizing this opportunity, the slumberers launched a massive counterattack. How could such a surging tide of insects be so easily suppressed? What a formidable legion! Merely a few thousand warriors managed to dominate the swarm. The slumberers, the Divine Emperor's sword, were indeed this powerful. It seemed we might not need to intervene. These valiant warriors alone could slay the void insectoids. Long live the Divine Emperor! This is truly a treasure bestowed upon us. The Golden Humanity. While the leaders of the Holy City reveled in the might of the slumbering legion, Yu Qinsong had already followed Lu Jin's orders. The Prometheus had reached the planet's surface and was successfully docking with the silent coffin. As the two ships locked together, Yu Qinsong immediately dispatched all Dragonflame, mechanized infantry, and Fangtooth drones to transfer all energy minerals aboard into the silent coffin's energy chamber. With a substantial amount of energy minerals deposited, Lu Jin opened the data panel of the silent coffin. Ship function reboot progress 50 was it only halfway through after investing all the energy. At that moment, a communication signal from High Priestess Yusin emerged. Lu Jin promptly connected, and Yusin's figure appeared before him. Seeing Lu Jin safe and sound, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Lu Jin, how is the situation with the slumbering legion and the void insectoids? Lu Jin glanced at the battlefield. The slumbering legion appeared fierce, continuously pushing the line back against the insect tide. Yet he understood well that the void insectoids, now infused with the consciousness of the insect emperor, would not be easily defeated. Thus, he needed to awaken the entirety of the silent coffin. He had recently checked. Thousands of slumberers remained in a dormant state within the chambers. Commander Longquan had informed him that these slumberers were the backbone of the legion, the first to exhaust their energy and fall into slumber. If there were sufficient energy, awakening these slumberers would signify the true revival of their legion. Lu Jin turned to High Priestess Yusin. Although the slumbering legion currently holds the upper hand, the insect swarm will swiftly organize a counterattack. I require a substantial amount of energy minerals. With enough, I can fully activate the slumbering legion. Upon hearing Lu Jin's words, the other Holy City leaders chuckled softly, believing he underestimated the slumbering legion. The void insectoids were clearly being overwhelmed by the slumbering legion. Their annihilation was merely a matter of time. The slumberers were the Divine Emperor's sword. This young man surely lacked reverence for his divine majesty. Chapter 75. The Arrogant Weakness. The Titan Descends. After witnessing the might of the slumberers, the leaders of the Holy City were filled with renewed confidence. What the fearsome void insectoids! Now, facing the slumbering legion, they could hardly raise their heads. This young man was still too naive in his understanding of the slumbering legion, and I also reviewed some records. The Divine Emperor once established countless legions, all comprising warriors personally trained by him. Personally trained by the Divine Emperor, those warriors must be the elite of the elite. Everyone, the crisis has been averted. With the slumbering legion, we shall fear no powerful foe. Observing the inexplicable confidence of the holy city leaders, Lu Jin couldn't help but furrow his brow. He was well aware of the slumbering legion's strength. Yet he never underestimated the terror of the void insectoids. The insectoids currently surging from the ground were not even the main force. If they were, the consciousness of the insect emperor would not have emerged, and the slumbering legion would not have been entangled with them for so long. Arrogance is the greatest weakness. High Priestess Yusin, though believing the slumbering legion would secure victory, noticed Lu Jin's serious demeanor and coughed lightly. I shall dispatch a resource transport ship to convey a portion of our resource reserved from the holy city. High Priestess Yusin, do you not trust these valiant warriors? The resource stockpile of the holy city did not come into existence by mere chance. You would hand over a ship's resources to a mere boy? Umph. Even if he is the blessed one, he is still not one of our golden humanity. Enough? I'm the captain of Moonshadow City. How to allocate these resources is not for you to dictate. At that moment, High Priestess Yusin recalled Lu Jin's previous words. Without his insistence, they would have nearly obliterated the slumbering legion along with the void insectoids. This incident further solidified her resolve to stand with Lu Jin. Just as her words fell, the battlefield on the planet's surface experienced a violent upheaval. The entire arena began to tremble, as if some colossal entity was shifting beneath the sandy surface. Boom! A massive figure erupted from the sand. Upon seeing this apparition, everyone gasped in horror. Before them stood a colossal insectoid over 10 meters tall, adorned with spear-like appendages sprouting from its back. The moment this enormous void insectoid appeared, it launched an attack against the slumbering legion, using its massive body to its advantage. The weapons of the slumbering legion merely sparked against its shell. With a swift motion, the giant insectoid pierced through the body of a slumberer with its rear appendages. As the body of the sleeper was pierced, he gradually dissipated into fragments of spiritual energy, akin to willow catkins in the wind. Immediately after, the colossal void insect struck again. With each assault, another sleeper fell victim. Witnessing the swift downfall of the sleepers, everyone stared in disbelief, scarcely able to comprehend the spectacle before their eyes. How could this be possible? Why was there such a massive void insect? The situation appeared dire. The sleeper army was utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of this behemoth. Historical accounts of the void insects had never indicated their capacity to grow to such immense proportions. Clearly, the emergence of this giant insect caught everyone off guard. The front line, which had just been pushed forward, was once again seized by the void insects. On board the ship, Lu Jin squinted as he gazed down at the massive creature. Beside him, Inu eagerly offered her services. "Captain, shall I descend and slay this monster?" "Not necessary," Lu Jin replied, activating the control panel of the silent coffin, displaying all chamber data before him. His gaze landed on one particular chamber, and a slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He redirected energy into the chamber's conduits. The sleeper within gradually awakened from its dormant state, due to the surge of energy. Lu Jin smiled faintly and pressed the activation button. The large brute should be dealt with by another large brute. Subsequently, a deployment beam re-emerged from the bottom of the silent coffin. Unlike before, this beam was significantly thicker than the one used to deploy the sleepers. As the beam dissipated, a colossal Titan mech, resembling a war chariot, materialized at the center of the battlefield. The sleeper within the Titan mech surveyed the chaotic arena, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the giant insect. At that moment, the two Titans locked eyes. With a deafening roar, the massive insect charged towards the Titan mech. The sleeper inside, however, merely snorted in disdain. After such an extensive slumber, he never anticipated awakening on this day. It was time for these insects to once again experience the terror governed by his iron fist. Surging energy coursed within the Titan mech. The sleeper maneuvered the mech, raising its right fist. The fist had been fortified to an extraordinary degree. With a resounding crash, it collided with the giant insect's head, smashing it into a bloody mess. Yet, the resilient insect did not perish. Instead, it retaliated by commanding its tentacles to strike at the Titan mech. The tentacles, as hard as metal, pierced through the Titan mech. Just then, the sleeper maneuvering the mech executed an ethereal maneuver. Phasing out of the insect's grasp, In that instant, torrents of spiritual energy erupted from the Titan mech like steam, enveloped in this energy vapor. The giant insect began to succumb to a drowsy state. Seizing the opportunity, the Titan mech activated a barrage of punches. Within less than a minute, the giant insect fell to the ground. The sleeper inside the Titan mech offered no respite. Extending his arms as a flamethrower was unleashed, flames engulfed the battlefield, turning the giant insect's carcass to ash. With the Titan mech's arrival, the sleeper army was emboldened, launching a counter-offensive against the insect nest. At that moment, the insect emperor's consciousness recognized the severity of the situation. The empowered sleepers posed a formidable threat, as the insect swarm had been trapped on this planet for centuries, exhausting its resources to evolve to their current state. Yet in the face of the rejuvenated sleeper army, victory seemed unattainable. Flee. The thought of escape flashed through the insect emperor's consciousness. It had to escape. As long as it existed, it could quickly amass a new army. Meanwhile, Lu Jin observed the swarm's increasingly erratic movements from the ship, triggering alarm bells within him. In his previous life, he had encountered the void insects numerous times and understood that they were akin to weeds in the starry sea. If not eradicated, they would inevitably regroup and continue to consume everything in the cosmos. All sleepers, please be advised. The swarm's movements are changing. The fluctuations likely pertain to the insect emperor's consciousness. Remain vigilant. The mention of the insect emperor's consciousness sent a wave of understanding through the sleepers. As long as it remained, their efforts would be in vain. Just then, a woman's voice resonated behind Lu Jin. It seems you possess extensive knowledge of the swarm. Turning to see who spoke, Lu Jin beheld a strikingly beautiful golden-skinned woman standing before him. She wore a form-fitting suit that accentuated her figure, and he noticed several connection ports on her attire. After a brief observation, Lu Jin quickly deduced her identity, a sleeper awakened from dormancy. However, he was puzzled as to why she chose to appear in her physical form rather than utilize a spiritual projection. Before he could ponder further, the sleeper woman introduced herself that I am the benefactor. I am grateful to you for rescuing the sleepers from their plight. Once, the Holy Emperor prophesied that in our time of need, a human embodying his will would emerge. Initially, I dismissed it, believing the sleepers would not easily fall in a crisis. Yet, it seems the Holy Emperor's prophecy is unfolding step by step. I am Yunmengyan, the commander of the 1st Sleeper Legion, officially transferring all command authority to you. From this day forth, we shall serve as your sword, fighting for you and clearing all obstacles. This is also one of the Holy Emperor's mandates. What? Lu Jin was taken aback. He never expected that this woman was the commander of the Sleeper Legion, standing before him to transfer command. This was entirely unexpected and not part of his plans. He had just acquired a legion of sleepers. They were not just any troops. Each warrior was a genuine wielder of spiritual energy. Looking at Yunmengyan, Lu Jin furrowed his brow. Isn't it a bit hasty to entrust the Sleeper Legion to me? The Holy Emperor's prophecy did not specify whether it would be a golden human or a blue star human. I only know that a human would come to save the Sleeper Legion, and my duty is to hand the Legion over to this human. What else did the prophecy say? This human will command the Sleeper Legion to eradicate the insect plague. Upon hearing this last statement, a smile crept onto Lu Jin's face. The Holy Emperor, the Sleeper Legion, the golden human, the prophecy. Even Lu Jin began to wonder if the Holy Emperor possessed prophetic abilities. However, just as the prophecy indicated, Lu Jin would not allow the insect emperor's consciousness to persist any longer. Very well. I shall not be polite then. Lu Jin was not one to dither, since the commander had placed command authority in his hands. To refuse would be ungrateful. After acquiring command, he immediately accessed the core data panel of the silent coffin. With his new authority, the interface transformed from a simplistic display to a comprehensive array of data. His gaze swept over the information, quickly crafting a series of strategies. Captain Long Quan, immediately lead a small team to the location I marked. Other sleepers follow my command and swiftly evacuate the insect nest breach. Next, I will use the ship's cannons to create a passage underground. Under Lu Jin's leadership, the once disorganized Sleeper Legion transformed into a cohesive force. Once all the sleepers had regrouped, Lu Jin connected to the communication channel with Tianchang. The main cannons of both ships simultaneously targeted a designated coordinate. Boom! With 2 cannon fire strikes landing in the insect nest breach, all remaining void insects that had not yet evacuated were instantly obliterated. Following the bombardment, A passageway opened in the ground. Now, the Titan mech of the sleepers leaped into the chasm first. The other sleepers followed suit, charging into the depths of the insect nest. Subsequently, the sleeper teams advanced in groups of 5. Remaining vigilant for any lurking dangers. Watch the dark corners. Switch all ammunition to tracer rounds. Assign a scout to remain alert for any counterattacks from the void insects. Commander Yun Mingyan observed Lu Jin's retreating figure, her attitude shifting from skepticism to astonishment. She had initially believed that the sleepers under Lu Jin's command would falter, but the reality was quite the opposite. Despite his youth, Lu Jin exhibited combat experience that surpassed even her own. Is it truly as His Divine Majesty, the Emperor, has proclaimed? Could this young human from the blue planet be the savior of their legion of dreamers? The formidable power of blessings, an abundance of combat experience. Even as a mere mortal, he is surrounded by numerous psychics who provide him protection. This is the first time Yun Mingyan has employed the term magical to describe a person at this moment. The scene before her suddenly transformed that a small squad, under Lu Jin's command, had finally reached the core region of the insect nest. Before them lay a vast underground cavern, now filled with blood vessels resembling tree roots. At the center of this immense space, a bug egg pulsated like a heart. This was the consciousness of the insect emperor. The instant Lu Jin laid eyes on the egg, he felt an immense weight lift from his heart. For he knew well that the being within the egg was the insect emperor. Once it emerged from its chrysalis, the entire star sea would face a grave crisis. Yet, just as Lu Jin exhaled in relief, a crack suddenly appeared on the egg. Chapter 77. Disguise. Titan at Legion level. This is bad. Have they arrived too late? The insect emperor has already hatched. How could this be? Yun Mingyan aboard the ship gazed incredulously at the unfolding scene. The cracks on the egg multiplied, and the creature within seemed eager to break free. This is impossible. Even if the entire energy of this planet was drained, it would not suffice to support the hatching of the insect emperor. It is indeed inconceivable. Yet now, what lay before them was an egg on the verge of hatching the insect emperor. Suddenly, a small arm stretched out from within the egg. All the dreamers were taken aback. For what appeared before them was not the anticipated insectoid form. Instead, a delicate and doll-like little girl, soft and innocent, emerged from the egg. She fell to the ground, emitting a weak whimper. Oh, it hurts. Where is this? Why is it so dark? Where are my family? Where are my parents? The harmless little girl curled up helplessly on the ground. The surrounding dreamers found themselves momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Were they not meant to face a powerful and ferocious insect emperor? Yet how could this little girl possibly be related? Had they made a mistake, no matter how one looked at it? This girl appeared to be nothing more than a feeble human infant. Have we made an error? Even the Legion commander, Yun Mingyan, aboard the bridge, furrowed her brow in confusion. Silver Moon also struggled to comprehend why the egg that should have hatched the insect emperor had instead produced this little girl. At that moment, Lu Jin's cold and merciless voice resonated in the ears of all dreamers. Kill her. Lu Jin's gaze was devoid of emotion. Legion commander Yun Mingyan and Silver Moon beside her were taken aback by Lu Jin's sudden and decisive order to eliminate the little girl. Did he not hesitate even for a moment? You must remember, the void insect race is a group that will stop at nothing for survival. They possess no virtues. All they do is driven by genetic impulse. A pure, emotionless beast, Lu Jin commanded again. Prompting one of the dreamers to step forward toward the little girl, he raised his explosive gun at that moment. However, the little girl's eyes revealed a glimmer of terror. Cowering amidst the ruins, trembling, her bright eyes exuded a sense of fragility. Why, you are going to kill me? In that instant, even the battle-hardened dreamers wavered. But just as he hesitated, a shadow struck with lightning speed. A claw pierced through the dreamer's body. At that moment, the others realized that they had been surrounded by a swarm of insects. The little girl stood at the center of the swarm. Her earlier helplessness vanishing, scales sprouted from her body, and fangs akin to those of a beast emerged from her mouth. In an instant, she had transformed into a terrifying monster. For your queen, swarm, give everything. In that moment, all the dreamers understood. Due to their momentary hesitation, this insect emperor had seized a critical opportunity. The endless swarm instantly enveloped the insect emperor. Before long, a colossal insect emperor composed of countless insects materialized before the dreamer's eyes. With a mere wave, the tide of insects consumed all the dreamers. In an instant, those who had just entered the cavern were transformed into evolutionary nourishment for the insect emperor. Witnessing this, Lu Jin could not help but frown. This insect emperor must have forcefully emerged from its chrysalis. It sought to utilize the remaining swarm to escape their encirclement. The swarm had now coalesced into a solid mass, and to shatter them once more, they would need to deploy weapons of mass destruction. At that moment, Legion Commander Yun stepped forward. She felt immense regret. As a commander, she had underestimated Lu Jin's judgment, though even if the Dreamers had acted earlier, they might not have inflicted substantial harm on the Insect Emperor. Having battled the swarm for many years, she had been deceived by their feeble disguise. This was her shame. She must reclaim her honor. Within the hangar of the silent coffin, there lay a Titan at the Legion level. I will pilot the Legion level Titan to confront the Insect Emperor. With that, Legion Commander Yun departed. Entering her chamber, she gazed at the psychic amplification chamber resembling a petri dish before her. Taking a deep breath, she stepped inside once more. Connecting the lines to her interface, a torrent of nutrient fluid enveloped her. In that moment, Yun consciousness reconnected to the psychic space of the Legion of Dreamers. Within this space, the Dreamers who had been slain by the Insect Emperor stood, still unawakened. Damn, if only I had pulled the trigger back then. So many would not have perished. No need for regret. That was the Insect Emperor. Such a disguise is something we encountered for the first and last time. What should we do next? If the Insect Emperor escapes, the entire Star Sea will plunge into an endless catastrophe. Even the Titan mechs would find it challenging to intercept the Insect Emperor. Ordinary Titan mechs would indeed struggle. But what if it were a Legion-level Titan? Yun Minjian's figure appeared before everyone. Upon seeing the Legion commander's presence, the morale of the Dreamers surged once more. After all, Yun Minjian had become the commander of the Legion of Dreamers due to her remarkable leadership qualities. The Dreamers were electrified by the mention of the Legion-level Titan, for it was a formidable mech that only Yun Minjian could pilot. Only her psychic level, combined with her battle experience, could perfectly wield one of the Legion of Dreamers' trump cards. Legion-level Titan death? I am ready. I shall bring honor to the Dreamers. Authorization successful. Legion-level Titan death has been activated successfully. Within the psychic space, Yun Minjian's form gradually transformed into a stream of data, disappearing from sight. When she opened her eyes again, her perspective was now within the confines of a Titan mech. Ready. On the bridge, Lu Jin narrowed his eyes at the enormous launch button displayed on the screen. Legion-level Titan death. Let me witness the true trump card of the Legion of Dreamers and whether it can turn the tide of battle. Authorization approved. Initiating launch. Chapter 78. Endless Firepower. Overloaded Firepower Titan. Boom! Before everyone's eyes, a colossal entity was deployed to the planet's surface. The inhabitants of the holy city gasped in awe upon witnessing such a gigantic machine. This? A Titan mech? I have never seen a Titan of such immense size. It is truly a marvel among mechs. The might of his divine majesty has crafted such a formidable machine. Absolutely astounding. I must document this moment in our holy city's archives. Boom! 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 The Legion-level Titan death showcased the true strength of the expeditionary forces under the Divine Emperor. Simultaneously, it doused the hopes of the Insect Emperor, which had just ignited. Was this still the Legion of Dreamers that had battled for a millennium? They seemed like a fractured group, unable to muster their numbers. Yet after the appearance of that human, such a transformation had occurred. Damn! 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 We were so close. You wretched food! I will crush you all into my sustenance. The Insect Emperor among the swarm roared in fury upon seeing the colossal Legion-level Titan mech. The dark swarm surged forth from the surface, countless insects transforming into tendrils aimed directly at the towering Legion-level Titan mech. Standing at over 100 meters tall, the Titan mech dwarfed ordinary mechs, rendering them mere miniature companions. Its massive form brought with it a terrifying energy consumption, as well as an overwhelming firepower that instilled despair and fear in its enemies. Boom! The Legion-level Titan mech stomped its feet upon the sandy earth. In an instant, hundreds of fire god explosive machine guns erupted from its interior. This moment, the approaching void swarm sensed an imminent threat. A primal instinct deep within their bloodlines screamed of danger. Death! Open fire! The sky ignited with flames as the Legion-class Titan mecha unleashed its deadly onslaught. True to its name, in an instant, A torrential rain of bullets poured forth, creating a curtain of fire that devoured countless tendrils of the swarm. The terrifying firepower did not deter the Legion-class Titan. With purposeful strides, it advanced like a war god, charging directly at the Swarm Queen. This sight filled the core of the Swarm Queen. With despaired, "No, I must flee. I stand no chance," such instinctual thoughts compelled her to dart towards the skies. Just then, the Titan's arms extended, revealing several black barrels. The cannons locked onto the Swarm Queen. Energy laser beams were primed and ready. Fire, a pure and ferocious beam of energy, struck the swarm in an instant. A multitude of void swarm corpses were reduced to ash, while those caught in the blast scattered like dust across the desert. The lasers swept through the swarm, and in a heartbeat, about half of their numbers were annihilated. Realizing her precarious position, the Swarm Queen panicked. She could not perish here. Her gaze fell upon the Legion-class Titan. "All swarm, heed my command." Under her direction, the swarm rallied, recklessly rushing towards the Titan like moths drawn to a flame. Despite the Titan's formidable firepower, it soon found itself beleaguered by the scattered void swarm. One particularly bold swarm creature breached the fire net and landed atop the Titan. Then, it began to swell ominously, its crimson form expanding rapidly. Boom! The void creature chose to self-destruct point one after another. The swarm creatures followed suit, crashing onto the Titan. The Titan's energy consumption surged in the face of this suicidal assault from the swarm. Damn these pests. Yin had not anticipated such madness from the void swarm. Even so, confronted with the chaos, she could only resort to her weapons to eliminate the encroaching void creatures. But at this rate, even she could not endure for long. Just then, a voice crackled over the communication channel. "Hello, can you hear me?" "I can hear you." "Excellent. I have dispatched reinforcements to assist you. Under no circumstances must the Swarm Queen escape." And no sooner had the words left his mouth than Yin's radar detected a colossal psionic unit approaching. Before she could react, a dragon silhouette appeared in the sky. Sharia transformed back to her original form, gazing down upon the densely packed void swarm, unyieldingly gathering psionic energy in her maw. Psionic dragon breath. A blast of dragon breath struck the Titan, and in an instant, the swarm clinging to the Titan fell to the ground. The Titan, free from the threat of self-detonation, could finally focus on its defenses. Yin silently expressed her gratitude as she watched Sharia circle above. Sharia's psionic breath was executed with perfect precision, eliminating the swarm without inflicting significant damage to the Titan. Just then, a shadow loomed overhead. Looking up, Yin saw the Prometheus hovering directly above her. Once again, Lu Jin's voice echoed in her communication channel. "Next, my ship will supply you with ample energy. Fire away without hesitation." Previously, Lu Jin had allocated sufficient resources to High Priestess Uxi. Now, these resources were transformed into pure energy, feeding into the Ark of Revelation. The Ark, now brimming with power, would serve as the Titan's battery. 2 energy conduits descended from the Prometheus, and the Titans seized them eagerly. On the bridge of the Prometheus, Song couldn't help but smirk at this audacious act. Lu Jin, your ideas are always so outrageously brilliant, supplying energy from the ship's core to the Titan mecha. Such a reckless strategy could lead to the destruction of both the mecha and the ship. Yet Lu Jin chose to proceed. He understood that the Legion-class Titan, at its core, was an energy entity. Thus, unlike other Titans, it required energy, an abundance of it. Only then could it transform into a true instrument of war. Yin did not question or hesitate. She simply connected the energy conduit to the Titan. External energy input detected. Chapter 79, Dragon and Mecha. Void swarm steel. An overwhelming surge of energy flooded in. Inside the Titan, Yin felt exhilaration. It had been years since she had fought a battle of such richness. Even during the expedition, finally, she could unleash her full power. Energy coursed into the Titan, causing its psionic levels to skyrocket as raging psionic energy spilled forth. A ghostly green flame enveloped the entire Titan. As its controller, Yin felt strength surging through her limbs. "Come on, bugs, let's end this." Energy laser beams activated. The Fire God's explosive machine guns roared to life. The energy core reached overdrive. In this moment, Yin and the Titan transformed into the most ferocious Titan artillery. Sharia, brimming with excitement, sensed that if she could devour this multitude of void swarm, her power might ascend once more. Psionic breath, a furious torrent of psionic energy struck the swarm queen. Even shielded by the swarm, the queen let out a wretched scream in the face of such an onslaught. No. More and more swarm creatures perished. Under the bombardment of Sharia's breath, the core swarm queen was finally exposed. Seizing this opportunity, the Titan unleashed a fierce laser beam, striking directly at the heart of the swarm. Boom! A massive energy shockwave rippled across the surface. When the shockwave dissipated, all that remained was a desolate landscape and the scattered corpses of the void swarm, nearly blanketing the sandy terrain. Sharia approached the frail swarm queen, and without a moment's hesitation, her gaping maw, lined with fangs, delivered a fatal blow. After consuming the queen, Sharia coiled up, entering a state of dormancy to digest the power within the queen's body. Observing this, Yin swiftly deactivated the Titan. The towering Titan disintegrated into streams of psionic energy, dissipating into the air. Activating the Titan had been a considerable burden for Yin, but the outcome was satisfactory for all. Next, they needed to secure the entire planet and eradicate the remaining void swarm. The corpses of the void swarm would serve as excellent research material for the Holy City that, if utilized properly, they could uncover the swarm's weaknesses, allowing for calm responses in future encounters. This was far more advantageous than annihilating the planet along with the swarm. Meanwhile, seated in the bridge of the silent coffin, Lu Jin exhaled in relief. The IT was finally over. The remaining void swarm posed little threat as long as they were dealt with cautiously, with the swarm queen consumed by Sharia. The remaining void swarm, devoid of their queen's consciousness, were merely troublesome beasts. The battle had drawn to a close, and it was time to collect their spoils. Accompanied by Silver Moon, Lu Jin made his way to the swarm queen's hatching site. At this moment, Silver Moon surveyed the surroundings, puzzled. Without the queen's egg, the area resembled a patch of decaying flesh. She couldn't understand why Lu Jin had come here. What spoils could possibly be found? However, when Lu Jin tore through the membrane of flesh, Silver Moon was astonished to discover metal beneath the flesh. The membrane provided optimal nutrition for the eggs, but secure hatching chamber required a stable structural foundation. Void Swarm Steel, a unique metal material only produced by the Void Swarm. Its rarity was self-evident. Among biological metals, Void Swarm Steel rivaled super alloys in value. Seizing the opportunity before the Holy City forces arrived, Lu Jin swiftly gathered the Void Swarm Steel, channeling it into the ship's core. Although he had a good rapport with High Priestess UXN, his connections with other leaders of the Holy City were tenuous. Thus, to avoid disputes over spoils later, Lu Jin decisively chose to act first. Just as he began transporting the Void Swarm Steel, the forces dispatched by the Holy City descended to claim their share of the spoils. The Legion of the Dreamers proved their reputation. The Void Swarm, under the blade of the Divine Emperor, was destined to face annihilation. Such a mysterious and powerful expeditionary legion, I never imagined I would witness it in my lifetime. Captain Wang Xiao of the Radiant City, who is also the Lord of Radiant City, has met the Sleeper Legion. After landing, numerous representatives of the Holy Cities immediately sought out the Sleeper Legion, for they had already witnessed the formidable strength of these psychic legions. Even the Holy Cities require substantial military forces to enhance their safety during interstellar voyages. Now, with the Sleeper Legion demonstrating its immense power, they have naturally become the object of desire for many holy cities. However, in the face of the fawning golden humans from the holy cities, the Sleeper Legion remained indifferent, barely pausing to acknowledge them. You mortals, stand aside. We must eradicate the aberrant insects. Do not obstruct our path. As soldiers, such matters should be discussed with my superior. You lot, do not hinder our progress. The Sleeper Legion callously brushed aside the golden humans of the holy cities. Had any other race dared to call them mortals, these proud golden humans might have perceived it as immense arrogance, a desecration of their honor as golden beings. Yet now, before these expeditionary legions personally crafted by the Divine Emperor, they felt neither anger nor indignation, but rather respectfully made way. In the eyes of the golden humans of the holy cities, the sleepers were superhumans, divine representatives of the Emperor walking among them. At that moment, one of the leaders from the holy cities noticed Lu Jin transporting void insect steel back to his ship. This sight inflamed him with rage. That blue star human, put down what you hold. These are spoils of war belonging to us golden humans. How dare you, thieves, lay claim to resources bestowed upon us by his divine majesty? Oh, Lu Jin glanced at the blustering leader of the holy city, hardly regarding him with any significance. The fang-toothed drones continued their transport of void insect steel. As he recognized his dismissal, the leader of the holy city became even angrier with a wave of his hand. Several guards from the holy city surrounded him, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. "What are you doing?" At this moment, High Priestess Uxn stepped forward first. Her gaze was sharp, radiating the unique pressure of a leader among high priests. The guards of Moonshadow City did not hesitate. In an instant, they drew their weapons, aimed at those threatening Lu Jin. Seeing the decisive action of High Priestess Uxn, even the leader of the holy city was taken aback. "What is happening? Shouldn't the High Priestess be on my side?" "High Priestess, do you know what you are doing?" "I am very clear." At this point, other leaders from the holy cities found themselves at a loss. How could two leaders from different holy cities choose to stand against a single blue star human? They had never encountered such a situation. In the eyes of the golden humans, this blue star individual should relinquish the spoils, as they were treasures left for them by his divine majesty. What right does this mere blue star human have to interfere with these treasures? He is not just any blue star human. He is the hero who saved the Sleeper Legion, the chosen one of his divine majesty. By both reason and sentiment, these spoils are rightfully his. Rightfully his? The leader of the holy city snorted coldly, his gaze falling upon the Sleeper Legion nearby. In his view, these insect plagues were vanquished by the Sleeper Legion and had nothing to do with this blue star human. The distribution of spoils should be the prerogative of the Sleeper Legion. And what if we, the Sleeper Legion, also agree? As the leaders of the holy cities murmured amongst themselves, a sleeper, larger than the usual ones, stepped into their view. This sleeper advanced, its power armor adorned with a cloak symbolizing the honor of the sleepers. The cloak, a hue of ghostly green, fluttered without wind, as the imposing figure stood before the leader of the holy city like a war god, emanating a pressure akin to a mountain, towering before all. In that instant, every leader of the holy city swallowed hard. This sleeper was unlike any other. Its presence and aura were utterly distinct. At that moment, the surrounding sleepers stood at attention, saluting the imposing sleeper. "Welcome back, Legion Commander." "The Legion Commander. This sleeper is the commander of the Sleeper Legion. Everything is now clear." Unlike the other sleepers, the cloak of honor, the imposing presence, all marked it as a leader. Lu Jin was also taken aback, as this was his first encounter with the projection of Yun Mengyan. That he had to admit, in this form, she resembled a true commander. Before anyone could react, Yun Mengyan dropped a bombshell. "Since you have stated that the distribution of spoils is to be entrusted to us, allow me to introduce our newly appointed commander of the Sleeper Legion. According to the hierarchy established by His Divine Majesty, the commander holds all command authority, superseding even the Legion commander. Now, do you have any questions?" "What? Lu Jin is the new commander of the Sleeper Legion. By what right?" This news detonated in the minds of the holy city leaders like a depth charge. They had been contemplating how to win over the Sleeper Legion, only to discover that the Legion had already chosen its commander. Moreover, this commander was not even a golden human. "No, I disagree. As the expeditionary force established by His Divine Majesty, should you not serve the golden humans?" "Indeed. How can a mere blue star human compare with the golden humans?" "I disagree. The will of His Divine Majesty is surely not so." The leaders of the holy cities debated fervently, with almost no one in agreement with Lu Jin taking the Sleeper Legion away. Yet, in the face of their discourse, Yun Mengyan exhibited an undeniable authority. She drew the thunder sword from her back, the massive sword striking the ground with a resounding thud. Standing firm with her sword, she cast her gaze over the leaders of the holy cities. "First, the Sleeper Legion serves only His Divine Majesty. You are not within our service range. Second, it was he, the blue star human you looked down upon, who saved the Sleeper Legion from peril. Where were you then? The Sleeper Legion serves only His Divine Majesty. His Divine Majesty has decreed that we must be loyal to a human who represents His will, regardless of whether this human is from Blue Star, the Golden Humans, or any other world. The Sleeper Legion serves only His Divine Majesty. Are you questioning His Divine Majesty?" The final statement from Yun Mengyan was delivered with unwavering conviction, leaving no room for doubt. Upon hearing her words, the faces of the holy city leaders turned ashen. Yet, even so, they dared not to argue further, for to do so would imply questioning His Divine Majesty. Among the golden humans, Daring to question the sacred emperor was tantamount to inviting the ire of the masses. Even if one were a leader of a holy city, they could be swiftly deposed. The sacred emperor was an unquestionable entity in the hearts of the golden humans. Thus, the leaders of the holy cities fell silent. In a sense, these sleepers held a status even more exalted than the leaders themselves. For they were the expeditionary forces personally established by His Divine Majesty. Each one of them had a close connection to the emperor, which far surpassed the golden humans who merely imagined his visage through statues and texts. The matter was resolved with such ease, and Lu Jin sighed in relief. He had not anticipated that Yin Mingyan, as the legion commander of the sleepers, would so resolutely stand by his side. At the same time, he became increasingly curious about the sacred emperor and who he truly was. Did he have a hand in Lu Jin commanding the sleeper legion? As he pondered, Lu Jin placed the void insect steel into the core of the Prometheus. In the instant one piece of void insect steel was inserted into the origin core, the progress bar on the screen finally reached the final 100. Ding! Upgrade progress has reached 100. Please select the next evolution direction for the ship. After countless materials were fed into it, the ship's upgrade progress finally hit 100. Now Lu Jin had to choose the evolution path for the Origin warship. Chapter 81. The Path of the Origin Arc. Unlocking the shield system. At last, he could upgrade the Origin warship to a medium-sized battleship. Gazing at the screen displaying the completed progress bar, Lu Jin could not help but smile with joy. After all, he had scoured various materials to enhance the level of the Origin warship. The warship had not disappointed him. Each upgrade granted it countless formidable capabilities. Now, as the ship was about to ascend to the level of a medium-sized battleship, Lu Jin began to wonder what abilities would be unlocked upon this upgrade. Upon opening the evolution panel, the first sight that greets the eyes is the initial upgrade path presented by the ship system, the Firepower Battleship Route. Upgrade Route 1. Evolve into the Origin-class Firepower Battleship. Unlock Auxiliary Cannon Space, Collapse Missiles. Unlock Shield, Shockwave Counterattack Shield System. Unlock Armor, Merlot's Alloy Armor. Ship Weapon System Power increased by 100. Energy Charging Efficiency improved by 50. As the ship system panel indicates, it is pure firepower. The unlocked weapons, shields, and armor are all aimed at enhancing combat capabilities, pushing the ship's weaponry to its utmost limits. However, this evolution route does not particularly entice Lu Jin, that he is set on forming a joint fleet in the future, and the issue of insufficient firepower can be resolved by increasing the number of firepower battleships within the fleet. Thus, the firepower route is not the most acceptable option for Lu Jin. With a wave of his hand, he dismisses the first firepower battleship route. His gaze then falls upon the second evolution path. Upgrade Route 2. Evolve into the Origin Heavy Fortress Battleship. Unlock Auxiliary Multi-Directional Barrage Cannons. Unlock Advanced Diamond Shield System. Unlock Eternal Alloy Armor. Ship defense capability increased by 100, self-repairability enhanced by 50. A mere glance at this evolution route leaves Lu Jin entirely uninterested. In contrast to the pure firepower battleship route, the heavy fortress route is its polar opposite. However, encasing oneself in a turtle shell is not to Lu Jin's liking. He continues to explore other evolution paths. It must be said that the Origin battleship, a true treasure of the Starry Sea, offers a plethora of evolution paths, even when upgraded to a medium-sized ship. No wonder everyone claims the Origin battleship is unique. Each individual evolution route varies based on their nurturing methods. Remarkably, Lu Jin discovers that his selection of upgrade routes exceeds 100. It is almost ludicrous. For the first time, he feels the torment of decision-making paralysis. Ultimately, after contemplating for an entire day and night, Lu Jin fixes his eyes on two routes. Upgrade Route 1. Evolve into the Origin Spatial Battleship. The Origin Spatial Battleship fully unlocks the spatial teleportation function and enhances it. In overload mode, it can even briefly create a spatial wormhole for escape. Point 1 could say this Origin Spatial Battleship resembles a ghost ship that cannot be captured. As long as it is not instantly annihilated, it can effortlessly slip away amidst a sea of foes. This evolution route undoubtedly represents the best choice for Lu Jin, who is still being hunted by the Blackstone Pirates. Yet the second route causes him great indecision. Upgrade Route 2. Evolve into the Origin Arc Battleship. Unlock Origin Life Cultivation Pod. Unlock Void Shield System. Unlock Void Wormsteel Armor. Ship Energy Circulation System enhanced by 100. And the ship will acquire the special plant, Origin Spirit Tree. Among all the evolution paths, the origin arc battleship route is the one Lu Jin understands the least. However, he recognizes the significance of the origin spirit tree. For in his past life, he had come across its mention in a historical text. It is a plant on the brink of extinction in the Starry Sea. The reason for its extinction is simple. It is extraordinarily powerful. It can transform all energy into any type of energy substance that, in other words, it can, like the somnolent, convert all energy into spiritual energy. Yet the origin spirit tree can further convert spiritual energy into other energy substances, something the somnolent cannot achieve. Gathering his thoughts, Lu Jin ultimately chooses the arc route. His upcoming plan is to capture the Starry Sea Elf clan. With the origin spirit tree, his subsequent endeavors will receive tremendous assistance. After all, he has only seen this entity in historical texts. Understanding its value, he knows that even in his rebirth, acquiring it may not be feasible. Hence, Lu Jin decisively opts to secure it. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully chosen the evolution route. After Lu Jin selects the evolution route, the entire ship immediately begins to restructure and evolve. Observing the vessel morphing, Yun Minjian and UXN on the ground momentarily pause, then react. Is this the evolution of the origin battleship? It is rumored that while the origin battleship can upgrade infinitely, transitioning to a medium or large ship requires substantial resources. Judging by its appearance, it seems Lu Jin has completed the upgrade from a small to a medium-sized battleship. However, the extent of its evolution routes remains unknown, as does the one he has chosen. Regardless of the path taken, it indicates that his strength will be significantly enhanced. This upgrade evolution persists for nearly a week. During this time, the somnolent undertakes a series of purges across the planet. Only after confirming that no voidworm species remains does the Holy City begin archaeological explorations of the ruins. Once Lu Jin's ship upgrade is complete, he bids farewell to High Priest Uxin and promptly departs. The Silent Coffin, having joined the Somnolent Legion, also becomes one of Lu Jin's escort ships. Shortly after leaving the planet, Lu Jin opts for a jump that he is acutely aware that more holy cities will soon arrive in this star system. Just in this week, 10 holy cities have already arrived. The greater the number of holy cities, the more leaders will emerge, leading to increased troubles for both himself and the somnolent. To avoid entanglements, Lu Jin decisively chooses to vacate this contentious place. High Priest Uxin, understanding the situation, does not attempt to hinder him. Lu Jin accesses the coordinates of the Starry Sea, inputs a specific coordinate, and then activates the autopilot system. Upon seeing the coordinate, Inu and Yulan exchange glances filled with emotion. Captain, where do you plan to go next? Facing their inquiry, Lu Jin responds with a confident smile, knowing full well he intends to rescue their kin. Chapter 82. The Origin Spirit Tree. The last of the Starry Sea Elves. Previously, Lu Jin had contemplated utilizing genetic repair technology to save the Starry Sea Elf clan after becoming a powerful spiritual energy wielder. However, the addition of the Somnolent Legion has prompted a change in his plan. With so many spiritual energy wielders available, he only needs to provide a bit of guidance for them to master the genetic repair technology. Upon hearing this news, Inu and Yulan cannot help but feel tears welling in their eyes. Although they have not spoken of it during this time, the safety of the Starry Sea Elf clan has always weighed heavily on their minds. Now that progress has finally been made, how can they not be excited? Lu Jin reassures the two before leaving the bridge and heading directly to the recently unlocked Origin Life Pod. The Origin Life Pod and the Origin Spirit Tree are the core essence of the Arc evolution route for the Origin battleship. Upon entering the Origin Life Pod, Lu Jin is astonished to find that its space is far more expansive than he had imagined. After taking a few steps, he notices in a corner of the pod, Sharia is curled up in a sleeping bag, soundly asleep. Sensing Lu Jin's presence, Sharia opens her bleary eyes and yawns widely. Captain, I found the energy concentration in this chamber quite pleasant, so I dozed off here that I hope I haven't caused any trouble. Not at all. Please continue your slumber, since devouring the voidworm swarm. Sharia has become exceedingly drowsy. Yet, Lu Jin understands this as evidence of her ongoing evolution. Only with ample energy intake can this star-hunting dragon enter such a state. Lu Jin refrains from lingering on Sharia. Directing his gaze toward the atmosphere within the life cultivation pod, a mere mortal, he cannot sense the various changes in the space as Sharia does. However, his keen perception tells him that the life cultivation pod is distinct from the other chambers. The key factor for this change is the origin spirit tree at the center of the pod, along with its unique energy circulation system. Approaching the central area, Lu Jin beholds a sapling, barely the size of a palm, its every vein emanating different colors of light. Each vein contains varying energy fluctuations. The origin spirit tree absorbs the energy from the air, transforms into different forms, and then releases it. After releasing, it reabsorbs, continuously cycling. Seeing this, Lu Jin promptly retrieves an energy detector and activates it to analyze the energy composition in the air. Analyzing the energy composition of the environment. Analysis successful. Current detected energy substances include spiritual energy, thermal energy, and radiative energy. Upon seeing the energy composition displayed on the detector, Lu Jin cannot help but marvel. If he weren't wearing protective gear, the sheer amount of energy substances present could potentially induce mutations in his body. After assessing the state of the origin spirit tree, Lu Jin transports some energy ores. He crushes the ores and places them into the cultivation pod of the origin spirit tree, hoping for its rapid growth. This way, Lu Jin's future energy concerns could be significantly alleviated. Thus, the Prometheus continues its voyage through the starry sea for some time longer. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Lu Jin finally arrived at the coordinates provided by Yu and Yulan. This location corresponded to the dwelling place of the Starsea elves. Gazing upon the desolate expanse of the galaxy before him, Lu Jin initially questioned whether he had arrived at the correct place. This galaxy was undeniably the most barren he had ever encountered, even more so than the realm of the dreamers. The sun at the galaxy's center was nearing its twilight, its emitted warmth inadequate to sustain life. Upon scanning with his detector, Lu Jin discovered numerous planets littered with remnants of ancient civilizations that it was evident that the inhabitants of this galaxy had long since departed, seeking more prosperous homes as their own had succumbed to desolation. While Lu Jin was engulfed in doubt, Yu and Yulan simultaneously pointed to the most unassuming planet, exclaiming, "It is there!" Following their gaze, Lu Jin beheld a barren, lackluster sphere that appeared as an inconspicuous stone amidst a sea of planets. He landed both ships on the planet's surface, and as he exited, he realized that this world was even more desolate than he had imagined. Stretching endlessly before him was a landscape of stone, devoid of any energy fluctuations, truly a dead planet. How could the Starsea elves reside on such a desolate orb? With their formidable abilities, they could surely choose a more hospitable environment. Lu Jin pondered this. Yu and Yulan surveyed their surroundings. Their expressions were complex. As Lu Jin had noted, the powerful psychic talents of the Starsea elves granted them the option of a better living space. However, their numbers had dwindled to a critically endangered level. When a race's population reaches such a precarious state, individual strength becomes irrelevant. Instead, their scarcity made them prime targets for bounty hunters. Yu and Yulan led Lu Jin and his companions aboard a ship toward the residence of the Starsea elves. After a lengthy journey, they arrived at a vast crater formed by a meteorite where extensive tunnels had been carved out. Much like the mines on a frigid planet, the remaining Starsea elves had concealed themselves within the depths of this world. The arrival of Lu Jin and his companions immediately attracted the attention of the guards at the entrance. Upon recognizing Yu and Yulan, the guards' expressions shifted from gloom to joy. "Yu, Yulan, you have finally returned. Green pearl, purple joy." Yu and Yulan were profoundly moved at the sight of the two guards. When they had chosen to leave, they had never anticipated their eventual return. After exchanging pleasantries with the guards, they introduced Lu Jin, stating, "This hero is our captain. He has provided us with assistance. Without him, we would not have been able to return." Upon hearing the accounts of Yu and Yulan, the guards clenched their fists in anger. If it were not for the genetic flaws within the Starsea elves, how could these two have found themselves in such dire circumstances? "I am Green Pearl, and I am immensely grateful for Captain Lu Jin's rescue of our sisters. Yulan, you have sacrificed so much for the Starsea elves that it is fortunate that you have returned without incident. Had anything happened to you, we would have been left to live in regret for the rest of our lives." The two Starsea elves felt a tumult of emotions. Once, they had been a proud and noble race in the universe. But now they were reduced to mere survival on this barren planet. Yet, in the presence of their companions, Yu and Yulan cast aside their past gloom. They had returned with Lu Jin, who they believed could mend the genetic deficiencies of the Starsea elves. With the restoration of their genetic integrity, their resurgence was only a matter of time. Under the guidance of Green Pearl and Purple Joy, Lu Jin followed Yu and Yulan into the tunnels. The labyrinthine passages made Lu Jin feel that without guidance, he might never find his way back. Suddenly, they halted before a wall that appeared to be a dead end. However, with a wave of her hand, Green Pearl infused her psychic energy into the wall, revealing a new passageway before them. Navigating through the tunnel, they entered an underground chamber. Observing such a concealed stronghold, Lu Jin could not help but marvel at the Starship Elves' caution. Everyone, Yu and Yulan have returned. Green Pearl's call activated the previously silent underground space, but a surge of psychic particles dispersed, revealing a series of rudimentary stone dwellings. As the Starship Elves shed their disguises, Lu Jin realized their living conditions were far from favorable. Their clothing was tattered, and food was in short supply. How could such a powerful race be reduced to such dire straits? They resembled refugees. Yu, Yulan, you have finally returned. An elderly Starship elf with silver hair and dressed in burlap emerged. Her gaze upon Yu and Yulan reminiscent of a mother welcoming her lost children. Upon recognizing the elder before them, Yu and Yulan were momentarily overcome with emotion. For she was the elder of their tribe, and their shared mother had perished in the endless battles they had faced. The orphans of war had been raised by this elder, known as Elder Ailon. Elder Ailon, we have returned. Despite their outward strength, Yu and Yulan rushed into Elder Ailon's embrace, relishing the long-awaited warmth. The elder tenderly stroked their hair, murmuring, "It is good to be back. You left the tribe without a word, and you cannot imagine how worried we were for you." Green Pearl, standing nearby, expressed her frustration, but her words caused Lu Jin to furrow his brow. Are you saying that Yu and Yulan have had no news since they left? Indeed, could something have happened to them? No, they are safe. Lu Jin recalled how he had spent a considerable sum at the auction to secure the sisters' freedom. Where had that money gone? If it had indeed reached the Starship Elves, how could they be living in such misery? Yu and Yulan shared a glance with Elder Ailon. Elder Ailon, we have worked as mercenaries over the years and earned a significant amount of money. Did we not send along with letters to you? Money, letters? Although the Starship Elves have been forced to constantly change their hiding places to evade bounty hunters, they had always sent coordinates to Yu and Yulan using psychic messages comprehensible only to their kind. However, every message they sent, or that was sent to them, had been intercepted by an unknown entity. Upon discovering the truth, Yu and Yulan clenched their fists, a surge of fury igniting within them. They had fought valiantly, even sacrificing their freedom, only to learn that their hard-earned money had never reached their kin. Lu Jin immediately activated his communication terminal, seeking out the signal of Yu Xin. In a resplendent galaxy, Yu Xin was momentarily taken aback by the sudden signal. Upon realizing it was Lu Jin, she swiftly connected the call. Lu Jin, are you safe? Yu Xin sighed in relief, her heart burdened by guilt over the incident with the Blackstone pirates. This guilt haunted her every night, leading her to contemplate reaching out to Lu Jin to ascertain his safety. Yet, fearing that the Blackstone pirates might intercept her communication, she had held back. Now, however, Lu Jin's call alleviated her worries. I am fine now. However, I need your assistance with a matter. Assistance? I would gladly help with any request, even 10 or 20. Yu Xin responded without hesitation. Fully aware of Lu Jin's invaluable contributions to the gem family, that I need you to investigate the whereabouts of the funds from the auction when I purchased Yu and Yulan. Investigating the flow of auction funds was a breach of gem family regulations. Yet, with the family restructured in Lu Jin's unassailable status, such an investigation would be a mere formality. Quickly, Yu Xin conducted her investigation. But upon uncovering the truth, her brows furrowed as if she had discerned the reason behind Lu Jin's inquiry into the flow of funds. Astonishingly, the ultimate destination of these funds led to an organization. Furthermore, Yu Xin discovered that the commissions earned by Yu and Yulan had also been deposited into this organization's account. The investigation revealed that all funds converged into a single account. Held by a bounty hunter. Chapter 84. The Bounty Hunter Guild. Evolution of the Starship Spirits. A bounty hunter indeed. Moreover, according to my findings, this bounty hunter operates within an organized framework belonging to a notorious group known as the Greedy Golden Wolf Guild. This guild is infamous in the realm of bounty hunters, comprising numerous outlaws, interstellar pirates, and various swindlers. Lu Jin, do you require my assistance? I can still be of help. Chui Yusin offered, feeling immense guilt on behalf of the Gem family towards Lu Jin. When the Blackstone pirates arrived, all she could do was warn Lu Jin to flee. What Lu Jin endured to ultimately escape the clutches of the Blackstone pirates remained a mystery to her. She could not empathize with his plight. Yet she understood that the Gem family had wronged Lu Jin. Had they been a bit more formidable, such a predicament might have been avoided. In response to Chui Yusin's offer for help, Lu Jin calmly replied, "There is no need for you to intervene. The reconstruction of the Gem family requires greater focus. I will handle the matters concerning the greedy Golden Wolf Guild myself." A mere bounty hunter guild is hardly a cause for concern. After acquiring the information he sought, Lu Jin ended the communication. He felt a tinge of surprise at the outcome, yet it fell within the realm of expectation. The Bounty Hunter Guild was indeed a motley collection of individuals. Given the identities of Yin and Yulan, it was understandable that they had attracted attention. It could only be said that they had been too naive. How dare these despicable bounty hunters deceive us? Yin seethed with rage, yet felt utterly powerless. The expansive Star Sea made the search for a bounty hunter akin to finding a needle in a haystack. With the Star Sea spirits now safe, they could only consider it a hard-earned lesson. The immediate priority was to gather their kin to address the genetic repair technology and resolve their current predicament. Elder, summon the remaining members of our clan. Our captain possesses the technology to mend genetic defects. You and I have already completely rid ourselves of the curse of genetic flaws. What? Genetic repair technology. Does such a technique truly exist within the Star Sea? When Elder AI Lan used her spiritual energy to examine Yin and Yulan's bodies, she was astonished to find that their genetic defects had indeed been repaired. This was nothing short of miraculous. Realizing the significance of this, Elder AI Lan, the most respected figure among the Star Sea spirits, knelt before Lu Jin as if in the presence of a deity. On behalf of the Star Sea spirits, I thank you for your benevolence. Henceforth, we shall erect a statue in your honor and sing your praises for eternity. Seeing this, Lu Jin stepped forward to assist Elder AI Lan to her feet. You need not do this, that I have merely fulfilled a promise made to Yin and Yulan. Moreover, I have already obtained what I desired. Indeed, following this mission, he would undoubtedly secure the loyalty of the Star Sea spirits. Thus, he would command two factions of spiritual energy users, the Somnolents and the Star Sea spirits. Such strength would render his fleet an elite force among the elite. Elder AI Lan interpreted Lu Jin's words differently. What you desire, she mused, glancing at Yin and Yulan. Upon observing the admiration in Yin's eyes directed at Lu Jin, she recognized this familiar expression as an elder of the Star Sea spirits. So it is. Yin is indeed a paragon among our kin. Elder AI Lan regarded Lu Jin with satisfaction. Although he was merely a human from the Blue Star, his displayed prowess far surpassed that of all Star Sea races. His impending act of salvation for the Star Sea spirits was nothing short of heroic. As the most beautiful member of the Star Sea spirits, Yin truly deserved a hero like Lu Jin. Lu Jin nodded in agreement, fully aware of the formidable strength and talent Yin had exhibited along their journey. Given time, she would undoubtedly emerge as the most illustrious warrior among the Star Sea. Lu Jin and Elder AI Lan exchanged knowing smiles, as if they both understood the unspoken thoughts of one another. Elder AI Lan, summon the remaining Star Sea spirits. There is no need for you to hide any longer. I shall employ you as my crew and assist in mending your genetic flaws. Of course, should you choose not to join my crew, I will grant you your freedom. Elder AI Lan understood that Lu Jin's offer to employ them as crew members was also a means of safeguarding them. After all, becoming part of the crew would ensure their safety, freeing them from their current precarious existence. However, Elder AI Lan hesitated to immediately accept, uncertain of how the remaining kin would respond. Upon gathering all the Star Sea spirits, Lu Jin surveyed the scene and was dismayed to find the situation even more dire than he had imagined. Firstly, their numbers were shockingly below 10,000, but among these thousands of Star Sea spirits, not a single male could be found. More critically, among the several hundred, there were only children, all of whom were female. With reproduction already a challenge, the absence of male Star Sea spirits meant that extinction was merely a matter of time if left unchecked. At that moment, Yin and Yulan sensed something amiss. Elder, are we missing some members? Indeed, where's that sluggard, Shuayin? She must still be sleeping until we've grown up together, and you know how she is. True, Shuayin does love to sleep in. However, Inyu and Yulan soon noticed that Elder AI Land's expression remained unchanged. She looked at them, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. Inyu, Yulan, the remaining kin are all present. The others are no longer with us. Over the years, the Star Sea spirits had traversed many places, and during their relocation, they inevitably faced exposure and pursuit. Given the circumstances, the fact that so many remained was a stroke of misfortune amidst calamity, so Qing Yi and the others are not here. Inyu and Yulan struggled to accept this grim reality. Yet, they gazed at their remaining kin and took a deep breath to quell their rising anger. At that moment, Lu Jin placed a hand on Inyu's shoulder, his voice resonating in her ear. Leave the matter of revenge to me. I am well versed in such affairs. Chapter 85. The formation of the Second Legion. Let the Star Sea spirits flourish once more. Captain, thank you. At this juncture, Inyu could only utter these words. Lu Jin nodded and began organizing the members of the Star Sea spirits to board his ship. Once aboard, the unseasoned Star Sea spirits gazed with childlike curiosity at their new surroundings. Elder, the food here smells wonderful. Elder, there's a room with a source of warm water. Elder, the beds are so soft. Elder, can we stay here forever? These children, having been perpetually on the run since they could remember, had never experienced the joys of life and had borne the weight of their race's impending doom. Elder AI Lon looked at these children, her eyes filled with compassion. Of course, seeing this, the other Star Sea spirits felt an even deeper sorrow. They could no longer continue to live in such despair. Otherwise, when facing extinction, the children would not even know what bread was. Rather than live in humiliation, it would be better to perish with dignity. At this moment, Elder AI Lon stepped forward at him, Lu Jin, allow me to initiate the genetic repair process. Elder AI Lon understood that the Star Sea spirits needed transformation. Change required a catalyst. With Inyu and Yulan having opened the door, Lu Jin had instilled hope in the Star Sea spirits. Now, it was her turn to fully unleash this potential. Lu Jin remained silent, but led Elder AI Lon to a prepared medical chamber. Inside, a somnolent was already readying himself. This somnolent had previously served as a physician within the Legion and possessed considerable mastery over spiritual energy. Under Lu Jin's guidance, he had become proficient in performing genetic repair surgeries using spiritual energy. Yet even so, today marked his very first procedure. Let us commence. With everything in place, the medical chamber was equipped with a plethora of life detection instruments, a far cry from the rudimentary conditions of the brilliant galaxy. In this manner, even in the face of errors, the surgical process could be swiftly adjusted, significantly enhancing the success rate of the operation. The surgery commenced. Elder Aelin dispelled all her spiritual energy defenses, while the sleeper infused their own spiritual energy into Elder Aelin's body. The energy transformed within her, weaving into countless threads, meticulously repairing the genetic defects within the Star Sea elf's essence, down to the very DNA. The entire procedure lasted for an hour, with all eyes fixed upon the life-monitoring apparatus. Yet until the surgery concluded, the device emitted no unusual sounds. I could see the moment the operation finished. Elder Aelin opened her eyes, experiencing a sensation she had never felt before. In that instant, she felt as if she were melting like an iceberg, rejuvenated with newfound life. It had succeeded. Elder Aelin could hardly believe it. Although she had witnessed the successes of Silver Moon and Yulan, now having undergone the surgery herself, she felt as if she were living in a dream. The other Star Sea elves, witnessing this, were filled with renewed confidence. This gene repair surgery had continued for nearly a month, culminating in the successful restoration of all the Star Sea elf genetics. This signified that their race was no longer bound by limitations. From this moment forth, each day would be a period of ascension for their kind. Great Mr. Lu Jin, you are the savior of our entire Star Sea elf race. After days of internal deliberation, we, the Star Sea elves, have unanimously decided to accept your employment and serve as your crew. To repay your kindness, our spiritual energy shall become the sword in your hand. Any enemy you face will become our adversary. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin took a deep breath. The entire Star Sea elf race, now free of genetic defects, would become an indispensable ally in his hands. Suppressing his inner excitement, Lu Jin calmed himself and presented the crew employment contract to Elder Aelin. You need not pledge your loyalty or sacrifice everything for me. You may review this employment contract that I will provide you with appropriate treatment as crew members, and this contract is not permanent. Once it expires, you may pursue your own aspirations and choose not to renew with me." Elder Aelin took the contract, and upon reading its contents, was even more astonished. As the great benefactor of the Starseed elf race, Lu Jin could have made far more extravagant demands, even requiring the Starseed elves to work for him without pay. Yet he did not. The contract stipulated only a 10-year term, a mere blink of an eye for the long-lived Starseed elves. Furthermore, during the contract period, Lu Jin would provide salaries and bonuses based on combat performance. Most importantly, the contract applied only to adult Starseed elves. The underage ones would enjoy all the benefits aboard the ship for free. The terms of this contract were nothing short of benevolent. In an instant, several Starseed elves signed the contract. Elder Aelin, gazing at the document, felt a pang of guilt towards Lu Jin, or Lu Jin. The terms of his contract seem rather generous. The Starseed race is born equal. I, Lu Jin, am not one to exploit others. Upon hearing this, Elder Aelin understood why the proud Starseed elf Silvermoon had fallen for a human from Blue Star. Had she not been somewhat older, she might have felt the same attraction towards Lu Jin. Soon, all the Starseed elves signed a contract. Lu Jin collected the contracts, each and every one accounted for, and declared, "Excellent. From now on, you shall be the crew of my fleet. Henceforth, there is no need for you to address me as her hero. Simply call me Captain. Next, I will head to a commercial planet to procure various equipment for you all. I only ask one thing, that you do not conceal your identities, but rather display your true selves and announce your return to the entire Starseed. What? We are to expose ourselves to the public." This decision left many Starseed elves hesitant. After all, they had hidden for so long. Would revealing themselves not give those who sought them an opportunity? However, Silvermoon quickly grasped Lu Jin's intention and stepped forward to address her kin. "Everyone, now that we are part of the Fireseed fleet, we need no longer hide that it is time to announce our return to the Starseed. Only by striking a decisive blow can we make it clear that we are not mere commodities." Chapter 86, Making a Grand Entrance. The Blood Servant Fleet of Chin Mo. The commercial planet, Ohart. Situated at the junction of the Endless Starseed and the Outer Starseed, this planet necessitates not only capital, but also formidable strength to conduct business. For despite being a commercial hub, the power dynamics are intricate and devoid of any semblance of order. Lu Jin chose this planet also as a preparation to enter the Endless Starseed. The ship docked at the port of Ohart, and, as the hatch opened, Lu Jin stepped out first, followed closely by Silvermoon and Yulan. Upon exiting the hatch, they turned back to see many Starseed elves hesitating at the entrance. "Everyone, we are no longer who we once were. It is time to take this crucial step. Indeed, be confident. From today onward, we are not rootless drifters. We are crew members of the Fireseed fleet. And there is nothing to fear." Encouraged by Silvermoon and Yulan, Elder Aelin took a deep breath and stepped out first. Subsequently, the other Starseed elves followed suit, standing proudly on this land for the first time. They gazed around in awe, as if still adjusting to these changes. Meanwhile, the surrounding alien races turned their attention toward them. The Starseed elves? Aren't they on the brink of extinction? Wow, so many Starseed elves. What day is this? Rumors had it that a bounty on a Starseed elf had approached 100 million credits in the black market. 100 million credits? If so many Starseed elves were sold in the black market, it would be a fortune. The eyes of the surrounding alien races glimmered with greed, sensing the familiar gazes upon them. The Starseed elves felt like frightened rabbits, their movements suddenly becoming timid. Witnessing this, Lu Jin could not help but facepalm. That seemed the Starseed elves had hidden for too long, forgetting that they were among the most formidable spiritual races in the cosmos. However, unlike the other Starseed elves, Silvermoon and Yulan had been with Lu Jin for some time. Confronting the greedy gazes of those eyeing their kin, the steadfast Silvermoon drew her blade without hesitation. Infusing her spiritual energy into the blade, an invisible, razor-sharp aura erupted, expanding like a tempest from her center. This sharp spiritual pressure descended upon the surrounding alien races. It was as if they had been doused with cold water, awakening them from their momentary greed. For a fleeting moment, they had forgotten the terrifying spiritual prowess of the Starseed elves. The surrounding aliens quickly scattered, no longer daring to cast their eyes upon them. "You see, as long as you are sufficiently resolute, no one will covet our identities," Silvermoon earnestly implored her kin. The Starseed elves, witnessing Silvermoon's conviction, gradually regained their confidence. They followed Lu Jin out of the spaceport, heading straight for the commercial center of Ohart. Just as Lu Jin was about to leave the port, he suddenly sensed something and turned sharply to look in a particular direction. Concerned, Silver Moon inquired. "What is it, Captain?" "Nothing." Lu Jin furrowed his brow. For just moments ago, he had felt someone observing him. Yet, when he turned to look, he saw no one. This led him to believe he might be overly fatigued, experiencing hallucinations. After all, with Silver Moon beside him, and her not sensing any danger, it was likely he was merely being overly suspicious. With that thought, Lu Jin composed himself and boarded the express train to the commercial center with the Starship elves. Meanwhile, once Lu Jin departed the spaceport, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows. Qin Mo. However, at that moment, she was cloaked in darkness, her eyes filled with terror. "Lu Jin. He has also come to Ohart. I must leave here quickly with the fleet. I cannot let him see me in this state." As Qin Mo stepped out of the shadows, her eyes, resembling rubies, glimmered in the light. Had Lu Jin been present, he would have recognized that this was a standard characteristic of the Blood Clan. During the battle in the Radiant Galaxy, Qin Mo had been bitten by a member of the Blood Clan. Initially indifferent, she soon found her body exhibiting traits of the Blood Clan after the battle's conclusion. Qin Mo was well aware of the dangers of being a Blood Clan member, yet she feared even more how Lu Jin would perceive her if her identity were to be revealed. As the daughter of a planetary lord, Qin Mo pondered how her family would treat her. This thought plunged her into a profound darkness. "I must discover a way to restore my humanity. The boundless starry sea holds infinite opportunities. Surely, there must be a method to alter my bloodline identity. My apologies, Lu Jin. I hope that by our next encounter, I will have found a solution." Turning away, Qin Mo returned to her ship. Upon entering the bridge, she took her seat as captain. The crew members who once stood by her side had long vanished. After departing from the brilliant star system, she had disbanded them all. Now, the ship's operations relied solely on death row inmates she had purchased at a high price from a prison planet. These transformed blood servants exhibited absolute loyalty, and many possessed formidable skills, thus enhancing the strength of her fleet. Yet, despite this, Qin Mo's expression remained troubled. At that moment, a striking woman with fiery red lips approached, bowing respectfully. "Captain, shall we initiate the ship's departure from Ohart Star? Blood Servant number 98 has prepared a new star map as per your request. Should we input it into the ship's system?" Qin Mo waved her hand dismissively, her impatience evident. The alluring woman immediately understood and began directing the other crew members to commence the ship's takeoff. With a thunderous roar, the engines propelled the vessel away from the spaceport. Qin Mo cast a final glance at Ohart Star, her eyes filled with profound sorrow. Whether she would ever meet Lu Jin again was uncertain. "Lu Jin, I hope that when we meet next, we will not be enemies." Chapter 87. Capture them all. Who is the prey? While leading the Starship elves on a shopping expedition in the commercial center, Lu Jin suddenly felt an itch in his nose and sneezed. Concerned, Silver Moon rushed over. "Captain, are you all right? Have you been overexerting yourself due to the matters concerning my kin?" Seeing Silver Moon's genuine concern, Lu Jin merely waved his hand, indicating he was fine. Rubbing his nose, he reflected on his vulnerability. In the boundless star sea, dangers lurked. Even Yu Tiansong had donned psychic armor for protection. He too needed to find a suitable psychic gene seed to transform himself into a powerful psychic. Just then, Lu Jin noticed the name of a shop and decisively halted. To his surprise, it was a gem family establishment. The shop prominently displayed the emblem of the gem family, prompting Lu Jin to enter without hesitation. Upon stepping inside, a staff member promptly approached. "Welcome to the Four Seas Commerce. How may I assist you? Is your employer the gem family from the brilliant star system?" Taken aback by Lu Jin's inquiry, the staff member quickly nodded upon realizing the truth. Recognizing the significance of the gem card given to him by Cui Yusin, Lu Jin retrieved it. The staff member's eyes widened in disbelief. As a worker in a gem family establishment, he had been educated about the card's existence and knew that anyone possessing it was undoubtedly of high status. Without delay, the staff member rushed to inform the general manager. Upon hearing about the arrival of a gem card holder, the manager, Mo's son, wasted no time in attending to Lu Jin. "Esteemed gem card guest, I am Mo's son, the general manager of this commerce. How may I serve you?" Surprised by the general manager's presence, Lu Jin glanced at his gem card, realizing its immense value. "These are my crew members. I need to purchase them a set of combat uniforms and casual attire. Please present your recommendations." This is a significant order. Mawson's face lit up with joy as he clapped his hands, summoning the store staff to assist the Star CLs with their fittings. Lu Jin settled into a VIP lounge, savoring exquisite Star C red tea and delicacies from the boundless Star C. Reclining on the soft sofa, he took a rare moment to relax while the elves tried on outfits. Time passed, and Lu Jin was roused from his slumber by commotion. When did merchandise start shopping in stores? I've never seen so many Star C elves at once. The informant's intel had proven accurate. He anticipated the elf collective appearance that if you don't want trouble, step aside, or my firearms won't show mercy. Emerging from the VIP lounge, Lu Jin witnessed a tense standoff. The Star C elves, led by Silver Moon, confronted a group of armed extraterrestrials, their greedy eyes fixated on the elves, viewing them as lucrative prizes. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the standoff. A bullet pierced the forehead of one extraterrestrial, and Lu Jin, wielding a memory pistol, fired again. The extraterrestrials had not anticipated that a third party, a human from Blue Star, would disrupt their confrontation. Curse it! We're under attack, before the warning could finish. Silver Moon and Yulan sprang into action, their movements swift and deadly as they dispatched several extraterrestrials. Witnessing the spectacle, the Star Sea elves recalled Lu Jin's previous actions, and an aura of psychic energy enveloped them. An extraterrestrial, panicked, fired his weapon, only for the bullet to inexplicably hover in mid-air. In a moment of terror, the bullet reversed its trajectory and struck the shooter as forehead. Within moments, only one extraterrestrial remained alive. Capture this one and bring him aboard the silent coffin for interrogation. Understood. A sleeper materialized silently beside Lu Jin. The extraterrestrial, now pale with fear, realized the magnitude of his folly. After securing the last captive, Lu Jin turned to General Manager Mo-sun, who had valiantly protected the Star Sea elves during the conflict. That I will report this incident to the Gem family in the Brilliant Star system. You have performed admirably. If the clothing selections are satisfactory, please proceed with the payment. Relieved, Mo-sun felt a weight lift from his chest. He had made the right choice. From the moment the Star Sea elves entered the shop, he anticipated potential conflict. Yet he remained steadfastly loyal to Lu Jin, knowing that protecting the elves was a prudent decision in the presence of a gem card holder. Subsequently, Lu Jin guided the Star Sea elves on a shopping spree, acquiring resources, supplies, and various rare treasures. Although it appeared he accompanied the elves, he remained vigilant, aware that the fish were nearly caught. Chapter 88. The fish are hooked. Surprise them. Captain, our interrogation has concluded. As you suspected, they were indeed hired. However, they could not divulge the identity of their employer. Following the sleeper's interrogation, the extraterrestrial revealed all he knew. Lu Jin was not surprised by the information. His mission to bring the Star Sea elves to O'Hart was to resolve their plight once and for all. The results were evident, as the fish had congregated around his ship, with suspicious extraterrestrials now lingering nearby, trading intelligence. After a while, Lu Jin decided to take action rather than wait any longer. He initiated the ship's control system. Prepare the silent coffin for takeoff? Understood. The silent coffin was the first to ignite its engines, departing from the starport and entering the vast expanse of the starry sea. After making necessary preparations, Lu Jin decisively chose to activate his own engines. The moment the ship's engines roared to life, the lurking extraterrestrial races sprang into action. Their target had ignited its engines, seemingly preparing to leave O'Hart. Such a swift departure. It appeared he had realized he was being watched. With so many celestial spirits in tow, it was no surprise he attracted attention. Pursue them. The others must be itching to act. We cannot allow them to strike first. As he spoke, a multitude of ships soared into the sky. Leaving the starport, Lu Jin glanced back at the endless cosmos, observing numerous ships trailing behind his vessel. Without a hint of hesitation, they disregarded Lu Jin's medium-sized ship, viewing it as nothing more than a tempting morsel. With that thought, Lu Jin felt no hesitation and immediately activated the speed panel on his ship. Accelerating its velocity as the ship's speed surged, the bounty hunters following him began to grow restless. No one going to make a move? If no one acts, I shall take the initiative. This kid's ship is approaching jump speed. If we don't act now, it will be too late. What a bunch of cowards. Allow me to fire the first shot. I am eager to unleash my firepower. Boom! At that moment, a beam of light descended like a divine sword, piercing through one of the ships. Instantly, that ship erupted into flames, shattering into pieces. Witnessing this scene, the bounty hunters' expressions shifted dramatically. Who is it? Why are they attacking their own? What is happening? The hunt has not even begun. And infighting has already commenced? Haha, they truly are a rabble. I must keep my distance. My ship loan still has 3,000 years to pay off. Before he could finish speaking, hundreds of missiles rained down upon the ships like a torrential storm. In an instant, the sky lit up with fire, and several relatively fragile small ships were obliterated. At that moment, the bounty hunters finally discovered the culprit. It was the long-prepared Silent Coffin, not far away. As a warship, the Silent Coffin boasted top-tier equipment among large vessels. Inside the bridge, Yin cast a disdainful glance at these ships and snorted at a bunch of trash. Faced with these adversaries, Yin did not even need to deploy fighters for ground battles to eliminate their living forces. The equipment of both the Prometheus and the Silent Coffin was sufficient to make these greedy bounty hunters pay the price. With that in mind, Yin glanced at the weapons panel and resolutely initiated a new wave of attacks. Against a large warship, especially one equipped with superior weaponry, these ships had no room for retaliation. Damn, what is this ship? Why is it attacking us out of the blue? Wait, I remember this ship entered the starport alongside that medium-sized vessel. Could there be a connection between them? Regardless of their relationship, I only know that if we do not leave now, we shall be reduced to rubble. What are we afraid of? With so many ships, how can we fear just one vessel? Some aggressive bounty hunters, far from being intimidated by the Silent Coffin's assault, began organizing a counterattack. A multitude of ships gathered together, leveraging their formidable defenses to withstand the Silent Coffin's onslaught. Once all the ships were assembled, they immediately activated their energy weapons. All energy weapons were aimed at a single point. Even a large warship would struggle to withstand concentrated fire in a short span. All preparations in place. Fire, hundreds of laser beams converged into a single stream, aimed directly at the Silent Coffin. But at that moment, the Prometheus appeared like a phantom before the Silent Coffin. The laser beams struck the Prometheus, only to be devoured by its void shield. Witnessing this scene, all the bounty hunters were left dumbfounded. What is this? Our attack was consumed by their shield. Indeed, it was undeniably absorbed. Otherwise, such a massive energy attack could not have gone unnoticed. Damn, what kind of shield system does this ship possess? A shield capable of absorbing attacks. This was their first encounter with such a phenomenon. Moreover, it was astonishing that a single ship could effortlessly neutralize the combined assault of so many vessels. How troublesome. Meanwhile, within the bridge of the Prometheus, Lu Jin's lips curled into a slight smile. The current Prometheus was indeed formidable. All the laser beams had been swallowed into the void, and now Lu Jin's task was to release them back at fixed coordinates. Coordinates set. In an instant, a spatial rift appeared at the center of the bounty hunter's fleet. The previously vanished laser beams erupted from the rift, raining down upon the bounty hunter's ships, leaving them in ruins. On the Silent Coffin, Yin's eyes sparkled with intrigue at this astonishing display of void shield device. No, it is different from the void shield devices used by the Holy Terra. This void shield not only absorbs attacks, but can also release them to counter the enemy. Chapter 89. Capturing the Thief and the King. The end is the beginning. Under Lu Jin's relentless tactics, the fleet composed of scattered extraterrestrial races had no room for resistance. After such bombardment, the condition of the alien vessels was dire. Many among them began to reconsider their involvement. Despite their numerous ships, they had inflicted no damage upon Lu Jin, only suffering severe losses. This was sufficient proof that their opponent's strength far surpassed theirs. If this continued, even if they managed to win, it would be a hard-fought victory. Just as they hesitated, Lu Jin issued another command. All Celestial Spirit crew members, I hereby give you your first combat order. Pilot the fighters towards those heavily damaged ships and capture their captains. Indeed, since these individuals target the Celestial Spirits, let the Celestial Spirits themselves apprehend these greedy bounty hunters with so many alien races involved. There would undoubtedly be news about the greedy Golden Wolf Gang. It was a twofold gain. Not only would it restore the Celestial Spirits' reputation, but it would also effectively gather intelligence on the greedy Golden Wolf Gang. At this moment, the Celestial Spirits looked towards the battered fleet outside, their gazes growing resolute. Lu Jin had done so much for them, even placing himself in peril. If they continued to cower, how could they ever repay Lu Jin's nurturing? I understand. As a crew member of the Spark Fleet, I will complete this mission. One celestial spirit stepped forward, her gaze unwavering, and her psychic pressure steadily rising. Lu Jin felt a surge of pride. The one stepping forward was neither Yin nor Ai Lan, but an ordinary celestial spirit. This indicated that the celestial spirits were awakening. What he needed was a bold and fearless legion, not a timid assembly of celestial spirits. Therefore, the process of eradicating the greedy Golden Wolf Gang would also serve as a transformation for the celestial spirits. "Captain, let me join as well." Inu volunteered, and Lu Jin did not refuse. After leaving the bridge, Inu made her way to the hangar and boarded a fighter. As the runway doors opened, Inu inhaled deeply and decisively activated the fighter's engine system. In an instant, several fighters soared from the ship. Inu glanced to the side, where another celestial spirit met her gaze, and they exchanged a determined look. The fighter approached a ship that had been left in ruins from the earlier assault. Targeting a breach, Inu pushed the ship's engine power to the maximum. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. Boom! The fighter pierced into the ship's interior like a sharpened blade. Smoke billowed as numerous alien soldiers gathered, before the smoke could dissipate. They raised their firearms and began firing at the fighter's location. A torrent of bullets fell like rain, and when the shooting ceased, all the soldiers stared intently at the fighter. Suddenly, a glint of cold light appeared in their line of sight. The fighter was cleaved in two. In that instant, a psychic pressure surged through the space like a ferocious flood. The soldiers felt as if an invisible force had tightened around their necks, making it difficult to breathe. Emerging from the smoke, Inu wielded a sharp blade. Before the soldiers could react, Inu propelled herself forward, leaving behind an afterimage as her psychically enhanced body dashed through the air. By the time they responded, she had already reached among them. With her blade infused with terrifying psychic energy, she swung it with lethal precision. In that moment, a wave of psychic energy transformed into a blade, cleaving through a row of soldiers. Without Lu Jin by her side, Inu revealed her most ruthless side. After all, she and Yulan had once undertaken countless perilous and arduous mercenary missions in terms of psychic talent. Silver Moon may not be the foremost among the Starsea elves. However, when it comes to combat experience, even Yulan cannot compare to Silver Moon. With the ease of slicing through melons, Silver Moon swiftly reached the command bridge. As she opened the bridge door, she was confronted by the barrels of hundreds of guns, all aimed squarely at her. "How audacious you are, daring to invade my ship with only yourself? I concede. Your ship's firepower is indeed formidable, but that does not warrant your reckless intrusion. To my surprise, before leaving this wretched place, I could still stumble upon an unexpected haul. Capture this fellow for me. I am certain he will fetch a handsome price." Upon hearing that last sentence, a murderous intent surged in Silver Moon's eyes. At this juncture, these bounty hunters still harbored such nefarious thoughts. Do they still think they can take me alive for a bounty? Damn it! A wave of fury surged within her, and Silver Moon stepped forward, a powerful psychic pressure radiating around her. The soldiers nearby were instantly enveloped by a primal fear, a natural instinct in the presence of a formidable being. Opened fire. Overcome by terror, many soldiers chose to defy orders and shoot. Yet when the bullets fell before Silver Moon, they realized the vast chasm that lay between ordinary humans and psychic beings. All the bullets hovered in front of Silver Moon, as psychic energy formed an invisible barrier before her. With a mere wave of her hand, the bullets began to reverse direction. Go! The psychic energy erupted, sending a massive shockwave that propelled the bullets straight into the surrounding alien species. In an instant, everyone in the command bridge was annihilated. Silver Moon then approached the alien captain, sneering before delivering a kick to his face, rendering him unconscious. Following this, she used her psychic power to drag him like a lifeless pig and tossed him into the cargo hold of the ship. The mission was complete within the command bridge of the Prometheus. Lu Jin immediately ordered Silver Moon to return upon receiving her message. Subsequently, other Starsea elves began relaying messages back as well. Lu Jin nodded. Just as he had anticipated, the missions completed by the Starsea elves were all executed with remarkable efficiency. After all, their racial talents destined them to be formidable warriors. However, due to genetic flaws, they had concealed their prowess for too long. Now that the shackles were lifted, they no longer needed to belittle themselves. The Sleeper Legion could now cease their operations. Upon hearing Lu Jin's command, the Sleeper Legion immediately halted their attacks on other ships. The fleets that had been under heavy fire fled the battlefield, as if granted a reprieve. Chapter 90. Severe torture, a lenient release. That ship has ceased its attack on us. The electromagnetic interference signal has been lifted, and communications have returned to normal. What does this mean? Are they letting us go? Why are you all still standing there? Do you wish to be captured? These bounty hunters were already petrified with fear. Following this battle, they understood the vast disparity between themselves and Lu Jin. Faced with the coordinated efforts of the Silent Coffin and the Prometheus, no matter how many ships they had, they were merely a disorganized rabble. Many alien races had already been captured by Lu Jin. If they did not flee now, they would surely meet the same fate as those unfortunate souls, AS of the bounty on the Starsea Elves. No amount of money is worth spending your life for. Watching the ships fleeing the star system, Yunmeng Yan aboard the Silent Coffin sneered, her disdain for these bounty hunters evident in her tone. Humph! A group of fools blinded by desire, utterly ignorant, with the enemies neutralized. The ship entered a state of alert. Drones were dispatched to commence battlefield cleanup, prioritizing the collection of core ship components. All collected core components were to be transported to the Prometheus. Yunmeng Yan understood well that these core components were crucial for upgrading the Origin warship. The Silent Coffin had already replenished a significant amount of resources at the Holy City. Thus, the cleanup was also to facilitate Lu Jin's upcoming ship upgrades. At this moment, Lu Jin arrived at the holding chamber for prisoners of war. Through the specially designed glass, he observed the bound alien captives within. Without exception, these captives were bounty hunters drawn by the hefty bounty on the Starsea Elves. Some of them were evidently still unaware of their predicament. Damn it! After all these years as a bounty hunter, I can't believe I end up in this situation. After hunting birds for so long, I've become the prey. I accept my fate. Do what you will. Do you know who I have behind me? I advise you to release me now. There might still be room for negotiation. Why are you imprisoning us? What do you intend to do? These imprisoned bounty hunters could not see Lu Jin behind the glass. After observing for a moment, Lu Jin activated the intercom system, transmitting his voice into the holding chamber. Since some of you are so stubborn and eager for death, I shall accommodate you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jin pressed a button. Immediately, a machine gun turret emerged from the wall of the holding chamber. Before the bounty hunters could react, the turret aimed at the heads of several alien races. Bang, bang, bang! With the sound of gunfire, the entire holding chamber fell silent. A heavy scent of blood permeated the air, and the once boisterous bounty hunters now appeared ashen-faced, no longer daring to utter a word. This guy really dares to shoot. Wait, I surrender. I'm not as tough as they are. What do you want? Money. Or something else? I swear if you spare me, I'll do anything you ask, under Lu Jin's intimidating display of force. Some of the less resolute individuals finally spoke up. They pursued a career as bounty hunters merely for the money. Thus, when faced with the imminent danger of death, they promptly chose to surrender. Lu Jin favored such individuals, as they often provided him with valuable intelligence. Excellent. I have only one piece of information I seek. That is regarding the greedy Golden Wolf Guild that I require all intelligence related to them. Whether it be location coordinates or personnel information. The greedy Golden Wolf Guild? Upon hearing this name, the faces of these individuals visibly shifted. The holding chamber fell into a long silence, with no one daring to speak. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes, contemplating that the greedy Golden Wolf Guild was likely not an ordinary bounty hunter organization. Noticing the silence, Lu Jin decided to speak again. Since none of you are willing to share, your presence here is of no use. Soon as he finished speaking, the machine gun turret aimed at one of the bounty hunters once more. This tactic proved to be effective in the face of imminent death. That bounty hunter could no longer hold back and quickly spoke up. Wait, I know. I possess information about the greedy Golden Wolf Guild. The greedy Golden Wolf Guild is a bounty hunter organization with a total membership exceeding 50,000. However, among these 50,000, only 1,000 are core members, while the rest are peripheral members who cannot access core secrets. I know a peripheral member of the greedy Golden Wolf Guild. I can provide you with his contact information. Excellent. This information is very useful to Lu Jin. Even he did not expect such a large scale for a bounty hunter guild. Congratulations, you may leave the Lu Jin signal for a sleeper to enter and escort the informant out. As the informant was released, the others grew increasingly anxious. They knew most of the information they possessed was redundant. Thus, if someone spoke first, they would miss their chance. Consequently, everyone began to spill information. I also know that the greedy Golden Wolf Guild has rapidly developed in recent years due to their connections with the Blackstone Pirates. Rumor has it that high-ranking members of the greedy Golden Wolf Guild have ties to the Blackstone Pirates. The Blackstone Pirates? What a surprising twist of fate. The greedy Golden Wolf Guild is indeed entangled with the Blackstone Pirates. However, this revelation did not overly shock Lu Jin. You can leave as well. The sleeper stepped forward and escorted the informant out. Seeing the envious gazes directed at him, the released bounty hunter was filled with joy. Yet simultaneously, a resentful glance fell upon Lu Jin's back. Once I escape this predicament, I'll surely relay this information to the greedy Golden Wolf Guild. The Starship elves are highly sought after in the bounty hunter community. If I can't handle them, surely the greedy Golden Wolf Guild can. Even if they fail, they have the Blackstone Pirates backing them. With this thought, the bounty hunter couldn't help but feel elated, pondering that he might even profit from it. Just then, the sleeper halted and placed the bounty hunter before a particular hatch. Staring at the hatch before him, the bounty hunter was momentarily bewildered. Wait, isn't this the ship's waste disposal chamber? Shouldn't you take me to the spacecraft's docking chamber? Chapter 91. Exiled in the Star Sea. The energy sniper rifle. In response to the bounty hunter's inquiry, the sleeper drew a firearm. With an expressionless demeanor, he pulled the trigger, and in an instant, several energy bullets pierced through the bounty hunter's body. Once the sleeper confirmed the bounty hunter was lifeless, he exited the chamber. Turning to activate the door release button, a powerful suction force propelled the alien's corpse into the endless sea of stars, in the vacuum of space, devoid of any protective measures. The body was instantly frozen. Subsequently, the frozen corpse collided with another previously frozen body, shattering both into fragments of ice, rendering even divine intervention futile. Upon the sleeper's return to the confinement chamber, Lu Jin had completed the collection of all pertinent intelligence. Now, the chamber was littered solely with corpses. The sleeper remained silent, continuing to clear the bodies from the chamber. After hearing of these events, Yun Mingyin's evaluation of Lu Jin rose significantly. Had Lu Jin let these individuals go, she would have deemed him lacking in discernment. After all, each release could introduce a variable in the future. Once identified as an enemy, one must strive to eradicate them completely, as Lu Jin organized all the intelligence. He couldn't help but reflect on the formidable, greedy Golden Wolf Brigade. Although he had never heard of this bounty hunter group in his past life, the materials he compiled indicated it was indeed a significant organization. Moreover, these bounty hunters acted with such disorganization that gathering concrete information about them proved challenging. To eliminate the greedy Golden Wolf Brigade entirely would require considerable effort. Yet for the desired outcome, all efforts were worthwhile. To establish a foothold in the endless star sea, I must first cultivate sufficient prestige. As the greedy Golden Wolf Brigade operates under the Blackstone Pirates, it could serve as an excellent stepping stone. With this thought, a faint smile graced Lu Jin's lips as he began to devise a plan concerning the greedy Golden Wolf Brigade. Just as Lu Jin was deep in contemplation, a notification suddenly popped up on the ship's panel. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully upgraded the progress to 10. Ding. Successfully unlocked the Origin Weapon Research Lab. Unlocking Weapon Blueprint. Energy Sniper Rifle. Oh, unbeknownst to me, the ship's upgrade progress had unexpectedly surpassed 10. Upon inspecting the upgrade status, Lu Jin was astounded to discover that the ship had devoured the core components of dozens of vessels to achieve this progress. Faced with this revelation, Lu Jin could only facepalm. The Origin warship had indeed transformed into a voracious behemoth. He had been oblivious to its insatiable consumption of materials. However, as the Origin warship reached the status of a medium-sized vessel, the items unlocked upon upgrading had also become increasingly impressive. Entering the newly unlocked Origin Weapon Research Lab, Lu Jin marveled at the fully automated weapon manufacturing assembly line. After inputting the blueprint formula and supplying the necessary materials, the entire assembly line sprang to life. Within less than an hour, a brand new energy sniper rifle materialized in Lu Jin's hands. Lifting the energy sniper rifle, he noted its remarkable lightness. Following a series of tests, Lu Jin found himself thoroughly satisfied with the weapon. As someone with extensive combat experience, he could readily assess its practicality. However, after some exploration, he was perplexed as to why he couldn't locate the magazine for this firearm. Was it energy-based? Upon reflecting on the weapon's name, Lu Jin's expression darkened. The energy sniper rifle. Could it be that only energy users could wield this weapon? This thought left Lu Jin speechless. In his frustration, he summoned a sleeper. Captain, What are your orders? Test the new weapon. The sleeper, regarding the energy sniper rifle in Lu Jin's hand, could not help but scoff internally. What kind of equipment could possibly compare to the explosive rifles designed by His Sacred Majesty? However, respecting Lu Jin's status, the sleeper accepted the firearm and diplomatically remarked, "Captain, our sleeper legion has utilized explosive rifles and standard equipment for too long. I fear the new weapon may not yield significant results in our hands. No matter, I summoned you solely to assess the weapon's performance." With Lu Jin's dismissal of further discussion, the sleeper complied, gripping the energy sniper rifle. Following Lu Jin's instructions, the sleeper channeled his energy as expected. Upon contact with the energy, the weapon began to charge itself. Once charged, the sleeper stood in the shooting range, aiming at a distant target. He pulled the trigger. Bang! A deep yet resounding gunshot reverberated. Immediately, the distant target shattered into pieces. It was noteworthy that the target had been crafted from alloy. Albeit of the lowest grade, it still possessed commendable defensive capabilities. .1 energy bullet had obliterated it. Such power left the sleeper momentarily stunned. Gazing at the firearm in his hands, he felt a profound sense of astonishment. As a battlefield veteran, he recognized that this weapon was not only exceptionally designed, but also exhibited negligible recoil during firing. Most critically, its power was formidable. Despite the prerequisite that only energy users could operate it, its performance surpassed that of explosive rifles in many aspects. While the explosive rifle offered greater power, its substantial recoil demanded considerable effort to manage. "Captain, I believe I need to conduct further tests to fully comprehend the capabilities of this weapon." Upon hearing this, Lu Jin snapped his fingers. Instantly, numerous targets appeared in the shooting range, some even beginning to move. The sleeper immediately understood and entered a combat-focused mindset. Bang, bang, bang. Under the scrutiny of professional testing equipment and slow-motion analysis, Lu Jin discerned that the weapon's immense power stemmed from its internal mechanisms, which compressed energy into a nearly tangible state. The energy, originally in a non-physical state, transformed into physical damage comparable to live ammunition after compression. Once the testing concluded, the sleeper was utterly enamored with the energy sniper rifle. Aside from its significant energy consumption and high entry threshold, it was nearly a flawless weapon. Chapter 92. Fully armed. Sharpening the blade before battle. A weapon usable only by energy users, with considerable energy consumption? Would such drawbacks truly be detrimental to the Sleeper and the Starsea Elves? Setting aside the Sleeper Legion's extensive combat experience, the Starsea Elves possessed inherent racial talents, although the current combat prowess of the Starsea Elves lagged behind that of the Sleepers. With adequate training, they would eventually match, and perhaps even surpass, the Sleeper's capabilities. This was precisely why Lu Jin sought to recruit the Starsea Elves. No one understood better than Lu Jin the terrifying potential of the Starsea Elves' innate abilities. Perhaps even the Starsea Elves themselves were unaware of the true extent of their formidable talents. "Captain, I propose equipping more energy sniper rifles for our Sleeper Legion. While the explosive rifles boast impressive power, their considerable recoil can negatively impact our operational efficiency at medium to close ranges. However, if we employ explosive rifles for long-range sniping, energy sniper rifles for medium-range assaults, and thunder greatswords for close combat, the operational capabilities of the Sleeper Legion would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement." As a battlefield veteran, the Sleeper understood this concept all too well, that on the battlefield, only a diverse array of weaponry could effectively address various unforeseen circumstances. However, not all weapons could be included in the Sleeper Legion's arsenal. The fact that the energy sniper rifle had captivated the Sleeper underscored its formidable capabilities. Understood. Recognizing the impressive performance of the energy sniper rifle, Lu Jin was even more convinced of the superiority of the items unlocked after the upgrade of the Origin warship. The Origin warship, a treasure of the Starsea, continued to astonish Lu Jin time and again. His investment of materials to elevate it to this level was undoubtedly justified. Returning to the weapon research lab, Lu Jin began preparing materials for the mass production of energy sniper rifles. The materials required for crafting the energy sniper rifle were not particularly rare. In fact, they were rather commonplace, comprising some alloys, polymers, and other materials. The total cost of these materials was even insufficient to purchase a high-tech plasma rifle on the market. Yet here, through the weapon manufacturing system within the Origin warship, they could be transformed into a sufficiently powerful energy sniper rifle. One after another, energy sniper rifles cascaded down the assembly line and were packed into weapon crates. Subsequently, these crates filled with energy sniper rifles were transported to the Sleeper Legion and the Starsea Elves. Upon opening a weapon crate, Yun Mingyan beheld the energy sniper rifles inside. Picking up one of the rifles, she followed the usage instructions and infused it with her energy. After a series of rigorous tests, even the esteemed Legion commander Yun Mingyan couldn't help but express her admiration. The psionic hunting rifle is exquisitely designed. Such a weapon is undoubtedly worthy of being included in the arsenal of the Dreamer's Legion. Our new captain certainly possesses remarkable abilities. Even the engineers from the Blazing Mars would require considerable time to fabricate such a weapon. Speaking of which, the captain mentioned training the Starsea Elves. How have you arranged for this? Despite her fervent affection for this new weapon, Yun Mingyan remained focused on her duties. This responsibility entailed that Lu Jin requested the Dreamer's Legion to assign a contingent of seasoned veterans, aiming to transform the Starsea Elves into a formal military unit before embarking on their next journey. This demand posed a significant challenge for the Dreamer's Legion, as it had been years since they had recruited new members, and only the ancient veterans possessed the techniques necessary for training new soldiers. Report to the Legion commander, we have selected a team of veterans, ready to proceed to the flagship for training. Excellent. Additionally, bring along a squad of new recruits so they can train alongside the Starsea Elves. The new recruits may be labeled as such, but they possess formidable combat experience. However, when compared to these battle-hardened veterans, they are indeed novices. Yun Mingyan devised this arrangement not only to facilitate an exchange of training techniques between veterans and recruits, allowing the new soldiers to learn from the veterans' methods, but also to ensure the rapid development of the Starsea Elves. Under Yun Mingyan's guidance, a group of dreamers swiftly arrived at the training chamber of the Prometheus. Inside the training chamber, both the Dreamers and the Starsea Elves donned specialized training protective gear. The veteran Dreamers, serving as instructors, regarded the new recruits with a stern demeanor. Today, I have received orders. The captain demands that we transform you into veterans before we reach our next destination. Frankly, I would rather face 1,000 void insects on the battlefield than stand here. But this is an order, and it is a soldier's duty to obey. From this moment on, I shall commence your training. If any of you cannot endure it, the captain has stated that your employment contract can be terminated immediately. Terminate the employment contract. Is there any difference from being expelled from the fleet? A collective gulp resonated among the recruits. They were unwilling to face the humiliation of being cast out. Thus, a grueling training regimen began. Lu Jin observed from outside the training chamber, watching the new recruits endure relentless drills in simulated harsh environments. For the forthcoming battle, Lu Jin felt compelled to adopt a harsh approach with them. He preferred that they suffer during training rather than lose their lives on the battlefield. Days turned into weeks, and the Starsea Elves began to undergo a remarkable transformation through their rigorous training. They no longer underestimated themselves. They grew stronger, their physiques robust, and their psionic abilities more potent. These Starsea Elves were evolving into true warriors. Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction, having specifically requested that the Dreamers enhance physical training within the curriculum. While innate talent may determine a psionic's potential, strengthening the body can infinitely elevate the baseline of their psionic capabilities. Only a powerful physique can withstand the might of overwhelming psionics. The example of the Celestial Dragon clan represented by Shelia serves as a testament to this principle. Casting a glance at the training Starsea Elves, Lu Jin then turned and entered the Life Cultivation Chamber. Within the Origin Cultivation Chamber, the Origin Spirit Tree had begun to flourish under the accumulation of various energy minerals. Beside the Origin Spirit Tree, Shelia remained in a deep slumber. Chapter 93, Night Attack on Gold Wolf Star, Annihilation. Listening to Shelia's even breathing, Lu Jin chose not to disturb her, just as he had entered quietly. He departed the cultivation chamber with equal discretion, that he understood that Shelia was in a transformative state, and the presence of the Origin Spirit Tree in the chamber was mutually beneficial for her metamorphosis. Exiting the cultivation chamber, Lu Jin returned to the bridge. According to the star map, they were nearing their destination, the stronghold of the greedy Gold Wolf gang, a peculiar planet known as Gold Wolf Star. This planet, much like the previously encountered ice planet, remained uncivilized. However, in contrast to the ice planet, Gold Wolf Star's terrain was exceedingly barren. Yet for bounty hunters like them, the fertility of the land bore little significance. All they sought was a temporary refuge. As the ship continued its voyage through the starry expanse, The strength of the Star Sea elves steadily grew, until at last, the pale yellow orb of Gold Wolf Star came into view. Lu Jin commanded all Star Sea elves to cease training and assemble. Report to the captain. All Star Sea elves have gathered. Gazing upon the transformed Star Sea elves before him, Lu Jin smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, they finally resemble warriors. Yet, this was still insufficient. A true warrior is akin to an unopened sword. Only through the baptism of blood and war can they become genuine champions. After training for so many days, you may still be unaware of the nature of our destination. I now reveal to you that the planet before you is called Gold Wolf Star. It is also the stronghold of the greedy Gold Wolf gang. The mention of the greedy Gold Wolf gang elicited clenched fists among the Star Sea elves. They were all too familiar with the notorious name. Over the years, it was this very gang that had devoured the wealth rightfully belonging to the Star Sea elves, while Inu and Yulan struggled in the outside world. These fiends continued to consume their resources. Had it not been for the greedy Gold Wolf gang's insatiable greed, their clan would not have endured such hardship. With these thoughts, the eyes of all Star Sea elves ignited with fury. Our objective this time is to annihilate the greedy Gold Wolf gang, making them pay for their avarice. Those willing to partake in this operation, please collect your equipment. We are likely to confront thousands of merciless bounty hunters. So I hope you are prepared. This time, not a single Star Sea elf showed any intention of retreating. Faced with the very bounty hunters who had tormented them, any retreat would render their continued presence in Lu Jin's fleet unnecessary. The Star Sea elves donned portable protective gear, equipping themselves with lightweight armor to shield vital areas. Subsequently, they armed themselves with melee weapons and the newly manufactured psionic hunting rifles. The stars within the galaxy radiated brilliant light. Yet the rotation of the planet ultimately cast portions into darkness. This operation would be led by Inu, with Yulan serving as her assistant. When the night falls, we shall commence our actions. The Dreamers will be responsible for sealing the periphery of the planet. Should any ships attempt to flee, eliminate them without hesitation. Understood. With all assignments delineated, the fully armed Star Sea elves stepped into the drop pods. Gold Wolf Star rotated slowly, while the bounty hunter stronghold on its surface remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. By the campfire, several bounty hunters gathered, discussing their recent spoils. This Gold Wolf Star is a wasteland. When can we relocate to the endless Star Sea? Exactly. What profit can there be in the outskirts of Star Sea? We might as well head to the endless Star Sea. Perhaps we can strike it rich. What's the rush? We, the greedy Gold Wolf gang, have allied ourselves with the Blackstone Pirates. According to the information I've gathered, the Blackstone Pirates might be planning a significant operation. If successful, we could secure a foothold in the endless Star Sea. Haha, precisely. Why rush? Besides, there is no lack of opportunities in the outskirts. I've heard that a batch of Star Sea elves has recently appeared near O'Hart. A batch of Star Sea elves? Have you been drinking too much? Spotting a single Star Sea elf is already a rarity, let alone a whole group. The inky darkness gradually enveloped the entire stronghold. The bounty hunters within were indulging in excess, with an array of liquor bottles strewn about. They sat around the campfire, relishing a rare moment of leisure. Perhaps in their subconscious, they believed that no one would dare disturb the greedy Gold Wolf gang stronghold. Yet this very notion would soon become a decision they would deeply regret. From the shadows emerged a squad of Star Sea elves. Bathed in the dim glow of the campfire, they appeared as specters risen from the depths of Hell Point. One of the bounty hunters rubbed his eyes, questioning his perception. What is going on? I haven't even drunk that much today. How could I be seeing things? Am I actually seeing a fully armed group of Star Sea elves? This is beyond bizarre. The bounty hunter across from him burst into laughter. Star Sea elves? My friend, you must be out of your mind dreaming of riches. It is truly astonishing that they could conceive such notions. Who remains unaware that the Star Sea elves, in their desperate struggle for survival, would not dare to appear in public view? If you were to believe such rumors, you ought to abandon your pursuits as bounty hunters. Before he could finish his words, the bounty hunter sensed something amiss. The expression on his companion's face shifted from confusion to shock, ultimately revealing sheer terror in his eyes. I could see that moment, a cold gun barrel pressed against the back of his head. Indeed, the times have changed. Dear bounty hunters, bang! The searing blood splattered across the campfire. The unsuspecting bounty hunters had never anticipated that an all-out assault would be launched against the lair of the greedy Golden Wolf gang. Some of these hunters, clinging to a glimmer of hope, hastily knelt in supplication. Wait, Do you even know whose territory this is? This is the stronghold of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang, closely affiliated with the Blackstone Pirates. I am merely an innocent passerby, a bounty hunter. Spare me. Starship elves? You slaves, how dare you lay a hand on us bounty hunters? Soon, after the initial chaos, the bounty hunters regained their composure. Chapter 94. A Fool's Errand. Negotiation. Enemy attack. For heaven's sake, do not sleep any longer. Rise. Get up quickly. If you do not rise, you shall lose your heads. Damn it. Who has the audacity to attack the stronghold of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang? Within the makeshift structures crafted from various portable materials, the bounty hunters hastily armed themselves. Bursting out of their quarters, they were met with a scene of utter pandemonium. Flames soared into the sky within the stronghold, and gunfire mingled with screams, evoking a chilling sense of dread. That moment, a Starship elf appeared within the bounty hunters' line of sight. Upon seeing the fully armed Starship elf, the bounty hunters widened their eyes in disbelief. The Starship elf? Surely, their eyes did not deceive them. The assailants were Starship elves? In the minds of these bounty hunters, the Starship elves are the most coveted prey on their hunting list. Now, the hunted had armed themselves and launched an assault on their camp. How absurd! After years of hunting, they found themselves being sought out by their quarry. The Starship elves? How laughable! Do they truly believe that wielding a firearm makes them hunters? Let this prey learn the consequences of offending hunters. The bounty hunters raised their weapons, aiming directly at the Starship elf across from them. Bang! With the sound of gunfire, a torrent of bullets surged forth towards the Starship elf. Yet, just as the bullets approached, they seemed to become mired in a quagmire, swiftly losing their momentum. The Starship elf's eyes glimmered with a faint light in the darkness, while an overwhelming aura of psychic energy radiated outward like a tidal wave. Faced with the suspended bullets, the bounty hunter's expressions shifted dramatically. Yet in the next moment, the Starship elf's gaze shifted and the hovering bullets altered their trajectory, hurtling back towards the bounty hunters. Witnessing this spectacle, the bounty hunters collectively gasped in horror. Run! In an instant, all the bullets returned. Several bounty hunters were struck down immediately. They fell to the ground, utterly bewildered that they had been hit by their own bullets. The Starship elf, surveying the fleeing bounty hunters with a frigid gaze, raised their psychic hunting rifle. Aiming, they pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Bullet after bullet of psychic energy was unleashed. Each hit guaranteed the demise of a bounty hunter. The mingling scent of gunpowder and blood filled the air, and the Starship elves felt an exhilarating surge of adrenaline. The bounty hunters were routed. Facing the fully armed Starship elves, they could not mount any resistance in a matter of moments. All surrounding structures lay in ruins. The Starship elves formed a tight encirclement, trapping all the bounty hunters in the center. Ultimately, all the Starship elves gathered before a building. Unlike the makeshift structures outside, this building stood in stark contrast. Resembling a fortress with various firing ports and defensive measures, it was evident that this was the residence of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang. Compared to other bounty hunters, the greedy Golden Wolf Gang clearly valued their lives far more. At that moment, the core members of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang congregated. Their earlier composure evaporated. Damn it! These Starship elves came prepared. Our communications have been severed. The entire planet is locked down. Even if we escape, we won't stand a chance. How did this happen? Should we force our way out? Breakthrough? Have you lost your mind? After capturing Starship elves for so many years, do you truly believe they are weak? These Starship elves have undergone professional training, vastly different from the ones we previously captured. Faced with a powerful army of psychics equipped with superior gear, how do you propose we fight back? Gazing at the encirclement of Starship elves outside, even the members of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang felt a sense of dread. Who could possibly gather such a multitude of Starship elves and train them into a fully armed force? Achieving such a feat is akin to climbing the highest mountain. Yet someone has done it. At this juncture, the leader of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang could no longer remain passive. If we continue to sit idly, we will surely be annihilated. The only option left is to go down and negotiate with them. If we can escape, we can report this matter to the Blackstone Pirates, even if they do not care for our sake. Seeing so many Starship elves, they would not simply stand by. With that thought, the leader of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang took a deep breath as he approached the window, peering out to assess the situation. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. The leader of the greedy Golden Wolf Gang, moving with lightning speed, ducked behind cover. The psychic bullet whizzed past his cheek. embedding itself in the ceiling. Gazing at the bullet hole now marring the ceiling, the leader felt a wave of dread wash over him. This fortress, constructed from various composite materials, had been tested during its construction. Even a barrage from dozens of armored vehicles would not breach its defenses. Yet one psychic bullet had pierced it. This demonstrated the terrifying power of psychic ammunition. Had he been struck, his head would have surely been pierced. No wonder his bounty hunters stood no chance against the Starsea Elves' onslaught. With such equipment, it is remarkable they could withstand it at all. Gentlemen, please spare me. I am Jean Sanlang, the leader of the greedy Golden Wolf gang. We can discuss matters amicably. After all, we are all out here, seeking wealth. If you would only spare my life, I would offer a ransom that would satisfy you. Ransom? Upon hearing this word, the murderous intent in Yu's eyes intensified. Among that money could very well be the fund she had once sent to her kin. Clenching her fists, she coldly replied, Jean Sanlang, did you ever consider this day when you deceived me? Hearing her words, Jean Sanlang paused. He did not respond immediately, as he had deceived not just Yu, but many Starsea Elves. However, Jean Sanlang, seasoned in the ways of the world, quickly regained his composure. We are all bound by circumstances. State your price, and I shall pay it in full. I implore you to show mercy and spare us. We are, after all, a fleet under the Blackstone pirates. If you annihilate us, you will surely attract their wrath. Jean Sanlang quickly invoked the name of the Blackstone pirates, hoping that the fear of their reputation would cause his adversaries to hesitate. Chapter 95. A Dead End. The Blackstone Pirates Hunting Operation. The Blackstone Pirates? Upon hearing that name, Yu could not help but chuckle softly. The Blackstone Pirates had long since issued a substantial bounty for the capture of Lu Jin. In fact, the bounty had now doubled. Their fleet and the Blackstone Pirates were already in a state of mortal conflict. Now, this bounty hunter dares to use the name of the Blackstone Pirates to intimidate them. Had Yu feared the Blackstone Pirates back then, she would not be standing here today. There is no need for further discourse. These bounty hunters must perish at her hands, suppressing the fury surging within her. Yu channeled all her emotions into the surging psychic energy, flowing into her blade point. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps out on the surface, appearing utterly composed. Yu approached the tightly locked door. As she reached the door, all the bounty hunters gripped their weapons tightly. Yet, even as Yu stood within their line of fire, not a single one dared to pull the trigger. They were merely bounty hunters. How could they contend with a psychic? The weapons in their hands? Utterly laughable. The power of psychic energy ranks among the pinnacle of all energetic forces. What could they possibly wield against the Starsea Elf, radiating such formidable psychic energy? At that moment, Yu made her move. All the psychic energy coalesced within her blade. In that instant, Yu felt as if her psychic level had burst forth like a dam releasing water. The furious and surging psychic energy effortlessly shattered the barrier that confined her. Astonishingly, her psychic level experienced a remarkable elevation. With a swift slash, a blade imbued with terrifying energy cleaved the door asunder. The sturdy gate, crafted from various composite materials, was effortlessly split in two. Meanwhile, Lu Jin, who was monitoring the battlefield, narrowed his eyes slightly upon witnessing Yu's prowess, a breakthrough in psychic level. Although Lu Jin was not particularly well-versed in the study of psychics, his previous life experiences, coupled with the emergence of an increasing number of psychics, had prompted him to conduct a cursory investigation into the phenomenon. Psychic energy is an intrinsic force that exists within living organisms. Throughout the annals of Blue Star's history, humanity had once awakened to psychic energy, known to the ancient Blue Star inhabitants as spiritual chi. However, for reasons unknown, this innate talent for psychic energy gradually vanished as the history of Blue Star progressed. In the vast cosmos, numerous formidable races have carved out their territories, leveraging their psychic talents. Such energy can enhance one's abilities and even evolve into various forms, altering the nature of their combat. Yu's strike was merely one manifestation of this potential. Yet, intense emotional stimuli can render psychic energy uncontrollable, which manifests in both detrimental and beneficial forms. Clearly, Yu's breakthrough belonged to the latter category. Lu Jin stroked his chin, silently cataloging his insights regarding psychic energy. The fortress had been breached, and the once mighty greedy Golden Wolf Brigade, a notorious bounty hunter faction, was rendered impotent in the face of the onslaught from the Starsea Elves. Upon reaching the battlefield, Lu Jin found that the brigade's leader, Jean Sanlang, had been thoroughly beaten. The captain. This individual was indeed the head of the greedy Golden Wolf Brigade. It was evident that while Inu harbored an immense hatred for the brigade, wishing to dismantle them entirely, she also understood that directly killing him would result in a loss of invaluable information. Thus, after venting her fury, she spared Jin Sanlang's life. Well done. Inu's ability to maintain her composure amidst hatred only deepened Lu Jin's admiration for her. His gaze then shifted to Jin Sanlang, who, despite his disheveled state, clearly heard Inu refer to him as captain. The man before him had not only gathered numerous Darcy elves, but had also trained them into a formidable army of psychics. Jin Sanlang struggled to open his bruised eyes, desperately trying to discern Lu Jin's appearance. However, upon catching sight of Lu Jin, a tempest of shock surged within him. That a human from Blue Star? The captain of this psychic army is actually a Blue Star human. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Inu unsheathed her blade and pressed it against his throat. The cold metallic sensation jolted Jin Sanlang back to reality. Please, if you spare my life, I will offer you all my treasures. At this juncture, Jin Sanlang clung to the hope that the other party sought wealth. If it was merely a matter of money, he might still have a sliver of hope. Lu Jin regarded Jin Sanlang without directly addressing his plea, instead opting to introduce himself. Though this is our first encounter, you are surely aware of who I am. My name is Lu Jin, a human from Blue Star. Lu Jin, a human from Blue Star? Jin Sanlang's mind raced with confusion. Despite this being their first meeting, how could he possibly know Lu Jin? Yet at that moment, a wanted poster flashed through his mind. Lu Jin from Blue Star, bounty 200 million credit points. You are the one with the 200 million credit point bounty from the Blackstone Pirate Brigade? Jin Sanlang gasped in disbelief. 200 million credit points? I can't believe my bounty has increased so soon. Upon hearing this, Jin Sanlang felt engulfed by despair, but of all the names to invoke, why the Blackstone Pirates? This individual clearly held animosity towards them. Mentioning the Blackstone Pirates was tantamount to courting death. A cold sweat broke out on his back. My lord, I joined the Blackstone Pirates out of necessity. Before Jin Sanlang could continue his defense, Lu Jin interrupted him. I have no interest in why you joined the Blackstone Pirates. What I seek are recent intelligence regarding them and all your treasures. Wealth? Jin Sanlang's heart soared with elation. If the other party sought treasure, things would be much simpler. Of course, no problem. Recently, the Blackstone Pirate have not returned to the endless Star Sea. Instead, they have been lingering on the outskirts. I've heard they're preparing for a hunting operation. Their target is none other than the formidable Shuanlian Star Dragon clan. What? Hunting the Shuanlian Star Dragons? Lu Jin's brow furrowed. Had the Blackstone Pirates gone mad? Did they not fear the repercussions from the Shuanlian Star Dragons? Moreover, the Shuanlian Star Dragons wandering the periphery were likely only a small group, led by Shelia's father. Chapter 96. The Wealth of Bounty Hunters. Coordinates Crystal. Hunting the Shuanlian Star Dragons. Such a scheme could only be conceived by the Blackstone Pirates. Just then, a memory surged in Lu Jin's mind. In his past life, the Blackstone Pirates had, at one point, defeated another faction among the 7 pirate kings. The balance that existed among the 7 pirates was shattered by their actions, prompting the other pirate kings to join forces and obliterate the Blackstone Pirates. Yet, even so, the Blackstone Pirates had dealt substantial damage to the other factions, leading to their swift eradication in the ensuing wars of assimilation. This event became known as the Blackstone Catastrophe. Now, the audacity of the Blackstone Pirates to hunt the Shuanlian Star Dragons, despite the risks involved, might very well be linked to the impending Blackstone Catastrophe. With this in mind, Lu Jin felt the situation was far from simple. Tell me everything you know. Seeing Lu Jin's demeanor, Jin Sanlang sensed an opportunity. He hastily divulged all the information he possessed. After all, Jin Sanlang had only recently joined the Blackstone Pirates and held no loyalty to them. To save his life, he even shared some rumors circulating within the ranks of the Blackstone Pirates. After acquiring a wealth of intelligence, Lu Jin inhaled deeply. Excellent. Your information is invaluable. Thus, I have decided to let you go. Lu Jin, keep my promises. You may leave now. What? I can leave. Jin Sanlang stood up, realizing that no one around him was obstructing his way. Overjoyed, he thought, this Blue Star human is indeed a benevolent soul. He truly intends to spare me. Once I return to the Blackstone Pirates, I will certainly report everything to Lord Sealand the Plunderer. Perhaps he will even reward me for it. However, just as he took a few steps forward, dizziness engulfed him. He then beheld his own headless corpse. Inu shook the blood from her weapon and coldly regarded the decapitated Jean Sanlang. The captain said to spare you, but I had no intention of doing so. In his final moments of consciousness, Jean Sanlang heard those words. Meanwhile, Lu Jin waved his hand, prompting numerous Starship elves to rush into the building, beginning to surround the remaining bounty hunters. Simultaneously, they transported all the treasures left behind by the bounty hunters onto their ships. Lu Jin hastily returned to the ship's interior and made his way to the origin cultivation chamber. Though the Xuanlian star dragons were formidable, their species required continuous hunting to replenish their energy. Often splitting into smaller tribes for this purpose, Shelia's father led a group of only about 100 Xuanlian star dragons. If they were indeed attacked by the Blackstone pirates, they could very well perish, becoming a part of the Blackstone catastrophe. With this thought, Lu Jin quickened his pace. He needed to relay this information to Shelia as soon as possible. Just as he reached the entrance of the origin chamber, the door swung open, revealing Shelia's figure. In that moment, Lu Jin was momentarily taken aback, for the Shelia before him was utterly transformed from his previous impression. Now, Shelia's flowing white hair shimmered like crystal, radiating an extraordinary luminescence. Even her humanoid form had undergone a change, becoming more alluring, akin to a dazzling gem. For a fleeting instant, Lu Jin found himself in trance. It was only when Shelia's voice broke the spell that he regained his senses. Indeed, the evolved Shelia possessed a charm that even the captain could not resist. Shelia, have you successfully evolved? Thanks to you, Captain, for feeding me the Void Bug Emperor. After a series of transformations, Shelia had assumed her dragon form. At this moment, the once snow-white scales adorning her body had transformed into crystalline dragon scales brimming with immense psychic energy. Not only that, but Shelia's psychic level had also skyrocketed, if Shelia's father's presence had exerted pressure akin to a mountain. Formidable and overwhelming. Then now, Shelia's psychic aura was shrouded in mystery and danger, reminiscent of a snow-capped mountain cloaked in mist. Today can be described as a double blessing. First, the silver moon has made a significant breakthrough. And now, Shelia has successfully evolved. The strength of the fleet has undergone a qualitative transformation today. At this moment, Lu Jin suddenly regained his focus. His purpose in seeking Shelia was not merely for casual conversation. Shelia, can you still get in touch with your father? My father? Shelia tilted her head, puzzled as to why Lu Jin was inquiring about her father. Could it be? Upon realizing this, Shelia felt her cheeks flush. However, upon seeing Lu Jin's serious expression, she quickly concealed her thoughts. Captain, if you wish to contact my father, why not use the coordinate crystal he entrusted to you? Coordinate crystal. At this moment, Lu Jin smacked his forehead. Recalling that he indeed possessed the coordinate crystal, he took it out. He gazed at the crystal in his hand. Initially, he had intended to use the coordinate crystal as a trump card, but he never anticipated it would be applied in this manner. With that thought, Lu Jin decided to utilize the coordinate crystal without hesitation. Seeing Lu Jin produce the coordinate crystal, Shelia couldn't help but inquire. Captain, why do you want to meet my father? Because I have just learned that the Blackstone Pirate Group intends to hunt the Star Dragon Clan. What? The mention of hunting the Star Dragon Clan caused Sheria's expression to change. She then let out a cold snort, her gaze turning fiercely sharp. Our Star Dragon Clan is known as the Hunters of the Star Sea. Yet, who would have thought we would one day become prey? Lu Jin explained to Shelia that although the Star Dragon Clan was formidable, they had been divided into numerous smaller tribes for the sake of convenience in hunting. The Blackstone Pirates might not be able to confront all the Star Dragons. But what if they targeted the smaller tribes? After all, the Blackstone Pirate Group possessed a Star Destroyer. If they were to launch an assault on the Star Dragon Clan, one could only speculate what the outcome might be. At this point, Shelia calmed down. Lu Jin's words held truth. Although the Star Dragon Clan was strong, they had indeed fragmented into many smaller tribes. Perhaps even Sheria's father could not have anticipated that someone would truly take action against them. Chapter 97. The first glimpse, the father and daughter meet, activating the coordinate crystal. Far away in an unknown star system, Sheria's father naturally received the signal from the coordinate crystal that he raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the vast starry sea to the area where the signal was emanating from. The coordinate crystal sending out a signal. Does a tribe require our assistance? No. This coordinate crystal emits a signal I gave to that blue star human. That blue star warrior. Has Shelia brought him some trouble? Regardless, I must go and confirm. After all, it was he who entrusted Shelia to Lu Jin. And now, so much time had passed as the leader of a tribe and Sharia's father, he could not remain indifferent to the signal from the coordinate crystal. Furthermore, the star dragons had just returned from hunt, making it the perfect time to migrate to their next destination. Thus, at the urging of Sharia's father, many star dragons began to awaken. They soared into the sky, heading directly towards Lu Jin's location. Along the way, Sharia's siblings expressed their longing for her. I wonder how much my little sister's strength has improved after all this time. Given her previous temperament, she probably hasn't advanced much if her strength is lacking. Our father surely won't easily allow her to return to the tribe. Never mind, I can take on Sharia's hunting quota in the future. Although our Star Dragon clan values strength, we are not heartless beings. Meanwhile, Sharia's father listened to the discussions of the children behind him, remaining silent as he pressed forward. How could he not worry about his children, especially his only daughter, Sharia? Yet, the responsibilities he bore compelled him to bury this tender concern deep within his heart. Simultaneously, he contemplated that if the blue star human could not accommodate Sharia, he would continue to keep her by his side. With his physical prowess, he could protect her for another 1,000 years. He hoped that during this time, she would be able to grow. With that thought, Sharia's father flapped his wings once more, unleashing the spiritual energy within him to form a swift energy passage behind him. In an instant, the entire Star Dragon clan transformed into a comet-like streak of light, vanishing from this star system in the blink of an eye. Once the Star Dragons disappeared from the star system, a small ship bearing the insignia of the Blackstone Pirates emerged from the shadows of the asteroid belt. The pirates aboard the ship furrowed their brows as they observed the direction in which the Star Dragon clan had departed. What is happening? Didn't these Star Dragons just undergo a hunt? Shouldn't they be resting and recuperating until the next hunt? Why are they suddenly on the move? Quickly report the situation regarding the Star Dragons to the boss. We finally lured them into a trap, and now they are escaping. Could it be that these Star Dragons have sensed that everything is a setup? Impossible. The Star Dragons are an extremely proud race. If they discovered that our recent hunting activities were traps we laid, they would have surely taken action against us by now. The Blackstone Pirates frowned. Their plan was supposed to be flawless. But why was there such a significant oversight now? Why were the Star Dragons migrating in such large numbers? What went wrong? Following the signal from the coordinate crystal held by Lu Jin, the Star Dragon clan soon arrived at the location where Lu Jin was situated. A planet, covered in various minerals, presented a grayish-brown hue. The surface of this planet was abundant with an array of ores, each differing in shape, color, and characteristics. The Sharia's father, accompanied by numerous Star Dragons, landed directly on the planet's surface. Its dust and sand swirled around. Sharia's father fixed his gaze on the coordinate crystal, which was continuously sending out signals. However, strangely, while the coordinate crystal emitted a signal, there were no detectable energy fluctuations in the surroundings. Father, at that moment, a familiar voice reached the ears of the Star Dragons, as they turned towards the source of the voice. Sharia's figure appeared before them, bathed in sunlight. Sharia looked down upon the Star Dragons from a height. The scales on her body shimmered with a unique crystalline luster under the ultraviolet rays. When the Star Dragons beheld Sharia's appearance, they were taken aback. They could sense her bloodline aura. This was indeed her. Yet the energy she radiated was entirely different from before. Is this Sharia, the child of the Yuval family? What a powerful spiritual energy. This aura rivals even that of Yuval himself. What has Sharia experienced to undergo such a transformation? I previously thought that the eldest child of the Yuval family would be the most promising, but it seems we underestimated her. Seeing the transformed Sharia, even her father Yuval felt a hint of astonishment. However, he quickly composed himself, restoring his serious demeanor to maintain the dignity of the clan leader. Sharia, it seems you have indeed grown considerably during your time away. You are now capable of hunting alongside our clan. But what about that blue star human? He summoned us here using the coordinate crystal. Was it merely to witness your transformation? Before he could finish speaking, Lu Jin's voice emerged from a crevice in the rocks nearby. The Star Dragons were taken aback. What is happening? He is nearby. Why didn't we sense his presence immediately? It must be the stones. These are not ordinary rocks. They possess the ability to block spiritual energy detection. Great Star Dragon clan, I summoned you here today not solely to witness Sharia's growth. I have received intelligence that the Blackstone Pirate Group intends to set a trap to hunt and slaughter your clan. Upon hearing this, Yuval's aura shifted dramatically. A terrifying pressure surged forth like a tide, aimed directly at Lu Jin. Just as Silver Moon, positioned behind Lu Jin, prepared to act, Sharia resolutely intervened. Boom! The two immense spiritual pressures collided at the center, and Sharia decisively chose to stand by Lu Jin's side. Earnestly addressing her father, "Father, I am a member of the Star Dragon clan, and I am also a crew member under the captain. Please respect my captain." Chapter 98. Witness my growth. The era of adults has changed. What? As the two spiritual energies gradually subsided, astonishment spread across the faces of the Star Dragons that Sharia's spiritual energy was now capable of contending with her father Yuval's, without yielding an inch. Even Yuval's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Goodness, is this truly the Sharia we once knew? To think that she would directly confront the formidable presence of the clan leader with her psychic energy. How long has it been since then? What kind of fortuitous encounters has she experienced during this time to undergo such a monumental transformation? Just moments ago, even I felt a hint of pressure from that psychic force. The members of the hunting Star Dragon clan buzzed with curiosity regarding Sharia's remarkable change. As Sharia's father and the leader of the clan, Yuval concealed his astonishment and surprise. With a cold huff, he maintained his perpetually stern expression. "Humph. You have indeed grown considerably during this time. However, remember that our clan is far from being a top-tier group among all the hunting Star Dragons. In due course, I will reach out to the Supreme Dragon Clan of the Endless Star Sea to provide you with a better space for growth." But before Yuval could finish his statement, Sharia boldly interrupted him. "And no need for that. Father, I have decided to travel the starry seas alongside the captain. You once mentioned that I was merely a temporary crew member on this vessel. Now, to prove my worthiness to board this ship and become an official crew member under the captain's command, I wish to challenge you, to demonstrate my growth. A challenge to Yuval, to challenge the leader of a hunting Star Dragon clan." The members of the clan murmured amongst themselves that in a clan where strength reigns supreme, if one possesses sufficient power, they may choose to challenge the strongest member, the clan leader, should one succeed in this challenge. They could sever their ties with the clan and be free from all constraints. Clearly, after her surge in power, Sharia was no longer the obedient daughter who followed her father's directives. She yearned for independence and a life of her own. How exhilarating. It was known that in the hunting Star Dragon clan, all rules are dictated by the hierarchy of strength. Yet it was surprising to realize that to attain personal freedom, one must possess formidable strength. At some point, Yin Mingyin projected her image beside Lu Jin. Given the circumstances, she was merely an observer. She glanced at Lu Jin, attempting to discern his thoughts. After all, this situation arose due to him, and it was likely that even he could not foresee how it would unfold. However, when Yin Mingyin looked at Lu Jin, she found him sighing, his expression remarkably serene. The anticipated surprise was absent. Piquing Yin Mingyin's curiosity, "Are you not concerned about the confrontation between Sharia and her father?" "I am not worried. Sharia is entirely different from who she was before, and I have faith in her." After uttering this, Lu Jin took a seat upon a large rock, preparing to witness the battle between the two hunting Star Dragons. This confrontation was Sharia's opportunity to prove herself. Lu Jin was acutely aware that in the strength-centric hunting Star Dragon clan, Sharia had previously been a subject of controversy due to her powerful father while being positioned at the clan's lower echelon. In fact, during the Apocalypse Star incident, her father had entrusted Sharia to him. Lu Jin could see that although Sharia had once appeared indifferent, she harbored a deep-seated resentment. If he were to dissuade her from engaging in this battle today, it would undoubtedly become a lingering conflict within her heart. Thus, Lu Jin chose to support her. The imminent attack of the Blackstone pirates would not come swiftly if Sharia could subdue Yuval. Then Lu Jin's subsequent plans would become significantly easier. Hence, this battle was also within his expectations. Faced with Sharia's challenge, Yuval fell silent for a moment before responding with a cold snort. "Very well. You dare to challenge me. As your father, I shall impart a lesson to you today. The price of arrogance." Boom! Yuval's foot crashed down upon the ground, unleashing a violent psychic pressure that carved a deep pit into the rocky surface. Cracks spread like a spider's web, surging toward Sharia. Yet in that moment, Sharia transformed into her human form. Before anyone could react, psychic energy enveloped her, the furious force swirling stones around her. When the storm subsided, she was adorned in a layer of armor, psychic armor. Lu Jin instantly recognized that the armor Sharia wore was a special psychic armor composed of psychic energy, akin to the projection technology used by the Sleeper Legion. Realizing this, Lu Jin glanced at Yin Mingyin, who was equally astonished. for she was well aware that not long ago, Sharia had visited the silent coffin and experienced the psychic projection device utilized by the sleepers. Who would have thought that merely by experiencing the psychic projection device, she could project an entire set of psychic armor based on her immense psychic energy? Is this the might of the hunting star dragon clan? Yuval scrutinized Sharia, now clad in psychic armor, his gaze sharpening. With a flap of his wings, countless streams of psychic energy coalesced into a tempest, transforming into razor winds that surged toward Sharia. Yet, faced with such an onslaught, Sharia stood resolute like an unyielding pine in the storm. Not only did she remain unbowed, but she also advanced step by step towards Yuval. The Yuval's psychic tempest failed to inflict any harm on the armor enveloping Sharia. What kind of armor is this? How does it possess such formidable defensive capabilities? It appears that during her time away, Sharia has indeed acquired an impressive array of skills. Do you think Yuval could be defeated by Sharia? Ha ha! If Yuval were to fall at Sharia's hands, it would be utterly unexpected. Hearing the murmurs of the surrounding hunting star dragons, Yuval's psychic pressure intensified ominously. His previous attack was merely a test. And upon realizing that Sharia was entirely different from her former self, he decided to show no mercy. That it was time for Sharia to understand why he was the clan leader. But in the next moment,